Puella Magi Madoka Magica The Quintessential Quintuplets. Chapter 1-70, Novel Summary. Anime Crossover, Puella Magi Madoka Magica Puella Magi Madoka Magica Magical Girl Raising Project, Data Live A Certain Scientific Railgun. My name is Kayasuk Kamiju, and I live in Genjimi Taki. I am a stand user. My peaceful life has been gradually disrupted since I awakened my memories from before I was transported to another world. Having acquired a system called Eye of Heaven, my timid classmate, a fellow sufferer, suddenly develops a split personality one day. Upperclassmen keep finding various excuses to invite me to their homes for tea. My best friend, with whom I play games, frequently invites me to the arcade, and even my two childhood best friends start acting strangely. Mommy Tomo, Kayasuk, would you like to come to my house for some black tea after school? Hitomi Shizuki, Kamiju-kun, could you help me with my homework? Kanae Madoka, Kayasuk-kun, we made a promise. Kyoko Sakura, hey, Jojo. Let's go to the arcade today. I heard they've released some new games. Hamura Akemi, please, Tamura-chan. Hamura Akemi. What? You're asking where the childhood sweetheart is? My childhood sweetheart is buying CDs. This is the official description. 7, 11, 13. I admire the first person who wished to become a magical girl, because maybe that was a lie. You are the ones who escorted me to heaven, Cupid. One last time, the path to heaven is about to be accelerated. The savior of magical girls? I'm just a stand-in user passing by. Chapter 1 Spiral Staircase. Introduction. The character building is in the second volume, which can help everyone better understand the characters, but there are slight spoilers, so please choose to view it selectively. Maidokihara was bustling with traffic under the setting sun, and the city's shadows stretched long under the glow of the sunset. On the road, a black car was driving in the traffic, with a middle-aged man with a kind face and a gray-haired teenager inside. The teenager had delicate and handsome features, and compared to average boys, he might even appear a bit frail. If his butler, had to describe him, he would say that if his young master were a girl, he would possess a fragile beauty like a sickly young lady, something like that. Although his young master often felt distressed and even a bit insecure about this. His chest felt heavy, and Kamiju-kusuk felt the air was somewhat oppressive. Today, he had participated in the city's young violinist competition. Although the process was rather difficult, he ultimately prevailed, winning the championship and successfully earning the opportunity to represent the Maidokihara division in competitions in other cities. Phew. However, this should have been a joyous occasion, but at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of vexation in his heart. Was it because he hadn't done well enough? Indeed, although he had some talent, he also knew that his talent was not top tier. His achievements were more due to his daily efforts than innate ability. But a person's strength ultimately has its limits, and he realized this during today's competition. As the competitions increased, the opponents also grew stronger. Today he won by a narrow margin. But could he continue to win in the future? There are countless people more talented and diligent than him. How far could he, with his limited talent, go? Could he truly achieve his dream of becoming a world-renowned violinist? Yes, Kamiju-kusuk had a dream, and that was to become a world-renowned violinist. Uncle Sue, what do you think of my performance this time? I mean, there weren't any mistakes, right? Alas. Butler sighed silently in his heart and decided to offer some encouragement. In his opinion, his young master was excellent in every way, handsome, beautiful, gentle in character, excellent in studies, and at a young age, already a genius violinist in the eyes of others. Furthermore, with a wealthy family background, he was a genuine rich second generation, and he even had a childhood friend he had grown up with. This was simply the template of an enviable life winner, yet the young man, despite possessing such a template, always lacked confidence. He had changed so much in the past 2 years, so why had he suddenly fallen into self-isolation again today? Mistakes or no mistakes, Uncle Sue doesn't understand, but since you won in the end, doesn't that mean young Master Kyusuk is the best? You know, even those judges were constantly praising you. Haha. Butler encouraged the teenager while driving, and young Master Kyusuk, don't you know how handsome you were when you performed on stage earlier? All those little girls in the audience were blushing and cheering for you. Butler also knew that his young master wasn't asking for his opinion at all, as he was just a driver and knew nothing about violins. What the other party needed was merely his praise and affirmation. Perhaps because Kamaju Kyusuk was always sickly and often took leave when he was young, he never had many friends at school and was even isolated because of it. Therefore, the teenager always felt inferior in his heart because of this. This situation only began to change after he discovered his love and talent for the violin. Butler spoke to comfort him. If Miki-san were here, she would definitely be cheering for young master with all her might, right? But Sayaka didn't come today. Does she think I can't win either? The teenager in the car whispered, his anxious and uneasy voice echoing in Butler's ears once more. Butler could only comfort him again, but what neither of them noticed was the strange symbol faintly appearing on the teenager's neck. Until Miki-san is at school today, young Master Kyusuk, have you forgotten? Weren't you on leave to participate in the competition today? What was wrong with his young master today? Why was he always overthinking things? And he missed that little girl so much after just one day apart, what would he do in the future? The image of the boisterous blue-haired girl gradually appeared in his mind. It seemed that whenever young Master Kyusuk had a competition, as long as it wasn't during class time, she would always be there. Although Kamaju Kyusuk could participate in competitions, he was still a student, so he usually had to go back to class. The good news, however, was that competition times were usually specifically set for weekends. This time, it was because the event organizers had some changes, so they had to reschedule. But it seemed that young Master Kyusuk appeared somewhat displeased by the sudden change in time, or rather, was he unhappy about the sudden change in time because his childhood friend couldn't make it? Thinking of this, the butler silently shook his head. He had long noticed that his young Master Kyusuk seemed to have unusual feelings for his childhood friend. The blue-haired girl was always so boisterous that it was hard to tell what she was thinking, but given his young master's awkward and insecure personality, even if he liked her, he probably wouldn't confess proactively, would he? Should he remind him more often? If his childhood friend were snatched away in the end because he couldn't express his feelings, that would be too tragic. What kind of cuckolding is this? He, a warrior of love, would never allow it. That's right. Why would I think that? Kamaju Kyusuk muttered to himself, feeling a dizzy spell as his eyes cleared. However, before Kamaju Kyusuk could think further, the commotion ahead caught his attention. An oil tanker truck suddenly rushed out from a distance, heading straight for them. Uncle Sue, a car. Seeing an oil tanker truck about to crash into them, Kamaju Kyusuk quickly called out to Butler. Uncle Sue? Butler didn't respond to Kamaju Kyusuk's anxious calls. He couldn't help but lean forward to look at the driver's seat. Ah. The teenager, who had sat up, was startled by the butler's sudden turn and collapsed backward into his seat. Butler's eyes were hollow, and he wore a silly grin, muttering something incessantly. Don't come near me. Kamaju Kyusuk screamed in fear, looking at Uncle Sue's hands, which were bulging with veins from exertion, and his eerie demeanor, completely unlike his usual kind face. However, worse things were yet to come. Because the driver opposite had no intention of letting them go, the oil tanker truck had already reached them. Ah. Kamaju Kyusuk subconsciously looked to the side. Through the glass, he noticed that the driver of the oil tanker truck was just as crazed as Uncle Sue. Was this area haunted? And exploding right in front of me, please spare me. Trembling, Kamaju Kyusuk said this, then hugged his knees and curled up in the back seat, burying his head between his legs. I didn't expect my last words to be this. This is too bad. As the teenager's self-deprecating words just fell, a huge sound erupted. Bang! The oil tanker truck collided head-on with the car. Kamiju instinctively put his hands in front of him to protect his head, followed by intense pain spreading through his body. His brain couldn't process the violent impact in time. If no miracle happened, it was likely that the teenager named Kamiju would meet his end here today, wouldn't he? In this helpless situation, all Kamiju could do was close his eyes and pray for a miracle. After all, at this moment, he truly couldn't do anything but pray. Bang! Amidst the huge roar, the car was overturned by the oil tanker truck as expected. Cough. Pain, his body seemed to be pinned under the car. Someone, save me. The teenager's weak cry did not bring rescue. No, it seemed something truly responded to his call. In a daze, a strange pink and white creature appeared before him. Kamiju, make a contract with me and become a magical girl. I can grant your wish. Was it a hallucination? Kamiju thought so. Regardless of whether it was real or not. For him, a miracle was right before his eyes. Kamiju struggled to open his mouth wide. However, his drowsy head could not allow him to think further. A great fatigue surged into his heart, and in the end, Kamiju still did not voice his wish to live. The teenager stopped thinking. Click. Before he fainted, he seemed to see a large pink cat again. The Quintessential Magical Girl. JPG. Chapter 2: The Little Romances of Young Girls. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. We have 2 patients needing emergency care. What's going on? I don't know, it seems like someone else had an accident, right? I heard it was a car accident. And in that same place again. What? Is there something unclean there? How many times has this happened? Shoo, don't say it, be careful, something might latch onto you. Oh, right, let's go, it's too scary. Kamiju vaguely heard someone talking around him. He felt as if he was lying on a bed and moving quickly. Perhaps that was the feeling. The young man struggled to open his eyes a slit, and what he saw was a doctor in a white coat. It seemed he had been saved, right? He wondered how Uncle Sue was doing. The patient seems to have woken up. Fujimoto, give him a shot to calm him down. Yes, I guarantee it won't make him fly. As the words fell, Kamiju consciousness once again fell into a coma. Jojo, I also bought that game, Eye of Heaven. Do you want to play together tonight? On the street, the tall young man seemed a little tempted by what his friend said. But I still have to train. But his friend, Jello, beside him continued to tempt. Oh, Jojo, you're not really going to become a pillar man, are you? It's rare that I'm willing to spend a lot of money, and you want to accompany me? You were the one who recommended it to me. The young man smiled helplessly. All right, then tonight I'll let you witness my star platinum. Ho ho, come if you dare. Jojo. Wake up, we agreed to go back and play games, didn't we? The young man lay on the cold ground, his friend weeping beside him. Why did you push me away? Aren't you stealing my chance to transmigrate? I won't allow this, wake up. Jojo. Ha! Kamiju woke up, seeing an unfamiliar ceiling. Hiss, my head hurts so much. Hearing the young man's subconscious cry of pain, Mrs. Kamiho, who was nearby, first froze for a moment and then was overjoyed. Kayasuk? That's great, you're awake, I'll go call the doctor. Looking at Mrs. Kamiho rushing out in a hurry, Kamiju, who had been silent for a long time, sighed. At this moment, he had already recalled the memories of his previous life. Sigh, to think that transmigration would actually happen to me. Does this count as me stealing Jello's opportunity? However, this was just a joke he couldn't help but make in his heart. Such a life-threatening opportunity should not be attempted. Didn't Jojo know he should be called Kamiju now, transmigrate? It had been so many years since he awakened his memories. If it weren't for another stimulating baptism from an oil tanker truck, he wouldn't have remembered his previous lives' memories. It seems transmigration isn't that easy. What kind of car accident hero template am I? And does this oil tanker truck have a grudge against me? This is the second time, even a tough guy like me can't endure. Wait. Speaking of a tough guy, Kamaji suddenly thought of something. He quickly pulled back the quilt and then reached his hand down. It's gone. Something precious had truly left him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kamaji muttered in disbelief. His muscles, which he had trained for 2.5 years, don't tell him this is real. Damn it. The room was filled with the young man's wails. I, Miki Sayaka, am an ordinary university student in Maidokihara. Saying ordinary seems a bit unrealistic. Sayaka-sama should be the kind of person who is relatively stupid. But even such an ordinary person like me has an enviable childhood friend. He is handsome, gentle, and excellent in studies. More importantly, he is also a famous talented violinist at school. To be honest, Sayaka harbors a different kind of affection for her childhood friend. But how to say it, normally bold, I become indecisive when it comes to such matters. I often feel helpless about myself. However, despite her helplessness towards herself, Sayaka-sama is not flustered at all. Because her childhood friend is very self-disciplined, he always maintains a gentle but distant demeanor towards girls who have a crush on him, showing no interest in those flashy girls. The only two girls he interacts with are those he met through her introduction, her friends Madoka Kaname and Shizuki Hitomi. She had subtly asked him if there was any girl he liked at school, and the answer, as expected, was no. Of course, Sayaka-sama excluded herself when asking the question, because she was also worried that his answer to her would be the same. After all, she is an idiot, and if he didn't have feelings of love for her, wouldn't it be difficult for them to even be friends? However, compared to other girls, she was practically getting the worm by being an early bird. Sayaka-sama and Kamaji could talk about anything. She could slowly cultivate their feelings, and when she felt she had a sure win, she would make her move. So, how could Sayaka-sama lose with a dragon flying in her face? She might be abnormally slow after the start, but no one else even had a chance to get on the track, okay? But things didn't go as planned. Just yesterday, she was still sad because Kayasuke's competition date had been adjusted, preventing her from cheering him on. She planned to go to his house with her friends after school to congratulate him personally, but then she suddenly heard the bad news from a neighbor. Her childhood friend had been in a traffic accident on his way back from the competition. Upon hearing this news, Sayaka wasn't sure how she felt at the time. She immediately rushed to the hospital, accompanied by her friends Madoka Kaname and Shizuki Hitomi. Sayaka was very touched by these two friends who came with her to visit Kayasuke. But unfortunately, when the three of them arrived, Kamaji had just finished surgery and hadn't woken up yet. So, in the end, they could only visit him by his bedside for a while, and then, after comforting Mrs. Kamiho and her husband, they left. Today, Sayaka and her friends also rushed to the hospital immediately after school. Hitomi. Sayaka turned to look at her friend. Are you really all right? Yesterday, Hitomi had to leave early due to a class her family had signed her up for. Today at school, she had even complained about it, apparently having argued with her family for skipping class yesterday. Shizuki Hitomi showed a gentle smile befitting a young lady. It's all right, Sayaka. Compared to that, I just want to see classmate Kamiho out of danger soon. Sigh, it seems even a young lady like Hitomi has her difficulties. Sayaka sighed in her heart and looked at the pink-haired girl beside her. And Madoka, I'm really sorry for dragging you here right after school. She was truly an idiot, only thinking about Kayasuke and completely neglecting Madoka's feelings. She probably made her uncomfortable. Ah. Madoka Kaname waved her hands in a panic. No, compared to Sayaka, I can only do some insignificant things. The young girl said, clenching her hands in front of her, cheering herself on. And as the class health committee member, I have an obligation to care about classmate Kamiho's physical condition. Oh, how responsible. Such a gentle and dutiful Madoka must be very suitable to be a wife. Sayaka, seeing the atmosphere become heavy because of her, couldn't help but tease her friend. Sayaka. What are you saying? Let's hurry and see classmate Kamiho. As she expected, the pink-haired girl shyly lowered her head. Shizuki Hitomi, beside them, also covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Sayaka and Madoka are still so affectionate. Hitomi, how could even you? The young girl became even shyer. Oh, it's Sayaka and you all. Kayasuke just woke up. I need to go handle some things with this doctor. Could I trouble you all to help look after him? Kayasuke woke up? Sayaka was very happy to hear Mrs. Kamiho's request. She even comically saluted Mrs. Kamiho. Yes, Mrs. Kamiho. Rest assured and leave Kayasuke to me, Sayaka will definitely take good care of him. Thank you, Sayaka. Kayasuke always gives you trouble. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Mrs. Kamiho smiled and patted Sayaka's head, then hurriedly left with the doctor. Phew. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Kamiho, the three of them, Sayaka, arrived at Kamiju Kayusuke's hospital room. However, as Sayaka raised her hand, she showed a troubled expression, because she didn't know how to face him. Since Kayasuke had already woken up, he must have learned about his condition from the doctor, right? Should she act as carefree as before, pretending nothing happened and chatting idly, or should she offer words of comfort? When they came yesterday, the doctor had already said that although Kayasuke's life was temporarily out of danger, his left hand had suffered a serious injury. Sayaka knew that her childhood friend's dream was to become a famous violinist, so she knew how important a healthy pair of hands was to him. But the doctor said that the possibility of recovery was almost none. In other words, if there was no miracle, the talented violinist named Kamiju Kyusuke would become a thing of the past. Sayaka couldn't imagine what Kayasuke, forbidden from realizing his dream, would be like. For a moment, she even thought that it would be better if she, this useless idiot, was the one who got injured. Anyway, a healthy pair of hands wouldn't help her much, and she would still fail her exams. Sayaka. Madoka Kaname cast a worried look. Sorry, Madoka, I zoned out for a bit, haha. Looking at her friend's worried eyes, Sayaka scratched her head sheepishly and then regained her usual energetic smile. Seriously, to make Madoka so worried, Sayaka, you can't be like this. If Kayasuke saw you in this state, he would be even sadder, right? Let's go in, Madoka. Today I specially bought a new record, hoping he can cheer up. Classmate Kamiho will definitely be very happy to receive the gift Sayaka specially bought him. Madoka, beside her, also cheered on her friend. Thank you, Madoka. And Hitomi, let's go in together. Sayaka called out to Shizuki Hitomi, who was inexplicably dazed beside her, then reached out her hand, preparing to knock on the door. But just as Sayaka's hand was hovering in mid-air, a hysterical wail suddenly came from inside. Damn it. Chapter 3, Make a contract with me and become a magical girl. Sayaka froze for a second when she heard the scream from inside the room, then her expression changed, and her previous thoughts were instantly thrown to the winds. She broke through the door without a word. Apparently, Sayaka thought her childhood friend had done something drastic because of what happened. Madoka and Hitomi exchanged a smile and followed Sayaka into the hospital room. Kayasuke. Classmate Kamiho. Looking at the scene in the room, Sayaka and the others' eyes widened slightly. From Sayaka's perspective, the young man sat tragically on the hospital bed, his left arm hanging limply at his side, repeatedly pounding the bed with his uninjured right hand, his eyes vacant as if he had lost all hope for life. Kayasuke, Sayaka looked at her childhood friend, speechless for a moment. It shouldn't be like this. Kyosuke should be on stage now, receiving everyone's cheers. How could he give up hope here? Sayaka mustered her courage and went to Kyusuke's bedside, comforting him softly. Kyosuke, don't be like this. As long as you rest well for a while, you will definitely be the same as before. As Sayaka spoke, her voice grew lower and lower, as if even she couldn't convince herself of these words. Ah, Sasayaka. And Madoka. When did you? Kyusuke vaguely heard someone calling him and finally snapped out of his sorrow, feeling like he was back to square one. He shook his head and looked to the side, then saw Sayaka, his childhood friend in this life, and her good friends. He was about to greet them, but Sayaka didn't give him a chance. Kyusuke looked at Sayaka, who was forcing a smile with tears in her eyes, and swallowed his greeting, replaced by a look of utter confusion. In his opinion, he wasn't dead, and it was just a minor injury to his hand. No big deal. Perhaps he would have been heartbroken before awakening his memories, but now he didn't feel that bad. He might still love the violin, but it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't live without it. Wait. They didn't witness my dramatic muscle loss, did they? As if disbelieving his own embarrassing past, Kyusuke secretly observed them from the corner of his eye. Sayaka was still forcing a smile as before, and although Hitomi maintained a dignified posture, her concern was palpable. As for Madoka, she was even more direct, all her emotions were written on her face. They saw it, they definitely saw it, didn't they? That exaggerated, embarrassing act, that kind of thing. Ha ha ha, thank you, Sayaka. I'm happy you all came to see me today, but I'm not happy when you look like that. Kyusuke covered his face with his hand, awkwardly changing the subject. Especially you, Madoka Kaname, do I look like the type of person who would give up and commit suicide? No, no. Madoka Kaname averted her eyes. Classmate Kamiho is very strong in my eyes. Madoka Kaname, if you look me in the eye, I'll believe you, Kyusuke retorted. However, his image really did seem a bit like that. Sorry, classmate Kamiho. I didn't mean that. Madoka Kaname was startled when Kyusuke pretended to be angry and thought he was really upset by her words, so she quickly waved her hands and apologized. Sayaka composed herself and stood in front of Madoka Kaname. Kyosuke, you're too much. Bullying Madoka like this is not okay. Madoka is my big brother, Sayaka. What? Kyusuke feigned fear. Sorry, Madoka, boss. I deeply realize my mistake, and I'll do it again next time. Madoka Kaname, classmate Kamiho. Her adorable and flustered expression even made Shizuki Hitomi, who was beside her, smile and tease. Oh my, Madoka, big brother sounds very cool, it suits Madoka Kaname perfectly. Hitomi, you too. Madoka Kaname shyly lowered her head. The three of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Hoo-ha-ha, Madoka is as easy to trick as ever. Madoka Kaname was almost in tears. Don't bully me anymore, classmate Kamiho. Kyusuke also felt he had gone a bit too far and couldn't help but reach out and pat Madoka Kaname's head. Sorry, Madoka Kaname, you are actually a very cute girl. Looking at the boy who was earnestly telling her she was cute, Madoka Kaname became incredibly shy. Sayaka hurriedly pulled the two apart. Hey, Kyosuke, what are you doing to my big brother? Madoka is going to be my bride. Kyusuke rubbed his head in confusion. Sayaka, you're going to marry your big brother? Although Kyusuke knew this was Sayaka's joke, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff. No, it's not. Sayaka hadn't expected Kyosuke to misunderstand her joke and quickly waved her hands to deny it. What I actually like is... Sayaka quickly stopped herself. What I actually like is the feeling of being with you all. Yes, that's right. Kayasuke, Madoka, and Hitomi, you are all my lord Sayaka's good brothers. Kamajukyusuke let out a breath. For a moment, he had thought Sayaka was going to say she liked him. He, Kamajukyusuke, had a good impression of Sayaka, and according to the memories of this life, he had thought she felt the same way. Now it seemed it was just his unrequited love. Kamajukyusuke then remembered his embarrassing past from his previous life, when a female classmate gave him the wrong love letter, and he went to her to accept the confession. At that time, she must have thought he was an overconfident man. And she actually rejected him gently. That instantly broke him, which is why he later became so obsessed with a strong physique. Damn the three great illusions of life. Fortunately, this time he didn't confidently plant a flag. Thank you, Sayaka, and thank you all for coming to see me today. You are all my good brothers too. Seeing that Kamajukyusuke didn't suspect her clumsy, impromptu excuse, Sayaka breathed a sigh of relief. What was she doing? She almost messed up. Madoka Kaname, who had suddenly become a good brother, touched her head blankly. Shizuki Hitomi remained silent, not speaking, but she kept staring at Sayaka, wondering what she was thinking. Unbeknownst to them, time quietly slipped away. Mrs. Kamiho also returned once during this time, but seeing them chatting happily, she intentionally left the space to them, standing aside and watching their interaction with a smile. Sorry everyone, it's getting late, I might have to leave. Shizuki Hitomi looked at the time and apologized as she stood up. Oh, it's already this late without realizing it. Sayaka also stood up in surprise, looking at the sky outside. In that case, there's nothing we can do. Thank you for coming to keep me company today, Kamajukyusuke said. And Sayaka, I really like this record. Sayaka awkwardly rubbed her head. No, not at all. I don't really understand these things either. You told me all of this, Kayasuke. Ahem, Mrs. Kamiho said, clapping her hands with a smile. Since that's the case, let me drive you all back. Kayasuke, you'll be fine by yourself for a while, won't you? Kamajukyusuke shook his head. It's fine. Mom, you go and see Sayaka and the others off. It's not safe for girls to go back alone. Then goodbye, Kayasuke. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Sayaka bid him farewell. Goodbye, classmate Kamiho, X2. Shizuki Hitomi and Madoka Kaname also said goodbye to him, and then the three followed Mrs. Kamiho out of the hospital room. Outside the hospital building, Mrs. Kamiho jingled the keys in her hand. Tada! You three stay here, don't move. I'm going to get the car. Few after Mrs. Kamiho left, Madoka Kaname clutched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. I was so worried before coming, but it's really great to see classmate Kamiho is okay. Indeed, Shizuki Hitomi also nodded in agreement. Is he really okay? However, Sayaka couldn't help but murmur to herself, remembering Kayasuke's sad expression when she first saw him. Sayaka? Sayaka. Sayaka looked at her two good friends in confusion. Madoka Kaname asked worriedly, Are you all right? Hee, Sayaka rubbed her head sheepishly. I'm hungry. Kamajukyusuke smiled and waved at them, watching them leave, then looked at the strange creature walking in by the window. I say, what exactly are you? The cute pink creature tilted its head. My name is Kyubi, I'm not what something. Kyubi? Kamajukyusuke was confused. Clearly, the creature's answer was completely useless, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Then, Kyubi, is there something you need here? You don't seem surprised at all? The creature calling itself Kyubi jumped directly onto Kamajukyusuke's bed without any embarrassment. No, I'm incredibly surprised, Kamajukyusuke said in a flat, unenthusiastic tone. Kyubi? Is this how surprise is expressed? Humans' thoughts are truly incomprehensible. But it didn't care about that, it was only here to. Kamajukyusuke, make a wish to me, sign a contract with me and become a magical girl. Kamiju Kyusuk's expression finally changed. Huh? Chapter 4 Rhinoceros Beetle. Sign a contract with me and become a magical girl. Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but pick his ears when he heard the pink and white creature in front of him. Huh? Did you just say something? Sign a contract with me and become a magical girl. Kamiju Kyusuk stopped it. I said, stop, you don't need to say it again. QB_. Kamiju Kyusuk rubbed his forehead. I say, did you find the wrong person? Although I'm a bit frail now, I'm a boy, you know? You haven't found the wrong person. As long as you have talent, even a boy can become a magical girl. Kyubi didn't leave because of this, instead, it sat down in front of him. You, named Kamiju Kyusuk, indeed possess the talent to become a magical girl. I say, Kamiju Kyusuk was slightly surprised. Can't you understand human speech? Is my question whether I can become a magical girl? There are so many girls in this world, I'm not the only one, right? Because Kamiju Kyusuk, you are more talented than them. Kyubi blinked. Or rather, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. Hey, do you mean I'm more girly than a girl? I can't pretend I didn't hear that, you know? Kamiju Kyusuk retorted. But what's the deal with wishing? With this familiar setting of a little fairy and wishing, he wouldn't actually have transmigrated into some magical girl anime for girls, would he? It's a pity he hadn't paid attention to this type of anime before. It's exactly as it sounds. I can grant any wish for you. Oh. Kamiju Kyusuk seemed to have a flicker of interest. Any wish? Kyubi stared at him intently. Others might not, but if it's you, you could probably easily fulfill any wish, right? Kamiju Kyusuk didn't feel happy at this, instead, he frowned. If I make a wish, my injured arm can definitely recover, right? The young man who could no longer play his beloved violin, his goal that he had strived for suddenly vanished, and he might even return to his previous unpopular situation. At such a time, someone suddenly appears and tells you that you only need to state your wish for it to come true. That's right. Kyubi tilted its head. How about it, do you want to make a wish to me? But, I refuse. Kyubi blinked. I don't understand. You should want to make a wish, right? Why refuse? Kamiju Kyusuk turned his head away. No reason. The thing I, Kamiju Kyusuk, love to do most is to say no to conceited guys. Of course, that's false. To be honest, Kamiju Kyusuk was genuinely tempted just now. If it were him before he awakened his memories, he would have agreed without hesitation. No, or rather, even if he had awakened his memories, he might still have agreed. But Kamiju Kyusuk silently opened a panel that only he could see. Name, Kamiju Kyusuk. Possesses stand, Killer Queen. Special ability, Pillar Man Bloodline. This was the system called Heaven's Eye. Indeed, compared to becoming a magical girl, being a stand user was more suitable for a tough guy like him. He noticed this system while chatting with Sayaka and a few others. At first, he thought he had transmigrated into the world of JoJo, but upon closer thought, the background seemed a bit off. Because he thought there was absolutely no such perverse thing as a transparent classroom in the JoJo world. Speaking of which, although this Heaven's Eye system interface was very simple, the content displayed on it was enough to delight Kamiju Kyusuk. First was his already awakened stand, Killer Queen. Kamiju Kyusuk silently summoned his stand. Indeed, it was that familiar pink big cat. Seeing the stand with his own eyes was clearly more shocking than in the anime. Killer Queen must have awakened when he had the car accident earlier, it really wasn't a hallucination then. And his Killer Queen was somewhat different from Yoshikage Kira's stand, or rather, it was more powerful. First was its first bomb, which was the same. Anything touched by its finger could turn into a bomb, with two types, triggered detonation and manual detonation. The second bomb, however, was different. Sheer heart attack was no longer just one, but could be released several times, and Killer Queen would precisely control them remotely. And there was a third ability creating bubbles that explode upon contact. From this perspective, his Killer Queen was like a combination of Part 8 and Part 4. Although the lack of bites the dust made Kamaji feel a little disappointed, other aspects were undoubtedly stronger than the original. As for the explosive power, Kamaji hadn't tested it and wasn't clear, but he had a premonition that it would definitely be stronger than the original. And the most important point was, according to the feedback from the system, the stands he could awaken were definitely not limited to this one. As for why Killer Queen was the first stand he awakened, the reason was unknown, and the system gave no hints on how to awaken other stands. And the other special ability, Pillar Man Bloodline, was also very useful. Although this so-called Pillar Man Bloodline didn't truly make him a Pillar Man, it was more like a playful reference to a Pillar Man-like physique, similar to Jotaro's. Although not as abnormal as a true Pillar Man, he wasn't afraid of sunlight. Pillar Man Bloodline was restoring and strengthening his body, which was also why he wasn't worried about his physical condition. What's a minor injury? Kamaji looked at the unknown creature in front of him. Also, he didn't trust the unknown creature in front of him. He couldn't just believe whatever some random thing that popped out told him, could he? Kamaji recalled that the other party seemed to have been present during the car accident as well. This Kyubi repeatedly tried to make him a magical girl, and he just wouldn't. Moreover, what if he couldn't change back after making a wish? In summary, since he already had stand abilities, why face unnecessary dangers for something he didn't need? Is that so? That's right. Kamaji answered affirmatively to Kyubi's question. In that case, there's nothing to be done. Kyubi got up and jumped to the windowsill, seemingly finally intending to leave. But if Kayasuk wants to become a magical girl, you can call me anytime. Kamaji waved his hand, signaling it to leave quickly. Heave-ho. Kyubi jumped off the window, apparently truly gone. Kamaji silently glanced out the window. Killer Queen. First bomb. Click. Chapter 5 School Uniform, Glasses, Braids equals? Phew. Kamaji lay on his bed, bored. Several days had passed since his car accident. Since Mrs. Kamiho and her husband still had work, they returned to their jobs once they saw Kamaju's condition stabilize. So now, Kamaji lay alone in bed, bored. I knew I shouldn't have refused the caregiver. It's a bit boring. Kamaji sighed. As a mother, Mrs. Kamiho naturally didn't feel at ease with him staying alone in the hospital. She had originally intended to hire a caregiver to accompany him, but he had refused. His body was actually fine now. If anything happened, he could call a doctor himself. The only reason he hadn't been discharged was that he was afraid his body would recover too miraculously, so he deliberately suppressed his abilities and put on an act. After all, even with a miracle, a person injured in a car accident couldn't possibly be up and running in the blink of an eye, could they? That's not a miracle, that's a mutant. He'd be dragged off for experiments. Just kidding, he just didn't want to attract too much attention. In fact, these past few days, Sayaka and her friends also often came to keep him company. Especially Sayaka, after school, the hospital had almost become another one of her regular stops. Kamaji took off his headphones. This was the latest album Sayaka had brought him yesterday. He wondered if the record store had become Sayaka's other regular stop. Thinking of the awkward conversations he had with Sayaka, Kamaji always couldn't help but laugh out loud. She usually seemed so lively, but whenever it was just the two of them, Sayaka would become a bit reserved, even though she would joke around when Madoka and Hitomi were present. And to be honest, this guy really couldn't hold a conversation. Although Kamaji knew she was concerned about him, every word she said seemed to poke at his sore spots. If it were his old self, the insecure and awkward him, he would probably be depressed again. Fortunately, the one in front of her was him, who had already awakened his memories, and he couldn't really get angry at a middle school girl who genuinely cared about him. On the contrary, he greatly enjoyed watching Sayaka gesticulate wildly during their awkward conversations. He was truly a fun seeker. Ah, time passes so slowly. Is this the legendary stand ability, wasting time? Kamiju Kyusuk stared at the clock, which moved as slowly as if it were struggling to urinate, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If only I had King Crimson, I could just delete time until after school. No, others delete it, but I still feel it. Then Made in Heaven? Speed up time until after school? Kamiju Kyusuk was already starting to think about all sorts of random things. I've decided. I'm going to ask to go out for a walk. Lying here is unbearable. Alas, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Kamiju Kyusuk lamented this in the rehabilitation room. He hadn't held out much hope that the doctor would agree to his request to go out and move around, as he had made several requests before, all of which had been rejected due to his physical condition. He hadn't expected them to agree immediately this time. This truly delighted him. After being cooped up for several days, he almost threw away his crutches. That was until the other person brought him to the rehabilitation room. However, surprisingly, he wasn't too disappointed. Indeed, a certain celebrity was right, opening a skylight is not allowed, but if one has to choose between tearing down the roof and opening a skylight, then opening a skylight doesn't seem so unacceptable. Just as Kamiju Kyusuk was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a bump, followed by a flustered sound in his ear. Kamiju Kyusuk looked over at the sound, only to see a girl falling backward. The girl whimpered and closed her eyes, but the anticipated pain did not come. Are you all right? A worried voice came from beside her, and the pleasant sound brought Akemi Hamura back to her senses. She slowly opened her eyes, which she had tightly shut out of fear. Kamiju Kyusuk also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the girl open her eyes. That's great, you suddenly falling just now gave me a fright. Akemi Hamura slowly moved her gaze along the sound, and then an unfamiliar, delicate face came into view, and she seemed to be held in his arms. The girl's face instantly turned crimson, like a thoroughly spanked bottom. No, I'm fine. Akemi Hamura said with difficulty. Can you let go of me first? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Kamiju Kyusuk seemed to realize that their posture was a bit awkward and released his arms. Just now, when he saw the girl about to fall, he instinctively pulled her. Perhaps she was too scared, and as soon as she found a safe spot, she instinctively leaned on him. Seeing that she was quite startled, Kamiju Kyusuk didn't let go immediately. Whoa! However, the girl, due to embarrassment, was only focused on getting Kamiju to let go, and she hadn't stabilized herself. Seeing the clumsy girl about to repeat her mistake, Kamiju Kyusuk had no choice but to support her again. I'm sorry. What are you doing, Akemi Hamura? The girl screamed madly internally. She was so embarrassed. She really wished she had a turtle shell to hide in, isolated from the world. Escapism is shameful but useful. However, this was ultimately just the girl's brainstorming. Once she calmed down, she still had to face reality. Thank you. I'm ready this time. The girl said, gathering her courage. Kamiju Kyusuk let go and couldn't help but be amused by her determined expression. Am I that scary? Akemi Hamura had just composed herself when his words made her flustered again. No, I didn't mean that at all. Rather, you are very, very cool. Kamiju Kyusuk? He truly hadn't expected her to praise him so directly, and for a moment, he felt a bit embarrassed. Akemi Hamura let out a soft cry and buried her head even lower. Her original intention was to say that he wasn't scary, but in her excitement, she blurted out such an embarrassing compliment. Kamiju Kyusuk smiled at her. Wait for me a moment. Okay. The girl instinctively responded without asking further. She now sat to the side, sinking into the grayness of life. Akemi Hamura, what are you doing? He must think I'm a weirdo and dislike me. Should I just quietly leave? Just as Akemi Hamura was feeling sad, a cup of water was handed to her. Kamiju Kyusuk placed the cup of water in the puzzled girl's hand. Here, it's warm water from over there. Ah, thank you. Akemi Hamura thanked him and buried her head in the cup. Kamiju Kyusuk chuckled softly and sat down not far from her. The two of them remained quiet for a while, creating a very peaceful atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Akemi Hamura who couldn't help but speak. She seemed to have recovered from her previous nervousness and despair. She had been living in the hospital for a long time due to her heart condition. Today, like usual, she was doing her rehabilitation training here. Normally, there shouldn't have been anyone here at this time, but she hadn't expected a boy she didn't know to suddenly appear today. The introverted girl suddenly didn't know what to do and only wanted to leave quickly and return to her ward. Due to embarrassment, she kept her head down the entire time, trying to sneak out. Who would have thought that as she passed the door, she was so nervous that she bumped directly into him. Akemi Hamura, you are truly too clumsy. Kamiju Kyusuk, that's my name. Classmate Kamiho? Akemi Hamura asked tentatively. Seeing that Kamiju Kyusuk didn't mind her address, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, classmate Kamiho. I'm always so clumsy and cause you trouble. Even if Akemi Hamura was clumsy, she now understood his various kindnesses, so her apology this time was very sincere. No, rather, it was my fault too earlier, standing in front of the door daydreaming and all. Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head and observed the girl beside him. Timid, glasses, braids. Still missing a school uniform. Perhaps she wasn't wearing one because she was in the hospital? Forgive him for thinking of some inappropriate things. By the way, she wouldn't really be that person, would she? By the way, I still don't know your name. If you don't mind, could you tell me? Akemi Hamura seemed to revert to her timid self again. She seemed a bit hesitant about her name. Classmate Kamiho told me his name, so I should tell him mine too. Akemi Hamura. But after saying her name, she closed her eyes, because she didn't want to see his disappointed gaze. Because Akemi Hamura knew that she and her name didn't match at all. Hamura? How should I put it? It gives off a burning feeling. Anyway, it's very cool. Kamiju Kyusuk praised without reservation. Phew, thankfully it's not Yoshida or something. The name Hamura sounds like those hot-blooded, overpowered male protagonists. Even though the person opposite is a cute and shy girl, it unexpectedly has a contrasting charm. Huh? Akemi Hamura's eyes widened, seeming a little disbelieving. Cool, you really think so, classmate Kamiho? She said this with a hint of disappointment. Others always think my name is strange and cool. She didn't have that quality at all, did she? Kamiju Kyusuk looked up at the skylight. Hamura, you misunderstood my meaning. I was just saying your name is cool, not you. Akemi Hamura became even more dejected. Kamiju Kyusuk suppressed his laughter. This girl was unfairly cute, wasn't she? He turned his head and smiled at Akemi Hamura. Hamura, you should be described as cute, and with a name like that, you unexpectedly have a contrasting charm. See cute. Akemi Hamura hadn't expected him to turn around so suddenly, and she instantly became a steam engine. This was the first time anyone had called her cute. Phew, being with you, my gloomy mood has been swept away. Indeed, he was just a fun seeker who enjoyed watching girls in awkward situations, wasn't he? Thank you, Hamura. Kamiju Kyusuk stood up, seemingly intending to leave. Akemi Hamura was still immersed in that one word, cute, and hadn't recovered, but he was actually leaving. The girl quickly looked up but saw Kamiju had already reached the door. How could classmate Kamiho walk so fast even with crutches? Seeing him about to disappear, the usually timid Akemi Hamura, with newfound courage, shouted loudly. Will classmate Kamiho come again in the future? She didn't hear a reply. Was her voice too soft after all? Of course, if Hamura doesn't mind. Akemi Hamura looked at him, who was smiling at her, and shyly turned her head away. And no, I don't mind. Rather, she was even a little secretly happy. Feeling her heart pounding, Akemi Hamura wondered if her heart was having problems again. Akemi Hamura. JPG. Chapter 6 Sayaka, taking advantage of the vulnerability, steady as a rock. Akemi, do you live here alone? Inside the rehabilitation training room, Kamiju Kayasuk was chatting idly with Akemi Hamura. Because he had received permission, he came here almost every afternoon to chat with Akemi Hamura, which seemed to have become an implicit understanding between the two. After these 2 days of getting acquainted, Akemi Hamura had officially become friends. The girl had gradually opened up a little, at least she wouldn't be too shy to say a word to him. Akemi Hamura was a little lonely. Yes, my heart is naturally not very good, so I often stay in the hospital for a long time. My parents are working in other places. I'm sorry for asking you about these things. Seeing that he had brought up her sad past, Kamiju Kayasuk quickly apologized. It's okay, it's okay. Akemi Hamura quickly waved her hand. Actually, I also know the difficulties of my parents, and I can do it alone. Kamiju Kayasuk was a little surprised. Could it be that this seemingly soft and cute girl is actually very strong inside? In that case, Akemi, you are very brave and independent. Living alone sounds amazing. It's not as amazing as classmate Kamiho said. Although Akemi Hamura said humble words, the proud little expression on her face clearly showed that she appreciated Kamiju's praise. And classmate Kamiho is also very amazing. A violinist and everything. After spending a few days together, Akemi Hamura also learned about the dream of the boy beside her. Kamiju Kayasuk was cheerful and capable, making Akemi Hamura, a timid and inferior girl, instinctively admire him. Unlike her, she couldn't do anything well. No, classmate Kamiho said that I am cute and independent. Akemi. Ah. Yes. What's wrong? You've been giggling there all the time. Is there something happy? Do you mind sharing it with me? Akemi Hamura lowered her head. How could she say such narcissistic words? Ah, that's right. Kamiju Kayasuk reacted. I'm really too selfish. I can't just let Akemi-sen give. No. Akemi Hamura wanted to refute. In her opinion, it was her luck that someone as excellent as Kamiju Kayasuk was willing to be her friend, and he had taken care of her in every way these past 2 days. Because Akemi Hamura knew that her terrible personality was really not suitable for making friends, and sometimes she couldn't even utter a word when chatting with people. But Kamiju Kayasuk was obviously different from her previous classmates. He would patiently guide her or share interesting stories he knew. Akemi Hamura's favorite thing to do was to quietly listen to him tell stories. It could be said that these few days were the happiest time in Akemi Hamura's life in recent years. But before Akemi Hamura could finish speaking, Kamiju Kayasuk took the lead in saying words of refusal that she was reluctant to hear. As an exchange for Akemi-san sharing her happiness, how about I play a piece for you after the injury on my hand heals? Can I really? Akemi Hamura was happy at first, but then she became lost again. If classmate Kamiho was discharged from the hospital, would they never see each other again? Kamiju Kayasuk thought that the girl was feeling inferior again. What's there to be unsure about? We're friends, aren't we? Not just this time, you can just tell me if you want to hear it in the future. But, I might not be able to see classmate Kamiho in the future. Looking at the girl who was sat alone, Kamiju Kyosuke blinked. Didn't we add each other's email addresses? We can chat often in the future. But... Akemi Hamura raised her head and stared with her moist eyes. But I want to be with classmate Kamiho. Kamiju Kyosuke suddenly felt embarrassed by the other party's serious look. Hey, staring with those pitiful big eyes is too unfair. Seeing Kamiju Kyosuke's expression, Akemi Hamura seemed to realize that she had said something terrible again. Kamiju-san, I don't mean that. I just want to stay by your side. No. I just. Okay, I know what Akemi means. Kamiju Kyosuke couldn't help but touch Akemi Hamura's head. Feeling the other party's flustered appearance gradually calm down, he continued to speak. It is indeed a little uneasy to suddenly separate from familiar people or things. That's right. I haven't asked Akemi where you study yet. Maybe we live very close? We can meet often then. Huh? The girl didn't respond for a long time and was still looking down with an unreadable expression. Kamiju Kyosuke couldn't help but ask, Akemi? Are you listening? If Kamiju Kyosuke could see her face, he would definitely know what the other party's situation was now. Obviously, the girl had turned into a steam princess again. Quick, I can't take it anymore. Woo-woo. Akemi? Just as Kamiju Kyosuke was worried and getting closer, Akemi Hamura finally couldn't help but scream and fell into his arms. Akemi Hamura, unable to get up again. Akemi. After an unknown amount of time, Akemi Hamura finally woke up slowly. Kamiju Kyosuke quickly helped her up. That's great. You gave me a scare just now, Akemi. How do you feel? Akemi Hamura looked at Kamiju Kyosuke and covered her blushing face. How could she say that it was because she was too excited to be patted on the head by classmate Kamiho? No, too shy. As a result, she fainted from excitement. If classmate Kamiho knew the truth, he would definitely think of me as a pervert. Akemi Hamura, you are so useless. Thank you, classmate Kamiho. I'm already fine. But... Seeing that Kamiju Kyosuke was still worried, Akemi Hamura quickly changed the subject. I used to study at a church school in Tokyo, but because I had to receive treatment here, I haven't been there for a long time. However, my health has gradually recovered recently, and I'm preparing to transfer schools. Seeing that the girl was indeed fine, Kamiju Kyosuke followed her words and continued the conversation. Transfer schools? Yes. Akemi Hamura breathed a sigh of relief and then tried to think. It seems to be Midokihara Municipal School? This time it was Kamiju Kyosuke's turn to be surprised. Was it really such a coincidence? Seeing this, Akemi Hamura was overjoyed. Could it be that classmate Kamiho is also there? Kamiju Kyosuke smiled at her. That's right. It seems that Akemi and I are very destined. Then please take care of me in the future, Akemi-san. That's great. Akemi Hamura put her hand on her chest and relaxed. By the way, Akemi-san, do you know when you're transferring schools? Let me think. The doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital on the 16th of this month. As for transferring schools, it seems to be on the 25th? Akemi Hamura replied. It's only the beginning of the month now, so there's still a long time to go. Kamiju Kyosuke pinched his chin and thought, suddenly thinking of something. In that case, I'll help Akemi-san with tutoring. Akemi Hamura was a little flustered. No, that won't be necessary. It's too much trouble for classmate Kamiho. That's right, Akemi Hamura was a terrible student. After all, she had been hospitalized for so long, and she had undoubtedly missed many courses. Kamiju Kyosuke was rarely stern. No, Akemi, you don't want to be criticized by the teacher for having bad grades, do you? Akemi Hamura was forced to agree in the end. Kamiju did this for Akemi Hamura because he knew that the other party was a timid and inferior girl. As a new transfer student, the teacher would definitely can't help but pay attention to her, and it goes without saying that Akemi Hamura, who has been absent from class for a long time, will definitely not be able to answer. At that time, the teacher will definitely help her find a way out by asking about her health. Kamiju Kayasuk had already foreseen that Akemi Hamura would fall into inferiority because of the strange gazes and attitudes of her classmates. Then it's decided. We'll start our study battle tomorrow. Kamiju Kayasuk looked at the time and realized that it was already after school without him realizing it. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Akemi. See you tomorrow, classmate Kamiho. Akemi Hamura waved her hand to say goodbye to him. I must study hard tomorrow and not let classmate Kamiho down. Kayasuk. Miki Sayaka happily opened the door. It seemed that she was in a very good mood today. Is he not here? Sayaka looked around the ward and found that her childhood friend, who used to stay in bed every day, was nowhere to be seen today. Could it be that he went for an examination? Sayaka looked at the record in her hand, feeling a little disappointed. She wanted to give Kayasuk a surprise as soon as possible. Clap. Clap. Miki Sayaka patted her face. Sayaka, it's just a small accident, what's there to be disappointed about? Kayasuk's health is more important. It's just that what the girl was unwilling to admit was that she actually had a small thought in her heart. Sayaka? A familiar voice sounded from behind, and Sayaka regained her usual energetic appearance. Hi, this is Sayaka-sama. Chapter 7 Sayaka wants to become gentle. Kamiju Kyusuk returned to his hospital bed and continued to lie flat. Sorry for making Sayaka wait so long. Not at all, I just got here myself. Sayaka glanced at Kamiju Kyusuk and spoke cautiously. Kayasuk, were you just going for a checkup? Huh? No, I was just in the rehabilitation room. Kamiju Kyusuk replied with a smile, oh, Sayaka, there I also. Kamiju Kyusuk stopped speaking under Sayaka's puzzled gaze. He had originally intended to introduce Akemi Hamura to Sayaka, but upon considering their personalities, he stopped himself. Sayaka looked puzzled. What's wrong, Kayasuk? No, it's nothing. I just wanted to tell Sayaka that my body is recovering well recently. The doctor has approved me for rehabilitation training, and I should be discharged by the end of this month at the latest. Never mind, Akemi Hamura will be discharged soon anyway, so it won't be too late then, right? Sayaka seemed happy. That's great. Kayasuk, you don't know how much has happened in class since you've been gone. Let me guess. Kamiju Kyusuk looked thoughtful. Could it be that the results of the end-of-month exam are out? Sayaka's expression turned a little grim. Sayaka and Madoka must have done very well this time, right? The blue-haired girl waved her hand in embarrassment. Kayasuk, that doesn't count. And my English score was 1 point higher than Madoka's. Huh? Even if you scored 10 points higher than Madoka, you'd still fail. Sayaka. What's with this feeling of both pride and shame? And Madoka, why didn't you score 2 more points? If Kamiju Kyusuk knew what she was thinking, he would surely stomp her but with his soul to make her sober up. Madoka getting a high score had nothing to do with her. Sayaka, you can't go on like this. How about I tutor you? Perhaps with Akemi Hamura as a precedent, Kamiju Kyusuk once again had the thought of educating and nurturing. He had studied for over 10 years but had never taught before, he had long wanted to experience it. Ha, Kayasuk, your health is important. My studies aren't a big deal, so I won't bother you, ha. Sayaka put on an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Kamiju Kyusuk knew exactly what she was thinking. While there might have been some concern for him, Sayaka, that idiot, was mostly just not fond of studying. Forget it, he already had Hamura, a compliant prospective student, so it was a wish fulfilled. All right then. I believe Sayaka can pass even without me, but if your grades are the same next time, it won't be so simple. Oh, and also Madoka can aim, please tell her for me, Sayaka. Exclamation point. Sayaka was shocked to hear this. There's a next time? Even if she took it again, she'd still fail. And Madoka, my big sister, I'm so sorry. The girl, fearing he would bring up studying again, quickly changed the subject. Kayasuke, don't you want to know about other things? Kamiju Kyusuke spread his hands. Did teacher Sayatome's blind date fall through again? Kayasuke, how did you know? Kamiju Kyusuke gave an awkward laugh. Heh, what a surprising ending. I'm guessing she asked Nakazawa-kun again whether fried eggs are better well done or medium rare? Amazing. Sayaka's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect Kayasuke to know even that. Kamiju Kyusuke slapped his forehead. Did he even need to guess about this? Poor Nakazawa. Kamiju mourned for him for a second. Teacher Kazuko even said something like boys shouldn't become adults who are particular about fried eggs. Sayaka said, scratching her face, then suddenly averted her gaze. Kayasuke, how do you like your fried eggs? Kamiju Kyusuke. Seeing Sayaka's ears getting redder and redder, Kamiju Kyusuke finally spoke, as for me, I actually like them all. Are you going to make me fried eggs, Sayaka? Does Kayasuke mean he wants to eat my cooking? Isn't this like a wife? Oh my, why did Kayasuke suddenly say such things? She's so embarrassed. Wait a minute. However, Sayaka hadn't been happy for more than a few seconds when she suddenly realized a serious problem. It seems Sayaka, don't know how to cook. #sad. Sorry for troubling you, Sayaka. How about we skip this topic? Kamiju Kyusuke just said it casually. He of course, knew Sayaka couldn't cook. He just wanted to skip the topic of fried eggs, a question he didn't know how to answer. It's okay. Actually, I've been practicing my cooking recently. ? Kamiju Kyusuke's eyes showed utter disbelief. Really? Sayaka didn't notice his gaze and continued to brag to herself, of course. I originally wanted to quietly surprise Kayasuke with my skills, but I didn't expect Kayasuke to actually know. No, I didn't at all. And, Sayaka actually learned to cook? You know, whenever I went to her house before, I was the one who cooked. Then, I'll count on you? Clearly, Sayaka's confident demeanor swayed him. Sayaka pointed at him and smiled confidently. Kayasuke, just look forward to it. For some reason, Kamiju Kyusuke suddenly felt a bit of regret looking at her excited expression. Hey, Sayaka, you're not planning to deliberately use me as a guinea pig, are you? Teacher Satome is actually very good. Although she sometimes asks puzzling questions, she is both gentle and beautiful. Those men must have their own issues. We can't generalize based on them, so fried eggs and such don't really prove anything. Kamiju Kyusuke tried to retract his promise, but it was no use, as the girl in front of him seemed not to have heard a single word. Sayaka. However, he was really mistaken this time. Sayaka had actually heard a part of it. Sayaka imagined herself at home after marrying Kayasuke, showing him a gentle and virtuous appearance. Just thinking about it, she couldn't imagine it at all. Why is Kayasuke cooking? Does that mean I, Sayaka, have no hope at all? Moreover, Kayasuke has changed a lot since the accident. He seems much more cheerful than before. At first, Sayaka thought Kayasuke was deliberately faking it so they wouldn't worry, but after spending more time together these past 2 days, even Sayaka, as silly as she was, noticed something was off. Of course, she didn't dislike his change. Rather, Kayasuke, who remained optimistic and cheerful even in the face of such setbacks, became even more charming. It's just that the more cheerful Kayasuke seems to prefer gentle and virtuous girls. Sayaka was a bit troubled by this. This was completely her weakness. No, Sayaka, how can you be negligent now? Mom was right, to catch a man's heart, you have to catch his stomach. It's decided. Tonight, I'll go home and start learning to cook, starting with fried eggs. Something as simple as a fried egg, the clever Sayaka will surely learn in minutes. Kamiju Kyusuk. Should I interrupt her? Gentle Wife version Sayaka. JPG. Chapter 8 Ruins Street. Just like that, Kamiju Kyusuk waited in trepidation for more than 10 days, but Sayaka didn't come, nor did she bring her so-called fried egg. Speaking of which, Sayaka said she had something to do today and couldn't make it. Could she be sick? Ever since he was admitted to the hospital, she hadn't missed a single day, even visiting the hospital more frequently than his parents. So, when Sayaka suddenly said she couldn't come today, he was a bit unaccustomed to it. I wonder how Hamura-san's studies are going. She wouldn't still be studying, would she? That's right, the current Kamiju Kyusuk had already become Akemi Hamura's private tutor. And Akemi Hamura didn't disappoint him, although Kamiju Kyusuk could tell her mind was very agile. Rather, this girl was unexpectedly talented. Especially in science subjects like physics and chemistry, Kamiju Kyusuk even thought she could build bombs herself. What she lacked was merely the basic foundation she had missed, but even that wasn't a problem. Because Akemi Hamura, this girl, seemed to be a study maniac. With her rate of progress, Kamiju Kyusuk was certain that after his tutoring, this girl would definitely continue to strive on her own. She really. I'm so touched. Sayaka, look at her. Kamiju Kyusuk felt that Akemi Hamura's grades surpassing Sayaka's was only a matter of time. Akemi Hamura seemed to have a monthly exam after enrollment, right? When Sayaka gets crushed by Akemi Hamura, then, he must bring his proud student Akemi to mock her, to see if she'll still work hard with him. He really worried himself sick over his childhood friend's grades. But then again, Mrs. Mickey entrusted him to take good care of her, didn't she? Wait, why does that sentence sound familiar? His own mother seemed to have said something similar to Sayaka. Sure enough, in the eyes of parents, their own children are never as good as the neighbors. Mrs. Mickey felt that Sayaka was receiving his care, while his own mother felt the opposite. Speaking of which, could the two of them have deliberately conspired? I'm a bit hungry. It was getting late now. Since Sayaka said she couldn't come today, he didn't need to wait anymore. Kamiju Kyusuk decided to go find something to eat. Now his body had recovered very well, and the doctor had already allowed him to move around within the hospital. Hey, are hospital vending machines really this realistic now? Give me back my coin. Kamiju Kyusuk looked speechlessly at the vending machine in front of him. He had been tired of eating those bland meals for a while now. Today, he rarely wanted to secretly whet his appetite, but it actually swallowed his money. Killer Queen. As Kamiju Kyusuk's words fell, a large pink cat appeared beside him. The next moment, Killer Queen raised its index finger and glared fiercely at the vending machine. Vending machine, boss, seriously, it's not worth it. Kukuku, with a tremor from the vending machine, 2 drinks were then spat out. Quite sensible, actually knowing to give an extra one? Consider yourself lucky to have saved your life. Kamiju Kyusuk said villain-like lines to the vending machine while covering half of his face. Vending machine. Kamiju Kyusuk. Why am I arguing with a vending machine? It's really boring enough. Shaking his head self-deprecatingly, Kamiju Kyusuk prepared to leave. This feeling is. Kamiju Kyusuk, who had just turned around, suddenly felt an abnormality in his mind. Although it didn't cause him any harm, and he recovered from that abnormality in an instant, this feeling gave him a sense of familiarity. Kamiju Kyusuk thought carefully and suddenly remembered what was going on. I seemed to have experienced this when I had my accident. He remembered that accident that he had almost forgotten. Due to the sudden awakening of memories, the accident he personally experienced was somewhat diluted, and he hadn't even noticed those details. It wasn't until today, when the familiar feeling returned, that he remembered that there seemed to be many strange things about that accident. Aside from anything else, just Uncle Sue and the oil tanker truck driver looking as if they were possessed seemed off. The oil tanker truck driver seemed to have gone to another world. Uncle Sue was a bit better but was still lying in bed, not having gotten up. If Kamaji hadn't awakened the system, he probably wouldn't be much better off now. Hamura? Suddenly, a figure at the corner caught Kamaji-kuso's attention. He looked up, and it was Akemi Hamura. Akemi-san, are you also out for dinner? However, Akemi Hamura seemed not to have heard his call and disappeared directly around the corner. Did she not hear? Kamaji always had a bad premonition in his heart. Connecting it to the strange feeling just now, he quickly chased after her. But when he turned the corner, Akemi Hamura was nowhere to be seen. How could this be? She's gone. Kamaji was very sure that he hadn't misseen earlier. Akemi Hamura had clearly just passed by him. Could it be a stand attack? Kayasuk. Just as Kamaji was on alert for his surroundings, a small figure suddenly jumped in front of him. Kamaji-kuso's eyes widened slightly. You are the one from that time. It seems Kayasuk still remembers me. My name is Kyubi. The pink and white cute creature in front of him said so. Of course he knew what the other party was called, but this creature calling itself Kyubi should have been blasted to ashes by his first bomb. How could it be here now? Could it be someone's collective stand? Just as Kamaji became more and more confused, Kyubi spoke again. Although I really want to catch up with Kayasuk, I'm afraid there isn't enough time. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with not enough time? Kamaji looked seriously at Kyubi, who was walking towards him. You stand right there. I'm here, you're there. Now, answer my question. If Kayasuk insists. Akemi Hamura is currently under attack by a witch. She seems to have been ensnared by the witch. Akemi Hamura? Witch. Kamaji-kuso's face grew uglier after hearing its words. Stop lying to me. What witch, what not witch, I'm asking you why she suddenly disappeared. Damn it. Sure enough, he was still too naive, thinking that if it wasn't JoJo's world, there wouldn't be stand users. Now it seems the accident he had earlier might have been caused by a stand user? Even if not, it could be someone else with special abilities. We don't lie. Akemi Hamura was indeed seduced by the witch. Kyubi blinked its innocent eyes. Kayasuk, you must care about her a lot, right? Why did that sentence sound so strange to him? So, make a contract with me and become a magical girl. As long as you become a magical girl, Kayasuk, you will have the power to save Akemi Hamura. After all that, its goal was still this? However, it said one thing wrong. He wasn't powerless. The key was that he had no way to start because he didn't know where Akemi Hamura was. Could it be that he really had to agree to the other party's ridiculous wish? There were two situations before him now. One was what this Kyubi said, that Akemi Hamura was ensnared by the so-called witch. The second was Kamaji-kuso's guess, that someone else with special abilities had deliberately set a trap against him. It seems I have no choice. Although Kamaji wanted to continue gathering information, it would be bad if Akemi Hamura was truly in danger. With insufficient information, he was completely passive, and he dared not gamble with Akemi Hamura's life. Having spent half a month with Akemi Hamura, she was undoubtedly a friend of Kamaji. He couldn't stand by idly while a friend was in trouble before his eyes. Just as Kamaji steeled his heart to make a wish to Kyubi, his system suddenly showed an anomaly. Detected an unknown witch barrier nearby. Can make the hidden witch barrier visible and allow entry/exit. As the system's prompt sounded, a bizarre witch barrier passage appeared before him. System, my Superman. Seeing that the system had opened the witch barrier passage, Kamijukyusuk no longer listened to Kyubi. He needed to quickly confirm Akemi Hamura's safety. Kyubi blinked its eyes, watching his departing back. Kamijukyusuk, you are indeed very special. This witch barrier should have been specially hidden by them. Chapter 9 The World of Pink and Gray. Is this the inside of a witch barrier? Because the system had already indicated that this was a witch barrier, Kamijukyusuk believed Kyubi to some extent. And this pink background, should he say it was indeed a magical girl world? It was just that this seemed a bit abstract. Picasso and Van Gogh would both give it a thumbs up. Kamijukyusuk observed the barrier as he hurried along, when suddenly a group of shopping cart-like things stopped in front of him, blocking his way. Kamijukyusuk frowned. Were these things the witches? They looked too strange. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He he he. These guys seemed to sense his disgust. Their previously quiet demeanor suddenly became agitated. They made strange noises and swarmed towards Kamijukyusuk's position, jostling each other. Killer Queen. Kamijukyusuk summoned Killer Queen, and then activated its ability against this group of dolls. Sheer heart attack. Blue minicars with skull heads appeared from the ground. They swarmed together to meet the shopping cart army. At this moment, Sheer Heart Attack and the shopping carts were like two armies about to engage in a great battle. However, unfortunately, there would be no heart-stirring scenes of slaughter. Because his sheer heart attack could explode. Look over here. Bang. The moment the shopping cart army collided with Sheer Heart Attack, they were blown to smithereens. One moment, the shopping carts were in formation, the next, half of them were gone. But these shopping carts seemed to know no fear, still rushing forward one after another. Kamijukyusuk originally wanted to leave a few to lead him to Akemi Hamura. Now it seemed they had no minds at all, more like programs following a certain instruction. In that case, he had no need to hold back. Perhaps if he eliminated them all, the barrier would be dispelled? With that thought, Kamijukyusuk commanded Killer Queen to join the battle with full firepower. Under the dense explosions of bubble bombs and Sheer Heart Attack, the rest of the shopping carts also met their demise. Kamijukyusuk looked around and muttered, "The barrier hasn't disappeared." This was clearly not good news, as it meant Akemi Hamura might still be in danger. What Kamijukyusuk didn't know was that these shopping carts were not witches, but merely familiars born with it. Realizing the battle was not over, Kamijukyusuk continued to move. He had to find Akemi Hamura or the real witch quickly. Sheer Heart Attack. Suddenly, Kamijukyusuk thought of something. He quickly resummoned Sheer Heart Attack. Sheer Heart Attack, you see, has an automatic tracking function. It automatically tracks the person or object with the highest heat. In this barrier, besides himself, Akemi Hamura was probably the only living person with a high temperature. Sheer Heart Attack wouldn't chase him, so letting it search for Akemi Hamura would be faster than him searching blindly. As Sheer Heart Attack set off, Kamijukyusuk quickly followed behind it. Akemi Hamura, on the other side, was unaware of what was happening outside. She was currently walking aimlessly within the barrier, like a controlled robot. I still didn't understand the knowledge classmate Kamiho taught today. I'm so useless, can't do anything. Am I embarrassing classmate Kamiho? Me, like this. In that case, it might be better to just die. Better to die? Yes, just die. Dying is good. Hamura should be cute. Looking at it that way, Hamura, you are both brave and independent. Living alone and all that, it sounds very impressive. Akemi Hamura's dull eyes wavered. In a trance, she seemed to see Kamijukyusuk's figure again. Classmate Kamiho. Akemi Hamura blinked. At this moment, she seemed to have recovered from her dazed state. The girl let out a soft sigh and then looked around. Where is this? The strange and eerie environment made Akemi Hamura a little scared. Just then, another unusual situation occurred around her. Pink roller blinds rose from the ground, and the surrounding scenery was instantly covered by a cute pink background. Near the roller blinds, a black fence enclosed the area. Akemi Hamura even saw many cute dresses and dolls on it. Eh? The girl was a little confused, clearly still not understanding what was happening. Thump. A sudden tremor from the ground made Akemi Hamura stumble and fall, and her glasses accidentally dropped far away. Oh no, my glasses, I can't see clearly. The girl's eyes strained to focus, while she continuously reached out, groping on the ground. Suddenly, Akemi Hamura felt as if she had touched something. She curiously pinched it. The girl looked up in confusion, observing with half-closed eyes. After seeing what it was, Akemi Hamura leaned back, falling to the ground, and scooted backward with her hands supporting her. A giant pink rabbit head was stuck in the center of the floor, staring intently at the girl. You, don't come any closer. Because she couldn't see clearly, in her eyes, it was an indescribable giant pink mosaic. Akemi Hamura had never seen such a bizarre sight. This scared her so much that she quickly got up and ran away. Because she couldn't see clearly and was running in a panic, the girl bumped into the black fence with a thud. And the giant rabbit head in the ground seemed to sense the girl's fear and disgust, instantly becoming incredibly agitated. It twisted its body, burst out of the ground, and then charged fiercely towards Akemi Hamura. Although the girl couldn't see clearly, she instinctively sensed danger. She ignored the pain in her forehead and hastily got up, wanting to continue running. How could the angry Miss Witch let her go? Its head suddenly split in half, rotating 180 degrees, and then its ears lifted high and slammed down heavily in front of Akemi Hamura. Akemi Hamura sat down on the ground in terror. Luckily, her stamina was poor and she was a step slow, otherwise, she would have become Hamura-chan by now. Miss Witch's temper seemed really bad. Seeing that one attack failed, it seemed to become even more agitated. Its head spun like a fan, as if venting its anger. Akemi Hamura wanted to continue running but found her legs too weak to stand. Thump. Miss Witch's giant ears suddenly stopped spinning, hanging directly above Akemi Hamura's head. At this moment, she was completely enveloped by the rabbit ears. Classmate Kamiho. Akemi Hamura closed her eyes in despair. Sorry, classmate Kamiho, I won't have the chance to make you proud. Hamura. Run. Strange, she seemed to hear classmate Kamiho's voice. Was it a delusion before death? Classmate Kamiho? Akemi Hamura turned her head in confusion. At the same time, the rabbit ears descended. Star Platinum, the world. The world plunged into gray. Time, at this moment, stopped turning. The witch with upright ears, Candy. JPG. Its nature is that of a princess, a witch who collects cute things she likes in her barrier. A witch who firmly believes she is the embodiment of cuteness, she loves to be praised for her appearance and decorations. Therefore, as long as you praise her cuteness with all your might, she will not show her fangs. However, if even a hint of negativity towards her cuteness is perceived, she will immediately go mad and fly into a rage, so one must be extremely careful when flattering her. Furthermore, with that strange temper, no matter how cheerful she may seem, the next second she might suddenly start scratching and stabbing, so never be careless. The familiar of the upright-eared witch, Harold. JPG. Its duty is to decorate, a subordinate who scurries around searching for cute things to adorn the witch, in order to please her. If it finds something it likes and brings it to the witch, it will use that item to adorn the witch, but if it is not pleased, it faces the life-threatening danger of being torn to shreds. Even if this familiar sets its eyes on you, as long as you offer it pretty wrapping paper or similar, it will take that and scurry back to the witch. Chapter 10 Star Platinum, Kyosuke Kamiju's Wrath. Kama-Kyusuk followed the withering attack all the way forward, and any familiars blocking the path were blasted into dust by the withering attack. With the withering attack clearing the way, Kama-Kyusuk soon reached the depths of the witch barrier, where he finally saw Akemi Hamura. It was only when Kama-Kyusuk saw the black-haired girl with his own eyes that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately his heart tightened once again. The pink rabbit's ears were raised high, ready to unleash its fury upon the black-haired girl. Hamura! Run! Kama-Kyusuk lunged forward, simultaneously shouting a warning to Akemi Hamura. However, the black-haired girl seemed to be terrified. She remained sitting on the ground, motionless. Damn it! Faster, faster! Kama-Kyusuk didn't know what his expression looked like when he saw Akemi Hamura about to be harmed. His current thought was simple: to punch that obnoxious rabbit head hard and vent his anger. Stand Awakening, Star Platinum, the world. Star Platinum, the world. Time, stop. Boom. The giant rabbit ears slammed into the ground, kicking up a shower of debris. The handsome boy stood to the side, cradling the black-haired girl who had her eyes tightly shut in fear. Kama-Kyusuk was currently lowering his head, but the aura emanating from him was terrifyingly quiet. This was the scene Akemi Hamura saw when she opened her eyes. Classmate Kamiho, is he angry? Angry for me? The black-haired girl placed her hand on her chest. Her heart began to thump again. But strangely, she, who had always been timid, did not feel afraid of the aura he emitted. Instead, she felt an immense sense of security. Akemi Hamura hadn't recovered from the warm embrace until Kama-Kyusuk put her down. She seemed to have grown a little fond of classmate Kamiho's embrace. @ and hashtag. Thump. The rabbit witch seemed surprised that this guy who denied its cuteness had escaped, and in annoyance, it repeatedly slammed its ears against the ground. Ah! The loud noise brought Akemi Hamura back to her senses, and she quickly shook her head. Classmate Kamiho came here to save her, didn't he? She couldn't hold classmate Kamiho back. She had to escape with classmate Kamiho quickly. Classmate Kamiho, let's hurry. Hamura, wait for me here. However, her words were cut short by the boy who had turned around. Ah. Yes. Although she wondered why classmate Kamiho wasn't escaping quickly but instead walking towards that terrifying blob, anyway, she believed classmate Kamiho must have his reasons for doing so. And classmate Kamiho called me by my name, hee. Kama-Kyusuk walked step by step towards the rabbit witch, stopping 2 meters away from it. Hey, your taste in rabbits is pretty good, you're dressed quite cutely. Hee ha ha ha. The rabbit witch didn't expect this person to have such good taste, even knowing to praise its cuteness. But Kama-Kyusuk raised his arm and pointed at the witch. The next second, I'm going to hit you so hard you won't be able to see them. I'm going to punch your face. ? The rabbit witch didn't expect the person who was praising it a second ago to change his expression so quickly, and immediately glared at him. Rua. Thump. The rabbit witch's angry roar was cut short before it could even fully escape its throat, because its massive head was already missing half. Yower, that's enough. On closer inspection, your taste in rabbits is really terrible. But you don't need to worry about that anymore, because your overall taste is about to get even worse. Kama-Kyusuk's expression hardened. Star Platinum, the world. Time, stop. Buzz. As the words fell, the world once again lost its color at this moment. Now, it was his time alone. Kama-Kyusuk looked at the rabbit witch and took a deep breath. He didn't plan to use Killer Queen's bomb to finish off the opponent, because that wouldn't vent the anger in his heart. There was only one thing he needed to do now, to fully swing his fists during the 5 seconds of stopped time, aura. Star Platinum was summoned, and a terrifying punch slammed into the rabbit witch's head. The punch, breaking the speed of light, carried its terrifying power and directly shattered the other half of the rabbit witch's head. Although the rabbit witch had already become a rabbit-witch, this was clearly not the end. Because what awaited it next was an even more intense, storm-like barrage of attacks. Aura 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 aura. Aura 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 aura. Star Platinum continuously swung its fists at the rabbit witch, even though it was already battered and broken from the continuous assault. Aura. Thump. With the final blow, the rabbit witch's body finally couldn't bear the weight and split apart, dissipating in mid-air. Time resumes. Kamiju Kyusuk walked to the spot where the witch died. That's enough. Don't look at me like this. If you piss me off, things won't end well. With the death of the witch barrier finally shattered. Kamiju Kyusuk and Hamura were now back in the hospital corridor. Kamiju Kyusuk bent down to pick up the glasses and the black bead on the ground. Fighting monsters actually drops equipment? Classmate Kamiho. Akemi Hamura nervously called out Kamiju Kyusuk's name. Because her vision was blurry, the sudden change in environment made her a little nervous. Kamiju Kyusuk sighed and came to Akemi Hamura's side, personally putting on her glasses for her. Your myopia is so severe, you need to be more careful in the future. The suddenly clear vision caught Akemi Hamura off guard, and she saw Kamiju Kyusuk gently admonishing her. The black-haired girl was clearly shy again. Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head and didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he examined the other item in his hand. This is a grief seed. It's something that drops after a witch is eliminated. Magical girls consume magic power when fighting witches, and grief seeds can restore it. Huh? You're still here? Kamiju Kyusuk looked at Kyubi, who had appeared beside him. Kyubi, yes, we care a lot about Kyusuk, after all. If something happened to you, we would be very troubled. Kamiju Kyusuk didn't feel particularly happy hearing the white creature's words of concern. Oh, thanks. Now that I'm fine, you can leave, right? Kyubi didn't get angry. Instead, it looked at Akemi Hamura beside Kamiju Kyusuk. You can see me, right? Akemi Hamura was initially just curious about the conversation between Kamiju Kyusuk and the white creature, and completely didn't expect it to suddenly talk to her, so she quickly hid behind Kamiju Kyusuk. Kyubi blinked. It seems you are also a talented child. Sign a contract with me and become a magical girl. Eh? Me, a magical girl? Akemi's eyes widened. She clearly hadn't expected that she, an ordinary person, would actually have such talent. Me, can I really do it? That's right. The fact that you can see us proves you have talent. Akemi Hamura looked at Kamiju Kyusuk with admiration. So, classmate Kamiho is too? If she becomes a magical girl, will she be able to become as brave as classmate Kamiho? Kamiju Kyusuk. Sorry, I'm not a magical girl. Kamiju Kyusuk spread his hands. As for Akemi-sen, her main focus should be on her studies right now, so you'd best not disturb her in the future. Eh? Akemi Hamura felt a little disappointed at the words, but classmate Kamiho was also thinking for her own good. Kamiju Kyusuk naturally noticed the black-haired girl's disappointed look, but he also had his own considerations. Kyubi repeatedly wanted him to become a magical girl, and Kamiju Kyusuk always felt that something was amiss. Moreover, the fact that it called out Akemi Hamura's name as soon as it appeared was very suspicious. He had never told it anything about Akemi Hamura, and even when it came before, he had at most only called Akemi Hamura by her surname. So how did it know? Furthermore, judging from this battle with the witch, it was clear that being a magical girl was not so easy. Given Akemi Hamura's personality, she was indeed not very suitable for combat. Out of his own selfishness, Kamiju Kyusuk did not want this black-haired girl to face these unnecessary dangers. Sigh, I'll comfort her later. Speaking of which, Kyusuk, you're really strange. You're not a magical girl, yet you possess the power to eliminate witches. Why is that? Kyubi didn't say much about Kamiju Kyusuk refusing on behalf of Akemi Hamura. Instead, it focused on Kamiju Kyusuk again, as if its previous words were truly just a casual question. Kamiju Kyusuk ignored its question. This Kyubi wouldn't think he would actually tell it, would it? Is that so? It's fine if Kayasuke doesn't want to say. Since the witch has been eliminated, I'll take my leave now. Although it didn't succeed in making Kamiju Kyusuk wish to become a magical girl, it did gather information about him. Kyubi felt that this unexpected variable from the opponent couldn't pose a threat to them, even if the opponent's strange ability would greatly reduce the chance of him making a wish. But the reward of getting the opponent to make a wish, no matter how troublesome, was still worth their effort. Looking at Kyubi's departure, Kamiju Kyusuk sighed silently. He really wanted to just blow this guy, whose true purpose was unclear, to death and be done with it. Unfortunately, judging from the previous outcome, it wasn't that easy. Chapter 11 Sayaka practices frying eggs. Hamura, are you alright? After Kyubi left, Kamiju Kyusuk asked Hamura beside him. I am fine. Hamura forced a smile, but her expression clearly said, please comfort me. It didn't look like she was fine at all. Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head. He guessed she hadn't recovered from it yet. But that was indeed normal, not to mention Hamura, who was a timid girl. Anyone would be upset if they suddenly encountered such an anomaly. Could I take up a little of your time, Hamura? I'd like to ask you to come with me somewhere. Eh? Although Hamura didn't know where he was taking her, she didn't refuse. Hamura's face was a little flushed. No problem, Kamiju Kyusuk. He must have been overthinking, right? Hamura must just be shy, after all, she was such an introverted girl. That's great. In that case, let's go. Kamiju Kyusuk cleared the impossible thoughts from his mind, then he took Hamura's hand and started running. Hamura behind him stared intently at their clasped hands. Classmate Kamiho held my hand. However, her fantasy hadn't fully unfolded before she was forced back to reality. Ha ha. Kamiju, classmate Kamiho, slow down. Hamura was panting behind Kamiju Kyusuk, trying to keep up with his pace but getting slower and slower. Kamiju Kyusuk heard the sound and turned his head. Hamura? I'm sorry, classmate Kamiho, I can't keep up with you. Hamura lowered her head in shame. She was truly useless. Kamiju Kyusuk covered his forehead. It was his fault. In his excitement, he had forgotten that he was currently a cripple. Hamura, a sickly girl, was probably exhausted by him. Heave-ho. Kamiju Kyusuk squatted down. Classmate Kamiho? I'm sorry, Hamura. This was my oversight, so you don't need to be sad about it. Kamiju Kyusuk turned and smiled at her. Just let me apologize, okay? Come on up. But Hamura still seemed hesitant. Oh, is Hamura not going to forgive me? That's truly heartbreaking. No. Classmate Kamiho not only helped me study but also saved me, how could I? Since that's the case, Hamura, what are you waiting for? Kamiju Kyusuk showed a triumphant expression and winked at her! Hamura suddenly took a critical hit and quickly lowered her head, then somehow, she dazedly walked forward. When she came to her senses, she realized that she was already on Kamiju Kyusuk's back. Hamura was too shy to look at the boy's face and just kept burying her head in his back. Although it was embarrassing, it was truly wonderful that classmate Kamiho didn't dislike her. Hamura quietly lay on Kamiju Kyusuk's back. The latter didn't speak or interrupt the peaceful atmosphere, just walked silently with a smile. When Hamura opened her eyes again, facing the breeze, she realized that they had actually arrived on the hospital's rooftop. By this time, it was already evening, and the bright moon hung high in the night sky. The moonlight also scattered onto the rooftop with the gentle breeze, creating a beautiful scene that made one feel joyful. Hamura, who had always stayed in her hospital room at night, realized for the first time that the night view from the hospital could be so beautiful. Some people watched the scenery, while others watched the people watching the scenery. Kamijukyusuke's lips unconsciously curved upwards when he saw Hamura happy. "How is it, Hamura? Has your mood improved because of it?" Hamura snapped out of the beautiful scenery, her eyes fixed on Kamijukyusuke. "Classmate Kamiho, did you bring me here to make me happy?" "And no, not at all." The girl's serious and eager state suddenly made Kamijukyusuke unsure of what to do. He scratched his head and awkwardly looked away. "Didn't I say it already? I wanted to come, and it's great that you could accompany me, Hamura." It was strange, just a moment ago, the girl had been in such a state with the boy, but unexpectedly, it had instantly reversed. "Don't overthink it, Jojo. Hamura just wants to thank you." It seemed he had finally convinced himself, and Kamijukyusuke gradually calmed down. "So Kayasuke can also make such a cute expression?" Hamura didn't expose the boy's clumsy excuse but continued to smile at him. "Oh no, I need to say something quickly." His recently calmed mood seemed to be rising again, and Kamijukyusuke hastily changed the subject. Hamura, look, the moonlight is beautiful tonight, and the moon is so round." "What am I even saying? This topic is so lame." Kamijukyusuke wanted to punch himself for the awkward conversation. Had he been with Sayaka for so long that he had become like her? However, Hamura didn't continue to laugh at him. Instead, she blushed and lowered her head. Perhaps it's because today is the 15th? That's right. Hamura was simply an angel, she could even pick up on that. "By the way, Hamura, you're being discharged tomorrow, right?" Thinking that she wouldn't be able to spend time with classmate Kamiho as usual tomorrow, Hamura felt a pang of loss. Although classmate Kamiho would also be discharged in half a month. Was classmate Kamiho's previous injury also caused by a situation like today's? Recalling how classmate Kamiho fought that monster for her, Hamura fell into a dilemma again. If only I could become a magical girl. Hamura yearned. She still wanted to become a magical girl. Of course, this didn't mean she particularly liked magical girl, she just wanted the power to protect classmate Kamiho. Although it was a bit unrealistic, if possible, she wanted to be the one who protected classmate Kamiho, not the one who was protected. Kayasuke. See, can I call you Kayasuke? HM? Of course. Although he didn't know why Hamura suddenly made such a request, calling each other by name among friends could indeed make the relationship better. Kamijukyusuke extended his hand to her, then, "Please take care of me from now on, Hamura." "That's great." Seeing that he didn't refuse, Hamura smiled happily. "Thank you, Kayasuke." In every aspect, she was truly grateful. It was so good to have met classmate Kamiho. For the first time, Hamura felt that her illness and hospitalization weren't entirely bad things. "No, Kayasuke." Hamura seemed to have made some kind of decision. Kamijukyusuke looked at her in confusion. "HM? What is it, Hamura?" That. Tomorrow is my discharge day, and the nurses want to celebrate my discharge. Kayasuke, will you come? Kamijukyusuke scratched his cheek. "Tomorrow is a very important day for Hamura, and I'm happy for you too, Hamura, if you don't think I'll be a bother." Hamura shook her head repeatedly. No, on the contrary, it would be wonderful if you could come, Kayasuke. You absolutely must come. It's a promise. At Miki residence. Ugh. Sayaka clutched her stomach in pain. At the same time, she felt her head becoming heavy. Strange, why does my head feel so dizzy? Sayaka looked with a grimace at the unidentified black substance on the dining table. Damn it, how can I, the great Sayaka-sama, not even handle a small fried egg? I refuse to believe it, I must succeed today. Kayasuk is waiting to eat my fried egg. Ah. Oh no, the toilet. Today, Sayaka still didn't seem to realize she was an idiot. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window. The time had arrived at March 16th, and today was also Hamura's discharge day. The black-haired girl suddenly opened her purple eyes. The next moment, she sat up straight in bed, her eyes fixed on the calendar on the wall. Madoka. The girl's lips trembled slightly as she softly called out her friend's name. Chapter 12 Reincarnation Flame, Shock, Sayaka is actually myself? Written at the beginning so no one misses it. I'm fed up. I didn't want to write this, but my mood has been ruined, and I need to vent. Someone actually didn't read the synopsis, gave a bad review just because it's a male protagonist, and said I didn't make it clear? What? Can't they see the big name in the synopsis? Moreover, this is a fanfiction, how can there be no changes? If you want to read something unbiased, why not just read the original? Isn't writing fanfiction meant to fill in the regrets in one's heart? The author's notes already state that it's based on the original work, focusing on daily life. Besides, it's only a few chapters, the plot and setting haven't fully unfolded, okay? It has to be step by step, right? And in the recent chapters, hasn't the author already given Kyubi's reason for valuing the protagonist? The author isn't against bad reviews, but giving a bad review to a work without even finishing it, who is being impolite? This is what truly angers the author. It's really disheartening to put so much effort into writing something, only for it to be rejected by people who haven't even read it. The author started writing because they love Madoka Magica, especially Kayasuk, and there are so few Madoka fanfictions on Tomato Novel. Those who are nitpicking and demanding this and that, if you want to see your ideal Madoka, go write it yourselves. I'll definitely come and support you then. Writing is never as satisfying as reading, and you can even guide others with your words. Of course, if there's anything the author describes that's truly too out of character, feel free to point it out, but the author is emotionally fragile, so please don't be too harsh, otherwise, if the author becomes desperate and turns into a witch, that wouldn't be good, and then there'd be no more updates. Sorry for rambling so much, the author is a big chatterbox. So, here's the main text. Akemi Hamura stared blankly at the calendar on the wall, clenching her fists tightly. She had failed again. Madoka had become a magical girl for her again, damn it. Why? Akemi Hamura hugged her knees in pain. She had lost count of how many times she had experienced the same thing. But the feeling brought by each failure was never as simple as just trying again. Madoka, my friend, what should I do? Remembering Madoka, who was still waiting for her to save, Akemi Hamura gradually recovered from her gloomy emotions. TCH. The black-haired girl clicked her tongue, staring at her weak self in the mirror. She had already decided not to rely on others, had already promised Madoka, so how could she show such a weak posture again? Akemi Hamura took off her glasses, picked up the soul gem in her hand, and aimed it at her eyes. With a flash of light, the scene before her became clear again. The current date is March 16th, about 9 days before her transfer, and Walpurgisnacht will arrive on the night of April 30th. She must do her best to collect weapons and grief seeds during these days to prepare for the arrival of Walpurgisnacht. And the most important thing is to protect Madoka and prevent her from being deceived by Kyubi. Thinking of that damned white creature, Akemi Hamura couldn't help but clench her fists again. The end point of a magical girl is a witch. She alone needed to bear everything. This time, she would definitely succeed. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed in the room. Akemi Hamura was a little surprised. Had anyone come to look for her at this time? Please come in. Excuse me. The nurse who was responsible for taking care of Akemi Hamura smiled and pushed the door open. Seeing the nurse come in, Akemi Hamura relaxed. She thought it might be for her discharge and to tidy up the room. Oh my, you're being discharged today. How do you feel? The nurse chatted idly with Akemi Hamura while helping her pack her room and luggage. Akemi Hamura frowned coldly. Was she that familiar with this nurse? Seeing her not answer, the nurse sighed. Ah, Hamura, you're still so shy. Akemi Hamura. Why aren't you talking? Are you too nervous? You were looking forward to today's discharge celebration yesterday. You're the star today, so you need to show some enthusiasm. There's a big surprise waiting today. Realizing she had said something she shouldn't, the nurse quickly changed the subject. Oh dear, I said something I shouldn't have anyway, you need to be well prepared. However, Akemi Hamura's expression became even more solemn instead of happy because of her words. Strange, if her distant memory was not mistaken, the nurse's celebration for her discharge should have been postponed due to her shyness, right? Could it be that this loop is special again? But even if it was special, her experiences before the loop were always consistent. Why would it be like this time? Never mind, the top priority now is to find Madoka and protect her. As for the celebration, it seems it can only be postponed. Although Akemi Hamura secretly yearned for this celebration, she vaguely remembered being secretly sad for a long time after she had declined it. It's just that with Walpurgisnacht and Madoka's matters hanging over her head, she dared not relax in the slightest. There's no need for a celebration. I'm being discharged now. Akemi Hamura looked at the nurse with sharp eyes, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Eh? The nurse's busy hands paused. But. Thank you for your trouble. The nurse seemed to want to say something else, but seeing the usually shy girl in such an undeniable posture, she ultimately did not speak. Could Hamura have had a disagreement with that Kamaju boy? The nurse had naturally seen the boy who was often with Hamura. He had even looked for her after Hamura went back yesterday evening. Akemi Hamura naturally noticed the nurse's disappointment. She forced herself to turn and leave as if she didn't care. This is fine. Before defeating Walpurgisnacht, I cannot indulge in these things. On the other side, Kamaju Kyusuk walked down the hospital corridor. After this battle, Kamaju Kyusuk roughly knew the strength of his stand. First, there was the newly awakened stand, Star Platinum. His power was even stronger than in the anime, far surpassing the old version of Star Platinum. As for Killer Queen, its explosive power also had a significant increase. The strength of a stand is linked to mental power. To be honest, Kamaju Kyusuk didn't think his mental power could be stronger than the invincible Jotaro. Could it be because he was a transmigrator? Eh? Kamaju Kyusuk suddenly noticed a familiar figure not far away. Hamura? Akemi Hamura, who had just left her hospital room, hadn't walked far when she heard someone call her, and she instinctively stopped and looked back. It really is Hamura. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Why did you suddenly change your style? Akemi Hamura. However, the black-haired girl just looked at him silently. Kamaju Kyusuk? Because this Kamaju Kyusuk seemed somewhat different from her impression, and she didn't expect to meet him in the hospital, Akemi Hamura was a little uncertain. She knew that in previous loops, she had never encountered such a situation. It's me. Hamura, why do you seem a little strange today? Seeing him confirm his identity, the black-haired girl became even more confused. He's actually Sayaka, that idiot's childhood friend, but what's going on? On the other side, Kamaju Kyusuk was also observing this familiar yet strange black-haired girl. A black dress with long black hair, and she even took off her glasses? And this aura, something was wrong, very wrong. Could it be Kamaju Kyusuk's eyes widened? Hamura, she couldn't have transformed, could she? Hamura. Did someone force you and make you eat something bad? Kamaju Kyusuk placed his hands on Akemi Hamura's shoulders, becoming more and more alarmed as he spoke. The introverted, glasses-wearing, braided girl suddenly turned into a rebellious, long-haired girl in black stockings and high heels? This image was too similar. This truly triggered Kamaju Kyusuk's PTSD. Akemi-sen, no transforming. Akemi Hamura noticed Kamiju Kyusuk's hands on her shoulders and couldn't help but frown, then slapped them away. Sorry, Hamura. Kamiju Kyusuk noticed the black-haired girl's displeasure and quickly apologized. Sure enough, he was still too presumptuous. Kyusuk? Akemi Hamura seemed to hear a familiar voice and quickly looked around. However, there seemed to be no one else in the hospital corridor except for the two of them. Auditory hallucination? Why is this happening? Akemi Hamura looked at Kamiju Kyusuk in front of her, secretly anxious. Why did her body move on its own after she just woke up from a sleep? At first, Akemi Hamura thought she hadn't woken up yet and was dreaming. So, Akemi Hamura vaguely saw herself not only taking off her glasses but also undoing her braids, becoming cool, and a series of actions like how she rejected the nurse. Until she saw herself not only giving Kyusuk a cold shoulder but also hitting him. Now he must hate her move, my body. It seemed even heaven pitied this girl. With Akemi Hamura's unremitting efforts, she finally regained control of her body. Kyusuk. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at her in confusion. The familiar feeling suddenly returned. She seemed to have instantly reverted to that shy girl. Sorry, Kyusuk, I don't know what happened. I woke up this morning and was dressed like this, and I did strange things to Kyusuk. Seeing Kamiju Kyusuk staring at her, Akemi Hamura explained in a panic. No, not at all. The long-haired Hamura is actually very cool, like a lonely hero or something. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Kamiju Kyusuk quickly comforted her. Of course, Hamura's old look was cute too, so you don't have to force yourself to change into a look you're not used to. What the heck am I saying? Kamiju Kyusuk wished he could slap himself twice for saying such embarrassing things. Kyusuk, as long as you like it. To his surprise, Akemi Hamura just lowered her head shyly, her voice as faint as a mosquito. Hamura Akemi? What's going on? Am I Sayaka? Hamura Akemi hadn't recovered from the sudden inability to control her body when she heard such shocking words again. Do you even know what you're saying? Is this the time to be doing this with Sayaka's childhood friend? Madoka. Madoka is still waiting for you to save her. The braided Hamura blinked. She seemed to hear some strange sound. Hamura Akemi. Seeing her own dazed appearance, she really didn't know what to say. She wanted to control her body, but there was no reaction at all. Oars. It's over. This loop is definitely hopeless. How can she save Madoka if she can't even control her body? She should quickly prepare for the next loop. Akemi Hamura seemed to realize another very important thing. If she couldn't control her body, how could she use magic? Chapter 13. A melody played just for you. This chapter is a must-read. There are notes at the end. Akemi Hamura calmed down, remembering the initial situation. Since she could control her body at first, she should be able to do so again. Although she didn't know what the current situation was, as long as she could still move, even for just a minute, it would be enough for her to transform and rewind time. I'll try again after she falls asleep. Kyusuk, discharge. Seeing Akemi Hamura subtly hinting at something, Kamiju Kyusuk slapped his forehead. I almost forgot, we haven't even had breakfast yet. Kamiju Kyusuk waved at Akemi Hamura, saying, well, see you later, Hamura. Goodbye. Akemi Hamura waved her hand, then lowered her head in disappointment. Did Kyusuk really forget? Or did she just make him dislike her? Phew, I finally found you, Hamura. I didn't expect you to be so athletic, walking so fast. Meanwhile, Miss Yoshida, the nurse, rushed over from behind. Ah, Miss Yoshida. Akemi Hamura turned to look at the person. Remembering what she had said to the nurse earlier, she quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Yoshida, for what I said to you. Actually, I wasn't fully awake then. Oh ho, I see, Hamura. You were just too excited and didn't sleep well last night, right? Miss Yoshida didn't expose the black-haired girl's clumsy lie. Instead, she even made up an excuse for her. Why yes. So the celebration. Akemi Hamura clasped her hands together, her fingers intertwined, clearly feeling very anxious at the moment. After all, she had just said no and then changed her mind. Miss Yoshida covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, Hamura, weren't you just talking in your sleep? Was that serious? No, no. Akemi Hamura waved her hands frantically. Then why isn't our protagonist getting ready? Everyone has been looking forward to this for a long time. Seeing Miss Yoshida's smile at this moment, how could Akemi Hamura not understand her intentions? Akemi Hamura's face flushed under her gaze. I'll go right now. Miss Yoshida watched her retreating figure and smiled. However, before she could turn around, Akemi Hamura ran back. Thank you, Miss Yoshida. Hee, this child is really cute. Phew, Miss Yoshida meant here? Akemi Hamura looked around the rooftop. Just yesterday, she had made a promise with Kayasuke here. Ah, it's Hamura, over here. Over here. Akemi Hamura heard a greeting from afar. Good morning, Miss Ami. Miss Ami was one of the nurses assigned to Akemi Hamura. However, after they became familiar, her lively personality was a bit much for Akemi Hamura to handle. Cough, cough. And Miss Sinai, good morning. For some reason, Akemi Hamura always felt a bit uneasy around the aloof Miss Sinai, even though she knew she was just naturally expressionless. Morning, the aloof Miss Sinai replied. After greeting the two nurses, Akemi Hamura began her anxious wait. Time passed minute by minute, but the boy she was hoping for still hadn't arrived. Kamiju Kyusuk. TCH. Miss Ami nudged Sinai with her arm, looking at Akemi Hamura with amusement and whispering, "Look at that child, it's only been a few minutes and she's already impatient. It's really unbearable." On the other side, Akemi Hamura looked at the figure at the top of the stairs, gradually losing hope. Kayasuke, he really. Akemi Hamura tried hard not to show her weakness. She had promised Kayasuke, but she always ended up like this. He won't come. Leave here. Kayasuke won't come? Unable to forget the promise we made, I close my eyes and confirm it again. Dispel the gathering darkness and move forward. Akemi Hamura's eyes widened slightly. This voice is. Song and music drifted with the wind from behind her. The familiar sound made Akemi Hamura turn around in shock. The breeze ruffled her long hair, and Akemi Hamura quickly tucked it behind her ear. When will I be able to see the lost future here again? Tear apart the overflowing shadows of anxiety one by one, and walk on in this world. The endlessly engraved time now announces its beginning, carrying unchanging thoughts. Go and open the closed door. The boy playing the violin opened his eyes and gazed at the stunned black-haired girl. The awakened heart begins to surge to paint the future, even if it falters on a winding road. The sky will also be full of beautiful blue, always waiting for me. This moment was just like that moment, only the dark night of yesterday was gone, with only sunlight spilling onto the rooftop. The boy, with his back to the rising sun, continued to sing. So have no fear, no matter what happens, never be discouraged. Looking back, my companions are there, thinking carefully, I am always surrounded by kindness. In this world full of distortions, the only thing I can believe is that I was saved here. Whether joy or sorrow, as long as we share it, we can become stronger. If this voice can reach, then a miracle will surely happen, right? The melodious song filled the rooftop, and the nurses were clearly immersed in the world of music. Unable to forget the promise we made, I close my eyes and confirm it again. How beautiful. I didn't expect Kamiju to not only play the violin well but also sing so beautifully, Miss Yoshida, who had appeared at some point, exclaimed. Ami, startled, jumped. It's Yoshida. Thank you for your hard work. Is your shift okay? Miss Yoshida waved her hand. It's fine, it's fine. Compared to my shift, I'm more concerned about this child. So kind, Miss Sanai joked with a straight face. Miss Yoshida, Sanai, that's enough. Don't roll your tongue with that poker face. Sanai, tch. Although her friends teased her, Miss Sanai's gaze remained fixed on Akemi Hamura. That child, so cute, why did she have such a lonely expression? She really looks better when she smiles. Miss Yoshida smiled with satisfaction, looking at the two protagonists in the center. Dispel the gathering darkness and move forward. No matter how big the obstacle, I will definitely overcome it for you. Believe in tomorrow, pray deeply. In a crumbling world, I, wandering, arrived here as if guided. The awakened heart begins to surge to paint the future. Even if it falters on a winding road, the sky will also be full of beautiful blue, always waiting for me. So have no fear, no matter what happens, never be discouraged. Zuto Ashita Mat. When the song ended, even Kamiju Kyusuk, the performer, was immersed in the music. Kayasuk. Akemi Hamura unconsciously moved closer, and by the time she came to her senses, she was already in front of the boy. Kamiju Kyusuk tilted his head and smiled at the black-haired girl. How was my performance? Did you like it, Hamura? This was the result of his practice all last night. Thanks to the new ability that awakened with his stand last night. Special ability, Yanko Star's Requiem. The ability allows him to master all instruments and songs, and to create unique songs for characters based on them. Although it wasn't very useful in combat, it was a great help for him as a violinist. He hadn't figured out how to give Hamura a memorable farewell, but this ability helped a lot. He even practiced late last night, fearing the ability might go wrong, but now it seemed he had worried too much. System produced, must be a masterpiece. Akemi Hamura whispered, lowering her head. I like it. But Kayasuk, why? This is our promise from that day, isn't it? A solo just for Hamura. A solo just for me? Today's discharge isn't just that simple. This is a new beginning named Akemi Hamura. Kamiju Kyusuk took Akemi Hamura's clothes, raised her hand towards the sun. So, from now on, strive forward, Hamura. Akemi Hamura turned her head, lost in thought. Did Kayasuk see my apprehension about returning to school these past few days, and specially did this for me? Kayasuk, he's really kind. Thank you, Kayasuk. Akemi Hamura still shed tears, but this time she was smiling. And thank you, Miss Yoshida, Miss Ami, Miss Sanai, thank you for holding this celebration for me, and thank you for taking care of me during this time. Akemi Hamura seemed to have matured a lot all at once. She sincerely thanked each nurse, her smile genuine and without shyness. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at Akemi Hamura with a satisfied smile, then shouted to everyone. Now, let's shout a loud slogan for today's protagonist. The nurses exchanged smiles and, pulling out a banner from somewhere, unfurled it towards Akemi Hamura. Congratulations on your discharge. Go forth bravely, Hamura. XN. Come on, Hamura. Kamiju Kyusuk extended his hand to her, encouraging her. As the protagonist, aren't you going to make a grand declaration? Such embarrassing words seemed to make Akemi Hamura revert to her original self. But seeing Kamiju Kyusuk's encouraging gaze, she threw caution to the wind, clenched her fist, and shouted, Go forth bravely, Hamura. Ha ha ha! The boy and black-haired girl exchanged smiles, and the nurses also applauded. For a while, only cheers and laughter remained on the rooftop. That night, Akemi Hamura lay on her apartment bed, covered by the blanket, excitedly tossing and turning. The scene in her mind was still so clear. She thought she would never forget it in her life, this solo performance that belonged only to her. P.S. The the Hamura Akemi arc has temporarily come to an end. What do you all think? Next is an explanation of Akemi Hamura's special situation and her worldview, for this book only. Past or parallel world individuals of Akemi Hamura can be understood as herself because their experiences up to the reincarnation node are identical to Hamura Akemi's. Therefore, when Hamura Akemi activates her rewind magic, she essentially descends upon herself. Essentially, they are the same person. It's like Akemi Hamura was reborn, not that she took over another version of herself. Note, the basic world mentioned below refers to the world where the protagonist is. If the world is understood as a large tree, then it begins to branch off from March 16th, the day Hamura Akemi's reincarnation began. However, in this reincarnation, due to the protagonist's intervention, the basic world began to branch off much earlier from the trunk. Before March 16th, Hamura Akemi activates her magic, and her soul descends into the basic world. However, the basic Hamura, due to different experiences, the metaphysical point being the protagonist's causal influence, is already considered an independent individual, so Hamura Akemi, as an outsider, does not have absolute control over the body. Or rather, Hamura Akemi's soul isn't even in this body. As for where her soul is, everyone should know, right? At the same time, the protagonist, as a transmigrator, has a unique existence, meaning only Kamiju Kyusuk in the basic world is a transmigrator. Kamiju Kyusuk in other worlds is still the original character. That is to say, if Hamura Akemi were to activate her rewind magic again and go to another parallel branch world, there would only be the original Kamiju Kyusuk, not the transmigrator. So if the protagonist dies, it's a complete game over. No matter how many worlds Hamura Akemi travels to, there will no longer be such a person. I hope the explanation is clear enough. If there's anything you still don't understand, feel free to ask. As an aside, the author originally chose the name Kamiju Kyusuk for the protagonist because of its JoJo-like pronunciation. So, those who dislike the original Kamiju Kyusuk, please do not extend that to the protagonist ors. Chapter 14 Transfer Student, Intruder, Hamura Akemi. At night, the sleeping girl suddenly opened her eyes. It really worked. Hamura Akemi tried to clench her fist. She could control this body again. But why could she only act when she was asleep? Could it be? Hamura Akemi took out her soul gem and stared intently at it, because she knew that what was inside was her true soul. Never mind, this way of acting is too inconvenient. Hamura Akemi shook her head, raised her soul gem, and transformed in the next moment. That's right, she was preparing to restart. If she couldn't even control her body, what could she use to change things? What could she use to protect Madoka? The girl raised her shield, ready to cast a spell for the next loop, but something unexpected happened. How could this be? Why am I still here? Hamura Akemi looked around in confusion. She seemed to still be at home. Although she already felt a vague unease, she cast the spell once more. Why is there still no reaction? The continuous repetition all told her the fact that her time reversal magic had failed. Now, even she, who had experienced countless loops, began to panic. If she lost her time reversal magic, what could she use to save Madoka? Wouldn't her promise, her wish, never be fulfilled? She had clearly agreed. Move, move, move. The girl cried out in resentment, repeatedly striking her magic shield. Why? Are you even going to take away my last hope? Despair gradually grew, and corruption slowly encroached. The irrational Hamura Akemi didn't notice the blackness slowly spreading over her soul gem. Perhaps, not long from now, a terrifying witch might be born here. Madoka, Madoka. If this voice can reach you, then a miracle will surely happen, right? A familiar voice suddenly appeared in her ear, and Hamura Akemi's eyes regained a hint of clarity. Believe in tomorrow, pray deeply. Fear nothing, no matter what happens, never be disheartened. It wasn't Madoka, this voice was. I. Hamura Akemi, filled with lingering fear, prostrated herself on the ground, gasping for breath. Was I almost turning into a witch? The girl shook her dizzy head. Kamajukusuk, why was it you? Frowning and muttering a complaint, Hamura Akemi unsteadily stood up. Believe in tomorrow, move forward bravely, huh? Hamura Akemi murmured to herself. The other person was right, she shouldn't give up like this. The unknown is not scary, because it holds the possibility of a miracle. Only an unchanging outcome is the most terrifying. Perhaps this accident is an opportunity to break free from that unchanging cycle? Click. The gears jammed, magic activated, and the world suddenly plunged into black and white. Good, it seems only the time reversal magic failed. The girl clenched her fists, and her eyes gradually regained their resolve. Since there won't be another chance, then this one time just needs to succeed. Hamura Akemi lifted her head, her black hair cascading down. She gently closed her eyes, and the song of hope seemed to echo in her ears again. That idiot's taste isn't completely useless after all. I really owe him a lot this time. Time flew by, and in a blink, it was the day Hamura Akemi transferred. Hamura Akemi reached out from under the covers, fumbling for her glasses on the table and putting them on. Although her eyesight had suddenly improved, she still habitually wore her glasses. Of course, it wasn't because Kayasuk praised her for being cute or anything, she just wasn't used to it. I wish I could lie down a little longer. After some struggle, Hamura Akemi finally reluctantly got out of bed. During this week, she spent almost every day busy with her studies, and occasionally visited Kamajukusuk at the hospital. And at night, Hamura Akemi would quietly go out to collect weapons and kill a couple of cubies, and pass by Madoka's house to warn Madoka, living a rather simple and unpretentious life. Regarding Hamura Akemi's existence, her past self, who was a bit oblivious, didn't seem to notice anything unusual, and she hadn't yet made up her mind to tell her about magical girls. Perhaps she instinctively didn't want her past self to bear a heavy fate once again? Hamura Akemi rubbed her shoulders. Was I too excited last night and didn't sleep well? Why does my body feel a bit sore? Hamura Akemi. She swore she only raided 3 gang armories yesterday, and she never felt tired before. Looking at herself tying her hair, she finally remembered the overlooked matter. After she became a magical girl, her soul was extracted into her soul gem, so naturally she wouldn't feel much fatigue, and as a magical girl, her body had naturally been magically enhanced. But her former self was still just that ordinary, sickly girl, and her body naturally couldn't withstand the continuous torment of the two of them taking turns. After thinking it over, Hamura Akemi immediately used magic to strengthen her body. After a few days of research, she could now use some simple magic through her soul gem without transforming. It seems she needs to find an opportunity to explain things to her quickly. This isn't a solution. Hamura Akemi finished braiding her hair and blinked at the mirror. Did the ring on her hand just flash? No, did she even buy this ring? Ding-a-ling-ling. Oh, no. I have to hurry, I'm going to be late. Hamura Akemi slapped the alarm clock, grabbed the bread from the table in a hurry, and ran out. Although there was no specific reporting time required for the first day of transfer, the girl didn't want to keep the teacher waiting. However, what Hamura Akemi didn't notice was that the alarm clock on her desk had heroically sacrificed itself. Alright, next, I'd like to introduce a transfer student to everyone. Homeroom teacher Satome Kazuko announced with a smile to the class. Ah, she actually put this at the end. Teacher Satome's gaze sharpened. Nakazawa-kun, do you have any questions? Teacher Satome smiled with satisfaction and then looked outside, where a black-haired girl was already waiting. Then, Akemi-sen, welcome. Hi. Hi. Hamura Akemi still seemed a bit nervous, peeking into the room from outside the door. At the same time, she kept rehearsing her self-introduction for later. When Teacher Satome called her name, she even responded several times in a row. Wow, cute. Super cute. Yeah. Sayaka, listening to the discussions about the transfer student, couldn't help but quietly turn to Madoka and speak. Ah, this great beauty is unexpectedly a bit shy. Ah no, Sayaka. Madoka Kaname awkwardly stopped her friend. That way of speaking was really too strange. The pink-haired girl, while dealing with her teasing friend, looked at the black-haired girl on the podium. The other person's appearance seemed familiar. She felt like she had seen her somewhere. Suddenly, Madoka Kaname remembered the girl who had suddenly appeared at her window a few days ago, speaking strange words. Feeling the other's gaze, Madoka Kaname quickly recoiled her neck in fright. She was still having nightmares about that night, and she hadn't expected that figure wasn't an illusion after all. However, this not only didn't make Madoka Kaname relax, but made her even more scared. One must know that her room was on the second floor. Homura Akemi stared at the pink-haired new classmate below with some confusion. She shouldn't have met her before, so why was the other person almost crying from being scared by her? Was she really that scary? Crying face. Just then, Teacher Satome, who was beside her, finally spoke. Then, Akemi-san, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone? Hi. Homura Akemi jolted, straightened her back, and stood at attention. My name is Akemi Homura. This. The girl ultimately couldn't withstand the eager and curious gazes of her classmates and shyly lowered her head. Please take care of me. Reciting lines was completely useless. Chapter 15 Sayaka/Rinnegan, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Akemi-san has been hospitalized for a long time due to a heart condition and hasn't been to school, so there will be many troublesome things. Teacher Satome said to everyone in the class while writing Akemi Homura's name on the blackboard. So everyone, please help her a lot. Akemi Homura also bowed to everyone at the right time. Please take care of me. Kawaii XN. Akemi Homura's actions once again caused the classmates to shriek, and Teacher Satome couldn't help but hold her forehead. Were her classmates this year a little too enthusiastic? Then Akemi-san, please sit in the empty seat over there. Teacher Satome smiled at Akemi Homura, indicating her seat. Akemi Homura quickly nodded, thanked Teacher Satome, and then, carrying her school bag, walked towards the two empty seats against the wall in the right row. The little girl stared at the two seats, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally decided to choose the one further back. Sorry, Akemi-san, your seat is the one in the front. Seeing her sit in the wrong place, Teacher Satome reminded her. Hi. Akemi Homura was startled and quickly responded, taking her seat. The little girl thought her little secret desire to find a seat in the back had been discovered. Sorry, Teacher Satome, Akemi-san, there's no need to apologize, it's the teacher who didn't express it clearly. Satome Kazuko shook her head at her, that's classmate Kamiho's seat, but he had an accident and hasn't been here for a long time. Akemi Homura subconsciously cried out, never expecting that as soon as she opened her mouth, everyone in the class would be drawn by her voice and look at her in unison. Ugh. The little girl had never experienced such social embarrassment and wished she could bury her head in her neck. In the end, it was Teacher Satome who helped her out. She thought this introverted little girl was frightened to hear that a classmate had an accident. Akemi-san, don't worry, classmate Kamiho is fine. And classmate Kamiho's grades are very good, you two are so close, so if you have any study problems in the future, you can ask him a lot. Yes. Akemi Homura nodded quickly, and at the same time, a surge of secret joy rose in her heart. Could it be that she was really in the same class as Kayasuke? Don't get too carried away, what if this classmate Kamiho isn't Kayasuke? Although she thought this, Akemi Homura's mood was greatly improved at this moment, and her whole person relaxed. Teacher Satome, seeing that she had also entered the state, clapped her hands to regain the students' attention. Alright, then everyone, let's start class. However, Homura Akemi stared at the desk, lost in thought. Was her seat here before? As a rare transfer student, as soon as class was over, Akemi Hamura was surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. Akemi-san, which school were you from before? A church school in Tokyo. Did you participate in any clubs before? Sports or literature? Akemi-san feels very much like a literary little girl. I haven't participated, but I've been trying to read a lot recently, so. Such long hair, it must be troublesome to braid in the morning, right? But it's okay. Although already overwhelmed, Akemi Hamura still tried her best to answer every question from her classmates around her. If it were her old self, she would probably have been flustered and not known what to say, right? Thank you, Kayasuk. The current Akemi Hamura felt that no matter what the question, she could easily handle it. Kayasuk would definitely be proud of her if he knew, right? Akemi-san is so pretty, you must have had many admirers before, right? Do you have someone you like? Ah. Akemi Hamura's face was flushed. This question, how should she answer it? It feels a bit incredible, Akemi-san. Shizuki Hitomi looked at Akemi Hamura, who was surrounded, and sighed to her two good friends. But for some reason, Sayaka didn't have a good expression towards Akemi Hamura. Why is that transfer student reacting so strongly to Kayasuk's accident? Madoka Kaname scratched her face, interrupting Sayaka's grumbling. Oh no, Sayaka, don't be like that. Maybe Akemi-san is just worried about Kamiji-kun, her new classmate? Shizuki Hitomi also raised a question from the side. Could it be that Akemi-san knows classmate Kamiho? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hitomi, what are you thinking? How could a transfer student know Kayasuk? Miki Sayaka shook her head with certainty. She didn't know which adults Kayasuk knew, but Sayaka knew exactly which peers he knew. Is that so? Hitomi's eyes, however, were still fixed on Akemi Hamura. She seemed to still have some worries. In the end, Hitomi, unable to figure it out, could only sigh. Perhaps she was really overthinking it. Since Sayaka, her childhood friend, said so, it should be fine, right? At this moment, Sayaka suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look at Madoka Kaname. Speaking of which, Madoka, do you know that girl? You seemed to completely avoid her gaze just now, and you looked startled. No, that. Madoka Kaname was a bit hesitant. She couldn't say that the new classmate might be a stalker or something. Moreover, the feeling she gave her didn't seem like the person from that night. Maybe she was mistaken? Ugh. Just then, something unusual happened on Akemi Hamura's side. Her face was flushed, and she had clearly turned into a steam princess. Akemi-san. Madoka Kaname anxiously stood up and ran to Akemi Hamura's side. Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? I'm the class health committee member. Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? She remembered teacher Satomi saying that Akemi-san's health wasn't good. No matter what, as the health committee member, she had to take good care of Akemi-san. Akemi Hamura looked at the pink-haired girl who appeared before her, feeling as if she had misunderstood something. I'm fine. But, Akemi-san, your face. No. You can't be careless with your own health, come with me. Madoka Kaname said, apologizing to the surrounding classmates, and then pulled Akemi Hamura out of the classroom. Seeing that Akemi Hamura's face did seem a bit off, the classmates all understood and offered comforting goodbyes to Akemi Hamura. Sayaka, standing to the side with her arms crossed, nodded in a knowing manner. Hey Madoka is surprisingly reliable in this aspect, isn't she? As expected of the one who will be my bride. Hitomi also smiled slightly. Perhaps that's why teacher Satomi made Madoka Kaname the health committee member? So, Akemi-san, you were just too nervous? Sorry for making you worry. No, it was I who misunderstood. Madoka Kaname waved her hand, but everyone actually didn't mean any harm, it's just because transfer students are rare. I understand, everyone is very kind. Akemi Hamura nodded seriously, twisting her fingers in embarrassment, unsure how to speak to the pink-haired girl. She still didn't seem to know the other person's name. My name is Madoka Kaname. If you don't mind, you can call me Madoka. Eh? Akemi Hamura felt her mood gradually calm down as she perceived the smile of the girl in front of her. Madoka? Akemi Hamura didn't decline. Kayasuk had told her that one should respond well to kindness offered by others. Madoka, you can also call me Hamura, or something. If you don't mind. Really? Hamura? Madoka Kaname held Akemi Hamura's hands, seeming very happy as well. Akemi Hamura's face turned red from her gaze. Madoka Kaname scratched her cheek. Sorry, I got a little excited. Because your name, Hamura, is very cool, it has a feeling of burning up. Huh? Akemi Hamura looked at her in surprise. Madoka thinks so too? Madoka Kaname nodded. Has a lot of people told you that, Hamura? No, only one friend said so. Akemi Hamura shook her head. Madoka is the second person who thinks my name is cool. The little girl even smiled unconsciously as she spoke. Madoka Kaname stared at her smile and couldn't help but be infected. It seems, Hamura, you have a very good friend. If there's a chance, could you introduce them to me? Of course. Akemi Hamura immediately responded, and as she spoke, she further held Madoka Kaname's hand, saying solemnly. Madoka, you're my friend too. Since they were calling each other by their first names, they were good friends, right? Would Madoka agree? Ugh. It seemed this time it was Madoka Kaname's turn to be shy. That's great. Akemi Hamura's heart leaped. Madoka Kaname is a friend. She made a good friend on her first day of transfer. Kayasuk would be happy for her too, right? I wonder when Kayasuk will be discharged from the hospital. I really want to introduce Madoka to him soon. Looking at the two girls whose relationship was progressing rapidly, a certain someone didn't know what to say. By the way, was she like this before? Was this really the weak Akemi Hamura from before? Chapter 16 Sayaka, Kayasuk must be very sad right now. Phew. Hamura Akemi stared at the problem on the blackboard and let out a sigh of relief. That's great, her efforts during this time weren't in vain. Writing down the answer on the blackboard with a flourish, Hamura Akemi was brimming with confidence. She, Hamura Akemi, was a top student. Akemi-san has been on hiatus from school, right? I didn't expect her to be so good at her studies. The math teacher praised Hamura Akemi, the transfer student, and then turned to lecture the students in the class. You all should learn from Akemi-san. She didn't forget to study even while on hiatus. #@ and amp. Students. Bang. Ah. Hearing the gunshot, Hamura Akemi took off running, but she hadn't expected why she ran so fast. My body feels so light. Is this my body after recovery? It's amazing. Feeling the strength in her body, Hamura Akemi's heart was filled with joy, and she undoubtedly ran even harder on the track. Hamura Akemi. She had only strengthened it with magic. Had she overdone it a bit? No way. Sayaka, who was in the lead, saw the seemingly frail transfer student suddenly dash past her and her eyes widened slightly. Shouldn't this transfer student be a sickly literary girl? Why is she running so fast? Is she actually a beautiful girl who is both intelligent and athletic, and possesses both talent and beauty? Damn it. Sayaka wouldn't give up either. For some reason, from the first moment Sayaka saw this transfer student, she felt that they were incompatible, especially when she reacted so strongly to Kayasuk. And in just one break, she actually captured Madoka? What's going on? This is super annoying. Since that's the case, let Lady Sayaka humble this transfer student. don't get too smug. Give Madoka back to me. A few minutes later, Miki Sayaka began to question life. Lady Sayaka lost oars. Hamura Akemi looked at Miki Sayaka, who was doing a disappointed body bend, and was surprisingly in a good mood. Now she felt that her strengthening was not excessive at all. Bang! Sayaka banged her head on the table. Just how unique is that transfer student? I can't compete at all. It's one thing to be cute, but how can she be so cool too? Damn it. Bang bang bang. Madoka Kaname cautiously reminded her from the side. Sayaka, be careful not to break the table. Madoka, when did you get a dark-bellied attribute? You should be worried about me, not the table. Sayaka stared at Madoka, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, looking tragic. Sure enough, has Madoka's heart already been stolen by that transfer student? Shizuki Hitomi also shed tears of sadness for Sayaka from the side. Oh my Madoka, you were just being affectionate with Sayaka this morning, and now you've fallen for someone else? Madoka Kaname scratched her cheek. But Hamura really is a very good person. However, Hamura left in a hurry right after school. It seemed like she was going to the hospital. Was she going for a physical examination? I originally wanted to introduce her to Sayaka and the others. They've become so close in just one day. What exactly happened between Madoka and Akemi-sen after they went to the infirmary? 2. Shizuki Hitomi's words were shocking. Even Sayaka, who had just been teasing Madoka, was stunned. Miki Sayaka looked speechless. I think that's probably impossible, right? Madoka Kaname quickly agreed. Machem, although some things did happen, Hamura and I are really just friends. Hamura-chan? Shizuki Hitomi stood up dramatically. Madoka, you're still saying nothing happened? For two girls, that's a forbidden form of love. Hitomi. 2. I'm not listening. In the end, Shizuki Hitomi ran off with her school bag. Madoka Kaname and Sayaka could only exchange glances and sigh in unison. Phew, why do I feel like Hitomi and Sayaka are so similar today? Hey, Madoka, what do you mean by that? Sayaka, am really going to get angry. Madoka really is a hidden dark-bellied character, isn't she? Sayaka complained thus. Sayaka, I'm very sorry. Madoka Kaname put her hands together, her face sincere. Seeing Madoka so sensible, Sayaka nodded proudly. Does Madoka think it's that easy to get Lady Sayaka's forgiveness? Madoka Kaname recoiled slightly. Then how about I treat Sayaka to a big cake? A big cake? Sayaka's eyes lit up, strongly suppressing the urge to agree. Cough cough. No, that's not good. Then what can I do for Sayaka to forgive me? Of course, it's for Madoka to keep me good company after school. Sayaka squinted her eyes, staring intently at Madoka, while extending both hands and directly hugging Madoka. Madoka Kaname. Sayaka. Miki Sayaka smiled mischievously. Let's go to the CD store. Sayaka hummed a tune as she arrived at the hospital where her childhood friend lived. She looked at the CD in her hand and let out a long sigh. My luck is really good today. I actually found such a rare CD. Kayasuke will definitely be happy when he hears it, right? Sayaka happily imagined Kayasuke's joyful expression when he received the CD, but then she remembered the boy's sorrowful cries as he sat on the bed that day. Although he kept telling her not to worry, that his hand was fine. But the doctor had said so, could he really recover? Perhaps those were just words to comfort herself, right? Kayasuke, he must be very sad, right? Why did that person just now feel so much like the transfer student? Just as Sayaka was secretly feeling sad for her childhood friend in the hospital corridor, the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of that departing back around the corner. Sayaka rubbed her eyes, but when she looked again, there was no transfer student. Did I see wrong? However, the transfer student also had a sickly attribute, so coming to the hospital didn't seem entirely incomprehensible. After thinking this, Sayaka had already walked to Kamiju Kyusuk's ward. Knock knock knock. Come in. It seems Kyusuk didn't go for his checkup today. Hearing the voice from inside, Sayaka straightened her clothes and then pushed the door open. Sayaka, Kyusuk. By the way, Homu. Kamiju Kyusuk blinked. Sayaka? Sayaka? Did she just hear a strange prefix? What the hell is homo, Kyusuk? Short scene. The hospital after time was stopped by Hamura Akemi's magic experiment. What's going on? Time has stopped? Is it a stand attack? Kamiju Kyusuk's eyes widened in surprise. Misaka. Is it the same type of ability as My the World? What happened in Chapter 17? Here, this is for you, Sayaka said, taking a record out of her school bag and handing it to Kamiju Kyusuk. Kamiju Kyusuk took it, surprised. He had told Sayaka before that he was about to be discharged from the hospital, so she didn't need to specifically buy him a CD, but he didn't expect Sayaka to go anyway. She didn't even want to spend her allowance on a cake. Kamiju Kyusuk sighed and took the record. Thank you for everything, Sayaka. You're a genius at finding rare CDs. Actually, he was terribly bored here. He preferred having someone to talk to rather than listening to music. Unfortunately, Akemi Hamura had also been discharged and gone back to school, so now he was the only one left in the hospital again. But it was good that these difficult days were finally coming to an end. Sayaka was a little embarrassed by the praise. No, it must just be good luck. This sounds really good, Sayaka, do you want to listen too? Kamiju Kyusuk reached out and handed her an earphone. Sayaka's face flushed slightly. Wearing an earphone with Kyusuk, wasn't that like a couple? Is that okay? The boy tilted his head in confusion. No, dude, why are you blushing? Kamiju Kyusuk directly reached out and put the earphone on her. Why are you being so polite with me? Here. After putting on the earphones, both of them subconsciously adjusted their postures, only to realize that the earphone cable seemed a bit short. Kamiju Kyusuk gave Sayaka a knowing smile and leaned closer to her. Sensing his intention, Sayaka also quickly straightened her posture and leaned her head closer to her childhood friend's shoulder. Time passed in their warm silence, until... Listening like this really isn't enough to get high. It would be great if I could listen with speakers, but unfortunately, this is a hospital. Kamiju Kyusuk suddenly opened his eyes and let out a wail. Whoa! Sayaka had been staring intently at Kamiju Kyusuk's quiet face and was completely engrossed, never expecting him to suddenly open his eyes. Sayaka thought she had been caught peeking and immediately fell into a panic. It wasn't until she realized that Kamiju Kyusuk was truly just sighing that she silently complained in her heart. Kyusuk, don't suddenly say such atmosphere-breaking things in this peaceful ambience. Hee Sayaka, you were startled, weren't you? Seeing her looking like a thoroughly wronged little wife, Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but smile. He had actually deliberately made a funny remark to start a conversation. Seeing his goal achieved, Kamiju Kyusuk spoke again. Sayaka, I've been thinking for a long time. It's not good that I've been troubling you so much to take care of me all this time. No, I can only do these things. Sayaka waved her hands repeatedly, afraid that Kamiju Kyusuk would find her troublesome and not let her come anymore. Kamiju Kyusuk raised his hand to interrupt Sayaka's attempt to decline. It's decided. In exchange for you buying me CDs, after I'm discharged, I'll bake you a big cake as thanks, okay? Sayaka couldn't keep up with his sudden change of thought and was momentarily stunned. On this side, Kamiju Kyusuk put on a serious expression. Sayaka, you're not allowed to refuse this time, or else he'll be angry with you. But, won't it be too much trouble? Sayaka blurted it out subconsciously, then wished she could slap herself twice. Kyusuk is going to bake you a cake himself, why are you being shy? Why did you become like that transfer student? It's all the transfer student's fault. Fortunately, Kamaju Kyusuk didn't take her insincere words seriously. This is a cake for Sayaka, it's no trouble at all. I'm the one who troubled Sayaka all this time. Sayaka is even better at taking care of people than I imagined. Haha, Kyusuk, have you finally realized the power of Lady Sayaka? Sayaka pretended to be carefree and nonchalant, secretly glancing to the side, but her flushed face completely revealed the girl's current mood. Kamaju Kyusuk smiled, of course, but I haven't cooked in so long, I don't know if I'm rusty. If it tastes too bad, Sayaka, don't despise it. Kyusuk, don't worry, Lady Sayaka would never waste food. Then it's settled. Kamaju Kyusuk chuckled to himself, he was actually going to be discharged tomorrow morning. He wondered if he could give Sayaka a big surprise then? And Hamura, he had already managed to get from her that they were in the same class. He wondered what her expression would be when she saw him tomorrow. But I haven't even finished the fried egg I promised Kyusuk at this moment, Sayaka mumbled softly, looking a bit dejected. She had been diligently learning to fry eggs for over half a month, but it still wasn't edible. A while ago, she even got a stomachache from eating it. Could it be that she, Sayaka, truly had no talent for cooking? Kamaju Kyusuk suddenly noticed something was off and subtly changed the subject. Ahem, speaking of which, has anything interesting happened in class recently? Interesting things? Sayaka was indeed easily diverted by him. Let me think, Porchan seems to be working desperately lately? Seeing her hard work, she'll probably be able to buy a computer soon, right? Ah, Porchan is indeed as diligent as ever. Speaking of Porchan, this hard-working girl, even Kamaju Kyusuk couldn't help but admire her perseverance. Oh, right, a transfer student also joined our class. This is a rare creature. And in just one day, Madoka was captivated by her. Oh, a transfer student? Yes, she. The next day, Kamaju Kyusuk stood at the classroom door, leaning on his crutches, a hint of joy rising in his heart. Sayaka and the others would surely be startled to see him appear in the classroom without warning, right? Especially Sayaka, he had gotten up early today to make a big cake. Kamaju Kyusuk could only say that the versatile Star Platinum was truly useful. I have some good news to tell everyone today. Do you want to guess? In the classroom, Teacher Satome even played a little game with the students. Congratulations, Teacher Satome. XN? This unanimous statement left Teacher Satome Kazuko momentarily confused as to what was happening. It wasn't until she heard the students below saying things like Kazuko finally got married, in my lifetime, my fried egg quiz is finally over, and so on, that Teacher Satome finally realized something was wrong. How did playing a guessing game turn into something about herself? Nakazawa-kun. Do you have any complaints about the teacher's fried eggs? Huh? No. Sayaka turned to Madoka and snickered. Teacher Satome still has a soft spot for Nakazawa-kun. Madoka Kaname sat up straight, her body trembling slightly. Sayaka, stop talking, Teacher Satome's gaze is terrifying. Miki-san, I remember your last English score was quite a bit below the average. It seems I'll need to give you some good tutoring. Sayaka shivered as she turned around, only to see Teacher Satome radiating a terrifying aura. No. Miki-san, it seems you've agreed to my tutoring? I'm sorry, Teacher Satome, I know I was wrong. Sayaka immediately conceded. I'll let it go this time, but Miki-san, you can't get single digits on the next exam, understand? Yes, Sayaka lowered her head in defeat. Well, it seems no one guessed correctly, so let me reveal it. Teacher Satome instantly reverted to her kind and approachable public school teacher persona. Welcome back, classmate Kamiho. Kyusuk? Sayaka suddenly looked up and indeed saw a boy with crutches slowly entering the classroom. It really was him. Sayaka was incredibly excited, even forgetting her recent lesson in an instant. She raised her hand to greet her childhood friend. Kyo. However, a black figure was faster than her. The transfer student suddenly rushed in front of her childhood friend and grasped his hand. Kyosuke. I've become a magical girl. Let's work hard together from now on. XN. What happened? Chapter 18. This is definitely a strange thing. At this moment, everyone in the classroom was stunned by the black-haired girl's actions, but their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. What happened? Shizuki Hitomi, the young lady, widened her eyes in silence. Did Akemi-sen know classmate Kamiho after all? And their relationship was this good? But didn't Sayaka say they didn't know each other at all? Shizuki Hitomi stared at Miki Sayaka with a resentful gaze, silently telling her something. Unfortunately, Sayaka couldn't notice Hitomi's abnormality at this moment, because all her attention had been taken by the magical scene before her. Her emotional journey went from what happened. What is the relationship between the transfer student and Kyosuke? This is definitely very strange. I was here first. The entire transformation took less than 10 seconds. Hey, could it be that Kamijo-kun and Akemi-san are in that kind of relationship? Then don't we have a chance? The sigh from the female classmate beside her, as expected, drew Sayaka's death glare. Haha, the weather is really nice today, what should I eat for lunch, it's so troubling. Seeing her being sensible, Sayaka turned her gaze back to Akemi Hamura, but unfortunately, she couldn't use the sky-shattering eye stab. Her classmate's words undoubtedly raised Sayaka's anxiety to another level. Now Miki Sayaka just wanted to clarify one thing. What kind of relationship had this transfer student and Kyosuke progressed to? Her obsession with this matter even made her temporarily forget the pleasant surprise of her childhood friend suddenly being discharged from the hospital. Just yesterday, when chatting with Madoka and the others, Sayaka was full of confidence, but as soon as something unexpected happened, she immediately panicked. This was actually a manifestation of Sayaka's deep-seated insecurity. In Sayaka's view, Kamijo Kusuke equals genius, while Miki Sayaka idiot. As for why it was approximately equal, that was probably the blue-haired girl trying to save face for herself. So, Sayaka subconsciously felt that Kyosuke wouldn't like her as she was. Previously, she wasn't anxious and was full of confidence because Kamijo Kusuke had no other female classmates with whom he had a particularly good relationship, apart from her. As for Madoka and Hitomi? Don't be ridiculous, impossible, absolutely impossible, right? Not to mention they weren't familiar with Kyosuke to that extent, neither of them had shown any special feelings for Kyosuke in their daily lives. But now, a cute and handsome transfer student suddenly appeared, a sickly literary girl with such strong athletic ability. With such a powerful character setting, Miki Sayaka immediately felt danger. Sayaka cheered herself up. She decided to thoroughly investigate their relationship after class. Damn it. Don't think that a childhood friend will really lose, just you wait, heaven-sent transfer student. Turning the gaze back to Akemi Hamura, not to mention others, even she herself, the person involved, was stunned on the spot. Why did she just casually blurt out such a mystical thing about a magical girl? Embarrassment was a minor issue, Hamura Akemi didn't care much about it. The crucial point was that she had just confessed her identity as a magical girl to her past self last night, and instructed her not to let others know, mainly because she didn't want to involve Madoka. Yet, the next day, she directly self-destructed in class? Yesterday, when she told the other party that she was magical girl Akemi Hamura from the future, the other party didn't doubt it at all, which gave her an ominous premonition. She didn't expect it to come true this morning. My past self is indeed still immature. However, Hamura Akemi didn't realize that her behavior of staking out Madoka in the middle of the night was even worse than shouting that she was a magical girl in front of the entire class. Should one say they are indeed the same person? Besides the aforementioned individuals, the rest of the class undoubtedly had a big laugh, even occasionally making funny sounds like hoo-hoo and hee-hee-hee. I didn't expect classmate Kamiho to have an unexpectedly girlish heart. Could it be that he's secretly a magical girl? Kamiju Kyusuk, who was still in a daze, was pulled back to his senses by this sentence. Hey, he could ignore those strange sounds before, but he couldn't pretend not to hear this sentence. Although he currently looked frail with a crutch, exactly like some gender-unspecified old man. But I, Kamiju Kyusuk, am a genuine tough guy among tough guys. Pushing aside his jumbled thoughts, Kamiju Kyusuk looked at the black-haired girl. At this moment, she seemed to have also realized her bravery, and was now flushed with embarrassment, having reverted to her original state. Then congratulations, Hamura? But magical girls also need to attend classes properly, so we shouldn't trouble teacher Satome. He said this only to quickly end the chaotic scene and give the girl a way out. As for Akemi Hamura becoming a magical girl, he planned to ask her about it privately. Connecting it to the reason for his hospitalization, he had a feeling that the matter of magical girls was not that simple. The girl's voice was as faint as a mosquito, and she remained rooted to the spot. Kamiju Kyusuk had no choice but to pull her back to her seat. Teacher Satome, standing by, watched the two with a constant smile, but her aura somehow became even more terrifying. Even her students were pairing up, while she, an older teacher, was still single. This was definitely very strange. Sayaka, who had been observing the two, was once again hit hard. Hamura, Kayasuk just called the transfer student Hamura, and even held her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Another poor desk suffered the persecution of Sayaka's hard head. As for Madoka, she looked at her friends, then at the classroom, and finally scratched her head in confusion. Did something happen? Never mind, let's not talk about her. Madoka's CPU was clearly stuck in the previous chapter. In the cafeteria at noon, Kamiju Kyusuk felt an invisible pressure and didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at Sayaka, then at Akemi Hamura. These two had been staring at each other ever since they arrived, and were the main source of the strange atmosphere. No, saying staring at each other wasn't quite accurate. It should be said that Sayaka was unilaterally scrutinizing Akemi Hamura, who was already embarrassed by her gaze. Could it be that Sayaka had fallen for someone else? She had just said earlier that she wanted Madoka to be her bride. Seeing that the two had no intention of speaking, Kamiju Kyusuk had no choice but to look at Shizuki Hitomi, the young lady. Shizuki Hitomi, smile. JPG. Why did Hitomi's smile feel so similar to teacher Sayatome's earlier? He didn't expect Hitomi to also exude such an aura. Terrifying, not to be trifled with. Kamiju Kyusuk had no choice but to look at the last pink-haired girl and wink at her. Madoka Kaname? Kamiju Kyusuk. It seemed Madoka couldn't be relied upon either. No one was talking, right? If no one was talking, then he would. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at whom he considered the culprit. Saya. Kayasuk, how did you and Akemi-san meet? Can you tell me? Kamiju Kyusuk. Why did he feel suppressed by an idiot? This was definitely very strange. Was Chapter 19 intentional or accidental? That's about it, right? After much effort, Kamiju Kyusuk finally managed to make Sayaka relax. What was that? So they only met in the hospital's rehabilitation room, and from the way Kayasuk explained it, they seemed to be just ordinary friends. Seriously, it gave her a fright. So Akemi-san's homework was all tutored by classmate Kamiho? Shizuki Hitomi exclaimed in surprise from the side. I never thought classmate Kamiho would be so good at teaching. Facing her praise, Kamiju Kyusuk did not take all the credit for himself. This is Hamura's own hard work, he said, having seen the girl's efforts. Akemi Hamura didn't expect him to suddenly praise her, so her face flushed red as she buried her head. No, it was all because Kayasuk taught me so well. Kamiju Kyusuk smiled and encouraged her. Hamura, there's no need to be modest. I've been paying attention to your efforts during this time. I know you wouldn't have reached this point with just regular tutoring. You've been working hard at night too, haven't you? But it's good to study, just don't stay up too late. Homura, you're getting dark circles under your eyes. Homura Akemi. It shouldn't be her fault, right? Or really? Akemi Homura still seemed to care about such things, after all, she was a girl. Although she didn't actually have dark circles. But Kamiju Kyusuk still warned her with a serious expression, that's right, so you need to balance work and rest. Hi. Akemi Homura replied happily. She had been startled today when she saw Miki-san's scrutinizing look. Akemi Homura secretly glanced at the blue-haired girl. After all, Miki-san seemed to be Kayasuk's childhood friend, and Akemi Homura was worried that if she didn't like her, Kayasuk might distance himself from her too. Thankfully, Kayasuk still seemed to be the same Kayasuk. And it feels so good to have my efforts acknowledged. Sayaka was dumbfounded at the side. What was going on? What did the transfer student's gaze mean? It inexplicably made her uncomfortable. This must be mockery, right? It must be mockery. And this atmosphere, it didn't seem right at all. She had to do something. Sayaka, use your brain and think of a solution. However, before Sayaka could speak, Shizuki Hitomi exclaimed first. Hehe, Ikemi-san and classmate Kamiho have such a good relationship. If I have questions to ask classmate Kamiho, would classmate Kamiho also be able to teach me? Shizuki-san? Kamiju Kyusuk turned to look at her, a little surprised. Sayaka, at the side, silently gave her friend a thumbs up. Well done, Hitomi. You truly are my good sister. To be honest, Shizuki-san is so excellent that I don't think I'm qualified to teach her. He was being truthful. Shizuki Hitomi's grades in class were better than his. He didn't think he could teach her anything. Hey, classmate Kamiho misunderstood. I actually have some musical questions I'd like to ask you. Shizuki Hitomi sighed as she said this. Classmate Kamiho should know that my family enrolled me in many interest classes, and violin lessons are among them. Unfortunately, my talent in this area doesn't seem to be very good, so... Oh, it's about that. If Shizuki-san doesn't mind, I'm quite confident in that area. Since it was a field he was good at, Kamiju Kyusuk didn't mind offering some guidance. If it had been before, he wouldn't have dared to boast, but now he had a cheat code. Shizuki Hitomi clapped her hands, very happy. That's great. Then, if classmate Kamiho is free, how about we arrange a time? No problem. Sayaka looked at the two who had made an agreement. Why did it feel a little off? Didn't Hitomi sign up for piano lessons? But Hitomi's family seemed quite strict, so maybe she also signed up for violin? Never mind, in any case, good job, Hitomi. She finally rescued Kayasuk and that transfer student from that strange atmosphere. Sayaka? Because Sayaka's expressions and movements were so rich, Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but turn to look at her. Sayaka awkwardly fanned her hand. Ahaha, the weather is gradually getting warmer, isn't it? Seriously, an ice cream would be nice. Oh, that's right. Reminded by her, Kamiju Kyusuk suddenly remembered the thank you gift he had promised her earlier. Here, Sayaka. Kamiju Kyusuk took out the exquisite gift box he had placed aside. This is? Miki Sayaka happily took the gift box, surprised. This is what I promised yesterday, thank you, thank you. It's a cake I made myself. Kamiju Kyusuk smiled at her and then turned to rummage through his school bag. Oh, and for Shizuki-san and Madoka Kaname. Besides Sayaka's cake, Kamiju Kyusuk also prepared thank you gifts for Madoka and Hitomi. Although they didn't visit as frequently as Sayaka, they often came to see him together, especially during the 2 days he was unconscious. Hitomi even dropped her family classes. Sayaka said she even had a fight with her family over it. Thank you, classmate Kamiho? Classmate Kamiho, you're too kind. Although surprised, the two didn't decline and happily accepted the thank you gifts. Only Akemi Hamura, at the side, looked enviously at those who received gifts. Although she also really wanted one, but it seemed a bit too selfish, since Kayasuk had always been helping her. That's right, she'll thank Kayasuk next time. Akemi Hamura, having thought it through, then smiled. And Hamura's. I've been preparing your gift for a long time. Eh? The surprise came a bit suddenly. Akemi Hamura didn't expect there to be one for her too? Thump. Kamiju Kusuk pulled out a stack of practice problems and placed them aside. Akemi Hamura blinked in confusion. The problems I found for Hamura last time should all be completed, right? These are advanced problems I specially collected. Hamura, you can do them as practice when you have time, and if you don't understand anything, you can come ask me. Eh? It was a practice workbook? Humph. Sayaka looked at Akemi Hamura triumphantly. The transfer student wasn't so formidable after all. She was no match for the great Sayaka. Kayasuk, can I open the cake now? Since she had one, she had to show the generosity of a victor. This was definitely not showing off. Of course, you can. Now it's Sayaka's. Wow, so beautiful. Sayaka opened the box, unable to help but exclaim in surprise. Kayasuk, you're amazing. Cough cough, it's all right. Kamiju Kusuk scratched his head, a little embarrassed. In truth, it was all Star Platinum's doing. Then, let's all taste it together. Sayaka then extended the invitation. Eh? Is that okay? Of course, it's okay. Madoka, didn't you say recently that you wanted to eat a big cake? Sayaka cut the cake and distributed it to everyone, but for a moment, no one made a move to eat it. Eat it all, why aren't you eating? If they didn't eat, how could she show off? No, how could she share it? Then Sayaka, I'll help myself in the end. Shizuki Hitomi took the lead, and the remaining two introverted girls also thanked her. Delicious, Kayasuk is amazing. I've discovered another specialty of classmate Kamiho. Madoka, could you please swallow before speaking? Sayaka looked at her friend with a bit of amusement, and at the same time, she felt proud. See? This is a cake Kayasuk specially made for me. Amidst her happiness, Sayaka remembered something else. Oh, right, Kayasuk, why did you suddenly get discharged from the hospital? I was planning to celebrate for you. Earlier, Sayaka had asked the doctor, and he said he shouldn't recover so quickly. However, Sayaka was happy for her childhood friend that he could be discharged early. Ah, well, it's very boring in the hospital, and my body recovered unexpectedly smoothly, so I applied for an early discharge. Wasn't this supposed to be a surprise, While there were surprises, Sayaka said there were also quite a few scares. But, thankfully, it was a false alarm. Is that how it is? I was planning to celebrate for Kayasuk. Kayasuk even specially played music for me last time. The black-haired girl sighed with such disappointment, completely unaware of what her words revealed. Silence played music? What music? It couldn't be what she was thinking, could it? Sayaka stiffly turned to look at Akemi Hamura. Were you doing this on purpose or was it an accident? She took back her previous words. Akemi Hamura is a formidable enemy. Madoka can aim. What's going on? I feel like I can't get a word in. Never mind, the big cake is really delicious. Chapter 20, The Time of Another Pause. See you tomorrow, Hitomi. After school, Shizuki Hitomi had to leave early due to her studies, and everyone waved goodbye to her. Hitomi is really busy, isn't she? But Kayasuk, aren't you going back to practice today? Although Sayaka was very reluctant that the transfer student was the first to achieve such a feat after her childhood friend's discharge from the hospital, there was nothing she could do since it had already happened. I want to relax a bit lately. After all, the injury on my hand hasn't fully recovered yet. Of course, that was a lie, he just wanted to be lazy today. Miki Sayaka glanced at his crutch, showing understanding and concern. Kyosuke's hand, it's not a big deal, right? I've told Sayaka many times, Sayaka, you're too worried. Kyusuke flexed his arm. And I feel full of strength now, I could beat a cow to death in no time. What did the cow do to you? Sayaka's last bit of worry was dispelled by his words. It seemed Kyosuke was truly fine. But, Kyosuke, do you have any plans after school? Plans? Kyusuke blinked. If he had plans. Homura, do you have anything to do after school? He still remembered her saying something about becoming a magical girl, but he hadn't had a chance to be alone with Akemi Homura all day, so he naturally hadn't asked his question. No? Then. Kyosuke. How about we go to the CD store after school? Sayaka suddenly cut in between them, inviting him with a smile. Kyusuke rubbed his head and glanced at Akemi Homura. Kyosuke, I don't mind. Although Akemi Homura was also looking forward to being alone with Kyusuke, she didn't seem to have the courage to contend with the assertive Sayaka yet. This idiot. Homura Akemi looked speechlessly at the blue-haired girl. Perhaps it was because Kyusuke's hand had recovered, but the girl seemed much more relaxed than the awkward person she knew. Of course, in some aspects, she still didn't like her. Kyusuke, all right then, in that case, let's get moving, everyone. Go go go. A moment later, in the CD store, Sayaka looked at the three people in the room, feeling a little dazed. Did Kyosuke misunderstand? Sayaka felt disappointed inside. She wanted to go with Kyosuke alone. But never mind, it was better than the transfer student and Kyosuke being together. The thought of them being alone and sparking something, leading to her being a bridesmaid, sent shivers down Sayaka's spine. Absolutely not that. Homura and Madoka can aim. Do you have any preferred music genres? If you don't mind, you can tell me, and I can recommend some to you. Yes, please, classmate Kamiho. Madoka Kaname smiled and thanked him. You're welcome. After recommending a few songs to Madoka, Kyusuke looked at Akemi Homura again. What about Homura? Is there that song Kyosuke played? Akemi Homura said shyly, twiddling her fingers. Probably not. Kyusuke shook his head. So, that song was made by Kyosuke himself? A song made for her? Was that what Kyosuke meant by playing music only for her? Akemi Homura felt sweet inside, sweeter than eating cake. Kyusuke searched the equipment. Well, although that song isn't here, there are some pretty good tunes. Shall I recommend a few to Homura? Thank you. Akemi Homura happily agreed. Sayaka, _. After Kyusuke finished selecting music for Akemi Homura, he walked over to Sayaka, who had been standing with her arms crossed, staring at them. I'm sorry, Sayaka. You specially invited us, but I took it upon myself to recommend things to them. No. After all, Kyosuke is just such an enthusiastic person. Sayaka's expression immediately changed when she saw him approach. Since the accident, Kyosuke not only wasn't disheartened but became even more cheerful, and he talked to her more. Sayaka was happy about this, because it proved that the distance between her and Kyosuke was easier to close, wasn't it? No, but for you, Sayaka, I might still need your recommendations, right? Have you discovered anything new? Sayaka proudly lifted her head. Leave it to Sayaka-sama. Something's happening. Beside them, Akemi Homura, who was engrossed in listening to music, suddenly heard the voice of her other self in her mind. What's wrong? What was it, a witch? Akemi Homura was slightly flustered. Although she thought her other self should be very powerful, the memory of the crazy rabbit head she encountered last time still made her anxious. I must tell Kayasuke. Akemi Hamura looked at the boy engrossed in music. If it was Kayasuke, he would surely give the witch a good beating. No, Kyubi is nearby. I need to go deal with it. And even if there's a witch, what can you do by calling an ordinary person like Kamiju Kyusuke? Oh, right, Kamiju Kyusuke seems to be an ordinary person with limited mobility now, isn't he? Hamura Akemi was silent. As expected, love is blind. No. Although it's her past self, it's still her. Hamura Akemi quickly pushed that thought out of her mind. Now, getting rid of Kyubi was more important. Sure enough, no matter which world, these guys are always fixated on Madoka, aren't they? They're still scheming against Madoka. Kyubi? Then, what do I need to do? Her other self had told her that Kyubi was a big villain full of lies, evil, and deceit. The words used were as vicious as possible, and she was incredibly shocked at the time. But surprisingly, Akemi Hamura accepted it very quickly. Perhaps it was because the other party felt like another version of herself, so she believed it, or perhaps it was Kayasuke's past precautions and warnings about Kyubi. In short, Akemi Hamura now had no good impression of Kyubi. But if she were to actually do something, she didn't know how. Don't worry, just give me your body in a bit, and I'll take action. This future self seems a bit cold. Is this what she'll become later? Akemi Hamura didn't know if she should be happy about it. Although she was trying hard, she didn't think she could become that cool. Akemi Hamura relaxed her body a moment later, and the next second, when the girl opened her eyes, her aura completely changed. Immediately, the black-haired girl rose decisively and left the CD store. Kamiju Kyusuke noticed Akemi Hamura's departure but didn't pay much attention to it. What if the girl had some personal business? He couldn't just stick by her side all the time, could he? So Kamiju Kyusuke just glanced and then continued to immerse himself in the music. After an unknown amount of time. Save me. Kamiju Kyusuke, ? What the F***ck, bleep, was that sound? Save me, Kayasuke. All right, this time he heard it clearly. It was Kyubi's voice. No, what are you, bleep, doing to me? You can't die. Even if it died, he wouldn't go. Kamiju Kyusuke silently added a thought in his mind, then, regardless of whether it was there or not, he turned the volume of his headphones all the way up and selectively ignored it. However, completely immersed in the music, he didn't notice that Madoka Kaname had left the CD store alone shortly after. Thank you, Madoka. Sayaka-sama will remember your efforts for me. And that transfer student, it seems she knows her place after all. Miki Sayaka saw that only she and Kamiju Kyusuke were left in the CD store, and her heart began to thump uncontrollably. Seeing that her childhood friend seemed completely absorbed in the music, she quietly moved closer to him. Snap! Kamiju Kyusuke suddenly opened his eyes in surprise, and his headphones were off his head at some point. Huh? Miki Sayaka was startled by his sudden movement and quickly jumped back, creating distance. Surely Kayasuke didn't notice her little movement just now. Fortunately, Kamiju Kyusuke didn't react to her strange behavior. Because he had something more important on his mind right now. Time, it's been paused again. Was it not a hallucination that time at the hospital after all? Chapter 21 Where did the head fall? When did Madoka Kaname leave? Kamiju Kyusuke noticed that someone seemed to be missing from the hall. Huh? Madoka? She just left a little while ago. Kamiju Kyusuke frowned. Kyubi suddenly reported that time had been stopped again, and he was a bit worried about Madoka Kaname and Akemi Hamura. Could it be the witch again? Wasn't Akemi Hamura lured by the witch last time? Sayaka, stay here and don't wander off. I'm going out to find Madoka Kaname and Hamura. Sayaka, seeing his serious expression, also started to worry. Could Kayasuke be worried that the transfer student would harm Madoka? I'll go with Kayasuke. No, Sayaka, stay here. I'll come back for you after I find them. Kamaji would not take Sayaka with him. What if they really encountered a witch? Oh, all right. Then Kyosuke, you must bring Madoka back quickly. Since it was Kyosuke's request, Sayaka was willing to listen to him. And Kyosuke's expression clearly showed he was worried about her too. Seeing that the blue-haired girl seemed to have really listened, Kamaji no longer delayed and quickly left the CD hall. On the other side, Madoka Kaname was running wildly down a dark stairwell, holding the injured Kyubi. Although she no longer had Sayaka's help, this Kyubi somehow managed to get Madoka to help it escape from Akemi Hamura's pursuit. Hoo. Madoka Kaname panted on the road, looking at a certain dying white creature in her arms. It said its name was Kyubi, and it seemed to be the one who had been asking her for help before. Kyubi? Why did Hamura suddenly seem like a different person? And why was she attacking you? Sorry, Madoka, I'm not very clear either. The Akemi Hamura I know shouldn't be this kind of personality. Kyubi slowly replied in Madoka's arms. It seemed to have suffered a considerable injury. Kyubi, you knew Hamura too? Yes, I met Akemi Hamura half a month ago, but at that time, she was deluded by a witch. A witch? Yes, they bring disaster to the world. Humans who are deluded by them sometimes have their personalities drastically changed and are more prone to doing extreme things. Madoka Kaname was a little worried upon hearing this. Could it be that Hamura was deluded by a witch? How could this happen? The exit is gone. Just as Madoka Kaname was worrying, the scene in the corridor suddenly changed, and the path was constantly shifting. Where is this? The pink-haired girl was startled by the sudden change. She widened her eyes slightly, trembling, and subconsciously retreated. In just a moment, the scene in the corridor transformed into a bizarrely styled barrier. This is a witch's barrier, a witch's hunting ground. They lure people here to bring down disaster. Kyubi's anxious voice sounded in Madoka Kaname's ear, and its words undoubtedly intensified the girl's fear. This time we're really in big trouble. There's no other way, Madoka, you must immediately make a wish to me and form a contract to become a magical girl. But, even if you suddenly say that, a wish. Black thorny tentacles constantly approached. Seeing that they had already surrounded Madoka Kaname, Kyubi anxiously reminded her. Hurry, Madoka. Otherwise. My wish is. Madoka Kaname, spurred by Kyubi's words, subconsciously almost blurted out her wish to become a magical girl. Star Platinum, the world. Time abruptly ceased at this moment. Madoka Kaname remained with her mouth slightly open, but her wish could not be spoken. Yaur, that's enough. Kamaji looked calmly at a certain white creature in Madoka's arms. You really are good at seizing opportunities. Calmness did not mean he was in a good mood, on the contrary, he was now furious. Kamaji first shielded Madoka behind him, then immediately summoned Star Platinum and aimed it at the black thorns in front of him. Aura. Star Platinum's fists rained down with an unmatched power, instantly destroying all the thorns in sight. 4 seconds have passed. Kamaji glanced at a certain white creature in Madoka's arms. Next, to deal with you, I won't even need a second. He pulled the white creature from the girl's arms and threw it directly into the air, then. Killer Queen. Killer Queen appeared without hesitation and immediately laid into the white creature, a barrage of attacks leaving the already severely injured creature even more tattered. However, that wasn't all. First bomb. Bang. A huge roar sounded in her ears. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes and subconsciously activated her secret technique head-hugging squat. But the imagined pain didn't seem to arrive? Madoka Kaname, don't be afraid, I'm here. The familiar voice in her ear brought Madoka Kaname back to her senses. When she opened her eyes, she saw that classmate Kamiho had appeared here at some point and was bending down to shield her. Classmate Kamiho. Tears welled in Madoka Kanami's eyes. As a girl who almost experienced death, it was false to say she wasn't scared. The fact that she didn't cry already made Kamiju Kyusuk look at her with new eyes. Seeing that she was fine, Kamiju Kyusuk stood up and patted his clothes. The first bomb was a silent detonation. The huge noise just now was merely the destruction he caused to vent his anger at the witch. He just didn't expect to scare the girl instead, which was his fault. How did classmate Kamiho appear here? Madoka Kanami's small face showed some confusion, but before Kamiju Kyusuk could answer, she immediately pulled his hand. No, classmate Kamiho, we have to hurry, we have to get out of here. Madoka Kanami's rapid change made Kamiju Kyusuk look at her in surprise. Just a moment ago, she was squatting on the ground, terrified. Is it because she's worried about me? Subconsciously, Kamiju Kyusuk thought this as he looked at the girl's determined eyes. Even though she was scared to death, she was still worried about other people's safety. To avoid causing him unnecessary worry, the girl not only didn't cry but didn't even say a single word of fear. Perhaps this girl, who he had always thought of as a bit introverted and lacking confidence, was surprisingly reliable? Of course, if you weren't trembling, girl, you might look surprisingly cool right now. Oh, by the way, classmate Kamiho, have you seen Kyubi? A white cat. That child was very seriously injured. Oh, that white creature has already left, physically. It left peacefully, so Madoka Kaname doesn't need to worry. Eh? Is that so? Although she didn't know how the injured Kyubi suddenly disappeared from her arms and left safely, she chose to believe classmate Kamiho's words. Percent at hashtag and amp. As a string of incomprehensible sounds rang out, the surrounding black thorns began to writhe and change again. At the same time, the Marshmallow Man matchstick figures with large beards gradually closed in. Oh, no. Madoka Kaname looked around in a panic, subconsciously moving closer to Kamiju Kyusuk. Kamiju Kyusuk didn't mind and tacitly allowed the girl's small action. Yaur, since you're in such a hurry, there's nothing I can do. Star Platinum was ready for battle. If the witch came any closer, Kamiju Kyusuk would give her a lover-level treatment. This is. A sudden change occurred. A yellow magic circle suddenly rose from the ground. Kamiju Kyusuk's eyes narrowed. He reached out to shield Madoka, and his vigilance intensified. Just as Kamiju Kyusuk was wondering whether to directly unleash a heart attack, the owner of this magic circle finally spoke. That was dangerous, but it's all right now. Accompanying these words was a yellow-haired girl with drill twin tails. Now, leave it to me. The girl said so, taking elegant steps. Chapter 22 What Friends Can Do. Kyubi? You're really okay, that's great. Madoka Kaname noticed the white creature squatting on the blonde girl's shoulder. Kyubi told me, you two helped it earlier, right? The blonde girl gave them a slight smile. Thank you, this child is my most important friend. Thank you, Madoka. Although Kyubi was speaking to Madoka Kaname, its eyes remained fixed on Kamiju Kyusuk. And of course, Kayasuk, it's really good that you came. Kamiju Kyusuk. He felt mocked by this white creature. However, this guy really isn't that easy to kill. Because I was called by it, its voice directly echoed in my mind. Madoka Kaname's words made Kamiju Kyusuk frown. Getting involved with this Kyubi, he had a bad feeling that his future days wouldn't be peaceful. He could sense that the battles between magical girls and witches in this world were definitely not like the child-oriented magical girl anime he initially imagined, where there would be no blood or injuries. Although the rabbit witch earlier looked rather cute, its attacks were all deadly. One careless mistake could truly lead to death. Therefore, not only did he not want to become a magical girl himself, but he also didn't want his friends to become magical girls. Kamiju Kyusuk's true thoughts were actually very simple. He just wanted to live his peaceful life on his own small plot of land. Although he had obtained a system and gained stand abilities beyond ordinary people, he didn't have grand ideas like wanting to save the world. He was like an ordinary person who suddenly gained abilities. He would be excited and happy. But for him to suddenly go save the world and be a hero. Hey, buddy, don't joke, it's already good if he doesn't become Homelander. In his opinion, professional matters should be left to professionals. There must be other magical girls in this world, right? Therefore, although Kamiju Kyusuk disliked Kyubi the salesman before, he mostly kept his distance. This was also why he didn't attack when Kyubi appeared before him a second time. Was it because it couldn't be killed anyway? In short, if it didn't bother him, he wouldn't meddle in its affairs. But everything started to change this morning when Akemi Hamura suddenly said she had become a magical girl. Akemi Hamura was his friend, there was no denying that. But since things had come to this, the outcome of her becoming a magical girl could not be changed, and he would not deny the girl's determination. If she truly wanted to be a righteous magical girl, then all Kamiju Kyusuk could do was encourage her and do his best to protect her safety. This was what Kamiju Kyusuk had come to understand today. To sum it up, while Kamiju Kyusuk didn't support Akemi Hamura becoming a magical girl, if she was determined to do it, he would still use all his strength to support her. Isn't this what he, as a friend, could do? But now, Madoka, an outsider who could clearly live a peaceful life, and you, Kyubi, are actually trying to sell to Madoka again, wanting to pull her into the pit? He now had every reason to suspect that this guy had deliberately planned it. Madoka heard its call and was led away, and then immediately encountered a witch. How could it be such a coincidence? That guy probably even led the way. I see, with these uniforms, it seems you are also students from Midokihara, right? Just as Kamiju Kyusuk was thinking about how to kill Kyubi again to vent his anger, the blonde girl beside him spoke. Are you second-year students? Mami Tomo saw that they could not only see Kyubi but also remain conscious within the witch's barrier, and since they were also classmates from the same school, she immediately felt much friendlier. Perhaps they also had potential? However, Mami Tomo looked at the boy who hadn't spoken since earlier. She could understand the female student, but could a boy also see Kyubi? Who are you? Madoka Kaname asked nervously. Ah, right, I shouldn't forget to introduce myself. However, just as Mami Tomo was about to answer, she saw the witch not far away starting to stir again. Helplessly, she apologized to the two of them, then looked at the witch, which was preparing to seize an opportunity, with a serious expression. But before that, let me finish my work first. As the blonde girl's words fell, a strong yellow light shone, and the next moment, she appeared before them in a magnificent costume. Ugh! The gust of wind from the girl's transformation made Madoka Kaname instinctively close her eyes. When she opened them again, she was startled by Mami Tomo's completely different attire. This is a magical girl. Kyubi had jumped down from Mami Tomo at some point and came to Kamiju Kyusuk and Madoka Kaname's side. A magical girl? Madoka Kaname was surprised by Kyubi's words. So magical girls really exist? At this moment, Madoka Kaname remembered Akemi Hamura's unusual attire earlier, coupled with the Chinibu declaration the girl made in the classroom. Could it be that Hamura really is a magical girl? But then Madoka Kaname became confused again. If Hamura was a magical girl, why would she attack Kyubi? Huh? Do magical girls all transform instantly? A sudden surprised voice beside her stopped Madoka Kaname's thoughts. Classmate Kamiho, isn't your focus a bit off? Ha! Madoka Kaname hadn't had time to correct Kamiju Kyusuk's mistaken idea when Mami Tomo on the other side had already started to act. She leaped high into the air, swung her right hand forward, and countless flintlock pistols appeared behind her, their muzzles all aimed at the squirming witch in front of them. With a bang, a rain of bullets instantly fired at the witch. Boom! Flames splattered, and a huge explosion sounded. When Madoka Kaname came back to her senses, the surrounding scene had already returned to the construction site corridor. Seeing this scene, like a nuclear-powered sword immortal unleashing his power, even Kamijukyusuke was a little surprised. Are all magical girls like this now? The magic circle earlier was quite normal, but the firepower of this hail of bullets made Kamijukyusuke feel a bit inferior. This is too physical, isn't it? Shouldn't you chant a spell and then clash with energy blasts? This isn't magical at all, she might as well be called a physical girl. Ah, it changed back? Madoka, beside him, excitedly grabbed Kamijukyusuke's hand. That's great, classmate Kamiho, we're saved. Seeing that Kamijukyusuke didn't speak but stared at her hand, a blush immediately flashed across Madoka Kanami's face. Sorry, classmate Kamiho, I got a little too excited by accident, ? It's alright, I was also too surprised by the previous scene, so I didn't react immediately. Madoka Kaname doesn't need to apologize. Kamijukyusuke came back to his senses and comforted Madoka Kaname. Actually, he was just thinking about something, and when Madoka Kaname called him, he just subconsciously stared at her blankly. That's great. Madoka Kaname felt relieved. She had thought classmate Kamiho was troubled because of her. Kamijukyusuke looked at the girl's suddenly released smile, feeling a bit dazed. For some reason, he subconsciously remembered her small hand that had held his earlier. Damn it. Kamijukyusuke immediately had Star Platinum slap him. What was he thinking about a middle school student? He summoned Killer Queen with an unfriendly gaze. It must be your fault. Killer Queen? Meow meow meow. After having Star Platinum punch Killer Queen as well, Kamijukyusuke felt his mind calm down. Now, back to the question he was thinking about earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, that witch shouldn't be dead yet, right? Kamijukyusuke looked at the blonde drill-haired magical girl with some doubt. She clearly could have killed the opponent just now, so why did she deliberately let it escape? Surely she wasn't going to say something like, "You've been granted a life later," right? However, he soon knew why the girl had done that. A landing sound echoed, and the cool-faced black-haired girl appeared before them. Chapter 23 The Surprise of the Reincarnation Flame, must read. Notes at the end. The witch has escaped. If you want to deal with her, please do so quickly. I'll let you have this one. Mami Tomo smiled at Akemi Hamura, who stood in front of her. This was a gesture of friendliness from her. Magical girls not only had a cooperative relationship but also a competitive one. A magical girl's soul gem accumulates impurities, and using magic to fight witches accelerates this accumulation. If the impurities completely fill the gem, something bad will happen. Fortunately, the grief seeds produced by defeating witches can quickly replenish and restore magic, so witches can also be seen as a resource in the eyes of some magical girls. That's why Mami Tomo deliberately made this gesture. If Akemi Hamura accepted, it meant she accepted Mami Tomo's goodwill. In truth, Mami Tomo deeply longed for someone to fight alongside her and keep her company. Her classmates were all ordinary people, destined to live in two different worlds. Years of fighting alone had left her utterly exhausted. Now, with the appearance of Akemi Hamura, this magical girl, she saw hope. She wanted Hamura to become her companion. It was just a pity, the black-haired girl didn't seem to understand what she said, or perhaps she simply didn't care. What I'm looking for is... Hamura Akemi frowned, looking at the white creature below. She had initially seen Kyubi moving around the concert hall and thought it wanted to approach Madoka, so she hurriedly transformed and went out to deal with it. However, there were too many Kyubis. As soon as she killed one, another appeared. In the past, after she killed one or two Kyubis, they would retreat on their own. Because Hamura Akemi knew they wouldn't waste resources meaninglessly. It was just that this time, what made her feel strange was that she had already killed several Kyubis, but they still relentlessly appeared nearby. This also made Hamura Akemi feel increasingly uneasy. And this feeling finally came true when Madoka appeared before her. Madoka was still dragged into the world of magical girls, although she didn't become a magical girl, which made Hamura Akemi breathe a slight sigh of relief. But this undoubtedly increased her chances of becoming a magical girl, especially with Mommy Tomo as an accomplice. Kyubi, was this also part of your plan? You really don't understand human language. What I mean is, I'll let you off this time. Clearly, Hamura Akemi's refusal and her hostile attitude towards Kyubi had been defined by Mommy Tomo as being ignorant of what's good for her. Akemi Hamura's pupils slightly widened. In fact, if possible, she didn't want to be enemies with Mommy Tomo. Don't you think we should avoid unnecessary trouble? Mommy Tomo, seeing that she was still being ignorant, took a step forward and spoke again. Hamura Akemi stared at Mommy Tomo for a long time. Seeing that she had no intention of backing down, she subconsciously looked at the two people behind her. Madoka didn't seem to have recovered from the sudden confrontation between the two. As for Kamiju Kyusuk, was his eye twitching? Kamiju Kyusuk kept signaling Akemi Hamura with his eyes from behind Mommy Tomo. Should we go for her? Hamura Akemi? Unfortunately, Hamura Akemi didn't understand at all. Just as she was stunned by Kamiju Kyusuk's strange actions, that soft, gentle voice in her mind spoke up. Kyusuk is asking if we should strike first and take her out. Hamura Akemi was shocked. You can even understand that? Indeed, Kamiju Kyusuk's thoughts were simple. Although Mommy Tomo's actions of saving them just now didn't make her seem like a bad person, if he had to choose between Akemi Hamura and Mommy Tomo, he would definitely blow up Mommy Tomo without a second thought. Of course, he wouldn't kill her, he would definitely control it. This was a chance not to be missed. Seeing that Akemi Hamura didn't reply, Kamiju Kyusuk could only assume she acquiesced. Based on Mommy Tomo's output just now, her attack power was quite fierce. It was hard to say how a real fight would go. Fortunately, the magic the other party used during the battle seemed to be similar to shaping, not time stop. So, on the premise that the other party didn't know his ability, he could completely catch her off guard and incapacitate her. Star Platinum. Kamiju Kyusuk summoned Star Platinum, raised his fist, and aimed it at Mommy Tomo's head. Wait. Is there some misunderstanding between Hamura and this senior? It was just that at some point, Madoka suddenly rushed in front of Mommy Tomo and began to mediate between her and Akemi Hamura. In Madoka Kanami's eyes, there must be some misunderstanding between Hamura and the senior who saved her. Perhaps Hamura's previous pursuit of Kyubi was also a misunderstanding? So you two know each other? Mommy Tomo blinked. Madoka was the one who saved Kyubi. Since they knew each other, maybe there really was some misunderstanding? Thinking this, Mommy Tomo dispelled the flintlock in her hand and voluntarily took a step back. Madoka. Hamura Akemi clenched her fists. She didn't want to make Madoka difficult, but cooperation with Mommy Tomo was impossible at the moment. Firstly, Mommy Tomo would definitely not accept the truth about magical girls that she would tell her. Telling her would be all harm and no benefit. At best, she wouldn't believe her words and would turn against her again. At worst, she might directly commit suicide or turn into a witch. But if she hid it from her and cooperated, Walpurgisnacht was an unavoidable hurdle. Given Mommy Tomo's personality, she would definitely add her strength to protect the city's people and encourage Madoka to become a magical girl. Isn't this just going in circles? Therefore, Hamura Akemi was so troubled by Mommy Tomo. In the many reincarnations she had gone through, she had initially thought of saving Mommy Tomo, but what could she do when her teammates were so unreliable? She could only try her best to carry the one who wouldn't cooperate. And she hadn't even succeeded in that. Finally, Hamura Akemi gritted her teeth, turned, and left. Kyusuk said we should respond well to friends, or Madoka will be sad. Of course, she knew that. However, as long as she could protect Madoka, being misunderstood in the future didn't matter. Hamura. Madoka Kaname reached out to Akemi Hamura, who had disappeared into the darkness, but ultimately could only withdraw her hand powerlessly. Why did it turn out this way? Classmate Kamiho, do you think Homura might have some unspoken difficulties? Madoka Kaname asked Kamiju Kyusuk beside her, but there was no one there. Classmate Kamiho? In the upstairs corridor, Homura Akemi was pressed against the wall, having an intimate encounter with it, her face filled with shock and bewilderment. She had clearly successfully activated her magic. Why could this Kamiju Kyusuk still move within the time-stopped world without touching her? Kamiju Kyusuk controlled Homura Akemi's two arms with one hand, and with the other, he pressed her head, pinning her against the wall, his expression frighteningly calm. You're not Homura. Where did you take her? Give her back to me. P.S. For readers who haven't watched JoJo or Madoka Magica, here's an explanation of Kamiju Kyusuk's time stop and Homura Akemi's time stop settings, limited to this book. Homura Akemi's time stop is essentially the ability to freely control time within her reincarnation cycle. Therefore, ignoring magic power and impurities, she can stop time infinitely during this reincarnation period, and as long as she makes contact with someone, she can bring them into the world outside of time stop to move freely. The drawback of this is that she cannot directly kill people during time stop, and if someone touches her, it's equivalent to the time stop being nullified. Therefore, Homura Akemi needs to maintain distance from others, and her attack method is to release long-range attacks and then end the time stop to cause damage. But she can share time stop for better team fights. Furthermore, when the reincarnation time point ends, i.e., when she reaches the moment of her first wish, the time stop magic becomes ineffective. Kamiju Kyusuk's time stop, on the other hand, has the disadvantage of being short, compared to Akemi Homura, only lasting about 5 seconds, and each time stop requires a certain interval, about enough time to catch one's breath. However, Kamiju Kyusuk's time stop is more free. During the time stop, as long as it involves a part of his own destiny, he can directly affect the outside world. For example, because his fist is a part of his own destiny, he can directly use his fist to kill others in the time-stopped world without the time-stop effect on others being removed upon contact. Therefore, being in close contact with him or entering his range is tantamount to seeking death. Because blood is a part of one's own destiny, blinding someone with blood can directly cause an effect, although everyone who has used this move has. If he shoots a gun in the time-stopped world, it will not directly harm others. The bullet will travel to the enemy's front and then penetrate the body after the time stop ends. This is because the bullet is not a part of his own destiny. Therefore, for long-range attacks, his time stop effect is equivalent to Akemi Homura's, and because it only lasts 5 seconds, the effect is much worse than hers. Secondly, because it is a truly universal mandatory time stop effect, when Kamiju Kyusuk actively activates his 5-second time stop, it will override Homura Akemi's time stop, meaning Homura Akemi and everyone else will be forced into a 5-second time stop, unable to move or think during that period. When Akemi Homura activates time stop and Kamiju Kyusuk does not, he cannot move but can observe and think. Reiterating, the above content is only applicable to this book. Chapter 24 Xiaoyuan, what are you doing? You're not Homura. Who are you? Homura Akemi didn't speak. When did he find out? Last time in the hospital, her attire had changed, yet he didn't recognize her. Why this time? Future me, say something quickly. Akemi Homura, seeing this scene, was in a complete panic. Kamiju Kyusuk's expression was growing colder and colder. Would she be beaten to death by a single punch from Kyusuk? She knew that even the big rabbit monster couldn't withstand his punches, and she didn't think her small body could. Don't worry, this body has been magically enhanced. Even if Kamiju Kyusuk is a male, I can break free immediately. Homura Akemi calmly reassured herself. No matter what problem her magic had, Kamiju Kyusuk's strength was ultimately no match for a magical girl. As long as she felt like it, she could. Question mark. Homura Akemi wiggled her body, but it was useless. This only made Kamiju Kyusuk more alert, tightening his grip. TCH. Akemi Hamura suddenly realized that her future self didn't seem very smart either. No, this means I'll become an idiot in the future. Forget it. Does my future self not know Kayasuke has superpowers? How about I do it? If I just explain clearly to Kayasuke, it should. Akemi Hamura hesitated, then suggested to her other self. All right. Akemi Hamura blinked. I'm back? Before she even finished speaking, she regained control of her body. It seemed her other self was truly flustered. Although Kayasuke was indeed scary when he got serious, it wasn't to the point of this feeling. Why is Kayasuke so close? /V. Akemi Hamura finally understood why her other self had left as if jumping away. This posture was just too. Akemi Hamura's face flushed slightly. Kamiju Kyusuke wasn't thinking that much, he was simply restraining the other party. He didn't expect Akemi Hamura to turn red from being choked. He didn't have a neck, so why was she blushing? Trying to feign weakness? No way. Kayasuke. Finally, Akemi Hamura couldn't bear the shame and quickly spoke. Hamura? Kamiju Kyusuke called out. This tone, it was Akemi Hamura, no doubt. Kayasuke, I can explain about what just happened. Can you let go of me first? You're hurting me. Kamiju Kyusuke silently released his hands. He was certain that the person in front of him was indeed Akemi Hamura, but to be safe, he wouldn't move too far away from her. Hamura, what exactly was that situation just now? Kamiju Kyusuke voiced the question in his heart. If he wasn't mistaken, something similar seemed to have happened the day Akemi Hamura was discharged from the hospital. It was just that after the misunderstanding he had was resolved, he hadn't asked any more questions. But now it seemed it wasn't simple. Could it be related to her becoming a magical girl? Akemi Hamura had indeed become a magical girl, he had just confirmed this. And he finally knew who was stopping time recently when he had nothing to do. Seriously, she had kept him highly stressed for so many days. Fortunately, his time stop could be activated again to cover it, which was why he was able to restrain Akemi Hamura earlier. However, a new question arose. Does becoming a magical girl also change one's personality? It was a good thing he hadn't agreed to QB. What if after transforming, his inner self also became feminine? Wouldn't that be disastrous? It's like this. Akemi Hamura embellished her future self statements with flowery language and presented them to Kamiju Kyusuke, leaving Hamura Akemi completely speechless. Why hadn't she thought about how full of holes her excuses were before? Only her past self, being foolish, would have believed them, right? After all, she had once told Madoka and the others about her identity as a time traveler, but even Sayaka, that idiot, didn't believe her. She didn't think this Kamiju Kyusuke would believe her. I see, I understand. However, Kamiju Kyusuke expressed his understanding with a serious look. Hamura Akemi suspected she had misheard. He believed it just like that? Could this guy be surprisingly easy to fool? That's right, he is Miki Sayaka's crush after all. Sayaka, Achu, could Kayasuke be thinking of me? Why aren't they back yet? Of course, Kamiju Kyusuke's true thought was that since he, a transmigrator, existed, another reincarnator didn't seem impossible. Sorry, Hamura, I apologize for what happened earlier. You're not hurt, are you? Now that the misunderstanding was cleared, Kamiju Kyusuke felt he needed to apologize for what had just happened. Akemi Hamura waved her hands repeatedly. No, Kayasuke, have you forgotten I'm a magical girl now? Then what about her? The other Hamura. Akemi Hamura tapped her head. Other me, are you there? I'm fine. She's fine too. It's just that my other self seems a bit shy, so she asked me to tell Kayasuke. Hamura Akemi felt the latter part was a bit redundant, but never mind. Alright, let's head back quickly. Sayaka and Madoka must be getting anxious. Madoka Kaname was kind-hearted and pure. He could tell she had a good impression of Kyubi and the senior mommy who saved her. He had to hurry back and watch over her. What if that silly girl was tricked by Kyubi during the short time he was gone? Akemi Hamura was about to nod but suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Kamiju Kyusuk saw her conflicted expression and probably guessed that the future Akemi Hamura had some unspoken difficulty. Since that was the case, he wouldn't make things difficult for them. Then I'll leave first. Madoka is still over there. I'll help you, Hamura, explain. Also, I hope we two can have a good talk another day. The last sentence was directed at Hamura Akemi. Sigh. Akemi Hamura looked at his suddenly disappearing figure inside, then left somewhat dejectedly. Madoka Kaname. Because he hadn't gone far, Kamiju Kyusuk quickly returned to Madoka Kaname's side. Classmate Kamiho. Are you all right? The girl rushed forward to check on him as soon as she saw him return. It's good that you're all right. Senior mommy and I were so worried because classmate Kamiho suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, he hadn't been gone for long. They didn't seem to have encountered anything, it just felt like the two of them had become closer. Senior mommy? Mommy Tomo smiled and stepped forward. Hello, I'm Mommy Tomo, a third-year student at Maidokihara. Classmate Kamiho, may I call you that? Kamiju Kyusuk nodded, of course. I should thank Senior Mommy for earlier. Is Senior Mommy a magical girl? Indeed, Kyubi was right. Classmate Kamiho knows about magical girls. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at the white creature beside him upon hearing this. Kyubi _ Kamiju Kyusuk sighed, I once had the misfortune of meeting Kyubi. It suddenly appeared and asked me if I wanted to become a magical girl, which really startled me. Madoka Kaname's eyes widened, eh? Classmate Kamiho, are you a magical girl too? Kamiju Kyusuk rubbed his forehead, no, that's not really possible, is it? But, classmate Kamiho suddenly disappeared with a whoosh and then reappeared with a whoosh. Madoka Kaname was describing it with her hands and feet. And classmate Kamiho must have used this to help her before, right? I was born with it? Madoka, think about it. If magical girls exist, then nothing is impossible, right? That seems logical. Mommy Tomo, who was beside them, was also quite surprised by this. To be honest, when she saw Kamiju Kyusuk suddenly disappear, she thought he had used some kind of magic. At the time, she even wondered if some magical girl's wish was to become a boy. Kyubi spoke at the right moment, Mommy, there's no need to be confused. Actually, Kayasuk and Madoka both have very high talent for becoming magical girls. Especially Kayasuk, he's the most talented person I've ever seen. Mommy Tomo, ? Although she had long guessed that the two of them had the talent to become magical girls, she didn't expect Kyubi's evaluation to be so high. Then, would they? Classmate Kamiho and Madoka. Mommy Tomo winked and smiled at the two of them, her hands subconsciously tightening. If you're interested in magical girls, I can answer your questions. As a senior, do you have anything you'd like to ask? Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head, sorry, Senior Mommy, I just want to live a peaceful life. Magical girl or anything like that, I'll pass. Is that so? Mommy Tomo seemed a bit disappointed. Kamiju Kyusuk frowned at her expression. This Senior Mommy seemed unexpectedly fragile, even though he had been so tactful. Senior Mommy, please don't be sad. I don't dislike magical girls. In my opinion, magical girls like Senior Mommy who protect everyone are true heroes. Thank you, classmate Kamiho. To be praised like this by a junior suddenly makes me a little embarrassed. Mommy Tomo's face flushed slightly. It was her first time being praised and acknowledged in such a way by others. Actually, she was being too demanding. It was understandable for classmate Kamiho, as a boy, not to want to become a magical girl. Then, Madoka, what about you? Mommy Tomo looked at Madoka with hopeful eyes, her hands subconsciously clenching. Actually, today was Mommy Tomo's most exciting day. First, she met another magical girl who suddenly appeared in Midokihara, and then there were two exceptionally talented juniors. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If Madoka also refused, she would probably have to continue being alone in the future, wouldn't she? Madoka Kaname didn't expect the topic to suddenly shift to her, and she was a bit unsure how to answer. After all, being suddenly asked if she wanted to become a magical girl or something. I don't know. Well done, Madoka. Although he felt a little sorry for senior mommy, Kamiju Kyusuk secretly gave Madoka Kaname a thumbs up. Is that so? Although she had a premonition, Mommy Tomo still felt a huge sense of loss at that moment. Madoka Kaname lowered her head. Sorry, senior mommy. It's all right, Madoka, no need to apologize. It was great meeting you today, but remember to keep it a secret for me, about magical girls. Mommy Tomo forced a smile and waved to the two of them. After speaking, she impatiently turned around, wanting to leave. It wouldn't do for her juniors to see her unsightly side. Senior mommy. However, unexpectedly, Madoka Kaname called out to her again. Mommy Tomo didn't turn back but stopped in her tracks. I can learn more about magical girls. Mommy Tomo turned around in shock and looked at her. Madoka? Aren't you? Because making a wish was too sudden, I want to learn more about magical girls. And, senior mommy just now really made her worried. Madoka Kaname put away her worries and smiled brightly at Mommy Tomo. It wouldn't be too much trouble for senior mommy, would it? Mommy Tomo secretly wiped the corner of her eyes and came in front of Madoka Kaname, tightly grasping her hands. How could it be? You can ask anything you want, Madoka. Do you want to come to my house as a guest? Can I? Of course. Kamiju Kyusuk, standing by, was utterly bewildered by the two of them deciding the plan with a word here and a word there. What? Madoka, what are you doing, Madoka? Chapter 25 Madoka Kaname, is my time. Wow, what a beautiful room, Madoka Kaname gazed at senior mommy's room, surprised that it was as elegant and beautiful as Mommy Tomo herself. I live alone, so there's no need to be polite, but I don't have anything decent to entertain you with. Mommy Tomo turned her head and smiled at the two of them. Come in quickly, and classmate Kamiho, don't be too reserved just because it's a girl's room. Kamiju Kyusuk, who was observing the room, stiffened and silently shifted his gaze to the floor. Please, it's super awkward, why did he come along? Kamiju Kyusuk glanced at Madoka Kaname with a resentful look. Stare. Classmate Kamiho, why are you staring at me like that? Madoka Kaname felt a bit embarrassed by his intense gaze, her face slightly red as she lowered her head. Kamiju Kyusuk sighed. Forget it, he probably understood Madoka's feelings. Mommy Tomo's earlier appearance likely worried her. Seriously, he didn't know whether to praise her or not. I feel like I'm truly getting to know Madoka Kaname today. She's both kind and brave, just like a heroine in an anime. Classmate Kamiho, a heroine, what are you talking about? It seems our heroine Madoka is a rare species that only appears in specific situations. Now she seems to have reverted to her usual somewhat shy self. You two have such a good relationship, could it be that you're? Mommy Tomo found the interaction between her two juniors very interesting and couldn't help but tease them. Of course, she did have such a guess. After all, she had seen all of Kamiju Kyusuk's subconscious protective actions towards Madoka earlier. Perhaps classmate Kamiho changed his mind later because of Madoka? Madoka Kaname immediately blushed and quickly waved her hands. No, classmate Kamiho and I are friends. But after saying this, for some reason, Madoka Kaname subconsciously shifted her gaze to Kamiju Kyusuk beside her. She seemed to want to see his reaction. Kamiju Kyusuk was slightly stunned. Although I know what kind of person I am, Madoka, your look of disdain makes Mr. Kamaju very sad. Senior Mommy misunderstood. How could such a cute girl like Madoka Kaname have anything to do with me? Is that the image I have in classmate Kamiho's eyes? Brave, kind, and cute. But isn't classmate Kamiho a bit too self-deprecating? He's so excellent himself, even if they really were that kind of couple, others would probably think she wasn't good enough for him? No, no. Madoka Kaname quickly shook her head to clear the nonsense. How did she directly assume a relationship between them? Madoka, what are you doing? If Sayaka knew what you were just thinking, she'd beat you to death. My apologies, it seems I misunderstood. As an apology, how about I personally brew you two a cup of black tea? Mommy Tomo led them to the table, sat down, and asked them. Kamaju Kyusuk, I'm fine. Madoka Kaname, I'm the same. Hehe, then please wait a moment. I'm quite confident in my black tea. Mommy Tomo clapped her hands happily and went to prepare the tea and snacks. The sudden silence made the atmosphere in the room awkward, and for a moment, neither knew what to say. Coupled with Mommy Tomo's earlier misunderstanding, a strange atmosphere circulated between the two. Madoka Kaname nervously twiddled her fingers, feeling a bit embarrassed. Come to think of it, whenever she and classmate Kamiho were together before, Sayaka was always there. This was the first time they were truly alone together. Kayasuk, weren't you uninterested in magical girls? Yes, why? I'm wondering too. Isn't it all because I'm worried about you, Madoka? Of course, Kamaju Kyusuk didn't voice this self-righteous thought. I suddenly feel that magical girls are quite good, super cool. That's the truth, but only when he sees others. Really? I didn't expect classmate Kamiho to have such a cute side. Madoka Kaname, I think you could use a slightly more masculine word to praise me, thank you. Realizing that her words seemed to make the atmosphere even more awkward, Madoka Kaname quickly changed the subject. Ahem, classmate Kamiho, is it really okay for you to come with me to Senior Mommy's place? I feel a little bad for Sayaka. Sayaka was looking forward to listening to music with classmate Kamiho after he recovered, but it turned out. It's fine. I already talked to Sayaka on my phone before I came, and I also asked Homura. It's not late yet, so they should be fine walking back together. With Akemi Homura, a magical girl, there, Kamaju Kyusuk didn't think they would be in any danger. The future Akemi Homura also asked him to watch over Madoka here and prevent her from becoming a magical girl. Kamaju Kyusuk also thought the same way, so they could be said to be in perfect agreement. As for Sayaka, he was indeed a bit in the wrong. He would have to apologize properly tomorrow. Is that so? As the conversation ended, the scene became awkward again. The more it was like this, the more Madoka Kaname felt bad for Sayaka. Sorry for the wait, please enjoy. After an unknown amount of time, the atmosphere finally shifted again with Mommy Tomo's return. Mamane, this is so delicious. Madoka took a bite of the pastry and immediately cried out happily. As if remembering something, she turned to Kamaju Kyusuk and added, of course, classmate Kamiho, the pastries you made today were also delicious, just as amazing as Mamane's. Actually, Madoka, you don't need to specifically tell me that. Am I the kind of person who would be sad about that? Although he thought this, Kamaju Kyusuk's expression became smug. Just so, senior mommies are still more delicious, and the black tea is also very good. Thank you, I'm glad you like them. Mommy Tomo smiled elegantly and then got to the main topic. Since Madoka wants to learn more about magical girls, I'll tell you about it. First, there's the soul gem. Madoka Kaname, it was right that you didn't make a wish just now. After leaving Mommy Tomo's house, Kamaju Kyusuk suddenly spoke to Madoka Kaname beside him. Huh? Madoka Kaname was surprised he would say that so suddenly, and tilted her head in confusion. You heard what Senior Mommy said earlier, right? Becoming a magical girl can grant a wish, but in return, you also gain the mission to fight witches. Kamajukusuk stopped and looked at her seriously. Madoka Kaname, you saw what the witch was like earlier, didn't you? If you're not careful, you could die. Die? Madoka Kaname didn't react for a moment, still somewhat incredulous. Perhaps in a girl's eyes, a magical girl is synonymous with beauty and power. Death was something she had never considered. That's too much to say, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Although she said that, the excitement in Madoka Kaname's heart did fade a little. If classmate Kamiho and senior mommy hadn't appeared in time today, she didn't know what would have happened to her. I'm not trying to scare you, I just want to make it clear to you. After all, if you die, what's the use of making any wish, isn't that right? Madoka Kaname didn't know what to say for a moment. She thought of the elegant and handsome senior who also gave her a sense of fragility and loneliness. Senior mommy, has she always fought alone? Protecting everyone in the city amidst danger. Although she didn't agree to become a magical girl today, senior mommy seemed genuinely happy and even invited them to visit her when they had time. She didn't want to see senior mommy make that expression again, even if she couldn't make up her mind, even if it was just for a while. Sorry, classmate Kamiho, Madoka Kaname didn't know how to tell Kamajukusuk. Because she knew that just as she worried about senior mommy, classmate Kamiho was also worried about her. Seeing Madoka Kaname's expression, Kamajukusuk immediately understood her thoughts. Speaking of which, the black tea senior mommy brewed was really delicious. How about we visit her again with Madoka Kaname another day? Huh? Classmate Kamiho. Madoka Kaname was slightly surprised. Did classmate Kamiho mean? Yes. Let's arrange another time with Momine. I think she'll be very happy. Classmate Kamiho, he's indulging my willfulness, isn't he? Recalling how classmate Kamiho not only risked his life to save her today but also those subconscious acts of protection, Madoka Kaname's face flushed slightly as she happily skipped ahead with her hands behind her back. Classmate Kamiho, can I call you Kayasuk, like Sayaka does? Madoka Kaname spoke as she walked, feigning indifference. ? Kamajukusuk blinked, not knowing why Madoka suddenly wanted to change her address. But they had known each other for years, what's in a name? You can, Madoka Kaname, if you like. Madoka Kaname suddenly turned around, staring at him with her cute big eyes. Kamajukusuk stared blankly at the girl smiling under the setting sun and subconsciously agreed. That's great, Kayasuk, you can also call me Madoka or something. After saying this, Madoka Kaname seemed to have used up her last bit of courage. She immediately turned her head and quickened her pace, walking away. Kamajukusuk finally reacted, shook his head, and quickly went after her. Hey, Madoka, don't run so fast. It's so late, I should still walk you home, right? Thank you, Kayasuk. Sayaka doesn't seem to have that kind of relationship with classmate Kamiho, so it should be fine if Kayasuk just walks me home, right? Probably. P.S. Didn't expect it, but it's actually Madoka's big brother's turn. Chapter 26 Sayaka, are you reliable or not? Hey, Mom. If, and I mean if it were really possible to grant any wish with magic, what would you do? In the morning, Madoka Kaname, still half asleep, stood in front of the mirror and asked her mother, who was washing up beside her. I'd get rid of 2 annoying employees, Kyoko Kaname said without a second thought, blurting it out. Madoka Kaname, who had hoped for advice from her mother, gave an awkward laugh. Haha, and what else? Kyoko Kaname, while reapplying her makeup, pondered, let me think. The president is getting old, and his body can't take much more. Isn't it about time he considered retirement? Then why don't you become the president, Mom? Kyoko Kaname's movements paused, and her eyes immediately sharpened. So there's a way to do that? Mom's gaze suddenly became really scary. Listening to her mother's rambling, Madoka Kaname complained helplessly. Wait, Madoka, why are you suddenly asking these questions? Kyoko Kaname, who was about to leave, suddenly sensed something was off. Speaking of which, you were brought home quite late by Kayase-kun yesterday. When she saw the two of them together yesterday, she hadn't thought much of it. After all, because of Sayaka, Kyoko Kaname knew that her Madoka and Kayase-kun were acquainted. But looking at it now, it was so late, and Madoka and Kayase came back together, and Sayaka wasn't with them. Remembering Madoka's happy yet shy face last night and the suggestion she just made, could it be? Kyoko Kaname fell into a fantasy. Madoka, Sayaka, since you can't get Kayase-kun, stop trying so hard. Isn't it about time you retired and let me take over? Sayaka looked confused. Madoka, what do you mean by that? Madoka, he can be replaced. Kyoko Kaname's thoughts instantly cleared, and her gaze towards Madoka became teasing. Oh, she knew it. Why else would Madoka suddenly ask her about wishes and all that this morning? It turns out her Madoka is in love. Madoka. Once you've made up your mind, you must strive to pursue it. Hesitation won't bring you the happiness you desire. Kyoko Kaname grabbed Madoka's shoulders and admonished her with such a serious look. She knew Kamiju Kyusuk, he was a very excellent child, and from yesterday's observation, he was also very good at taking care of people. Of course, the most important thing is that Madoka likes him, isn't it? Oh, it's rare to see her daughter in love. Huh? Madoka Kaname blinked blankly beside her, still not quite understanding what her mother was suddenly talking about. Ah, I get it. Madoka, are you worried about Sayaka? Kyoko Kaname thought her daughter was hesitant due to her friendship, thus feeling conflicted, and even starting to fantasize about using a wish to achieve her love. Mom. What are you thinking? Kayase and I don't have that kind of relationship. Madoka Kaname finally realized why her mother's gaze was so strange. Her face immediately flushed red, and she shook her head frantically. Kyoko Kaname saw her daughter's reaction and became even more certain of her thoughts. Moreover, this was the first time Madoka had called a boy so intimately. For her daughter's happiness, Kyoko Kaname decided to give her daughter a good lecture, lest Madoka end up like her friend and her child one day. Kyoko Kaname was quite vexed by her own best friend. She was cute and had a good personality, so why couldn't she get married? Madoka, are Sayaka and Kayase-kun perhaps dating? No. Speaking of which, from her usual behavior, Sayaka should like Kayase, right? However, the other party's earlier behavior of treating Kayase like a brother made Madoka Kaname a little uncertain. If that's the case, then why don't you try, Madoka? Just imagining it and relying on wishes for happiness won't work. Kyoko Kaname nodded after listening and admonished her with a serious expression. Happiness is called happiness because the process is also an indispensable part of it. If you look back and find that your love only had a result but no process, that would be a regret. As Kyoko Kaname spoke, she felt like she was back in her youth. This feeling of giving guidance suddenly became unstoppable. Love is war. So Madoka, you must remember, happiness must be fought for by yourself. So, bravely declare war on your opponent and conquer the territory. Mom. Madoka Kaname turned her head to the side, raising her hand to her forehead. She always felt her mother had entered a strange state, but setting aside those misunderstandings, Madoka Kaname also learned a lot from it. Mom, you're right. Compared to the result, perhaps the process itself is also indispensable? And she didn't have anything that absolutely had to be achieved by a wish, so why bother agonizing over it? Thank you, Mom, I feel so much clearer now. It's good that you understand, Madoka. Kyoko Kaname, having resolved her daughter's love troubles, was also very satisfied. Please call her love guru Kyoko. Oh, Madoka, put on this victory ribbon. Kyoko Kaname said, pulling out a beautiful hairband from somewhere. Eh? Mom, this is too flashy. Madoka Kaname waved her hands repeatedly in refusal. She had hesitated for a long time over the slightly vibrant one from yesterday, but this new one her mother pulled out was truly too gaudy. Though it was indeed beautiful, she felt like she would look like a displaying peahen. Heh, don't worry, I guarantee Kayase-kun will be completely smitten with you. This was Mom's secret weapon from back then, and now it's officially conferred upon you, Private Madoka. Mom. In the end, Madoka Kaname didn't decline. The girl smiled brightly at her reflection, it seemed, not bad at all? I'm leaving. Be careful on your way, Madoka. After greeting her dad and Tatsuya, Madoka Kaname hurried out of the house. Kayase-kun? However, after only a few steps, she encountered an unexpected person. Good morning, Madoka. Kamaji-kun raised his hand and greeted her. By the way, why are you here, Kayase-kun? Madoka Kaname tilted her head cutely, expressing her confusion at Kamaji-kun's presence near her house. Coincidence? Saying something he didn't even believe himself, Kamaji-kun just wanted to change the subject quickly. Who would have thought he was actually just here for a shift change? After taking Madoka home yesterday, he stayed at her house for a while and then left. On his way out, he unexpectedly saw future Homura. Kamaji-kun hadn't paid much attention at first, thinking she was just worried about Madoka and had followed her to check, so he immediately went back. He never expected that when he woke up today and couldn't sleep, he impulsively asked, and lo and behold, she was still up in the tree. If Akemi Homura hadn't told him, this guy wouldn't have said anything. No wonder Akemi Homura always seemed to have a cultivating immortal vibe for a while. It was all your fault. How did future Homura end up like this? He had to keep a close eye on his Homura to make sure she didn't go astray. So, for Akemi Homura's health, Kamaji-kun came to relieve her before dawn. Before he left, future Homura gave him countless instructions, which truly bewildered him. He felt this Homura was not far from breaking the law. Madoka, did you change your style today? Your hairband is very pretty, it suits you perfectly. Kamaji-kun smiled and complimented Madoka Kaname, who had become even cuter. Madoka Kaname's face flushed as she touched her ponytail. Really? Mom picked it out for me. I'm relieved that Kayase-kun doesn't find it strange. Yes. That's me, I easily changed the subject. It wouldn't be good to be mistaken for a stalker. However, his compliment was indeed sincere. Auntie Kyoko is truly amazing, it suits Madoka so well. The two exchanged smiles and walked side by side towards the school. By the stream. Miki Sayaka was idly kicking her feet. Madoka is a bit late today. Did something happen yesterday? Just thinking about yesterday's events made Miki Sayaka a bit gloomy. Not only did their well-planned two-person outing fall through, but she ended up having to go back with that transfer student. Oh God. That whole walk yesterday was so awkward. The two of them didn't have much to talk about, and when they did, it was always about Kamaji-kun. That transfer student looked so happy whenever Kayase-kun was mentioned. Was she declaring war? Sayaka, what do you think classmate Kamiho and Madoka went to do together yesterday? I'm a little curious. Shizuki Hitomi, beside her, asked as if casually. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. I'm not too sure. Mainly because that transfer student stammered for a long time and couldn't explain anything, so Sayaka couldn't help it. But Hitomi, don't worry, Madoka will be fine with Kayase-kun around. No, it's precisely because of that I'm worried. Shizuki Hitomi sighed, then her eyes suddenly noticed figures chatting and approaching in the distance. Madoka and classmate Kamiho? Why were those two suddenly together? Was Kayase-kun's house on that road? Sayaka. Shizuki Hitomi stiffly turned her head, wanting to ask Sayaka, one of yesterday's participants, again, but it turned out Sayaka was even more shocked than she was. KKWKY. Ma. Sayaka looked at Kamajukusuk, then at Madoka, who was talking and laughing beside him, occasionally blushing and stealing glances. Her brain's CPU completely broke down for a moment. Shizuki Hitomi massaged her forehead. Sayaka, are you reliable or not? How is there another one now? Chapter 27. Don't sit idly by when trouble comes your way. Good morning, Hitomi, Sayaka. Madoka Kaname saw her friends waiting for her and quickly jogged over to greet them. Sorry, have you been waiting long? Aha, has Madoka finally realized her mistake? Then don't oversleep next time. Sayaka pretended to be indifferent, teasing Madoka, but her eyes kept glancing at Kamajukusuk, who was hurrying behind them. Good morning, Sayaka and Shizuki-san. Kamajukusuk also greeted the two of them and joined the group heading to school. Good. Sayaka opened her mouth, wanting to ask what had happened after the two of them left yesterday, but the words got stuck in her throat. Just then, in her hesitation, she suddenly noticed Madoka's hair tie. Oh, Madoka, have you changed your style again? By the way, since yesterday, Madoka has started. Nichem, Kayasuk seems to like it. What do you think, Sayaka? If Kayasuk thinks it looks good, then. Sayaka subconsciously nodded in agreement, then realized something was off. When did Madoka and Kayasuk become so close? They're even calling each other by their first names. Misaka. Miki Sayaka suddenly noticed a blind spot. Could it be that the secret to popularity Madoka learned from her mother yesterday really worked? Oh my god, Kayasuk, how could you fall for it so easily? Ors. Why is Ante Kiko so amazing, while the take advantage of the weakness strategy in gourmet food, though she hasn't learned it yet, taught by her own mother are completely useless. At the same time, at the Miki residence, Mrs. Miki, Achu, could it be that Sayaka's confession was successful? Honestly, that child is so clumsy. After half a month of learning, she still can't even make a fried egg, even though she loves them the most. Who did she inherit that from? Mr. Miki, maybe me. Mrs. Miki, good that you know. If Sayaka had half my offensive power, she would have already won over that Kayasuk boy. Mr. Miki. Wife, I agree with the second half. But when did you learn to cook? Looking at his wife, who was getting smug and looked exactly like their daughter, Mr. Miki sighed but ultimately didn't dare to say it out loud. Returning to Kamajukusuk's perspective. Looking at Sayaka, who was stunned on the spot by Madoka's cute attack, missed, Kamajukusuk couldn't help but tease her. Ah, Madoka is indeed a beautiful girl. Honestly, it makes me want to send her a love letter. Silence. Miki Sayaka and Shizuki Hitomi. The two of them stopped in their tracks, staring straight at him, while Madoka, blushing, lowered her head, unsure how to respond. Kamajukusuk didn't seem to notice their abnormality and continued to prattle on, until he suddenly felt a chill on his neck and instinctively looked back. So scary. Sayaka and Hitomi's expressions are so scary. Sayaka is one thing, she's always been shouting about marrying Madoka, but he didn't expect Hitomi to be jealous too. Madoka, you truly are a woman of grave sins. Ha ha ha, got you, didn't I? I didn't expect Sayaka to have a day where I scare her. You used to always tease Madoka when you liked her, why are you suddenly so serious today? Huh? Miki Sayaka suddenly realized that Kayasuk's earlier words weren't a confession, it scared her to death. It's all because of Kayasuk, how dare you confess to my Madoka and I, are you trying to steal Madoka from me? Sayaka said, pulling the somewhat dejected Madoka and running forward, sticking out her tongue at him as she ran. Niaha, Madoka belongs to Sayaka-sama. Ah, this is indeed Sayaka. Kamajukusuk shook his head with a laugh and looked at Shizuki Hitomi beside him. Shizuki-san, aren't you going to catch up? They're almost out of sight. Hehe, even if I tried to catch up now, I couldn't. Shizuki Hitomi said, covering her mouth in surprise. Could it be that classmate Kamiho is very concerned about being alone with me? Are you shy? Kamiju Kyusuk scratched his face. A little? Shizuki Hitomi didn't expect him to admit it and was suddenly amused by him. Haha, I didn't expect Kayasuk to have such a cute side. But being shy won't do. She said, winking at Kamiju Kyusuk, classmate Kamiho, do you remember our promise? If Kamiju Kyusuk hadn't been an experienced person, he might have thought this girl liked him. Of course, Shizuki-san, don't worry, I'll probably get used to it. Get used to it, huh? Shizuki Hitomi turned her head away with satisfaction. Getting used to something requires frequent cultivation, after all. Thump. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at the girl who turned around as soon as class ended, his face full of question marks. Kamiju Kyusuk, come out for a moment. Homura Akemi stood up expressionlessly, grabbed him, and started walking out. Hey, wait, my cane. Don't think she didn't know. When he chased her yesterday, he didn't limp at all and pinned her against the wall in the blink of an eye. Humiliation, she's thinking about yesterday again. Thinking of this, Homura Akemi decided to ignore him and dragged him out directly. Oh, Akemi-san, is there something urgent you need to talk to classmate Kamiho about? Shizuki Hitomi sighed, looking at Sayaka, who was clinging to Madoka as soon as class ended, and said casually. Huh? Sayaka immediately stopped her barrage of questions to Madoka and slammed her hand on the desk. Damn transfer student. Miki Sayaka frowned and quickly chased after them. Few thanks, Hitomi, Sayaka is a bit too enthusiastic today. Madoka Kaname breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a Sayaka, she was really a bit overwhelmed. The main reason was that the questions she asked made her unsure how to answer, so she could only smile and brush them off. After all, the matter of magical girls was too incredible, and Mommy Senpai and Kayasuk had also told her to try not to reveal it. So she could only apologize to Sayaka. However, after a short while, Sayaka returned, looking dejected. Damn it, that transfer student runs so fast, and Kayasuk's leg hasn't fully recovered yet. Could it be? Sayaka imagined the transfer student carrying him, running wildly, with Kayasuk fearfully clinging to her. Miki Sayaka shivered and quickly pushed that image out of her mind. With a sudden transfer student and then Madoka Nai's unexpected rise, Sayaka felt surrounded. Madoka Kaname. Seeming to notice Sayaka's gaze turning back to her, Madoka Kaname quickly stood up. I suddenly remembered I have some questions I want to ask Homura and Kayasuk, ha. Seeing Madoka's hurried appearance, Miki Sayaka slumped onto her desk powerlessly. What's going on? It's only been one day, but it feels like so many things have happened. Are those three hiding something from us? Sayaka, venting her frustrations to Hitomi, didn't notice the unusual expression of her good friend. Hitomi, are you listening? Huh? Oh. Shizuki Hitomi snapped back to reality. It feels like Madoka, Akemi-san, and Kayasuk have suddenly become very close. You noticed too, Hitomi? Sayaka picked up the thread of conversation and continued chatting with Hitomi. Hitomi, thank you for listening to me so much. You truly are my good sister. You're welcome. Although she hadn't paid attention to what Sayaka had just said, just nodding was the right thing to do. The appearance of Madoka and the transfer student had ruined Shizuki Hitomi's carefully prepared confession plan. She had originally intended to clarify things with Sayaka and compete fairly, but then Homura Akemi appeared out of nowhere. And then Madoka suddenly, yet, facing this situation, Sayaka remained surprisingly indifferent. Shizuki Hitomi felt she couldn't continue to sit back and wait for Sayaka to make a move. Before, it was just her and Sayaka. She knew she was the latecomer, so she was willing to yield to Sayaka. But now, the situation had clearly changed. Shizuki Hitomi glanced at the adjacent seats of Homura Akemi and Kamiju Kyusuk. Sigh, when will I be able to get closer to Kayasuk? Chapter 28 Magical Girl Tamura, with supplementary setting. Hey, Hamura, you can put me down now, right? At the corner of the hallway, Kamaji spoke helplessly. The other party suddenly stopped time, picked him up, and ran, which truly startled him. Hamura Akemi nodded and immediately let go. Hey. Kamaji got up from the ground, rubbing his rear. Hamura really should have said something, he fell hard on his backside. Good thing he had thick skin. Wait, you must be the other Hamura, right? Looking at the cold girl, he realized this might not be the Akemi Hamura he usually knew. Hamura Akemi responded, then thought for a moment and explained again. I just saw Miki Sayaka. Kamaji nodded. This future Hamura looking for him must be about the magical girl matter. It was better that Sayaka didn't know, he really didn't want others involved in this world. So, Hamura, is there something you called me out for? Hamura Akemi habitually tried to flip her long hair with her hand, but then realized she was currently in a braid and stopped. Sighing, Hamura Akemi glanced at Kamaji. How much do you know about magical girls? Magical girls, huh? Seeing her get to the point, Kamaji recounted everything Mommy Tomo had told him yesterday about the work of magical girls and their relationship with witches. However, after hearing his words, Hamura Akemi shook her head. I didn't ask you what Mommy Tomo knows, I asked you how much you understand about magical girls. Kamaji looked at the girl for a while, but her cold expression revealed nothing. Forget it, she was Hamura after all. Even though the Hamura from the future wasn't the Akemi Hamura he was familiar with, he was still the Kamaji she was familiar with. No matter why the girl had become like this, he should give her more trust. Ultimately, he decided to tell her about Kyubi pestering him to become a magical girl, and some of his own conjectures. In short, I suspect Kyubi's intentions aren't that simple. Yesterday's events were too coincidental, perhaps the witch was released by it. Even if not, its purpose in calling and luring Madoka and me yesterday wasn't pure. Hamura Akemi was very surprised internally. She hadn't expected Kamaji to guess so much. Although he hadn't discovered the full truth, inferring so much from such limited clues was already very impressive. Rather, Kyubi was truly too good at disguising itself. The truth about magical girls was indeed not that easy to know, she herself only learned it after multiple timelines. This timeline's Kamaji was undoubtedly a variable, and he could certainly become a good helper. What to do? Should she tell him the truth about magical girls? Would he believe her? And Walpurgisnacht, would he really risk danger to help her? One must know, Walpurgisnacht was initially only defeated by Madoka's forced one-for-one exchange. And for some unknown reason, Walpurgisnacht grew stronger with each of her timelines, to the point where only Madoka's wish could make it disappear now. Wait. Speaking of wishing, did he just say something about wishing? You can also make a wish? Although his knowledge of Kyubi already made her suspect, hearing him say it himself still surprised her a bit. Moreover, Kyubi actually pestered him? The last person Kyubi relentlessly pursued was Madoka. Kamaji couldn't help but exclaim, I really don't know what it sees in me. Could it be trying to develop a new way to play? You can listen to Kyubi, but I advise you to just listen and nothing more. Akemi Hamura rarely frowned as she warned him. Although it sounded awkward, this Hamura must also be worried about him, right? Don't worry, even though I think being a magical girl is pretty cool, wishing to Kyubi is out of the question. I hope you remember that. Hamura Akemi reminded him one last time. Regardless, she had said what needed to be said to him. Now, the most important thing was Madoka. Not only because she had promised her before, but also because Madoka was Kyubi's acknowledged most talented magical girl. If Madoka made a wish and then despaired, everything would be too late. From now on, Mommy Tomo's side is up to you. It's not convenient for me. Remember, you absolutely cannot let Madoka make a wish. Mommy Tomo was deeply poisoned by Kyubi's deception and was wary of her. She probably trusted Kyubi more than herself. But she couldn't tell her the truth. Seeing Kamiju Kyusuk remain silent, Akemi Hamura suddenly realized. She had talked so much without considering his feelings, perhaps he really didn't want to get involved? Although he did help her yesterday. Let's just... no problem. Since she's my friend, I'll definitely protect her. Kamiju Kyusuk raised his hand to interrupt her. In his opinion, protecting Madoka wasn't difficult. If they encountered another witch, even if he couldn't defeat it, with his time-stopping ability, escaping with 2 people would be easy. Unless he went looking for death, it would be hard to die, right? Hamura Akemi opened her mouth but still swallowed her words of refusal. She still hadn't told him the truth about Walpurgisnacht and magical girls. She still decided to defeat Walpurgisnacht herself. This time, with Kamiju Kyusuk helping her look after Madoka, she could better prepare for the final battle. Perhaps she could truly end all of this? By the way, where is Hamura? The other Hamura. Kamiju Kyusuk scratched his face. He had actually been thinking about this while spacing out. Hamura Akemi probed her body. She doesn't seem to be awake yet. Yesterday, she insisted on taking over for her, but she overexerted herself and was still sleeping inside the body. Speaking of which, how should I address you two in the future? I can't keep calling you both Hamura, can I? Hamura Akemi thought that made sense. Just call me by my surname. Kamiju Kyusuk snapped his fingers. How about I call you Tamura from now on? Hamura Akemi. What the hell is Tamura? Although it sounded similar, it felt a bit off. See, it differentiates us and isn't too different. How about it? As you wish. Forget it, it was just a name. She didn't care what this person called her. Magical girl Tamura thought so. In a corner of the city, 2 white creatures sat together. Things seemed to be progressing smoothly. One Kyubi spoke thus. Now that Kyusuk knows the magical girls, even if he's unwilling, he has already come to this world. The other Kyubi blinked its large eyes. Then, we can continue to act according to the plan, right? Yes, Kyubi's goal has always been Kamiju Kyusuk. Or rather, it has always been for his immense, indescribable karma. Kamiju Kyusuk, as a human, you undoubtedly possess emotions, and this is precisely your weakness. P.S. The basic world timeline setting is approximately halfway through the anime's main timeline. For example, if Akemi Hamura went through 100 timelines until Madoka became a god in the final timeline, then currently she is only around 60 timelines in. So, the setting of this book is that while Madoka's karma is strong, it's not yet at the level of becoming a god. Even if she made the wish of the final timeline, it wouldn't be realized due to insufficient karma. As for Kamiju Kyusuk, his karma is set to be even greater than that of Madoka in the final timeline, which is why Kyubi places more importance on Kamiju Kyusuk. If the reason for Madoka's enormous karma in the original work was Akemi Hamura's bugging, then Kamiju Kyusuk's karma is inherently that powerful. Of course, this is limited to Kamiju Kyusuk in the basic world. After all, as a transmigrator with a system, the sole unique existence across all parallel worlds, a little more karma isn't excessive, right? And this is also why his spiritual power can support him in having multiple stands, even multiple powerful stands, because he has talent, a cheat. Again, the above settings are only for this book. Any conflicts should be resolved according to this book. Chapter 29 Their Intimacy and Their Loss. Few so Kyusuk and Hamura were here. On their way back, Kamiju Kyusuk and Tamura ran into Madoka Kaname, who was looking for them. Seeing her in such a hurry, Hamura Akemi was about to step forward to support her, but the person beside her was even faster. Is something wrong, Madoka? Hamura Akemi reluctantly withdrew her hand and stood aside, watching the two silently. She was clearly also quite concerned about what Madoka Kaname had to say. Senior Mommy suddenly sent me a message just now. Didn't Kayasuke hear it? When Senior Mommy's voice suddenly rang in her head earlier, it had startled her. Senior Mommy? Kamajukyusuke shook his head. I didn't hear anything. Isn't Senior Mommy a third-year student? It's magic. Senior Mommy said it seems to be Kyubi's ability. That white creature actually has that use. Kamajukyusuke, is something wrong, Senior Mommy? Senior Mommy said that if you want to understand about magical girls, it's best to see more of it with your own eyes, so she invited us to go exterminate a witch together this afternoon. Madoka Kaname said, looking at Kamajukyusuke. So, Kayasuke, you. No, witches are too dangerous for ordinary people. Madoka, you cannot go. Before Kamajukyusuke could answer, Hamura Akemi directly interrupted her and sternly warned her. Ugh. Hamura, so scary. It seems like it's the cool and aloof Hamura again today. Hey, Tamura, don't be so agitated. You're scaring Madoka. Madoka Kaname was so scared that she hid behind Kamajukyusuke. Looking at the agitated black-haired girl in front of him, he quickly reminded her to calm down. Kamajukyusuke noticed that whenever Madoka was involved, Tamura's state became very unstable. Looking at Madoka, who was hiding behind the other person in fear, Hamura Akemi felt a little down. Hamura and Senior Mommy might have some misunderstanding, but Senior Mommy also asked me to invite you along. Hamura, do you want to come? Yesterday, Senior Mommy indeed had a bad impression of Hamura, even mistaking her for a magical girl who snatched resources. Fortunately, with herself and Kayasuke mediating, Senior Mommy has now extended an invitation to Hamura again. This might be an opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding. It's dangerous to fight witches alone, isn't it? If magical girls could team up, wouldn't it be safer? I have something else to do this afternoon. Facing Madoka Kaname's hopeful gaze, Hamura Akemi gritted her teeth and ultimately refused. Also, if you truly value your life so far, don't think about becoming a different version of yourself. Madoka Kaname didn't react much, but Kamajukyusuke frequently glanced sideways after hearing that sentence. What kind of riddle is this? No, I won't. However, Madoka, you actually understood? Ignoring Kamajukyusuke, Madoka Kaname's words indeed warmed Hamura Akemi's heart. It seemed Madoka was still willing to listen to her. Because the me now is no longer the me of the past. Who knew Madoka Kaname's next sentence would directly break her defenses? What? Looking at Madoka, who was smiling and seemed different, Hamura Akemi's eyes widened in disbelief. Madoka, could it be that you've already made a wish? That confident, sparkling smile was all too familiar to her. This was exactly how Madoka looked after she decided to become a magical girl. In fact, this was the Madoka Kaname she had first known. But when did it happen? Hamura Akemi frowned and looked at Kamajukyusuke, as if asking him what was going on. Seeing her misunderstanding, Madoka Kaname quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Kamajukyusuke. I know Hamura is worried about me. Don't worry, I haven't made any wish, and if nothing unexpected happens, I won't make one in the future either. Upon hearing this, Hamura Akemi's heart calmed down again. Because compared to the result obtained by making a wish, I want to experience the process more. Wah! What am I even saying? So embarrassing. A blush suddenly appeared on Madoka Kaname's face. She secretly glanced at Kamajukyusuke behind her, and seeing him look over, she quickly tried to hide it. Every time she thought of Kayasuke acknowledging and praising her yesterday, Madoka Kaname felt her heart pounding. However, her actions were entirely seen by Hamura Akemi. Seeing her stunned, Madoka Kaname awkwardly touched her ponytail. Haha, I suddenly feel a bit chunibu. Hamura, don't laugh at me. Boom. Upon seeing such a Madoka, Hamura Akemi suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning. In fact, when Madoka secretly looked at Kamajukyusuke, her brain had already crashed. She lowered her head, emitting black aura, muttering to herself, "Kill you, kill you, kill you." Tamura? For some reason, Kamiju Kyusuk suddenly felt a terrifying aura from the black-haired girl locking onto him. He spoke somewhat uncertainly. "Kill you." Hamura Akemi raised her eyes and spoke the most terrifying words with the calmest expression. Kamiju Kyusuk. He didn't remember offending her anywhere, except for pinning her against the wall yesterday. But she wasn't angry yesterday, so it shouldn't be that serious today. Just a reminder, Tamura, this is a society of law and order. Murder is illegal, you don't want to go to jail, do you? The threat failed. Hamura Akemi's gaze at him became even more hostile, as if looking at some perverted insect. Kamiju Kyusuk. Hamura. Don't talk about Kyusuk like that. Madoka Kaname quickly pulled the two apart. Hamura, you can't say such scary things anymore. She didn't think Hamura would actually do it. But as a good friend, just in case, she still tried her best to correct her thinking. Boom. Hamura Akemi was shocked twice in a row, so much so that she didn't hear anything Madoka said afterward. Don't talk about Kyusuk, don't talk about Kyusuk, don't talk about Kyusuk. Finally, Hamura Akemi left in a daze, leaving Kamiju Kyusuk and Madoka to stare at each other. X2. I'll go with you to see Senior Mommy this afternoon. Madoka, you should go after her and see how she is. I feel like Tamura isn't doing well. Kamiju Kyusuk thought about it and still asked Madoka to go check on her. Although he was also worried, he felt that if he went, it would only get worse. Okay. Madoka Kaname nodded vigorously. Although she found it a bit strange why Kyusuk kept calling Hamura Tamura, she still hurried to chase after Hamura Akemi. Kamiju Kyusuk sighed and continued walking towards the classroom. Oh, Kyusuk, you're back? As soon as Kamiju Kyusuk returned to the classroom, Miki Sayaka and Shizuki Hitomi came up to him. Why are you alone? Where are Madoka and the transfer student? Sayaka looked left and right but didn't see the other two, and couldn't help but start imagining things again. Could it be that the transfer student really wants to have both, not only wanting to snatch Kyusuk from her but also to conquer Madoka? Oh my, when she said that earlier, the other person only teased her. She didn't expect this transfer student to be serious. Oh. Hamura isn't feeling well, and Madoka took her to the infirmary. There was no other way. Fearing that the two wouldn't be back before class, Kamiju Kyusuk could only come up with an excuse for them. Fortunately, Akemi Hamura's natural condition was there, and Madoka was a health committee member, so this excuse was perfect. Sure enough, Sayaka and Hitomi didn't suspect much and continued chatting with Kamiju Kyusuk. As they talked, they eventually brought up the violin, which he was good at. Shizuki Hitomi stared at Kamiju Kyusuk's hand and asked in confusion. Classmate Kamiho, since your hand has recovered, will you still participate in the youth violin competition? Kamiju Kyusuk blinked, not immediately understanding what she said. It wasn't until several seconds later that he slapped his head in sudden realization. Hitomi, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. I won the last competition, haha. He had successfully won first place in the city's youth violin competition last time, undoubtedly qualifying for the next round. The next competition date was April 15th, but the location was set to be in the neighboring Casimino city. At that time, contestants from several surrounding cities would participate. Speaking of which, this competition was originally planned to be held in Maidokihara. After all, compared to Casimino City, Maidokihara City was clearly more prosperous and stable, more suitable for hosting events. But for some reason, it was eventually taken over by the neighboring Casimino. Perhaps they wanted to use the opportunity to develop a bit? However, these were not things Kamiju Kyusuk needed to worry about. Hearing Kamiju Kyusuk's remarks, Sayaka stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head. Oh, Kyusuk, really? When did you become so careless? Indeed, why is that? I'm also looking for the reason. Perhaps it's because I spend too much time with a certain someone? Looking at Sayaka, who was acting like an old woman, Kyusuk couldn't help but joke with her. Hey. Kyusuk, you're talking about me, right? It must be. Oh, no. Don't talk like Hitomi. And Kyusuk, why are you looking away? Yes, Lady Sayaka. Shizuki Hitomi. Watching their interaction, Shizuki Hitomi suddenly felt a sense that she couldn't intervene no matter what. She looked deeply at Sayaka. Was she being a bit overconfident? Without disturbing the two, Shizuki Hitomi quietly returned to her seat alone. Chapter 30, Hitomi Shizuki is conflicted. In the end, Homura Akemi still followed Madoka Kaname back to the classroom. Kyusuk estimated that she didn't even intend to hide, otherwise, how could she, with her time-stopping ability, let Madoka catch up? Sure enough, they had a thing going on. As soon as Madoka called her, she readily came back. Seeing her look at him with a slight hint of smugness, Kyusuk didn't know what expression to make. Thinking that Sayaka was still infatuated with Madoka, in a fog, Kyusuk already foresaw Madoka's love triangle, and he felt a little excited thinking about it. Eventually, the peaceful school life came to an end. During this time, Homura Akemi seemed to have heard about what Tamura had done from Madoka and stammered over to apologize to him. Kyusuk, of course, didn't mind. After all, it wasn't her, wait, it actually was her? But Tamura and Homura really are very different. Tamura seemed to have no desire to see Mommy Tomo, but Homura Akemi, upon hearing that she and Madoka were going to see the beautiful and elegant senior mommy from yesterday, insisted on going along. Could it be that Tamura, who came from the future, was actually an introverted otaku who became even more withdrawn? It seems he needed to talk to her when he had time. What if she led Homura astray? On the other side, looking at the other self who was silently by Madoka's side, Homura Akemi tried to reason with her. Must you go see that Mommy Tomo today? Homura Akemi ignored her. Even towards her other self, she had a temper, okay? Today, she even said she wanted to kill Kyusuk. She was angry. You'll regret it. Tamura-chan, I am the owner of this body. It's my time now. Finally, Homura Akemi, who had primary control over the body, won. The sudden appearance of that senior mommy still really bothered her. She could choose not to go in the future, but today, she absolutely had to go and see what was happening. Elegant, beautiful, cool, powerful. She was also a magical girl. She had heard countless praises for her from Madoka, and even Kyusuk had praised her as a powerful magical girl. Although Kyusuk hadn't said anything else, what if? So, Homura Akemi decided to go herself. On the other side, Shizuki Hitomi, who had hesitated all day, finally made up her mind to invite Kyusuk to her home. Although they had agreed last time, they hadn't specified a particular day. Seeing Kyusuk and Sayaka playing around today, she had been conflicted all day because of it. She had considered whether she should just step aside and let Sayaka have him, since she had never formally expressed her feelings anyway. But, she still felt a bit unwilling. Classmate Kamiho. Kyusuk paused his tidying, looking at the green-haired girl beside him in confusion. Shizuki-san? Is something wrong? Shizuki Hitomi, the elegant young lady, was not as composed as usual this time. She stammered out her request. Classmate Kamiho, after school this afternoon, I'd like to invite you to my house for some tutoring, if that's okay? It's about music guidance. After shouting this sentence, Shizuki Hitomi stood by, quietly waiting for Kyusuk's reply. Kyusuk didn't expect Shizuki Hitomi to invite him today. They did have an agreement, but today he had clearly already agreed to Senior Mommy and Madoka first. I'm sorry, Shizuki-san, I have something to do today. There was no other way. Kamiju Kyusuk could only apologize to Hitomi. After all, he couldn't be in two places at once. I wonder if tomorrow would be possible. Although it wasn't entirely his fault, Kamiju Kyusuk still felt a bit bad, so after thinking about it, he rescheduled the appointment for tomorrow. Hey! Kayasuke, Hitomi. What are you two dawdling about in there? Hurry up and let's go. Oh, got it, Sayaka. Really, she's so impatient when she hears it's time to leave school. Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head. He saw that Hitomi didn't refuse, so he thought she had agreed. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Shizuki-san. You should also go home early. Shizuki Hitomi lowered her head. She didn't know what expression she had now, but it must be very ugly and undignified, right? When Kayasuke refused her, she didn't know how to react and could only remain silent. Kayasuke, he must have made plans with Sayaka, right? Wasn't what he said a subtle way of rejecting her? She knew she shouldn't overthink it, but she just couldn't help it. Finally, as Kamiju Kyusuk was about to leave the classroom, Shizuki Hitomi spoke. I'm sorry for bothering Kayasuke. Tomorrow isn't necessary either, I have other schoolwork. Classmate Kamiho, please tell Sayaka not to wait for me. I hope you two have fun. Kamiju Kyusuk looked back at the girl in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly refused again. Hurry up, Kayasuke. Finally, urged by Sayaka, Kamiju Kyusuk turned back around. After all, Hitomi did have a lot of schoolwork, so it was normal for her not to have time. Shizuki Hitomi stared blankly at his departing back. Only after everyone in the class had left did she leave, feeling dejected. Hey, you're so slow, Kayasuke. How dare you make Madoka-niki wait so long? As soon as Kamiju Kyusuk came out, he was met with Sayaka's teasing. Madoka Kaname didn't expect to be dragged into it again. It was Sayaka who insisted on waiting, after all. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at Madoka Kaname and Hamura Akemi. Hadn't they told Sayaka that they had plans this afternoon? I told her, but Sayaka insisted on coming along, Madoka Kaname whispered to him, seeing Kamiju Kyusuk's confusion. Madoka, how did you tell her? Madoka Kaname scratched her cheek. Just that Hamura, Kayasuke, and I already had plans for this afternoon, something like that? Because the magical girl matter had to be kept secret, she naturally couldn't tell Sayaka, but she was really bad at making excuses, so she could only be vague. Sayaka had been paying attention to them the whole time. As soon as she saw them whispering again, she quickly intervened and separated the two. Hey, Kayasuke, what are you whispering to Madoka about again? Sayaka said, crossing her arms and turning her head away, pretending to be angry. Also, you two are going out to play this afternoon and didn't even invite me? Sayaka-sama is really going to be angry. Madoka still wanted to say something, but Kamiju Kyusuk's gaze signaled her to let him handle it, and then he looked at Sayaka with a relieved expression. So, Sayaka, you're going to join the big study group? Huh? Study group? Miki Sayaka blinked. That's right. A senior mommy decided to personally tutor the three of us today, so this afternoon will be very busy. Thinking of the textbooks that were like gibberish to her, Sayaka swallowed. Does Kayasuke also need tutoring? Haha. Can't be helped, after all, I was in the hospital for quite a long time. Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head helplessly. How about it, Sayaka, want to come? I just bought a lot of new practice problems. Sayaka. Haha, since you two have important business, I won't disturb you then. Sayaka-sama's grades don't need to be worried about at all. Sure enough, as soon as tutoring was mentioned, Sayaka wavered. Really, Kamiju Kyusuk didn't know whether to be glad that Sayaka was an idiot who didn't like to study. Alright, then I'll let Sayaka off the hook today. But you have to remember our agreement. If you fail the next exam, then there'll be no choice. Yes. Understood, Teacher Kamiju. Madoka Kaname, standing by, was dumbfounded. Did he really manage to deal with Sayaka so easily? As expected of Kyosuke. That stubborn idiot, she actually backed down. Even Homura Akemi was slightly surprised. She knew that because of this blue-haired girl's stubbornness, she had caused her a lot of trouble in the past. As for Homura Akemi. So today we were going to senior mommy for tutoring? I thought we were going to fight a witch. She seemed to have believed it too. Oh, right, Hitomi has other schoolwork, so she said not to wait for her. Sayaka, if you have nothing to do, you should go home quickly. Ever since he learned about witches, Kamijukyusuke always felt that everywhere outside was unsafe, so he would specifically remind both Sayaka and Hitomi. Huh? Hey. Miki Sayaka looked at the three walking away, feeling a bit annoyed. Should I have agreed just now? The girl said, rubbing her hair in frustration. But tutoring, it feels like a headache. Chapter 31. At this moment, the girl made up her mind. Madoka Kaname saw Mommy Tomo waiting in the distance. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mommy-senpai. You don't have to rush, Madoka, I only just finished class myself. Mommy Tomo shook her head and then looked at Homura Akemi, who was standing beside Kamijukyusuke with a guarded expression. I never thought Homura would come too. After all, I am a magical girl. Although the other party's aura was intimidating, Homura Akemi felt that she absolutely could not fall in the first round. She had to show some spirit. Is that so? Mommy Tomo looked at her in confusion, feeling that this Homura Akemi was a little different from how she felt yesterday. As a magical girl, I must protect Kyosuke. Cough cough. The black-haired girl then looked at a certain pink-haired girl. Oh, and Madoka too. Madoka Kaname. Homura, you don't have to force yourself. Homura really is different from yesterday. Yesterday's Homura Akemi gave her the impression of an aggressive magical girl, but now it seems she's a good child who can be a companion. That was Tamura yesterday. Tamura is another Homura. She became like this when she became a magical girl. However, Tamura was just too worried about Madoka, so her methods were a bit extreme. I hope Mommy-senpai doesn't mind. Kamijukyusuke took the opportunity to reveal Tamura's existence, though he didn't mention anything about her coming from the future. That was Tamura's privacy, and Kamijukyusuke guessed that if Homura Akemi hadn't happened to tell him, Tamura would have intended to keep it from him too. Since she didn't want to talk about it much, Kamijukyusuke naturally wouldn't pry. He even considerately pointed to his own head for Mommy Tomo and Madoka, then shook his head at Homura Akemi. I see, so that's it. I understand now. Mommy Tomo suddenly understood. Could it be that because of some wish, a second personality was born? Madoka Kaname blinked and secretly leaned closer to Mommy Tomo. Mommy-senpai, what do you understand? Mommy Tomo smiled slightly and told Madoka her guess. So that's it. Madoka Kaname clapped her hands, looking like she understood too. The two of them looked at Homura Akemi with a hint of sympathy. Homura Akemi? What happened? Why is everyone suddenly staring at me? Apparently, this dazed girl hadn't reacted yet. Humph, what a bother. Homura Akemi snorted softly and closed her eyes. Although she said that, Kamijukyusuke respecting her approach secretly pleased the girl. Tamura-chan, you shouldn't say that. Seriously, she's her past self, so why does she always side with others? All right, in that case, Homura, welcome to the team. Mommy Tomo clapped her hands, bringing everyone back to attention. So, for the first magical girl experience lesson, are you ready? Yes. Madoka Kaname said, directly pulling out a fire extinguisher. Kamijukyusuke's eyes widened. Madoka, where did you pull that out from? I borrowed it from Sayaka, she has a lot of them. Madoka Kaname seemed to have revealed something extraordinary. Kamijukyusuke. Is that really Sayaka? I'm glad you have this resolve. Mommy Tomo said with a smile, comforting Madoka. Later, Madoka, you must stay close to us. In this four-person team, Madoka Kaname was the only ordinary person, so Mommy Tomo naturally gave her many instructions. Hamura Akemi hesitated for a moment and then came up to her. Madoka, here, take this. Huh? Madoka Kaname subconsciously took it, but the bomb in her hand startled her. Ho! Hamura, how do you have something like this? I bought it. Madoka, you take it for self-defense. Hamura Akemi seemed to think one wasn't enough and wanted to continue pulling guns from her arsenal. She felt nothing about these weapons appearing out of nowhere, completely unaware that Hamura Akemi had acquired them through $0 shopping. Thanks to her, who knows how many organizations had gone bankrupt. The thank you, Hamura, but I think I'll pass, haha. Madoka Kaname was almost in tears. It was the first time she had touched a bomb in her life. Alright then, what about Kyosuke? As for me, I don't need it either. Although Kamiju Kyusuke was very tempted by these things, he didn't have Hamura Akemi's storage magic, and these items couldn't be carried around like that. Then let's go. Midokihara Super High School Squadron. Although her demeanor remained elegant and proper, Mommy Tomo shouting this made Kamiju Kyusuke feel a strange sense of chunibu. So, this senpai was also a chunibu girl. Mommy senpai, do magical girls all search for witches by walking? Kamiju Kyusuke asked Mommy Tomo as they walked. Yes. Mommy Tomo responded and then took out her soul gem to explain to them. This is the trace left by yesterday's witch. Basically, yes, you do have to rely on your two legs. The soul gem flickered as Mommy Tomo walked. Like this, we can track the witch's aura captured by the soul gem and thus find the witch. How ordinary. Kamiju Kyusuke was very disappointed. Not only was there no transformation sequence, but even finding enemies had to be done on foot. This Kyubi really must be a liar. Hee, classmate Kamiho, it's good that you know, but please don't say it out loud, or it will shatter my maiden heart. Mommy Tomo sighed, clearly also feeling that her kind of magical girl was a bit low-tech. Alright, while we're searching for witches, I'll also take this opportunity to explain some characteristics of witches and familiars to you. Hamura Akemi watched Mommy Tomo carefully explaining to them, and unknowingly, it seemed she was back to when she first became a magical girl. At that time, she didn't know the truth about magical girls. She, Mommy Senpai, and Madoka, the three of them, always liked to complain about the fatigue of patrolling, but she knew that at that time, they were truly happy from the bottom of their hearts. And in the beginning, she also accepted Mommy Senpai's suggestion to develop the true usage of her abilities. Setting aside the fact that the other party indirectly became an accomplice in a pyramid scheme, Hamura Akemi still considered Mommy Tomo a very competent senior. And now, the long-lost warm scene reappeared before her eyes. At this moment, the girl made a certain resolve. If possible. This time, she must make sure everyone survives. Chapter 32 Mommy Tomo's Confidence. The light hasn't changed at all. Kamiju Kyusuke glanced at Mommy Tomo's soul gem. Mommy Senpai, are there any places witches frequent? Most of the incidents affected by witch curses are traffic accidents and personal injuries, so main roads and entertainment areas prone to arguments should be investigated first. Also, desolate places where suicide is common, and so on. Mommy Tomo said gravely, especially places like hospitals. If a witch were to occupy it, it would be terrible. People who are already weak, if their life force is further drained, the results would be too horrific to witness. Roads and hospitals, huh? Kamiju Kyusuke murmured after hearing this, and then he noticed Madoka's gasping beside him. If Madoka is tired, then take a rest. Give me the fire extinguisher. Kamiju Kyusuke reminded Madoka Kaname, who was silently enduring. Madoka Kaname looked at Mommy Tomo. Is it okay? Wouldn't it be better to find the witch first? It's fine, it's still early. Madoka, take a rest first. Mommy Tomo also realized that she had been too excited and had unconsciously quickened her pace, thus not considering Madoka Kaname a normal person. Sorry, Momine, for causing you trouble. Madoka apologized and sat down to the side. It seemed she was genuinely tired. To carry a fire extinguisher for so long, in a way, was quite impressive. Wait, why didn't Hamura use her storage magic to put away the fire extinguisher? Eh? Suddenly, Akemi Hamura let out a confused sound. Hamura? Everyone looked at her in confusion. I might know where the witch could be. Akemi Hamura had spoken out precisely because her other self had suddenly told her the witch's location. Although she was a bit confused why Tamura-chan hadn't said anything earlier, Akemi Hamura still relayed her words to everyone. After hearing her words, Kamiju Kyusuk immediately knew that it must have been Tamura, a person from the future, who told Hamura. However, Mommy Tomo probably wouldn't believe it so easily. How did Akemi-sen know? Sure enough, the next moment Mommy Tomo raised the obvious question. Intuition? 3. Hamura Akemi. Oops, she hadn't thought it through. She had only spoken because she was worried about Madoka. If she didn't handle this well, Mommy Senpai would surely become suspicious again. Hamura's magic side effect seems to have made her spiritual power particularly strong. She has an unusual perception of witches. Fortunately, Kamiju Kyusuk stepped in to smooth things over. If that's the case, why did Akemi-san just now? Mommy Tomo still seemed a bit confused. I think it might be because we are gradually getting closer to the witch. This also shows that our direction is correct. I see. Mommy Tomo nodded, clearly accepting this explanation. I didn't expect Akemi-san to have such a useful ability. Let's hurry up and go. Hi. Akemi Hamura immediately responded, exhaling a breath and subconsciously looking at Kamiju Kyusuk beside her, who happened to be looking at her as well. Seeing him wink at her, Akemi Hamura immediately blushed and caught up with the two in front. Phew. Hamura Akemi also breathed a sigh of relief. She knew this was deliberate on Kamiju Kyusuk's part. Not only did it resolve her awkwardness, but it also made it convenient for her to provide some information in the future without revealing her identity as a reincarnator. It seemed she owed him another favor this time. Fortunately, Kyubi wasn't here, otherwise it might have noticed something amiss. By the way, Mommy Senpai, why isn't Kyubi here today? Apparently, Kamiju Kyusuk was also a bit concerned about that white creature. He wished he never saw it, but when it truly disappeared, he always had a bad feeling. Mommy Tomo sighed. Kyubi said it had work. Honestly, that child seems quite busy. Is that so? Seeing that she didn't know either, Kamiju Kyusuk didn't ask further. Fortunately, thanks to Hamura Akemi, they quickly found traces of a witch. There's suddenly a very strong magical energy fluctuation. Looking at her soul gem, which was suddenly flashing intensely, Mommy Tomo's mind also became alert. It seems Akemi-san was right, it's right here. Kamiju Kyusuk, Star Platinum, the world. Nearby. Mommy Tomo had just finished speaking when she noticed Kamiju Kyusuk beside her had disappeared at some point. Classmate Kamiho? Looking at Kamiju Kyusuk, who suddenly appeared in front, the three girls exchanged glances and quickly rushed over. Who is she? Mommy Tomo subconsciously asked, seeing him holding an unfamiliar mature woman in his arms. I don't know her. I just saw her suddenly fall from the sky. I figured she wasn't playing bungee jumping, so I came over and caught her. Seeing Madoka and Akemi Hamura's nervous expressions, Kamiju Kyusuk jokingly put down the woman in his arms. Sure enough, is his ability the same as mine? But why was I stopped by him? Seeing Kamiju Kyusuk's strange movement again, Hamura Akemi confirmed that he must also have a time-stopping like magic. This is a witch's kiss. Mommy Tomo's voice attracted everyone's attention. Kyusuk looked over as he heard, and sure enough, he saw a gaudy, tattoo-like mark on the woman's neck. A witch's kiss? Mommy Tomo nodded. Yes, people who are bewitched by a witch will have something similar appear on them. Clearly, she has been bewitched by a witch. Indeed, that car accident of his was also related to a witch. Damn it, Uncle Sue is still lying in hospital, unconscious. Traffic accidents on main roads, hospitals, places prone to suicide. Good heavens, he's encountered them all one by one. Now all that's left are crowded places and personal injuries. Does he dare to collect them all and try? We can't delay any longer, let's go. N. 3. As her words fell, Mommy Tomo held her soul gem and aimed it at the stairs of the abandoned building, and then a scarlet door suddenly opened. It was the entrance to the witch barrier. I'll handle this witch first. Akemi-san and classmate Kamiho will be on alert by the side. Madoka, you must stay by their side. As a senior, I need to show off a bit. No problem. Kyusuk also understood Mommy Tomo's intention at this moment. Madoka was an ordinary person. Although he had shown some differences, Mommy Tomo didn't know he could solo a witch, so she wasn't comfortable putting him in danger. As for Akemi Hamura, she probably saw that this personality of hers wasn't very suitable for fighting, so she simply assigned her the task of protecting the two and dealing with emergencies. It had to be said, Mommy Tomo's division of labor was quite thoughtful. And she was clearly very confident in her own strength. It was hard to say whether this personality and state were good or bad. Chapter 1 Kamiho Kyosuke. Character Introduction. A soul from another world descends, bringing hope. Even in the darkest night, the stars will guide him, leading him towards a bright future under their light. In a world full of despair, he is undoubtedly the starlight that pierces the darkness. Appearance. For some unknown reason, he appears more delicate than other versions of Kyusuk from other worlds, yet his aura is completely different. He possesses elegant, ash-white hair and a refined face. When he puts on a cold expression, one might mistake him for an elderly man of indeterminate gender at first glance. Personality traits. Before transmigrating, he became self-isolated after being mistakenly confessed to and then humiliatingly rejected. As a result, he seems somewhat insecure in romance, unaware of his own charm. After awakening his memories, he often laments losing the strong physique he had worked so hard to achieve. He believes his true wish is to live a peaceful life, considering himself not to be a hot-blooded protagonist. However, he deeply cares for others, possessing a determination to sacrifice everything for his friends and family. In his previous life, he died trying to save his best friend. Perhaps his innermost self is not as indifferent and calm as he believes. He is kind and friendly to others but always seems to maintain a certain distance. He often fails to notice girls who like him or doesn't think of them in that way. But if someone musters the courage to confess to him and forcefully enters his closed-off world, perhaps there will be unexpected results. Character abilities. Heaven's Eye System. This system appeared after Kyusuk awakened his memories. It once awakened his stand ability during a crisis, saving him from peril. Stand, Killer Queen. The first stand to awaken from the system during a crisis, it is a fusion of Killer Queen from Part 4 and Killer Queen from Part 8. While retaining Killer Queen's first bomb from Part 4, it also possesses the abilities of Killer Queen from Part 8, with significantly enhanced power and effect. However, it does not seem to have inherited Bites the Dust, which awakens after obtaining the arrow. Stand, Star Platinum, the World. This ability awakened at a critical moment when Akemi Hamura was in mortal danger. It is a stand that awakened with power and speed surpassing all others, for the purpose of protecting others. Its abilities are precise movements and immense power, with destructive force far exceeding the original. Having also awakened the world's ability, it can stop time for 5 seconds. Stand, Tusk. It allows him to rapidly spin his fingernails, firing them like bullets or using them to cut through targets. In this form, there is no limit to the number of shots, new nails grow immediately after being fired, and it can also move along the ground by friction from its rotation. Act 2. The bullet holes made by the nail bullets can track for 8 seconds, continuing to approach the target. Once a bullet hole moves onto the target, it begins to pierce through. After the nail bullets are fired, the nails do not immediately regrow. Act 3. He can shoot a nail bullet at himself, drawing his body into the bullet hole and moving to the location of another bullet hole. He can independently move his hand along a bullet hole to another spot. Any other object that touches a bullet hole will be pulverized by the rotating energy. Tusk's various forms can be transformed between. Stand, to be updated. Special ability, Pillar Man Bloodline. It can accelerate the body's recovery rate and significantly enhance physical strength. However, because it is not a true Pillar Man bloodline but merely evolved from a certain meme, its abilities are limited, and thus, he is not afraid of sunlight. Special ability, Gangstar's Requiem. It can increase his musical talent, allowing him to skillfully master various instruments and create various songs. Also evolved from a certain meme, it is not a true Requiem. Special ability, Araki Happy Cloud. It allows souls that still linger in the human world and have not gone to heaven to briefly appear in the form of clouds. Special ability, to be updated. PS, for a better reading experience, a character introduction volume has been specially opened. It will continue to be updated with the plot, and other character introductions will also appear in the character section for those who haven't read the original work. Chapter 2 Shizuki Hitomi / Miki Sayaka. Name, Shizuki Hitomi. Character introduction. Shizuki Hitomi is a young lady from a wealthy family and a close friend of Madoka Kaname and Miki Sayaka. Unlike the other two, she excels academically, even attending various after-school interest classes such as piano, tea ceremony, drama, and dance. She is a beautiful girl popular with boys, often receiving love letters from male students at school, which she rejects without accepting the boys who wrote them. The real reason is that her heart already belongs to someone. She secretly admires Kamiju Kyusuk. Ability, Money Power. Appearance, she has beautiful green curly hair and is an elegant and dignified young lady. Personality, in front of outsiders, she always strives for elegance, but in reality, she is an ordinary girl who loves to daydream and occasionally has some strange fantasies. When Miki Sayaka and Madoka Kaname were joking, she even imagined if the two truly had a romantic connection. She is delicate and sensitive. She once initiated a conversation with Akemi Hamura and discovered that she was not a cold person. She noticed Sayaka's true feelings, and because Sayaka had taken care of Kamiju Kyusuk for a longer time, she hoped to compete fairly with Sayaka and let her confess first. Original work. She is sensitive and fragile. As Kamiju Kyusuk's girlfriend, Shizuki Hitomi's dates always conflicted with Kamiju Kyusuk's schedule. Kamiju had violin practice, leading to a nightmare born of her melancholy. Original work. Character experience. Compared to other world lines, Shizuki Hitomi in this world seems to value Kamiju Kyusuk more. She once even skipped her interest classes to visit him, which led to an argument with her family. She felt a sense of crisis due to Akemi Hamura's appearance, her expression of feelings for Kamiju Kyusuk, and Madoka Kaname's changes and her rushing onto the track. Therefore, unlike the original work where she directly decided to face her feelings and confess to Sayaka, in this version, both of them broke through the ordinary classmate relationship with Kamiju Kyusuk, while she herself was rejected after an invitation. Her fragile psyche inevitably led to feelings of inferiority and self-abandonment. Later, she was controlled by the Witch of the Box because of this. After being saved by Kamiju Kyusuk, not only were the misunderstandings resolved, but she also completely fell in love with him, finally truly facing her own heart. Thus, compared to the original work where she seemingly only liked Kamiju Kyusuk who plays the violin, the current Shizuki Hitomi truly loves all of Kamiju Kyusuk. Because she imagined Madoka Kaname and Akemi Hamura as magical girls, along with Kamiju Kyusuk, as heroes secretly protecting the city, her sense of crisis regarding the two intensified. After helping Sayaka face her true feelings, she officially formed an inseparable best friend duo with her, vowing to first win Kamijukyusuk from others' hands before the two of them would compete for him. Name: Miki Sayaka. Character introduction: Miki Sayaka is a friend of Madoka Kaname and Shizuki Hitomi, and also Kamijukyusuk's childhood friend. Ability: can pull out a fire extinguisher anytime, anywhere, heavy fog. Appearance: she has light blue, ear-length short hair, with 2 yellow hair clips in her hair. She looks like a tomboy, but if she grew her hair long, she might surprisingly be elegant and beautiful. Personality: she has extremely strong sixth sense. She disliked Akemi Hamura at first sight. Original work was blown up. This work, She even foreshadowed that Madoka Kaname and Akemi Hamura were companions who met across time and space. Original work. She is lively and has a strong sense of justice. She believes she is an envoy of justice and that justice will always prevail. After Mami Tomo's death, she continued to uphold her justice. Original work. Although she seems boyish and carefree, she has a very girlish heart. She is full of energy in everything she does and always greets people enthusiastically. However, she always tries to hide her feelings for the person she likes and is not good at expressing her emotions, showing slight tsundere tendencies. This work. Character experience. Original work: she wished to become a magical girl for her childhood friend, but because she hadn't clarified one question whether her wish was to help Kamijukyusuk or to gain his gratitude, she hastily made the former wish and immediately, with the aspiration of a justice envoy, set out to eliminate witches and familiars. However, because the starting point of that wish was not pure, she gradually came to believe her true purpose was to gain Kamiju's love. But her own values did not allow such a thought to exist, so she considered herself hypocritical, unworthy of the title Justice Envoy, and began to gradually break down, eventually becoming lost and turning into a witch. This work, compared to other world lines, Sayaka in this world not only did not become a magical girl but was also completely unaware of magical girl matters, thus avoiding those crushing troubles. She once had the opportunity to achieve a good end at the beginning, but her tsundere nature and lack of self-confidence ruined the chance, causing Kamijukyusuk's tendency to open his heart to be sealed again. She is the culprit who, by her own efforts, raised the difficulty of the capture at the very beginning. Later, she followed her mother's dating advice, but due to her own reasons and various circumstances, her relationship with her childhood friend still made no progress. After learning about the subtle feelings hinted at by the transfer student Akemi Hamura and her good friend Madoka Kaname, she secretly grew anxious. Under the confession and guidance of her good friend Shizuki Hitomi, she finally faced her true feelings. Currently, she has officially formed an inseparable best friend duo with Shizuki Hitomi, vowing to first win Kamijukyusuk from others' hands before the two of them would compete for him. Chapter 3: Akemi Tamura/Akemi Hamura. Name: Hamura Tamura. Her real name is Akemi Hamura. Kamijukyusuk gave her this name specifically, out of mischief? Because he was afraid of confusing her with her past and future selves. Although she was speechless about this strange name, she accepted it for some reason. Later, the past Akemi Hamura also used this to refer to her other self. Character introduction: she attends Midokihara City and is a new transfer student. She is very popular among her classmates and was once called a great beauty by Sayaka. Her true identity is a time traveler who has reincarnated countless times. Ability: time control. Appearance: she has long, straight, flowing black hair and wears a black hairband. After transforming into a magical girl, she wears a light purple lotus-ruffled dress, black high-heeled knee-high boots, and a sexy, mature outfit that seems to hint at the rebellion in her heart. Personality traits: she appears cold and unapproachable on the surface, but in the original timeline, she was a timid, weak, and insecure girl with a heart condition, poor eyesight, bad grades, and low physical stamina, believing she couldn't do anything. After being rescued by the enthusiastic Madoka Kaname, she became cheerful. To save Madoka, she repeated the same period of time countless times, and having experienced too much, she gradually disguised herself with indifference. Character experience. Original work. In the initial reincarnation, she accidentally entered a witch barrier and was almost lured to suicide by the witch. But she was saved by Madoka and Mami and became friends. When Madoka died, she made a contract with Kyubi and made a wish, subsequently gaining the ability to control time and beginning an endless cycle. Her initial attack method was a golf club, but after being corrected and trained by Mami Tomo, she began to equip military weapons and became a military magical girl. After countless reincarnations, she discovered the truth about magical girls, and having repeatedly witnessed Madoka Kanami's death, her external personality became increasingly cold and ruthless, no longer intending to care for or rely on others. She claimed that helping others was only to prevent Madoka Kaname from being sad and suffering, and even considered killing the nearly corrupted Sayaka to prevent Madoka Kaname from being sad. This work, due to an accident, she arrived at this special timeline and found that she still possessed the soul of her past self in her body, losing absolute control over it. Even her time reversal magic failed for unknown reasons, almost driving her to despair. Because of Kamiju Kyusuk's heartfelt performance for her on the rooftop, the resonance of the music subtly opened her closed heart, and her agitated and anxious mind, troubled by countless failed reincarnations, gradually calmed down. When she was about to turn into a witch, she remembered this sonata and rekindled hope, discovering the difference in Kamiju Kyusuk in this world line. After witnessing her other self's interactions with Kamiju Kyusuk, Mami Tomo, and Madoka, she recalled them from the initial timeline and awakened. She has now made up her mind to strive once again for everyone. She feels quite helpless when facing her past self in this timeline, thinking she could easily manipulate her past self, but is often left questioning life by her unexpected actions. She wants to prevent her past self and Kamiju Kyusuk from developing further, but because her experience in love is almost zero, she often ends up doing more harm than good. In truth, she desires to grasp happiness, but she herself is still often anxious and indecisive due to the impending crisis, not truly recognizing her true feelings. Name: Akemi Hamura. Character introduction. Her experiences before meeting Kamiju Kyusuk were identical to Hamura Tamura's. Later, due to Kamiju Kyusuk's changes, her experiences changed, and she became independent from her own timeline. Ability: time control, can transform into a magical girl through Hamura Tamura's soul gem. Appearance: aside from tying her long black hair into 2 braids and still wearing glasses, she is completely identical to Hamura Tamura. Personality traits: initially, she was exactly like Hamura Tamura in the first loop, a sickly girl with poor grades and low self-esteem. Later, with Kamiju Kyusuk's help and guidance, she recognized her strengths and gradually became cheerful. However, unlike Tamura, who had experienced too much, she still retained her initial innocence and naivety. She is still different from the original Akemi Hamura, seemingly possessing a natural clumsiness, often unintentionally doing some baffling things. Character experience. While hospitalized for a heart condition, she had a fated encounter with a boy named Kamiju Kyusuk, establishing a connection. Through gradually getting along and receiving guidance from him, she gained confidence, even awakening a steady monster trait. Later, she was lured by a witch and fell into a witch barrier, being saved by Kamiju Kyusuk at a critical moment. Just as she was about to be discharged, the boy brought the girl a piece of music played just for her. From then on, her heart, which already beat for the boy, completely ignited at that moment. She likes Kamiju Kyusuk and is very obedient to him, often saying Kyusuk said and showing a tendency to become like him. She wants to convey her feelings but has been poisoned by romance novels she read somewhere, often adopting baffling courtship strategies. She believes she learned many tricks from them that would surely help her succeed, but not only did she fail to convey her feelings, Kamiju Kyusuk often worried because of them. Despite the change in her experiences, she still became good friends with Madoka Kaname, and as two people who shared the secret of magical girls, their relationship gradually grew closer. Chapter 4 Mami Tomo. Name, Mami Tomo. Character introduction. A senior who calmly handles everything alone amidst loneliness and danger. She appears strong but actually has a fragile heart, easily hurt and afraid of loneliness. She lives in a high-class apartment, has elegant manners, and is impeccable in every aspect. She is excellent at making black tea, which even Hamura Akemi has to praise. On her table at home, there is a book titled Tea Life. From her first appearance, she guides and leads her juniors as a senior. She always unconsciously tries to make Madoka Kaname and Miki Sayaka magical girls because she wants comrades to share everything with her, but every time happiness is about to arrive, fate plays a small joke on her. Identity background. She is a senior student at the same school as Madoka and an experienced magical girl with a mature appearance. When she became a magical girl, her wish was to extend life. She has blonde hair with curled sides. She possesses a yellow soul gem, which transforms into a flower shape embedded in the brim of her hat after transformation, #sad. Personality traits. She is warm-hearted, gentle, elegant, and a caring older sister. In front of her juniors, she maintains a mature, steady, and strong facade. However, she is actually fragile inside and yearns for partners to fight alongside her. Abilities, Ribbon Magic. Her abilities specialize in connecting objects to each other and binding them together. Therefore, the main body of her magic is actually ribbons. For more effective tactical use, she further developed gun magic. Character experience. Original work. Several years ago, she was involved in a car accident and all her family members died. She wished to Kyubi to let her live. Her only relatives were distant ones, and she lived alone in a high-class apartment. After becoming a magical girl, she had no comrades for many years, making her feel very lonely. The year before the story began, she met Sakura Kyoko and, as Kyoko's senior, taught her how to search for witches and fight. The two once formed a team, but their relationship broke down due to changes in Kyoko's family. Later, Kyubi was attacked by the transfer student Hamura Akemi. Madoka and Sayaka encountered danger while protecting Kyubi and were rescued by the magical girl Mami Tomo. When Kyubi tried to make Madoka and Sayaka magical girls, it also informed them that they had a chance to fulfill any wish, but they would have to bear a cruel mission. One day, Madoka and Sayaka accompanied Mami to subjugate a witch. One evening, they discovered a grief seed about to hatch at the hospital where Kyasoke lived. While accompanying Madoka to subjugate the witch, she confided her past to Madoka Kaname, and the reason Mami became a magical girl was revealed. During the battle with the dessert witch Charlotte, she successfully bound the witch with ribbons. However, Charlotte was a witch capable of a second transformation, and Mami was ultimately bitten off at the head and devoured by the witch. In one of Hamura Akemi's timelines, after the witch transformed Miki Sayaka was eliminated by Hamura Akemi, Mami Tomo learned the truth that magical girls would become witches and die. Her mind on the verge of collapse, she couldn't accept reality and attacked Sakura Kyoko. When she attempted to attack Hamura Akemi, her soul gem was shattered by Madoka Kaname, and she died. Mami Senpai's death methods are simply diverse, and I actually really like Senpai, so out of politeness, I won't list them all. This work, she also has that tragic past and a similarly fragile heart that yearns for companionship. Under Kyubi's deliberate manipulation, she had a misunderstanding with the equally awkward Hamura Akemi. Because Hamura Akemi was touched at a certain moment and resolved to save everyone again, she tried to improve her relationship with Mami Tomo. However, due to her inability to express herself well, they simply reconciled under the mediation of Kamiju Kyusuke and Madoka Kaname. With Kamiju Kyusuke's explanation, she successfully believed that Hamura Akemi was at Tsundere, even though the other party indeed was. Now that their misunderstanding has been resolved, although she, unaware of the truth, still believes Hamura Akemi to be another personality, she still considers Hamura Akemi a friend. Even with Kyubi's deliberate instigation, she still chose to trust her. Because of her intense desire for the promise of companionship, when Kamiju Kyusuk said a certain sentence, she undoubtedly developed a different kind of feeling for him. She currently has a strong interest in Kamiju Kyusuk and wants to understand him. Her bold attempts to test him often make Kamiju Kyusuk restless, but because she fears loss, she always retreats at critical moments, causing her to miss opportunities. On the surface, she seems to have overcome her fragile psychology, but in reality, she has only shifted from one pathological state to another. The old her yearned for companionship, the current her fears loss. If no new turning point brings about change, perhaps some tragedy might repeat itself for her. Chapter 5 Sakura Kyoko. Name: Sakura Kyoko. Character Introduction. A magical girl from the neighboring Kazumino city, her father is a priest. She was originally designated to replace Mami Tomo as a magical girl in Midokihara. She uses a deformable spear as her weapon. She possesses a red soul gem and spends most of her time eating. She is an egoist who is indifferent to the victims around her. She claims to use her magical girl powers only to satisfy her own desires, showing no concern for the sacrifices of others. Her actions are always guided by values that are natural for ordinary people. Appearance features. She has long crimson hair, tied with a black ribbon, a center part fringe, crimson eyes, and wears a light green casual outfit with blue jeans. After transforming, her soul gem is embedded near her collarbone. She wears a red dress over a tight-fitting suit and a pink short skirt, black stockings, and red boots. Personality traits. Strong and combative. On the surface, she appears cold and arrogant, but in reality, she is a child who cares deeply about others. Originally, she was an innocent and romantic girl who loved her father very much. However, after her father's stubbornness drove her out of their home, she became reclusive. Her personality was described by Hamura Akemi as the most suitable person to be a magical girl. She dislikes people who waste food and once almost fought Miki Sayaka for squandering food. Character abilities. Her weapon is a spear with nunchuck-like segments, similar to a chain blade or chain spear. She is skilled in wide-ranging spear techniques, and her attacks are flexible and varied. She can also summon giant spears, and her ultimate move is a menacing standby mode in the form of a snake. Due to the influence of her wish to make everyone listen carefully to her father's sermons, she developed an illusionary magic similar to clones. After training, she can create 13 clones that can instantly kill a witch, a technique Mommy named Rosa Phantasma, Red Phantom. Commentary. As expected of Mommy Senpai, her Chunibyu is still in full swing. However, because her wish led to the destruction of her family, Sakura Kyoko subconsciously denied the wish she made, and even the related techniques brought by the wish could no longer be used. Character experience. She was the eldest daughter in her family. Her wish was to make everyone listen carefully to her father's words. Shortly after, the silver witch appeared in her father's church. At that time, the inexperienced Sakura Kyoko, after defeating the witch, forgot to undo her transformation and was coincidentally seen by her father. When her father questioned her, the innocent Kyoko truthfully told him about the contract. When Sakura Kyoko's father learned that the increase in believers was not due to faith but to magic, he angrily denounced Kyoko as a witch who deluded people's hearts and forced Kyoko's mother and younger sister, Sakura Momoko, to commit suicide, leading to the destruction of a once happy and complete family. From then on, the gentle Kyoko decided to walk the path of an egoist, vowing never to interfere with other people's lives with magic and to use magic only for herself because she believed that using magic for others would cause their misfortune, and if she only used magic for herself, she alone would bear the misfortune she created. Original timeline. Because familiars did not drop grief seeds, she allowed them to grow into witches. Later, after arriving in Midokihara, she met Miki Sayaka, a magical girl similar to her past self. Perhaps to prevent Sayaka from repeating her own regretful path after making a wish, she arranged to meet Miki Sayaka in a church, told her about her past, and expressed her desire to help her. Unfortunately, Miki Sayaka ultimately failed to truly discover the real wish she yearned for in her heart, eventually leading to tragedy. After Sayaka's witchification, Kyoko further expressed her feelings to Akemi Hamura, who was explaining the cruel truth to Madoka Kaname. Afterward, Kyoko asked Kyubi if there was a way to save Sayaka but was told by Kyubi that there is no precedent of a magical girl being saved after witchification. Despite this, Kyoko still did not give up any glimmer of hope, still going with Madoka to witch Sayaka's barrier, hoping that her friend's voice could awaken Sayaka. But the result still ended in failure, and Kyoko suffered a fatal stab wound. Kyoko, completely disheartened upon learning that Sayaka was beyond saving, ultimately chose to accompany Sayaka on her final journey. She eventually detonated her soul gem, perishing with the witchified Sayaka, both consumed by the flames. In the loops, Sakura Kyoko also cared deeply for Miki Sayaka, but Sayaka did not appreciate it. Later, Sayaka witchified, and Kyoko put in a great effort to rescue her, but unfortunately, the witchified Sayaka was ultimately killed by Hamura, who was protecting Madoka. Upon learning of Sayaka's death, Kyoko showed an expression of grief and indignation, and was later killed when her soul gem was shattered by Mami Tomo, who had collapsed after learning the truth of witchification. Commentary X2, as expected of you, Mami-senpai. In a certain special timeline, this work, her fate changed due to meeting a boy named Kamiju Kyusuk. Kamiju Kyusuk, who was originally in Kazumino to participate in a violin competition, met the girl through some shared hobbies. After learning that he was someone known by her former friend and senior, Mami Tomo, she met with him multiple times. In truth, she cared about Mami Tomo in her heart but was too embarrassed to say it directly, so she could only use this method to probe indirectly. She almost lost her life due to the magical girl's machinations. After being saved by Kamiju Kyusuk, she decided to open up to him and tell him about her past. Later, under Kamiju Kyusuk's guidance, she decided to let go of the past and look forward. What the girl had lost could no longer be recovered. Now, she yearned for a new family. She made a promise with Kamiju Kyusuk to support her for life and has now officially moved into the Kamiju household. She is often treated as a dress-up doll by the devil Mrs. Kamiho. However, although she often appears to resist, she always lets her have her way. Perhaps she also enjoys this process of close interaction? Chapter 6 Madoka Kaname. Name, Madoka Kaname. Character Introduction. She attends Midokihara Municipal School and serves as the class's health committee member. She comes from a wealthy family, has a 3-year-old younger brother, and her mother has held an important position outside the home since childhood, while her father manages the household. She has been best friends with Miki Sayaka since childhood and later met Shizuki Hitomi at school. She likes to eat spaghetti with a spoon, which is often teased as childish. Appearance. She is small and cute, with pink hair tied into twin tails with 2 red ribbons. When her hair is down, it reaches her shoulders. She has burgundy eyes. Madoka's school uniform consists of a light brown shirt, a black plaid skirt, white stockings, and brown leather shoes. After transforming into a magical girl, she wears a pink dress with a light yellow torso, white stripes, and red buttons. The skirt is adorned with many ruffles and lace, and the back of the skirt hem has a heart-shaped cutout. Her waist has a pollen-like pattern, and the bottom layer is a snow-white decorative skirt and a matching petticoat. She wears white gloves with pink trim. Her lower body is clad in white knee-high socks and burgundy high-heeled leather shoes. Madoka Kaname wears her pink, tear-shaped soul gem suspended on her chest. Goddess Transformation. This form is also known as the ultimate form born from the super evolution of infinite time-space combat or super final form Madoka Kaname. Madoka's pink hair extends infinitely, with the hair on both sides bound by a pair of snow-white butterfly knots. After her goddess transformation, her pupils glow with a golden radiance. Her attire is a pure white magical gown, with white angel wings on her back and shoe heels. Personality. She is gentle and kind, but her self-esteem is extremely low. She believes she has no special talents or abilities and deeply desires to be useful from the bottom of her heart. She has no dark side to her thoughts and harbors no ill will towards anyone. However, once she adheres to a certain principle, she will disregard life and death and never give up. Character abilities, Archer. Her abilities vary because the wishes she made in other timelines were not the same. These include wishing for everyone in her family to be happy, helping Homura defeat Walpurgisnacht in a tough battle, and making Sayaka return to being a normal person, among other requests. Therefore, influenced by her wishes, Madoka Kaname possesses different magical abilities across various timelines. Besides archery magic, these also include increased physical magic, healing injuries, and even magic to purify some soul gem corruption. However, although she made many different wishes in other timelines, the content of these wishes was always for the happiness of others. She never prioritized her own interests. Character history. In the original timeline, Madoka Kaname became a magical girl from the start. Her personality also became cheerful, brave, and confident, making her the person the initially timid and cowardly Akemi Homura relied on the most. However, in the end, Madoka and Mami were no match for the powerful Walpurgisnacht. After Mami's death, Akemi Homura hoped to escape with Madoka, to leave that terrifying place. But for Madoka, being a magical girl represented justice. Compared to a mediocre life and her former useless self, fighting to the death for the last glimmer of hope to protect everyone was glorious and something she would never regret. After Madoka died in battle, Homura made a wish to save Madoka and became a magical girl, gaining the ability to control time within a specific period. In an infinite loop, Madoka and Homura once faced Walpurgisnacht together, both falling to the ground without incident, nearly dying. Homura once gave up hope, waiting only to become a witch with Madoka and rampage through the world. But Madoka still didn't give up. She used her last grief seed to purify Homura's soul gem, crying as she told Homura, "Can you go save the idiot me who hasn't been deceived by Kyubi yet?" and pleaded with Akemi Homura to kill her to prevent her from becoming a witch. Until the very last moment, Madoka was still searching for a glimmer of hope for victory and entrusted it to Homura, who could travel through time and space. Regarding her immense potential. Because a magical girl's magical potential is determined by the causality she is involved in, Akemi Homura's constant time travel caused Madoka, who was involved in a large amount of causality, to become increasingly prominent in magical potential. Part of the reason for this was Homura's actions of traveling through time to save Madoka, which caused all causality to converge on Madoka within a month of her discharge from the hospital. This ultimately evolved into a causal relationship where this event exists because of Madoka. Ending, original timeline. In the final loop, Akemi Homura, after thorough preparation, made a desperate attempt against Walpurgisnacht but was still far outmatched. As a despairing Homura was about to give up to avoid adding more causality to Madoka, Madoka and Kyubi appeared before her. Holding the belief that having hope itself is never a mistake, Madoka made a grand wish to a stunned Kyubi. "I will personally eliminate all witches in all universes, past and future, before they are born." This changed the desperate fate of magical girls inevitably becoming witches. Although she once transformed into her magical girl appearance, annihilated Walpurgisnacht with a single blow, and collected the soul gems of countless magical girls across parallel worlds and timelines who were about to become witches, the cosmic restructuring caused by a wish that transcended the existing order led to Madoka's own existence disappearing. She then became a cosmic law that is omnipresent yet cannot be perceived or remembered by anyone. Madoka will take magical girls away before their soul gems are corrupted and they are about to become witches. This law, where magical girls will eventually disappear into thin air, is called the Law of Cycles by magical girls. Madoka, having regained all her looping memories, gave her red hair ribbon to Homura before disappearing. Except for Homura and her mother and younger brother, who had some vague impressions, the character Madoka Kaname never existed in the consciousness of others. The girl named Madoka Kaname was forgotten by everyone else. This works timeline. Due to Kamiju Kyusuk's existence, Kyubi was not overly fixated on her. She was merely manipulated by Kyubi into a witch's trap as a means to induce Kamiju Kyusuk to make a wish. At a crucial moment, she received help from Kamiju Kyusuk and later, with encouragement, gradually became more confident. One morning, she began to confront her inner self due to an unexpected guidance from her mother, Kyoko Kaname. In Kyubi's deliberate scheme, she and Senior Mommy fell into a crisis together, and at a critical moment, she made a certain wish. After that, due to the nature of her wish, all her causality transferred to Kamiju Kyusuk. The girl's destiny as the magical girl savior also transferred at this moment. Chapter 33 The Abnormal Shizuku Hitomi. Tyro Finale. Mommy Tomo, as expected of a veteran magical girl, fought the entire battle with ease and elegance. With her final attack, that incredibly bizarre witch was eliminated by her. Though, in Kamiju Kyusuk's opinion, her combat style wasn't magical at all. Especially that finale attack. Wasn't that a treasure-grade Italian cannon? Of course, what concerned Kamiju Kyusuk the most was, Mommy Senpai, where did you pull that tea set from? Mommy Senpai is amazing. Madoka Kaname looked at Mommy Senpai below with adoration. Although she currently had no intention of becoming a magical girl, it didn't stop her from admiring the cool Mommy Senpai. So cool. Homura's eyes showed envy. When would she be as cool as Mommy Senpai? Trust me, you don't want to. Tamura-chan? Why would you say that? The sudden negation from her other self completely stumped the excited Homura Akemi. However, Homura Akemi stopped responding after saying that, so she couldn't ask any further. Aren't you guys going to ask how Mommy Senpai's tea appeared? It seemed Kamiju Kyusuk was still fixated on it. X3. The three girls exchanged glances and, for once, unanimously chose to ignore him. This is a grief seed, a witch's egg. Kamiju Kyusuk. Alright, this time he was being insensitive. If you're lucky, witches carry these. In this state, a witch's egg is safe, and it can help purify the filth on a soul gem. Mommy Tomo said, taking out her soul gem to show the three. As the witch's egg approached, the impurities within the soul gem transferred out, and it became clear again. This way, my magical power also recovers. This is also the reward for hunting witches that I mentioned to you earlier. Honestly, Kamiju's Kyusuk always felt there was something wrong with this. Expending magical power to hunt witches, then getting a witch's egg to restore magical power. Capitalists would be thrilled, truly. However, Mommy Senpai probably wouldn't care about such things. After all, she was a magical girl who upheld justice, and probably felt that eliminating witches and protecting the city was the best reward. Although I'm happy that there are fewer witches in the city recently, it's also true that grief seeds have decreased. Mommy Tomo walked over to Homura Akemi. Akemi-san, you probably haven't been a magical girl for long, right? This one can still be used once. I'll give it to you, Akemi-san. Homura Akemi accepted it, flattered. Thank you, Mommy Senpai. Seeing Homura Akemi take it, Mommy Tomo seemed to let out a sigh of relief. You're welcome. We're comrades now, aren't we? Seeing Mommy like this, Homura Akemi suddenly fell silent. Actually, it was because she, in her current loop, had been a bit too diligent, which made Mommy Tomo think there were fewer witches. Well then, today marks the successful completion of Midokihara Super High School Squadron's first collective operation. How about it, want to come to my place for a drink together? Mommy Senpai, who was always so elegant, actually winked at them mischievously. Of course, it's tea. No matter how many times I taste it, Mommy Senpai's cooking is always so wonderful. Madoka Kaname patted her full stomach, smiling contentedly. Kamiju Kyusuk was also surprised. He didn't expect this pink-haired girl to be such a big eater. Had she awakened some talent? Sure enough, when girls eat sweets, it goes into a different stomach, right? Homura Akemi nodded, it's delicious, but not as good as Kyasoke's. Thank you, Hamura. I also think Kyasoke's cooking is very delicious. I wonder when I can have another bite. Madoka, please watch your weight. Just as Kamaju Kyusoke was silently complaining, Hamura Akemi bid them farewell. Sorry, Kyasoke and Madoka, I have to leave now. Hamura Akemi bowed in apology to the two. Actually, if she could, she would have liked to walk with Kyasoke a bit longer, but Tamura seemed to have something to do. There was nothing she could do. She had already been so willful today, so now she should take care of Tamura. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be an older sister? No, by all accounts, I should be the older sister. Tamura-chan, you heard that? Idiot. Because you said it out loud. Even if she were an older sister, she'd probably be an idiot older sister. No. Hamura Akemi suddenly became alert. She wasn't an older sister to begin with. Seriously, she was almost led astray by her. Sure enough, idiocy is contagious. She needed to remind her to stay away from Sayaka in the future. Hurry up, if you don't want to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow. Yes. Hamura Akemi responded and left. At the same time, Hamura Akemi took over her body. Since she had decided to save everyone, firepower was indispensable. She had been too conservative before. This time, she was going to a certain country's military base to get some large-scale thermal weapons. Walpurgisnacht, this time for sure. Thank you again today, classmate Kamiho, for specially walking me home. Madoka Kaname and Kamaju Kyusoke walked down the street. Perhaps because this stretch of road was relatively desolate, the atmosphere felt a bit cold and gloomy. Kamaju Kyusoke frowned slightly, looking around. It's all right. After all, it's getting late, and I'd be worried leaving you, Madoka, a girl, to go home alone. Hearing this, Madoka Kaname lowered her head and murmured, is it just because I'm a girl? Did you say something, Madoka? No, nothing. Madoka Kaname quickly turned her head away, waving her hands repeatedly. Did she actually say that out loud? In her panic, she seemed to see a familiar figure. Kyasoke, look, isn't that Hitomi over there? Kamaju Kyusoke looked in the direction Madoka Kaname was pointing and indeed saw a green-haired girl. Hitomi. Is that Hitomi? Madoka Kaname shouted towards the figure ahead, but Shizuki Hitomi seemed not to hear, continuing to stumble forward blankly. Kamaju Kyusoke remembered what the girl had told him that afternoon. Shouldn't Hitomi be practicing her lessons right now? Why is she in such a godforsaken place? Madoka Kaname wanted to say, although this area was a bit underdeveloped, calling it godforsaken was a bit much, wasn't it? Madoka, I feel like something's wrong around here. Stay close to me. Not only was Hitomi acting strangely, but Kamaju Kyusoke also noticed that the people around them seemed a bit off. They were all walking towards a certain place like zombies. Yes. Madoka Kaname's eyes widened, and she nodded heavily. Kamaju Kyusoke felt a soft sensation on his arm and instinctively looked at Madoka beside him. Kyasoke, what's wrong? Actually, Madoka, you don't need to cling so tightly. But never mind, she's probably just too scared. It's nothing. Let's hurry and check on Hitomi. Chapter 34 There's no place for you here. Hitomi, hey, Hitomi, what's wrong with you? Why are you here? Madoka Kaname followed Kamaju Kyusoke to Shizuki Hitomi and kept shaking her, but there was no sign of the girl waking up. You are, Madoka? Shizuki Hitomi looked at Madoka in a daze, making a questioning sound. That's right, I'm Madoka. Hitomi, what's wrong with you? Madoka Kaname still wouldn't give up, continuing to shake Shizuki Hitomi's shoulders. Madoka, look at Hitomi's neck. Kamaju Kyusoke gestured for her to calm down while pointing to the pattern on Shizuki Hitomi's neck. This is, Senior Mommy said it's the witch's kiss. Madoka Kanami's eyes widened slightly. If it was the witch's kiss, didn't that mean Hitomi was bewitched by a witch? Is there a witch nearby? Kayasuke, we have to hurry. Ah. Madoka Kaname was unexpectedly pushed away by Shizuki Hitomi. Hitomi? Kayasuke-kun. Kayasuke-kun. Madoka Kanami's words seemed to trigger a strange switch in Shizuki Hitomi. She pushed away Madoka Kaname in front of her, then looked at Kamiju Kyusuke behind her with an infatuated expression. Oh, it really is Kayasuke. Shizuki Hitomi said, her face flushed, as she threw herself into Kamiju Kyusuke's arms. Madoka. Kamiju Kyusuke was a little worried and wanted to check on Madoka Kaname, who had been pushed aside, but the green-haired girl in his arms held him tightly and wouldn't let go. Hitomi. Kamiju Kyusuke frowned, looking at the girl in his arms. If she didn't let go soon, it seemed he would have to take some drastic measures. Don't worry about Madoka, Kayasuke. God must have heard my heart's desire and sent you to me, right? Shizuki Hitomi was breathing heavily, her face flushed. Kamiju Kyusuke even vaguely saw hearts in her eyes. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. Calm down, Kamiju Kyusuke. Let's go to the happy heaven God spoke of, shall we? That way, we two can be together forever. At this moment, Shizuki Hitomi was completely different from her usual elegant young lady self. She buried her face in Kamiju Kyusuke's arms, constantly wriggling and muttering something. A Kayasuke scent. Kamiju Kyusuke. Hitomi's head must have been messed up by the witch, right? Oh no, such a young lady is actually a bit scary, Ayandra. Why don't you just change your name to Watashi Hitomi? Hi. Hitomi, what are you doing? Madoka Kaname looked disbelieving. Was this smiling, sickly girl really Hitomi? Oh, Madoka, you're still here? Sorry, Kayasuke has already agreed to go with me to our own heaven. Who knew that when Shizuki Hitomi heard her words, she instantly looked disgusted. So Madoka, there's no place for you here, go on, shoo. The girl even waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away an animal. Question mark. Madoka Kaname, Hitomi, hurry up and get back to normal. Kamiju Kyusuke sighed, rubbing his forehead, oh dear, that's enough. Seriously, should he thank these two? The tense atmosphere from before had completely vanished. Madoka, step back a bit, I'll handle it. Ah, Kayasuke, you're not going to hit Hitomi, are you? Although Madoka Kaname was worried about Shizuki Hitomi, since she couldn't wake her up, this seemed to be the only way. So she obediently stepped back. But, Kayasuke, don't hit Hitomi too hard. However, the next scene made Madoka Kaname unable to calm down again. Kayasuke, why are you touching Hitomi's face? Could it be that you were actually enjoying it just now? Kamiju Kyusuke. Miss Madoka, you're really wronging Mr. Kamiju. It's just that your angle is problematic, actually, I was just pushing her face away. Sure enough, Kayasuke actually wants to go to heaven with me too, right? Shizuki Hitomi seemed to respond to him, also reaching out to caress Kamiju Kyusuke's face. Ah, yes. Kamiju Kyusuke answered perfunctorily. Suddenly, he pointed into the distance as if he had discovered something. Hitomi, look quickly, there are flamingos flying over. So fake. Miss Madoka couldn't help but complain from the side. Shizuki Hitomi turned around in confusion, huh? Where? Madoka Kaname, did she actually believe it? And the moment Shizuki Hitomi let go, Kamiju Kyusuke instantly summoned Star Platinum, then aimed a punch at Shizuki Hitomi's head, aura. Ah. Shizuki Hitomi flew out in response, unable to get up again. Actually, she didn't. With Star Platinum's precision, Kamiju Kyusuke was confident he could knock her conscious without causing fatal injury. Hitomi. Seeing Shizuki Hitomi suddenly fly out, Madoka Kaname was a bit stunned and quickly went to help her up, patting her face. Shizuki Hitomi felt like she had a long dream. First, she discovered that the Kyosuke she adored had a rapidly progressing relationship with someone else, and her childhood friend Sayaka was laughing and playing with him. In contrast, she not only dared not express her inner feelings but even after all this time, her relationship with Kyosuke remained merely as slightly better classmates, with no progress at all. The two of them hadn't even called each other by their first names. Inevitably, some unpleasant emotions arose in her heart. Coupled with the failed invitation to Kyosuke that afternoon, she seemed to have skipped her lessons at home and was aimlessly wandering the streets, trying to clear her head. The more she thought about it, the more tangled and uncomfortable she felt. Then, she seemed to hear some strange sound, and after that, she knew nothing. It wasn't until she heard someone calling her name and patting her that Shizuki Hitomi's consciousness returned. Madoka? That's great, Hitomi. It's really great that you're okay. Madoka hugged Shizuki Hitomi, overjoyed and crying. For a moment, she had really worried that Kyosuke had beaten her to death. Kyosuke shook his head, chuckling, "Oh dear, really, I know what I'm doing, Madoka. How about you trust me a little more?" "Sorry, Kyosuke." Madoka wiped away her tears. Seriously, how could she think that of Kyosuke? She already knew about his unique kindness, didn't she? Huh? Kyosuke is here too? Shizuki Hitomi looked at Kyosuke somewhat dazed, then covered her head, wincing in pain. Hiss. She didn't know why, even though she wasn't injured, she felt a bit off in her head. She stared at Kyosuke, somewhat lost in thought. Is something wrong, Shizuki-san? Kyosuke feigned concern and stepped forward to cover his embarrassment. Hitomi wouldn't know I just punched her, right? No, wait, wasn't she being controlled just now? However, as long as he didn't show embarrassment, then others would be embarrassed. Nothing, thank you for your concern, Kyosuke. Looking at Kyosuke, who was anxious for her, Shizuki Hitomi quickly waved her hands, blushing. Sure enough, Kyosuke was also watching her, and when she was dazed earlier, she seemed to hear Kyosuke call her name. Hitomi, why are you here? Madoka helped her up and asked. Shizuki Hitomi quickly explained the situation, omitting some parts. Madoka listened and quickly pulled out her phone. It really seems to be a witch, and there are quite a few victims. Kyosuke, we must quickly inform Senior Mommy and Hamura. How can this be? However, when she took out her phone, she found that there was no signal nearby. Kyosuke pulled the two of them behind him, protecting them. Madoka, look around. Do you think even if we could notify them, it would be in time now? Madoka quickly looked around at his words. What's going on? The crowd, they're surrounding us. One by one, people with twisted faces, each holding many dangerous objects, were seen. It seems our Miss Witch can't wait any longer. It was all his jinx, whatever he said came true. Now it was good, directly completing the easy-to-trigger event Senior Mommy mentioned. Shizuki Hitomi on the side still didn't understand the situation at all, but the menacing people around her undoubtedly frightened her, and she squatted on the ground in fear. Kyosuke noticed her fear. Compared to Madoka, who had seen big scenes, this sheltered young lady was clearly terrified. It's okay, Hitomi. He reached out and stroked the girl's trembling head. Shizuki Hitomi trembled as she looked up. Kyosuke. Don't worry, I'm right here. I'll get you two back safely, I promise. Kyosuke smiled brightly. So, Hitomi, you don't have to cry about this, okay? This isn't the elegant young lady I know, no matter what the situation. Kyosuke. Looking at Kyosuke like this, Shizuki Hitomi felt at this moment that she really wasn't afraid anymore. It really wasn't a hallucination earlier. Shizuki Hitomi smiled as she looked at Kyosuke, who had turned around and was standing ready. The current Kyosuke was completely different from the one she used to know. But, Her heart seemed to be beating faster. Staying behind him, she felt as if she didn't need to fear anything, a sense of security she couldn't describe. It was like Shizuki Hitomi wiped away her tears. Yes, my lord. Chapter 35 I will never forget. Although it would be very easy for Kamiju Kyusuk to escape with Madoka, if he left so many people here unchecked, seriously, why do I always run into these kinds of things? However, for Kamiju Kyusuk, there was an even simpler and more direct method. It's here, the witch barrier. Looking at the entrance to the witch barrier that the system tore open, Kamiju Kyusuk entered without hesitation. He, ha ha ha. As the three of them burst in, the witch's characteristic eerie laughter followed. When the three looked around again, the witch barrier was surrounded by countless display screens resembling televisions. All of them were playing colorful images and strange characters, a double assault of visual and light pollution. Ah. This is. Shizuki Hitomi and Madoka Kaname screamed from behind, as a group of half-winged angel-like familiars with halos above their heads had surrounded them. Killer Queen. At the same time, Kamiju Kyusuk immediately summoned Killer Queen and released countless skull heart attacks towards them. Boom. Giggle ah. One by one, the familiars didn't even realize what was happening, turning into ash amid their screams. Kamiju Kyusuk showed no mercy to this group of perverted familiars with rabbit patterns tattooed on their butts. So amazing. Was all that just now done by Kayasuk-kun? Those monsters, they all disappeared in an instant. Shizuki Hitomi looked at the white-haired young man with admiration. Could it be that Kayasuk's true identity was actually a superhero who protected the city's safety in the dark of night? It was simply too cool. Probably, right? Madoka Kaname replied with some uncertainty. TCH, this witch is too timid. Kamiju Kyusuk frowned. It seemed Killer Queen's power had frightened her, so she was only releasing familiars to distract him while looking for an opportunity. Kayasuk, be careful. It turned out that several familiars had taken advantage of Kamiju Kyusuk's rescue efforts to grab his body while he was unprepared. With the familiars pulling, Kamiju Kyusuk's body was easily stretched and pulled into strange shapes, like a certain rubber man. Kayasuk. X2. Just as Kamiju Kyusuk was caught in the familiar's tearing, the main body of this witch finally appeared. She was actually a monitor with long, flowing hair, and it continuously looped past events, such as Kamiju Kyusuk winning a competition and then being in a car accident that supposedly prevented him from playing the violin. Although her appearance was still grotesque, she was much more pleasing to the eye than the rose which Mommy Senpai had dealt with earlier. So that's it, is that your ability? Your tactics are good, I can commend you for that. First, she used familiars to harass Madoka and the others, looking for an opportunity to ambush him. After succeeding, she used her confusing ability to attack his mind, and finally, she appeared to finish the job. Kamiju Kyusuk's lips curled slightly, and he even praised the opponent, as if the person caught at the moment wasn't him. But it's too weak, this trick is useless against me. Killer Queen. Boom. What did being tied up have to do with his stand? Kamiju Kyusuk directly summoned Killer Queen and activated the first bomb, directly blowing up all the familiars pulling him. He then kicked off a familiar in midair and swooped down to the ground. You came at just the right time, hiding and sneaking around. I was just wondering how to give you a good beating, you bastard. It seemed his deliberate baiting wasn't in vain. Yagaga. Trying to escape? Star Platinum, the world. Time stopped. As the ability activated, the world once again fell into stagnation. Kamiju Kyusuk first attached Star Platinum to his body, then pushed off the ground with both feet, charging straight towards the witch in midair. Aura. A punch capable of exceeding the speed of light shot out, striking the center of the witch's monitor. With the splashing of black unknown liquid, this punch actually went straight through the witch. 2 seconds have passed, it's not over yet. Kamiju Kyusuk grabbed the upper edge of the monitor with one hand and pulled himself up, then performed a backflip to get above her. Who? He first took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and then swung his right fist. Aura. Boom. Aura 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 aura. Countless fist shadows burst out. Although the witch's entire body was already tattered, Kamiju Kyusuk still did not stop his attack. 5 seconds passed, and time began to flow. Aura. As time resumed, Kamiju Kyusuk's final punch also slammed into the witch's body, sending her plummeting to the ground. Thump. The huge sound and impact made Madoka Kaname and Shizuki Hitomi instinctively shield themselves with their hands. At the same time, the witch barrier also began to dissipate. It's over? So strong, Kayase-kun is just like mommy senpai. Madoka Kaname opened her eyes, looking at the dilapidated street that had returned to normal, and then, with stars in her eyes, she came to Kamiju Kyusuk's side, seeing how easily he defeated the witch. What is this? Shizuki Hitomi also came to his front, looking at the witch's egg in his hand. She couldn't help but ask. Nothing, Hitomi, just consider it a trophy. If we don't want to get into trouble, we should leave quickly. The people around seemed to be waking up, so it appeared there was no major harm. However, Kamiju Kyusuk still called the hospital first before leaving with the 2 girls. Looking up at him beside her, Shizuki Hitomi's body couldn't help but lean closer. She probably wouldn't forget today for the rest of her life. The so-called witches, and Kayase-kun's other side. Rose Witch, this thing is really mental pollution. JPG. Her nature is distrust. The rose is more important than anything. She pours all her power into the rose, and humans who get lost in the rose garden will have their life force stolen. She dislikes others intruding into her barrier. Witch of the box. JPG. Her nature is yearning. A witch who stubbornly stays in a sealed box with metal bars. She seals all the objects of her yearning within glass. She can easily see through people's yearnings and project them onto glass to mislead them, but don't overthink it, just beat her up and it'll be fine. Box witches familiar, Danielle and Jennifer. JPG. Their duty is to be carriers. They can easily carry any object they touch or change its form. Chapter 36, Shizuku Hitomi issues a challenge. Kamiju Kyusuk first dropped off Madoka Kaname, who lived closer, and then turned around to take Shizuki Hitomi to her doorstep. Sorry, classmate Kamiho, for troubling you to personally see me home, especially since your house is in the complete opposite direction. It's fine, this way I can be at ease, Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head. But, do you really not need me to go in with you and act as a witness? Shizuki-san, you actually skipped class, didn't you? No, it's fine. I've already troubled classmate Kamiho enough today. Actually, she had specifically asked her family for leave today, originally planning to invite Kamiju-kun over as a guest, but she lied to him because she wanted to avoid something. Now it seems Kayasuke's rejection of her was just to protect the city. A princess captivated by a witch meets a hero in the dark of night, who saves her from the witch's grasp. She had almost given up, but isn't this fate? In that case, I'll see you tomorrow. Kamiju Kyusuk waved goodbye, hoping this time it would truly be see you tomorrow. Kayase-kun. Shizuki Hitomi saw him actually about to turn and leave, and finally couldn't help but call out to him. Hitomi, you called me. Shizuki Hitomi's face was slightly flushed. Kayase-kun, can I call you that from now on? Why has it become popular to call each other by first names recently? Of course you can, Hitomi. Is there anything else? Shizuki Hitomi first shook her head, then suddenly nodded. Does Sayaka, she, know what you're doing now? Kamiju Kyusuk was a bit stunned that Sayaka's name suddenly came up, but he still honestly shook his head. She doesn't know yet. Kamiju Kyusuk thought for a moment and then entrusted Shizuki Hitomi with a request. If possible, I hope Hitomi can keep this a secret for me and not tell Sayaka about these things. Sayaka is a passionate and imaginative girl. If she knew about magical girls, she would definitely get involved. Compared to Sayaka, Hitomi is much more rational. Aside from what he had explained, she hasn't asked too many questions so far. However, Shizuki Hitomi, after hearing this, subtly curled her lips. Is that so? So there are things Sayaka doesn't know. Hitomi, what are you saying? Nothing, just thinking that classmate Kamiho and Madoka have such identities. Ah. Shizuki Hitomi thought of something. Could Akemi-san also be one? Is she really a magical girl? Kamiju Kyusuk nodded. Hitomi is really perceptive. Yes, Hamura, she. In any case, please keep it a secret for her too, Hitomi. Don't worry, Kayasuk. Shizuki Hitomi waved goodbye to him. Akemi-san, it seems she's also a formidable rival. Madoka and the other two often protect the city together. Perhaps some sparks have flown between them. As an ordinary person, she can't join them. It seems she needs to find an ally. Evidently, Madoka was also considered a hero who protected the city. Oh Hitomi, you're back. Was that Kayasuk-kun just now? Just as Shizuki Hitomi turned to push open the door, she saw her mother, who had opened the door at some point, looking at her with a knowing smile. Shizuki Hitomi. Hee, Shizuki's mother covered her mouth and chuckled. Seeing her daughter's shy expression, she immediately understood the situation. Hitomi is shy, did you confess? A boyfriend? Since their argument last time, Shizuki's mother had learned that her daughter had skipped a day of school precisely to visit this Kamiju Kyusuk. Although the mother and daughter later reconciled, she had clearly misunderstood something. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called a misunderstanding? Shizuki Hitomi smiled at her mother. Not yet, no. The next day, in front of the school gate. Sayaka was very happy today because, after a night and morning of effort, she finally made an edible fried egg. The task she had promised Kayasuk was finally completed, and Sayaka couldn't help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction. Humph is expected of Sayaka-sama. Actually, if I want to, frying an egg is very simple. Kayasuk looked teary-eyed just now. He must have been moved to tears by me, right? Sorry, Mom, I shouldn't have talked about you. Your method is also very effective. I believe that with just a few more tries, I'll be able to capture Kayasuk's stomach, right? By then, Kayasuk probably won't be able to leave me, right? No matter if it's Akemi Hamura, who has the transfer student attribute, or Madoka, who has a love manual, they will all ultimately be defeated by Sayaka-sama. Ahaha. Sayaka could already envision their defeated expressions when she won. Let's see who dares to call Sayaka-sama an idiot now. Sayaka. As Sayaka was basking in her triumph, a splash of green suddenly appeared before her eyes. Ah, Hitomi? The person who appeared before her was, of course, her good friend Hitomi. Shizuki Hitomi smiled at Sayaka. I wonder if Sayaka is free right now. A few minutes later, in the Midokihara student cafeteria. So, Hitomi, is there something you suddenly wanted to see me about? Hitomi across from her was suddenly so serious that Sayaka couldn't help but sit up straight. Actually, I have some matters regarding love that I'd like to discuss with Sayaka. Shizuki Hitomi calmly took a sip of black tea. I've always kept it a secret from Sayaka and Madoka, but since yesterday, I've made up my mind. I see. Even a beautiful girl like Hitomi can be troubled by love matters? Could it be that she met her true love after school yesterday? Miki Sayaka, feeling she had discovered the truth, nodded sagely. Hitomi, just say it. Sayaka-sama is quite confident in this area now. Whatever help you need, just ask. Love Master Online, answering questions. Is that so? It seems Sayaka isn't standing still either. Of course. Although she didn't know why Hitomi suddenly said that, it was a compliment, right? Shizuki Hitomi exhaled. In that case, I'll be direct. Sayaka's eyes narrowed into slits with excitement. Indeed, gossip is human nature, and it seems this blue-haired girl is no exception. Seriously, who on earth stole her Hitomi's heart? If he's not good enough for Hitomi, she won't approve of this match. Actually, for a long time, I've admired Kayase-kun. And then? How did you two meet? Miki Sayaka's knowing smile suddenly froze. I think I didn't hear clearly just now. Did Hitomi just say some strange name? Shizuki Hitomi's expression remained unchanged. I've decided not to lie to myself anymore. Yes, since yesterday, the girl named Shizuki Hitomi had decided to face her true feelings. She was going to formally challenge Miki Sayaka. Perhaps in the past, she only liked Kayase when he played the violin, which sometimes made her feel a little confused. But now... Sayaka, it doesn't matter how many times you want to hear it, Shizuki Hitomi likes Kamiju Kyusuk. That's right, the current her likes everything about the person named Kamiju Kyusuk. Looking at Shizuki Hitomi, whose gaze was so fervent, Miki Sayaka's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Chapter 37 The war is about to accelerate. What's going on? Who can tell her what happened? Why, after waking up, have all her former best friends turned against her? It's only been 2 days since Kayase was discharged. This isn't how you play. Is that so? I didn't expect Hitomi to also. Because Sayaka hadn't expected Hitomi to be so direct, she answered somewhat at a loss for words. Really, that Kayase is so troublesome. So, has he recently learned some tricks to fool girls? It's not Kayase-kun's fault, he's just too outstanding. Sayaka, don't overthink it. Shizuki Hitomi saw through Sayaka's little thoughts and saved his image. She wasn't the kind of bad woman who would deliberately cause misunderstandings between two people and then take advantage of the situation. Sayaka lowered her head and said nothing. Hitomi defending Kayase like that made her seem like a wife making excuses for her husband. And Kayase-kun and all that, have they already become so intimate? Only she, among all the girls, had called him that since childhood, but now. Sayaka and Kayase-kun are childhood friends, right? Seeing her silence, Shizuki Hitomi wouldn't let her off so easily. Today, she had to make things clear with her. Well, rather than childhood friends, it's more like a fated entanglement or something. Sayaka didn't directly admit it, instead trying to laugh it off. Shizuki Hitomi shook her head. Is that really true, Sayaka? You like Kayase-kun, don't you? Huh? I don't like him. Sayaka can fool others, even Kayase, but she can't fool me. Hitomi? Sayaka was stunned by her assertiveness. Sayaka, there's no need to be surprised, and no need to wonder how I know. Because I can read the look in Sayaka's eyes when she looks at Kayase. That is undoubtedly the look of someone in love. Miki Sayaka, feeling a bit guilty, changed the subject. Hey, that's too strange, isn't it? When did Hitomi awaken such a strange skill? Seeing that she still wouldn't admit her true feelings, Shizuki Hitomi decided to unleash her ultimate move. Oh, Sayaka, have you forgotten? Because I said I like Kayase too. The green-haired girl said, covering her mouth and giggling. Since Sayaka doesn't like him, then I don't need to hold back, do I? I'll go confess to Kayase today. Shizuki Hitomi stood up and waved. Finally, thank you, Sayaka. She had expected these words to ignite Sayaka's inner strength, but instead, she lowered her head and clenched her fists weakly. Hitomi, who had slowed her steps, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Despite having such an enviable position, she didn't dare to take even half a step. Really? Sayaka, it seems your liking for Kayase is only to this extent. Since that's the case, she probably didn't need to feel guilty anymore, right? Wait. Just as Shizuki Hitomi, disappointed, was about to leave quickly, Sayaka suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Shizuki Hitomi's lips curled into a slight smile, but her words remained sharp. If you don't like him, but you won't let others confess, isn't Sayaka being a bit too selfish? TCH. Sayaka clicked her tongue. At this moment, she finally decided to stop hiding her true feelings. I like him. I like Kyosuke. I like him very, very much. And it started when she was very young. She had liked him for so many years but had never said it aloud. At this moment, Sayaka suddenly felt much more relaxed. Even with Hitomi, her love rival, she could face her calmly. Yes, liking someone shouldn't be such a stifling feeling. What was she doing before? Sayaka finally decided to tell the truth, didn't she? Should I say congratulations? Shizuki Hitomi turned around and said to her. Indeed, this was the Sayaka she knew. Eh? Hitomi, were you doing this on purpose? Looking at Shizuki Hitomi's smile, even Sayaka understood. Shizuki Hitomi didn't deny it. Oh, if I didn't say that, how would Sayaka have revealed her true feelings so easily? Hitomi, why? Now Sayaka was confused again. Since Hitomi liked Kyosuke, shouldn't she take this opportunity to confess? That way, even if she, who had spoken insincerely, regretted it, it would be too late, right? Because Sayaka is my friend, I don't want to secretly steal a march or snatch him away. Shizuki Hitomi smiled confidently. Even if I am to win Kyosuke, it will be a fair and square showdown with Sayaka. At this moment, Sayaka had clearly regained her usual vitality. She playfully laughed loudly at Hitomi. Hitomi, are you saying you're confident you can defeat me head-on? To be honest, I don't think my chances of winning are higher than Sayaka's right now, but that's not a reason for me to give up. Shizuki Hitomi met her gaze directly without hesitation. In that case, bring it on, Hitomi. Sayaka is not to be trifled with. I've been waiting for you to say that, Sayaka, but our duel will have to be postponed for a bit. Right now, we should cooperate first. Under Sayaka's puzzled gaze, Shizuki Hitomi actually sat back down. Huh? Sayaka blinked. Shouldn't this be duel time? Sayaka, you haven't forgotten, have you? Madoka and Akemi-san are even stronger rivals than I am. Even you could lose if you're not careful. Shizuki Hitomi finally revealed her other purpose. So, Sayaka, how about we cooperate? In Shizuki Hitomi's opinion, Sayaka had known Kyosuke longer than she had, so she always felt a trace of indescribable guilt towards her, which is why she designed this situation to make her face her own feelings. After all, this could be considered a form of compensation, right? But for those newcomers, she would, of course, undoubtedly choose to exclude them, and this was also one of the reasons she chose to ally with Sayaka. One must know that Madoka and Akemi-san were teammates with Kyosuke, and she felt it would be very difficult to win Kyosuke's time by herself. Facing Akemi Hamura, who possessed magical girl attributes, Shizuki Hitomi was still a bit flustered. And at this time, Sayaka, as a childhood friend who was also an ordinary person like her, would undoubtedly be a very good teammate. Once they had won over Kyosuke more, then she and Sayaka would compete against each other fairly. However, just as Shizuki Hitomi's calculations were clicking perfectly, Sayaka suddenly confidently rejected her. I'm sorry, Hitomi. Sayaka doesn't need an alliance right now, because I currently possess a secret weapon. Shizuki Hitomi. Did she overdo it? This idiot seems a bit too confident. Perhaps she should discourage her a little? Oh, Sayaka, are you referring to that fried egg that made Kyosuke's face pale? Sayaka's eyes widened slightly. Huh? Hitomi, why would you? Because I just saw Madoka taking Kyosuke to the infirmary. Sayaka. Akemi-san personally carried Kyosuke there. Sayaka. Miki Sayaka immediately got up to leave after hearing that. This time, it was Shizuki Hitomi's turn to reach out and grab her. Sayaka, where are you going? To the infirmary, of course. Don't be impulsive, Sayaka. If you rush over now, it will only make Kyosuke and you awkward, won't it? After hearing Hitomi's words, Sayaka also thought it made sense. She plopped back down in the armchair. How could this happen? I've been eating it lately and I've been fine. Shizuki Hitomi. Sayaka, are you sure it's not just that your resistance to dark cuisine has increased? However, to be able to defeat such an amazing Kyosuke-kun, in some sense, Sayaka is very impressive. Indeed, Sayaka is a formidable opponent. For her, Kyosuke could eat even that kind of thing without changing his expression. It seems your move, Sayaka, not only didn't work but also created an opportunity for Madoka and Akemi-san. Ugh. Sayaka lowered her head, looking a bit dejected. Then, Hitomi, what do you think we should do now? Shizuki Hitomi covered her mouth and chuckled, hee, Sayaka, have you finally decided to cooperate with me? Alright, I get it, cooperating with Hitomi is. Sayaka first waved her hand in surrender, but seeing Hitomi's smile, she thought of something else. Hitomi, was this also part of your plan? With that, the good best friend duo was officially formed, and the war was about to accelerate. P.S. Regarding Sayaka's tragedy, I personally feel that Senior Mommy might have had a greater impact on Sayaka than Hitomi. After all, the blue-haired girl's so-called justice in the later stages felt too idealistic, causing too much burden on herself. So, Sayaka, who didn't become a magical girl and didn't go to extremes, should actually have a pretty strong mental resilience, right? Chapter 38 Troublesome Mommy. So, why did things turn out this way again? Kamiju Kyusuke lay in Akemi Hamura's arms, feeling quite embarrassed as he looked at the black-haired girl, who seemed anxious yet subtly excited. Time rewound to a few minutes ago. Akemi Hamura sat alone in her seat, feeling a little down. Just now, Miki-san had taken Kyosuke away in a rather coy manner, saying she had an important item to give him as per their agreement. Not only did she try to hide it and prevent anyone from following, but her triumphant gaze was also truly bothersome. Akemi Hamura couldn't help but murmur, what exactly does Miki-san want to give Kyosuke? Perhaps it's herself. Hamura Akemi, who enjoyed watching drama, began to stir the pot. Tamura-chan? Startled by the sudden voice in her mind, had she inadvertently spoken aloud again? Akemi Hamura's face flushed as she asked, Tamura, what do you mean by giving herself to Kyosuke? No, it couldn't be that kind of thing, could it? Ever since Kyosuke saved her, she occasionally read romance novels and even often fantasized about scenarios like a hero saving a beauty followed by the beauty offering herself in return, so she at least had some idea. Don't you know? Perhaps Miki Sayaka wants to give away something precious of hers. They are childhood friends, aren't they? Hamura Akemi felt like an old witch trying to corrupt minds at this moment. That way, they can naturally get together, from childhood friends to boyfriend and girlfriend, everything would be logical, wouldn't it? Impossible, they are still only middle schoolers. Akemi Hamura shook her head, covering it with her hands, clearly not believing any of it. Nothing is impossible. Boys would probably find it hard to refuse in such a situation, wouldn't they? Although Hamura Akemi didn't understand these things either, after all, she was either hospitalized or on her way to being hospitalized before, and after being discharged, she kept looping. But that didn't stop her from misleading herself. For some reason, Akemi Hamura didn't panic at all after hearing that. Recalling how Kyosuke had been flustered just by her gaze on the hospital rooftop that day, Akemi Hamura's expression suddenly relaxed like never before. Have you finally given up? That's good too, Kamiju. Kyosuke wouldn't do such a thing, Akemi Hamura stated firmly. Clearly, she didn't think he could be won over so simply and directly. Hamura Akemi was somewhat astonished. Something was wrong. She had originally intended to use this opportunity to discourage her past self, making her give up early, and coincidentally fulfill that idiot Sayaka's wish. Whenever the image of herself and Kamijukyusuk together appeared in her mind, it always felt strange, although she didn't dislike this Kamijukyusuk. Whenever she remembered the melody the boy on the rooftop played for her, Hamura Akemi's heart would find a rare calm. But the more this happened, the more she dared not accept it, afraid that one day she would truly become immersed in it. Looking at the girl, who was resolute and seemed to trust and understand Kayasuk more deeply, Hamura Akemi fell silent again. But now, it seemed not only had she failed, but it had also backfired. Just then, Kamijukyusuk suddenly swayed back into the classroom and collapsed onto his seat. Kayasuk, you're back so soon? So soon? And his face looked so terrible. Ugh, Tamura-chan, you've said enough. I told you Kayasuk wouldn't do that. Looking at Kamijukyusuk, whose face looked terrible when he entered, Akemi Hamura retorted, then couldn't help but turn to him with concern. Kayasuk, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Ah. Kamijukyusuk struggled to lift his head. It's Hamura. I ate too much. I'll be fine after a rest. Really? Looking at Kayasuk like this, it felt as if he would ascend to heaven at any moment. What happened to Kayasuk? Madoka Kaname, who had noticed something was wrong when he entered, also rushed over, asking worriedly. Should I take Kayasuk to the infirmary? Thank you, Madoka and Hamura. I'm really fine. Rua Kamijukyusuk waved his hand in thanks, but as soon as he spoke, the taste in his mouth suddenly surged back, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing onto his seat. Kayasuk. X2. Madoka Kaname frantically tried to find someone to help, but Akemi Hamura simply lifted him up. Madoka Kaname. Hamura, we need to get Kayasuk to the infirmary quickly. Akemi Hamura said without question, carrying him and preparing to leave. Wait, I can walk myself. Hamura, please put me down. Kamijukyusuk was startled awake by her and quickly gestured to Akemi Hamura with his eyes. Looking at the countless eyes in the classroom staring at them, he wished he could crawl into a tortoise shell. Akemi Hamura looked at him on her shoulder, tilting her head in confusion. Sorry, Kayasuk, it must have been uncomfortable being carried by me. Kamijukyusuk nodded repeatedly. Although he was just a bit embarrassed, as long as she wasn't carrying him, anything was fine. However, to Kamijukyusuk's shock, Akemi Hamura actually gave him a princess carry. Hamura, you. Don't worry, Kayasuk, with me here I will definitely protect you. The girl's face was serious, like a knight declaring to a princess. If she hadn't forgotten her lines, she must be a natural airhead, she must be. Hamura, aren't your attributes a bit too numerous? And where did you learn these lines? Tamura didn't lead you astray, did she? Madoka. Helpless, Kamijukyusuk could only look to Madoka Kaname for help. However, the savior he saw had a look of excitement and envy. Kamijukyusuk. Madoka, I didn't expect you to finally. Amidst the excited screams and discussions of his classmates, Kamijukyusuk arrived at the infirmary. QB in the hallway looked at the protagonist causing the commotion, blinking its large eyes. Kayasuk is truly an unfathomable person. The witch had been defeated by Kamijukyusuk again. As expected, they had now confirmed that Kamijukyusuk indeed possessed the strength to defeat a witch alone. Making him fall into a predicament to make a wish seem to have become harder. But thanks to that guy, we finally figured out your abilities, Kayasuk. Time suspension and sudden explosions. Although somewhat tricky, the opponent clearly had limitations, and it wasn't as if they had no way to deal with him. Having finished thinking, QB leaped and arrived at Mommy Tomo's classroom. At this moment, Mommy Tomo no longer had her usual envy and loneliness as she listened to the laughter outside the window. Because now, she had companions. Although they were not magical girls yet, she indeed had people with whom she could share joys and sorrows. She was no longer alone. Mommy. Just as Mommy Tomo was happily imagining what to prepare to entertain Kamiju Kyusuk and the others today, a long unheard voice sounded in her mind. Kyubi. Mommy Tomo looked around in surprise. At this moment, Kyubi also smoothly landed on her desk. Mommy seems very happy? It's been a long time since I've seen Mommy make such an expression. Mommy Tomo smiled at it, because I have companions now. Is it Kyusuk and Madoka? Facing Kyubi's question, Mommy Tomo smiled without speaking. I understand. It seems Mommy and Kyusuk's relationship is progressing smoothly. I'm very happy about that. Kyubi sat down. Kyusuk and Madoka both have great talent, especially Kyusuk. If he could become a magical girl, he would surely be a great help to Mommy. Thank you, Kyubi. Mommy Tomo first expressed her gratitude for Kyubi's concern, then rejected its suggestion. But I think whether to make a wish should be their own decision. I don't want them to end up like me, not even their wish. Mommy Tomo seemed not to want to continue this topic, and she changed the subject with Kyubi. But Kyubi, you suddenly came to find me. You must have finished your business, right? Yes, although it hasn't been successful yet, Kyubi replied, not caring, picking up the conversation. Mommy Tomo smiled, is that so? Then if there's anything I can help with, Kyubi, don't hesitate. Thank you. Ill trouble Mommy then. Mommy Tomo blinked, not expecting Kyubi to actually need her. It's okay, because Kyubi is also an important companion to me. Chapter 39. Was it intentional or accidental? Ugh, just kill me. Kamiju Kyusuk groaned, face down on his desk. School had finally ended, but the teasing glances from every classmate as they left made him feel even more on edge. Kyusuk, are you okay? Does your stomach still hurt? Akemi Hamura, having finished packing her bag, came to his side to comfort him, her anxious expression suggesting she still thought Kamiju Kyusuk hadn't recovered from his midday discomfort. Whose fault do you think it is, Hamura? But Akemi Hamura was doing this out of concern for him, so Kamiju Kyusuk instinctively grumbled but didn't blame her. Whose fault? Akemi Hamura was startled. Could it be that someone deliberately tried to harm Kyusuk? That's right, the last person Kyusuk saw before he felt unwell was Sayaka, and when the school nurse questioned Kyusuk, she heard that Kyusuk only got this way after eating her food. Akemi Hamura's gaze sharpened as she looked at Sayaka. I don't think so, Sayaka probably just can't cook. In the first few timelines, Akemi Hamura and Sayaka had a decent relationship, of course, that was when Madoka was around. One day, during lunch, Sayaka had pulled out her charred bento box. At first, Madoka was surprised that Sayaka could cook, but the results were as expected. As for later, both she and Sayaka were attracted to the exquisite bento made by Madoka's father, and they even agreed with Madoka to ask her father for lessons if they had the chance, but that chance never came. By the way, she was one of only 2 people among the 5 who could cook, besides Mommy Tomo. After all, Mommy Tomo was an orphan, and she herself was practically an orphan, so survival skills were essential. Oh, Kyoko was an exception. That girl's survival skills seemed to be focused on strange areas, and almost every time they met, she was eating snacks, her mouth never stopping. Speaking of Kyoko, she was an incredibly suitable teammate. However, Hamura Akemi had already decided that she would end this Walpurgisnacht. As for Kyoko, it was better not to involve her in danger, she should be living quite freely in Kazumino, right? Before she could continue her recollection, Akemi Hamura spoke again. It's hard to say, Miki-san might also be intentionally making Kyusuk unable to take care of himself, then she can take advantage of the situation, so she can take care of Kyusuk for the rest of his life. Hamura Akemi felt like something was off, but what her other self said seemed to make sense. But, when did she become so knowledgeable? Just as she was doubting her life, Akemi Hamura directly held Kamiju Kyusuk's hand and then declared with a serious expression. Don't worry, Kyusuk-kun, I will never let her plot succeed. Kamiju Kyusuk was confused by her completely irrelevant statement. Thanks? You're welcome, Kyusuk. Akemi Hamura waved her hand, blushing, then looked unhappily at the approaching person. Is there something you need, Miki-san? Hey, I say, what kind of look is that? Miki Sayaka had just arrived and felt Akemi Hamura's hostile gaze, which confused her for a moment. Remembering what Hitomi had told her at noon, could it be that this Akemi Hamura was provoking her? That hateful transfer student, just because she hugged Kyusuk, what's there to be proud of? Why stare at me as soon as you come over? Kyusuk isn't her possession. Misaka. Remembering the other party's recent appearance, which was exactly like someone whispering sweet nothings, Sayaka's blood immediately rushed to her head. Hey, transfer student, were you secretly bad-mouthing me to Kyusuk just now? Akemi Hamura didn't back down. If Miki-san thinks the truth counts as bad-mouthing, then perhaps it is. Miki Sayaka stepped forward. Huh? Are you looking for a fight? I didn't say that. Akemi Hamura stood in front of Kamiju Kyusuk, directly facing Miki Sayaka, and sparks seemed to fly between their eyes in mid-air. Hamura Akemi. Was I ever this fierce before? Even Madoka Kaname and Shizuki Hitomi, who had come with her, were stunned. I say, stop, don't fight. Kamiju Kyusuk quickly stepped out to mediate, and fortunately, both of them listened to him and let the matter slide. He looked at Madoka Kaname and sighed helplessly. A beauty is truly a source of trouble, Madoka. But Madoka is indeed very cute, especially her hands. Madoka Kaname's face flushed. Kyusuk, your gaze is too. Sayaka stiffly turned her head. Madoka, you sly one, you're trying to steal him. Hitomi was right, Madoka is also a major enemy. Kyusuk-kun, yesterday due to some unexpected circumstances, I wasn't able to properly ask for your guidance. I wonder if Kyusuk has time today? Sayaka just found another rare piece of music yesterday. We can go to the shopping center and sit down to discuss it together. Fortunately, Shizuki Hitomi, who was nearby, was helpful and broke the tension between the two. Sayaka, good job, Hitomi. It seems that cooperating with Hitomi temporarily is not bad. At this moment, Madoka Kaname also hesitated before speaking, but Kyusuk, Mommy-senpai just invited us to her house again. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at Sayaka and Hitomi, then at Madoka and Akemi Hamura. Why did he feel like things kept clashing these past 2 days? Mommy-senpai? Shizuki Hitomi murmured to herself, how did an unfamiliar name suddenly appear? Mommy, it sounds like a girl's name, senpai? Shizuki Hitomi bit her finger lightly, how did another one appear? She knows Madoka and Akemi-san, could she also be a magical girl? Hitomi is still too young after all. In that case, the rest should be left to Sayaka-sama. Sayaka noticed Shizuki Hitomi's panic and gestured for her to calm down. Sayaka? It was that confident look again, and Shizuki Hitomi always had a bad feeling. Kyusuk, you should think carefully. I heard that the burger shop we often go to has a new flavor for sale, and today is an event day. We can go there and feast our eyes and stomachs on the way to the shopping center. New flavor for sale? Kamiju Kyusuk's interest was piqued. What is Sayaka talking about? Shizuki Hitomi was startled. What Sayaka said couldn't be. She quickly tried to stop her, but it was too late. It's curry super flavor potato. XN. Sayaka, I heard Nakazawa say that the spiciness is like 10 times the usual? Exactly. She heard that the boys in the class were all discussing going to challenge it. If he hadn't eaten that fried egg at noon today, he might have actually gone to challenge it out of curiosity. But now. Kamiju Kyusuk clutched his stomach, feeling a faint ache starting again. Spare me, Sayaka, I don't remember where I offended you. I just looked at Madoka for an extra moment. I won't look, I'll try not to look, isn't that enough? Shizuki Hitomi. It was over. Looking at Kyusuk's expression, Shizuki Hitomi knew that today's plan was ruined again. Ah, haha, sorry, Sayaka and Hitomi, I'm a bit full today, so I might not have an appetite. As expected, Kamiju Kyusuk rejected them, and Senpai might have something urgent for me, so I'm sorry, definitely tomorrow. He remembered that it was a special offer for the event day, and by tomorrow, there shouldn't be such a crazy thing. Sayaka was a bit dejected, eh? Well, alright then. Madoka and Hamura, let's go quickly, don't keep mommy senpai waiting. Kamiju Kyusuk wished he could escape from there quickly. Oh, what went wrong? After Kamiju Kyusuk and the others left, Miki Sayaka murmured to herself. Sayaka. Miki Sayaka felt a sudden chill down her spine, scaring her into quickly turning around. Ha, ha ha. Sorry, Hitomi, it seems there was a tiny problem. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her cheek. Sayaka made a guilty gesture, indicating that it was just an accident. Sayaka, you did well. Shizuki Hitomi responded with a forced smile. Hey, Sayaka, are you hiding something from me? Could it be that you secretly allied with Akemi-san and them? Eh? How could that be, that transfer student? As soon as Akemi Hamura was mentioned, Sayaka immediately declared her innocence. Looking at Sayaka's gritted teeth, it seemed she really didn't do it on purpose. Then it was truly an accident, huh? What a terrible teammate, Sayaka. Shizuki Hitomi couldn't help but sigh, rubbing her forehead. She suddenly regretted cooperating with Sayaka. Was it still not too late to back out now? Chapter 40 Mommy Tomo's Past/The Gentle Hymn. It seems no witch appeared today. After patrolling Midokihara with Mommy Tomo, they didn't encounter even half a witch, though they did run into one familiar. Mommy senpai, did you often patrol all day without any harvest before? That's right. Mommy Tomo nodded to Kamiju Kyusuk, who had asked, but if there are no witches, everyone in the city will be safer, right? Kamiju Kyusuk looked at the smiling Mommy Tomo, paused slightly, then shook his head with a wry smile. He should have thought of it earlier. Mommy senpai is right. As expected of a magical girl, just like a hero of justice. Even her fighting style is so similar, Kamiju Kyusuk silently added. Eh? Mommy Tomo didn't expect Kamiju Kyusuk to praise her so highly, which made her feel undeserving. Hero of justice? I haven't reached the level classmate Kamiho described. But to see the city become peaceful through my efforts, I feel my life is very meaningful. Mamane, you're so cool. Madoka Kaname was full of admiration. She also wanted to be like Mommy senpai, to become a useful person. If so, would Kayasukun also look at her in a new light? Hee. Madoka, you're drooling, Kamiju Kyusuk reminded her with amusement. Was Madoka's big brother falling for Mommy senpai again? Oh no, I accidentally laughed out loud. Meeting Kamiju Kyusuk's gaze, Madoka Kaname quickly lowered her head shyly. Woo-woo, I made a fool of myself in front of Kayasukun again. Mommy senpai, how did you become a magical girl? In her flustered state, Madoka Kaname asked Mommy Tomo. Kamiju Kyusuk also looked at Mommy Tomo upon hearing this. He was quite curious too. Only Hamura Akemi showed no reaction. After giving Mommy Tomo a deep look, she walked away, seemingly not intending to listen to her story. And at this moment, Mommy Tomo also suddenly fell silent, not replying for a long time. No, Mamine, actually, you don't have to tell us, Madoka Kaname waved her hands repeatedly. Mommy senpai's expression. Did she mess up again? It's okay, Madoka. Mommy Tomo gave her a comforting smile, then began to recall. At that time, my parents were driving to take me out to play, but there was a traffic accident halfway. I was forced to. I didn't even have room to consider. Even after many years, Mommy Tomo still hadn't let go of that day when she thought of it again. I don't regret it, and I think living now is much better than dying there, which is why I hope those who still have a choice can think carefully before making a wish. I'm sorry, Mommy-senpai. After hearing Mommy Tomo's past, Madoka Kaname felt a little sad. Madoka, you don't have to apologize. Actually, I've already come to terms with it. Mommy Tomo forced herself to be calm, recovering from her sadness, and smiled at Madoka Kaname. It's okay if you don't become magical girls. We're already friends, aren't we? That won't change whether you become magical girls or not, right? That's right, no matter what happens, Mommy-senpai will always be our friend. After hearing Mommy Tomo's story, Kamiju Kyusuk felt that perhaps all she needed was a promise of friendship. Kayasuk-kun. Mommy Tomo's eyes were faintly moist, she stared intently at Kamiju Kyusuk. It's not just me, oh, Kamiju Kyusuk continued to smile, asking Madoka Kaname and Akemi Hamura, you two think so too, right, Madoka, Hamura? Kayasuk-kun. Madoka Kaname also reacted, then looked at Mommy-senpai, whose eyes showed anticipation, and nodded solemnly. Mommy-senpai will always be my friend. Madoka. Tears seemed to flow out unwillingly, and Mommy Tomo hastily turned to wipe them away. Thank you all. It's so good to know you all. Not far away, Hamura Akemi's lips curled into a slight smile. Suddenly, she noticed Madoka's gaze and quickly turned her head away. Tamura-chan. Madoka Kaname was a little conflicted. Was the other Hamura still bothered by that day? Mommy Tomo also looked a bit downcast, she seemed to share Madoka Kaname's thoughts. But Kamiju Kyusuk noticed the girl's previously upturned lips and called out to her retreating back. Tamura, don't be so tsundere anymore. If you want to say something to Mommy-senpai, why not just say it directly? Sutsundera? Hamura Akemi's body suddenly stiffened. Tamura-chan, Kayasuk-kun said we should respond well to our friends, Akemi Hamura added internally. Hamura Akemi sighed and walked in front of the three. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I won't be attending the tea party later. Eh? How could this be? Madoka Kaname had thought Tamura would become friends with Momine like Hamura, but why? It's okay, Tamura must be busy with something. Mommy Tomo's eyes dimmed again, but because she still had Kayasuk-kun and Madoka as friends, she still smiled understandingly at Akemi Hamura. However, Hamura Akemi didn't leave after responding. Instead, she handed Mommy Tomo something. Here, this is for you. This is. Mommy Tomo took it doubtfully, then her eyes widened slightly as she looked at the object in her hand. A witch's egg? Hamura Akemi nodded. If you need more, you can come find me. Without further explanation, the black-haired girl turned and left after speaking. Mommy Tomo looked at the witch's egg in her hand, her lips curling slightly. Tamura really was a tsundere. It seems the witches that disappeared from the city earlier were indeed defeated by Hamura. Hey-ho. Kyubi, who was nearby, hopped onto Mommy Tomo's shoulder and stared directly at Hamura Akemi. Akemi Hamura, I always feel like she's hiding something from us. Kyubi blinked. Mommy, the reason why the number of witches in the city has decreased recently also seems to be related to her. Mommy Tomo. However, the yellow-haired girl didn't express anything about this. Instead, she lifted Kyubi from her shoulder. Alright, Kyubi, talking bad about others behind their backs will make girls dislike you, you know. Mommy Tomo naturally understood what Kyubi meant, but she trusted Tamura. Didn't the fact that she gave her the witch's egg mean that she also considered her a friend? Clearly worried about her, but not showing it. Recalling Kamiju Kyusuk's evaluation of her, Mommy Tomo smiled softly. Madoka is right. Kayasuk-kun really is a very gentle person. Kamiju Kyusuk didn't understand why she suddenly said that. Is he? He is. Chapter 41. Let's play it safe a bit more. Inside Mommy Tomo's house, Kamiju Kyusuk and Mommy Tomo were busy in the kitchen. Actually, Senior Mommy doesn't need to worry about me. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually quite good at cooking, even making pastries is no problem for me. Originally, he wanted to show Senior Mommy his skills, but she insisted on joining him, saying she couldn't let a guest work alone. Madoka had also wanted to join, but unfortunately, she wasn't good at it. After getting flour all over her face, Mommy Tomo sent her to the living room to wait, under the pretense of being a taste tester. Hehe, Kayase-kun, are you afraid of being defeated by me? Senior Mommy had changed how she addressed him at some point, but Kamijo didn't mind. At this moment, Mommy Tomo's hands didn't stop, and she deliberately provoked him with her words. Don't cry later. Senior Mommy, you started this war. It seems I'll have to show some real skill. Although he knew Mommy Tomo was saying it on purpose, Kamijo was clearly piqued. In his previous life, he had put a lot of effort into cooking for himself, and with the experience of this life, he really wasn't someone an ordinary middle school student could compare to. Someone seemed unexpectedly persistent in this aspect. Looking at Kamijo, who no longer tried to decline, Mommy Tomo discovered a very useful piece of information. I heard Kayase-kun is a very talented violinist. While busy, Mommy Tomo tried to find a topic again. Perhaps there would be other unexpected gains. Oh, Madoka told you, senpai? Actually, I haven't succeeded as a genius violinist yet. Right now, I'm at most a reserve. Although he hadn't even won the national youth competition yet, with his system cheat, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve it. Is that so, the genius violin boy? Mommy Tomo muttered another title to herself, but the rolling of a certain syllable sounded inexplicably Chunibu. Kayase, when is your next competition? I wonder if I can come and watch. Ah, the next competition seems to be on the 15th, but this time I have to go to another city to compete, so I'll probably be away for 2 or 3 days. Because this competition was quite grand, with contestants from several cities participating, he also had to prepare in advance. Is that so? That's too bad. Mommy Tomo sighed. If it were in Midokihara, it would be fine, but since it was another city and for an extended period, it would be difficult for her to take leave, and she also had to patrol Midokihara. Although I can't go, I'm still curious, Kayase-kun, where are you going to compete? I think it's called Kazumino. Kamijo said, deep in thought, because I'm quite bad with directions, I can't remember the names of places I don't visit often, but since it's the city for the competition, I did investigate it a little. Kazumino. The long unheard place name reached her ears, and Mommy Tomo stood dazed, muttering to herself. Kamijo reached out to remind her, Senior Mommy, are you listening? Your small bread is about to burn. Ah, darn it. Mommy Tomo quickly adjusted the heat, saving it from disaster. It seemed she really cared about the fate of the small bread. Mommy Tomo patted her ample chest, phew, I almost ruined everything. TCH, what a shame. I should have kept quiet and not reminded Senior Mommy just now. Wouldn't I have won directly then? Kamijo quickly averted his gaze, deliberately saying regrettable things to divert attention. Hehe, Kayase-kun, you don't think you've already won, do you? Mommy Tomo said, deliberately leaning closer again, a stubborn expression appearing on her face at the right moment. She naturally noticed Kamijo embarrassment, but she was doing it on purpose. Her figure, which used to bother her among her peers, was quite useful now. So close. Feeling the breath so close, Kamijo was slightly flustered. At this distance, it's either a fight or a kiss. But a kiss was definitely impossible. Judging by Senior Mommy's eagerness to duel him earlier, it was probably the former. Ah, ahem. Senior Mommy is right. Kamijo quickly distanced himself and changed the subject. Speaking of Kazumino City, Senior Mommy seemed to be lost in some memories. Have you been there before? Or do you have friends there? Friends? Her memories were brought up again, and Mommy Tomo's desire to tease her junior temporarily ceased. Never mind, it's not really a secret. Mommy Tomo shook her head, recalling the time she met that red-haired girl. Actually, I have. The girl's words paused. I used to have a friend, and she lived in the neighboring city of Kazumino. Senior Mommy's friend? Although Kamiju Kyusuk didn't really want to hear about some old friend, he still took the topic and continued to ask to avoid the previous awkward atmosphere. Senior Mommy's friend, could she also be a magical girl? Yes, she had just become a magical girl not long before. While tracking a witch, she almost made a big mistake due to a moment of carelessness. Luckily, I happened to encounter her then. Mommy Tomo seemed completely lost in her memories. She even couldn't help but laugh. Hee, she was still a novice back then. After I saved her, she even wanted to become my apprentice. Kamiju Kyusuk nodded, with Senior Mommy's serious and responsible attitude. I'm sure she's a qualified magical girl by now, right? Mommy Tomo gave a wry smile. More than qualified, she seemed a bit too qualified. Mamine? Kamiju Kyusuk saw his senpai suddenly look sad and inwardly cried out, oh no. Could this magical girl have already? Because Senior Mommy's eyes would inevitably show a hint of sadness whenever she spoke of that friend, Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but think this. I'm sorry, Mamine, I didn't know your friend. Mommy Tomo blinked, then realized he had misunderstood. Kayasa-kun, don't misunderstand, my old friend is fine. It's just that some things happened later, so I never contacted her again. Because Sakura Kyoko ultimately denied her own wish, denying the idea of fighting for others. Later, she heard from Kyubi that the other party even condoned familiars harming people just to let them grow into witches and then eliminate them to obtain witches' eggs. Such behavior was clearly at odds with Mommy Tomo's self-proclaimed ideal of a righteous magical girl, so they gradually drifted apart, eventually leading to a complete rupture. However, a long time had passed since then. Although she still opposed Kyoko's actions, she no longer held such great animosity towards Kyoko now. Of course, she would definitely think about trying to correct her way of thinking again. It's good that she's okay. If it's convenient, may I ask your friend's name, Mamine? Although he didn't expect to encounter her, Kamiju Kyusuk still decided to ask. Sakura Kyoko. She's a girl with a very unique personality. Mommy Tomo originally wanted to describe Kyoko's personality from before, but thinking of the later change, she ultimately used a different adjective. Is that so? Kamiju Kyusuk said, suddenly moving a bit further away again. Mommy Tomo finally noticed the anomaly. Was it her imagination, or was Kayasa-kun getting further and further away from her? Goodness, she almost let him fool her. Let's not talk about this topic anymore. By the way, Kayasa-kun, don't you think we feel very much like a family right now? Mommy Tomo narrowed her eyes and threw out a leading question. Family? Kamiju Kyusuk was caught off guard by the sudden change of subject. Mommy Tomo glanced sideways at the person next to her. That's right, cooking together and chatting about everyday things, just like a dad and mom. Kamiju Kyusuk understood her analogy this time, but his thought process was clearly a bit different. Senior Mommy, if you say that, Madoka will cry, suddenly becoming a daughter and all. Mommy Tomo paused slightly, then chuckled softly. Hee, Kayasa-kun, you really are. But then she changed her tone and actually started considering it. However, if a daughter were as cute and obedient as Madoka, it wouldn't be bad, would it? Kamiju Kyusuk. Hey, Senior Mommy, how badly do you want to be a mom? You're still just a middle school student, and you're already thinking that far ahead? Ah ha, my pastries are ready. I'll take them out first. Madoka must be getting impatient, right? Then Kayasa-kun, you go ahead. I'll be right there. Mommy Tomo didn't press her advantage this time. Instead, she waved her hand and continued making her pastries. Pushing too hard won't work. It's better to be a bit more steady. Chapter 42 The Imminent Discharge from the Hospital. Madoka Kaname was sitting restlessly in the living room. she definitely needed to learn cooking skills from her father when she got home. The poor girl was completely unaware that this was an opportunity Mommy Tomo had deliberately created for them to be alone. Even if she could cook, there would probably be other reasons waiting for her. Kayasuke. Just as she was wondering if she should go back to the kitchen, even if just to help out, Kamajukusuke finally emerged. It was just. Kayasuke's eyes feel a bit strange. Did something happen? Why was he looking at her like that? Oh, daughter. Kamajukusuke quickly stopped speaking and took a breath. It was all Mommy Senpai's fault for making him so flustered that he almost took advantage of Madoka. Ah, no, Madoka. You must have been waiting anxiously, right? Would you like to try some first? My sin, Auntie Inko, I didn't say anything. Kayasuke is so strange. Madoka Kaname was a bit confused, but under Kamajukusuke's deliberate distraction and the temptation of the pastries, she quickly put the small incident out of her mind. Oh, by the way, where's Mommy Senpai? Why hasn't she come out? Madoka Kaname was about to start eating when she suddenly remembered that the owner of the house hadn't arrived yet. Mommy Senpai needs a little more time, she should be ready soon. In that case, let's wait for Mamine. It felt a bit wrong to eat behind Mommy Senpai's back. Alright, since Madoka has spoken. Kamajukusuke shrugged, using this time to calm his mood. Soon after, Mommy Tomo finally finished. Sorry to keep you waiting. Mommy Tomo placed the pastries on the table. Madoka, hurry and try them. See whose is tastier, mine or Kayasuke-kun's. Ah. Madoka Kaname scratched her cheek, looking a bit troubled. Exactly, Madoka, don't worry. If Mommy Senpai dares to threaten you, I'll protect you. Seeing her troubled expression, Kamajukusuke couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Oh, Madoka, you have this day too, a love triangle, isn't it? Kamajukusuke fell into a state of amusement, completely oblivious to anything wrong with his thoughts. Kamajukusuke looked at Mommy Tomo triumphantly. How could Mamine do something like that? Although Madoka Kaname said this, she was still a little scared. She looked at Mommy Tomo, trying to find comfort. Right, you agree, don't you, Mamine? Mamine, why are you looking at me like that? Your smile is so scary. Madoka's reaction is so cute. Don't worry, I don't care about winning or losing. I won't do anything to you. Mommy Tomo covered her mouth and chuckled. It seemed that Mommy Senpai, who was gradually opening up after getting familiar, was also a person who enjoyed amusement at heart. A few minutes later. Ah, I'm so full. Thank you, Mamine and Kayasuke. Madoka Kaname secretly turned her head away. Oh no, after eating my fill, I feel like taking a walk. Mommy Senpai and Kayasuke, do you want to go out for a stroll? However, Mommy Tomo pressed her shoulder with a smile. Hee, Madoka, did you forget something? Do I need to help you remember? Woo XX Madoka Kaname shivered in fright and quickly sat back down. Mommy Senpai, didn't you say you didn't care? Do we have to decide who's better? Actually, both Mommy Senpai and Kayasuke's cooking were very delicious. Madoka Kaname tried to make a final stand, but after the two shook their heads in unison, as if in collusion, she failed. Madoka Kaname took a deep breath and finally announced the result. Sorry, Mamine, I still think Kayasuke's was a bit tastier. As if afraid Mommy Senpai would be sad, Madoka Kaname quickly changed her tone. However, it might just be a matter of personal preference. Mamine's wasn't bad either. Anyway, The girl's eyes had become swirling circles, and she started rambling. Mommy Tomo waved her hand, amused. All right, I understand what Madoka means. Kayasuke wins this time, but I won't lose next time. Madoka Kaname was stunned. There's a next time? Hee, ha 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 ha. Kamajukusuke laughed with the glee of a small-minded person who had gotten his way. Sorry, Mommy-senpai, it seems I was more skilled this time. Oh, well, it can't be helped. Kayasuke's was indeed very delicious. It's just a bit frustrating to be defeated in a field I'm good at. I didn't expect Kayasuke not only to make delicious pastries but also to brew such tasty tea. Actually, there was no real frustration. Although she hadn't intended to win in the first place, after tasting his pastries, she genuinely felt that even if she hadn't made any mistakes, she probably couldn't have achieved that level. But Kayasuke looked very happy, didn't he? And they even agreed to a next competition, so it seemed she hadn't lost anything. Mommy Tomo deliberately sighed. I wonder who Kayasuke-kun will end up with in the future. You're too kind, too kind. Kamiju Kyusuke decisively ignored the latter sentence. Besides his past life experience and Mommy Tomo's mistakes, the most important reason he could win was his all-powerful star platinum. As for whether it was necessary to be so serious about cooking, it really was necessary. The three chatted for a while to digest their food, and then Kamiju Kyusuke and Madoka Kaname took their leave from Mommy Tomo. I didn't realize it was so late. Mommy Tomo hadn't noticed the passage of time at all. Indeed, when you have company, even the previously endless time flies by so quickly. Mommy Tomo got up to see them off. Although she was very reluctant, it was indeed time to part. Come visit again tomorrow, Madoka, Kayasuke. At the door, Mommy Tomo continued to invite Madoka Kaname and Kamiju Kyusuke. No. Kamiju Kyusuke flatly refused. 2. His unhesitating refusal made both of them pause slightly. Especially Madoka Kaname, who, sensing a strange atmosphere, quickly looked around. Mamine, the light in her eyes has disappeared, it's so scary. Why? Mommy Tomo murmured, under Madoka Kaname's frightened gaze. It's even scarier. Seeing that Kayasuke still hadn't reacted, Madoka quickly explained for him. Haha, actually, Kayasuke has plans tomorrow. He's helping Hitomi with tutoring. Hitomi? It sounded like a girl's name. Mommy Tomo frowned, forcing herself to overlook her. Then, how about the day after tomorrow? Kamiju Kyusuke shook his head. Doesn't seem good either? Mommy Tomo. Madoka Kaname was dumbfounded. Kayasuke-kun, what are you doing? At least be a little more subtle. Kayasuke must have a reason, right? Madoka Kaname grabbed Kamiju Kyusuke's shoulder. What's wrong, Madoka? Kamiju Kyusuke looked at her, puzzled. Madoka Kaname, there must be a reason, right? Kayasuke? Kamiju Kyusuke. Yes. Uncle Sue is being discharged the day after tomorrow, and I need to throw a welcome party for him. So, Mommy-senpai, I'm sorry. Phew, that was a close one. Seeing Mommy-senpai's eyes finally return to normal, Madoka Kaname sighed with relief and let go of his hand. Thankfully, Kayasuke wasn't completely hopeless. Madoka Kaname only knew of Uncle Sue, the Kamiju family's butler and driver, but wasn't familiar with him. However, Sayaka seemed to have a good relationship with him, often hearing his name from her. Of course, most of the time it was about Uncle Sue taking Kayasuke, or Uncle Sue taking her and Kayasuke somewhere. Phew, that was a close one. Feeling the pressure on his shoulder lighten, Kamiju Kyusuke also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Is that so? Then it can't be helped. Uncle's matters are more important. Mommy Tomo returned to being her elegant mommy-senpai. Then let's reschedule. How about the day after tomorrow? Madoka Kaname. Mamine, how persistent are you? Madoka Kaname suddenly felt a shock in her heart. Could it be Mamine? Kamiju Kyusuke thought for a moment. That day seems free? I'm fine. Well, goodbye, Mommy-senpai. Goodbye, Mamine. Madoka Kaname also bid farewell, following obediently behind Kamiju Kyusuke like a timid young wife. Seeing their tacit understanding, Mommy Tomo was silent for a brief moment before waving goodbye to them. Finally, only after they were out of sight did Mommy Tomo turn and go back into her room. Chapter 43 False Loyalty. The next evening, at the Miki residence. Miki Sayaka was looking at her father with anticipation. "Dad, what do you think?" Today, she and Kyosuke had finally gone out together, but the entire time, it was that Hitomi and Kyosuke chatting about music she didn't understand, and she barely got a word in. Damn it. So, Sayaka realized the importance of knowledge for the first time, but those things were clearly not so easy to learn. Thus, Sayaka shifted her focus to her stomach-conquering plan. "Dear, didn't you hear our daughter ask you a question?" Mrs. Miki, standing nearby, also began to urge him. Mr. Miki swallowed with difficulty, then tremblingly finished another plate. It's not bad. It's too delicious. It's simply unforgettable, just as delicious as what you make, Mom." Mr. Miki ravenously devoured another enticing dish, swallowing it directly without properly chewing, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. But who knew the bitterness within? He didn't dare to chew. "Oh, Daddy, really, even if Sayaka's cooking is almost as good as mine, you don't have to be in such a hurry, do you?" Mrs. Miki smiled contentedly, then encouraged her daughter. "Did you hear that, Sayaka? What you made is actually very good, you're almost catching up to Mom." Miki Sayaka scratched her hair, looking a bit troubled. Ah. But why did Kyosuke get an upset stomach instead? It looked so appealing. Damn it. Poor child. Mr. Miki silently mourned for Kamijukusuke for a second. Through Sayaka's frantic practice and progress over the past few days, she had finally mastered cooking skills as good as her mother's. The common characteristic of the dishes made by both mother and daughter was their appearance was incredibly enticing, making one drool and eager to eat, but once tasted, no one would ever want to eat them a second time. Unless someone, like him, willingly fell into the trap seeing her daughter sad, Mrs. Miki could only comfort her again. "Oh, Sayaka, don't worry, boys are all like that." Deep down, he must have been very happy to receive your bento filled with love. Kyosuke-kun finished it all, didn't he? Maybe he really just ate too much? He actually finished it all? Mr. Miki suddenly felt a bit of admiration for that child who might one day share his plight. He remembered that he himself had only managed to eat half before he couldn't stomach any more, eventually making an excuse that he wanted to save it to take home and eat that evening. Although he successfully escaped that time, what awaited him was an even larger dose of the nightmare the next day. He really wanted to tell his wife and daughter that their cooking was even harder to swallow than chicken soup or intestines intentionally mixed with strange ingredients. But, putting his daughter aside, he had kept his wife in the dark for so many years. Since their marriage, she had always believed he fell in love with her because of her specialty dishes. If she suddenly found out now that the special skill she was so proud of, which helped her win him over, was actually a lie he told her, wouldn't she explode on the spot? So, for his daughter's and his own happiness, sorry, Kyosuke-kun. Actually, Mr. Miki felt that the Kamiju family's child still cared a lot about Sayaka. After all, he was a tough guy who could endure physical discomfort and finish the food, not wanting to make Sayaka sad. To be honest, when he first learned that his daughter was being pursued by a boy, he was extremely unwilling. He only kept quiet because his wife and daughter liked him. But after this incident, he now felt that perhaps the boy wasn't bad after all. Of course, just not bad, don't expect him to say anything better. Mom, you're right. This must all be Hitomi's scheme. Oh, trying to deceive Sayaka-sama, but I saw through it, didn't I? Heh, she must have seen her plan being threatened, so she deliberately set a trap for me to fall into. However, some of what Hitomi said was still true. The multi-talented transfer student and the adorable Madoka were indeed formidable enemies. She could continue to cooperate with Hitomi, and then activate her magic card for a final showdown. Shizuki Hitomi, 6. Sayaka, who had planned everything, was proudly putting her hands on her hips when suddenly a phone rang. "Auntie, press." The Mickey couple looked towards Sayaka, following the ringtone. She, too, was very puzzled, wondering who would call so late at night. Kayasuk? Seeing the caller ID, Sayaka cried out happily, then quickly lowered her head to secretly observe her parents. Sure enough, they were looking at her with an indescribably strange expression. Buzz. Steam rose from Sayaka's head. Oh, why did I shout so loudly? How embarrassing. I am going back to my room first. The girl's face was beet red as she yelled and quickly ran back to her room. Oh, our daughter has grown up. She has grown up. Then, my dear, since you like them, the rest of Sayaka's love-filled fried eggs are yours. Mrs. Mickey suddenly narrowed her eyes. And, no wasting food. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Mickey quickly retracted his hand, which had been trying to secretly throw away the fried eggs. Inside the room, Kamiju Kusuk told her about Uncle Zu's discharge tomorrow. Sorry, Sayaka, I forgot to tell you during the day and only remembered now. Because Sayaka and Uncle Su had a very good relationship, Kamiju Kusuk asked her if she wanted to go with him to pick up Uncle Su. Go. Sayaka agreed without hesitation. Although Uncle Su was a big third wheel, he was actually very perceptive and often helped her create opportunities to be alone with Kayasuk, which was one of the reasons why Sayaka had such a good relationship with him. So this time, she was definitely going. She wouldn't miss this rare opportunity for alone time, and to sneak away. Sorry, Hitomi, but I have an outside helper. Uncle Su, my Superman. A day passed in a flash. When Sayaka and Kamiju Kusuk arrived, Uncle Su was just being discharged. Uncle Su. From a distance, Kamiju Kusuk greeted him, and Sayaka followed beside him like a little bird. Oh. Young Master Kayasuk, and Miss Sayaka too? I'm quite surprised. Butler Uncle Su looked over upon hearing them and was also very surprised. This morning, when Mr. Kamiju was handling his discharge procedures, he did mention that young Master Kayasuk would come in the afternoon, but he certainly didn't expect him to come with Sayaka. And looking at them chatting and laughing, the atmosphere seemed different from when they used to be together. Could it be that the two of them were finally together? This is truly wonderful. As the Kamiju family's butler was very familiar with this blue-haired girl. In fact, their relationship was very good. The nurse said that during his coma and hospitalization, Sayaka had also, incidentally, visited him, and he was very fond of this lively little girl, Sayaka. The most important point was that he shipped these two. And now, had his ship finally sailed and become a couple? Tears of an old father. It wasn't easy. Young Master Kayasuk and Miss Sayaka, could it be that you two are already? Butler's eyes darted between them with an ambiguous gaze. Oh, to be young again. However, upon hearing this, Kamiju Kusuk quickly stole a glance at Sayaka's expression. Sayaka, who had been chatting and laughing with him moments before, suddenly fell silent, which clearly made him overthink. What couple? Uncle Su, what are you talking about? Kayasuk and I are just simply visiting you after school, why would you suddenly think so much? Ha. Sayaka snapped out of her daze and quickly waved her hands, while also secretly winking at Uncle Su. She had only just finished her plan yesterday, to take down the major threats and strong enemies, then deliver a fatal blow to win over Kayasuk. But this wasn't the time for that. Right now, she was trying to sneak away, not self-destruct with a king-sized bomb. Sure enough, is she angry? Hearing this, Kamiju Kusuk sighed and began to explain. Uncle Su might really have misunderstood. Sayaka just wanted to come greet you, so we simply came together. You saying things like that will make a girl uncomfortable. Butler looked at Kamiju Kusuk, who was trying hard to explain, and then at Sayaka, who was turning her face away. Oh no, did my comment backfire? Short play. Sayaka, Uncle Sue, I treated you well, why do you harm me? Butler was shocked, this was an accident. I am a loyal subject, Sayaka. Even if you two aren't in that kind of relationship, wouldn't you be if you just made a move now? You have to seize the opportunity. Sayaka, do you understand Kyosuke, or do I understand Kyosuke? Butler's excitement, how could I, this warrior of love, destroyer of NTR, and staunch childhood friend supporter, ever harm you? You must believe me. Chapter 44 Sayaka, the winds of victory are blowing towards me. So Kyosuke is going to Kazumino for the competition tomorrow, right? Time flew by, days passed with school, tutoring, witch hunting, and gatherings. Although life occasionally had its ups and downs, nothing major happened, and everything seemed to return to peace once again. Now, the day of Kamiju Kyosuke's competition quickly arrived, and several girls in the class rushed over to ask as soon as class ended. Ah, yes, it feels like time has passed quickly. I need to go to the venue early tomorrow to check things out and prepare. Kamiju Kyosuke reported his schedule to them. But don't worry, I'll be back in 3 or 4 days at the latest. 3, or even 4 days. Sayaka was very surprised, that's not short at all. Kyosuke, are you going to be gone for so long? Hamura Akemi also said, somewhat reluctantly. Sayaka and Hamura, I'm going to a competition, not to a battlefield. Why are you both acting as if it's a life or death farewell? Ahaha, it does seem like it, Sayaka rubbed her head and turned her face away. It's just that she sees others getting along so harmoniously with Kyosuke every day, while she hasn't made any progress and is secretly anxious. Sayaka looked at the others. Hitomi was still smiling, probably plotting something. Madoka and the transfer student both looked somewhat disappointed. Actually, on second thought, maybe this isn't bad? Although she won't be able to see Kyosuke for a few days, neither will anyone else. This is a good opportunity for her to learn a few more tricks from her mother. Kyosuke will definitely tell Aunt Kamiju when he's coming back, and with her relationship with Aunt, getting his itinerary then would be easy, wouldn't it? When Kyosuke returns victorious, he'll come home to a surprise celebration party she's already prepared for him. Won't his favorability shoot up? Brilliant. Hee. Sayaka couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Unbearable to watch. Sayaka, you're practically drooling 1,000 feet. Kamiju Kyosuke held his forehead and took out a snack from his bag. Here, Sayaka, this is the bread I bought at noon. Huh? Sayaka blinked. Thank you, Kyosuke? But why did Kyosuke suddenly give her bread? Ah, it's after school now. Could it be that he's worried I'm hungry? Oh my, Kyosuke is so thoughtful. He always remembers I like this flavor of bread. Sayaka puffed out her chest proudly, subtly showing off her little bread to the other three. Kamiju Kyosuke. And while the others were still disappointed about him being gone for so many days, Shizuki Hitomi, on the other hand, encouraged him. Kyosuke, you can go with peace of mind. But shouldn't we celebrate your triumphant return in advance? Kamiju Kyosuke smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Hitomi, although I think I'll definitely win, it's not necessary. Although he appreciated Hitomi's words, he decided to be a little humble. What? Is Hitomi thinking the same thing as me? Sayaka suddenly looked at Shizuki Hitomi. She knew that her smile wasn't simple. You got rejected now, didn't you? I have Aunt Kamiju as an external helper. Do you, Hitomi? The one whose plan will succeed this time isn't you, but me, Sayaka. However, Shizuki Hitomi's next words made Sayaka vigilant again. Then, Kyosuke, can we come as spectators on the day of your competition? Sayaka, it's a series of schemes. Hamura Akemi's eyes also lit up. Exactly, Kyosuke, I actually want to listen. Since the last time at the hospital, she hadn't heard Kyosuke play again. Although she knew that if she asked, Kyosuke would definitely play music for her again, he had been very busy recently, so she hadn't found an opportunity. Now, it seemed she might be able to watch live. She wanted to see Kyosuke dominate. We also have to. Can we, Kyosuke? Homura Akemi chose to ignore her other self. The Homura Akemi inside held her forehead. Please don't use that face to act cute, thank you. Is it still possible to buy tickets now? Madoka Kaname weakly raised her hand and asked a question that instantly extinguished Homura Akemi's fire. Although she also wanted to go, shouldn't tickets for such events be purchased in advance? Is that so? Homura Akemi was truly extinguished this time. Phew. Sayaka silently gave Madoka a thumbs up. Well done, Boss Madoka. Let all their plans go to hell. The winds of victory are blowing towards Lady Sayaka. The victor will be her, Sayaka. That will not change. Madoka, even though I won't be here for a few days, you can't slack off. The midterm exam is coming up soon, isn't it? Kamiju Kyusuke reminded Madoka Kaname. These days, he often tutored Madoka with senior mommy. Madoka was actually quite diligent, and it felt like passing this time shouldn't be a problem. Ah, yes. Madoka Kaname quickly responded. Since that's the case, she would get good grades to show Kyosuke. He would surely be happy when he returned, right? Midterm exam. A certain blue-haired girl seemed very surprised. Why is Sayaka acting so strange? Madoka Kaname looked at the excited Sayaka, a little confused. You didn't just remember, did you? Sayaka dared not look directly into Madoka's eyes. How could Lady Sayaka possibly forget? Kamiju Kyusuke held his forehead. He should have known it was impossible for her to be self-disciplined. Kyosuke, what kind of expression is that? Although I know you're very good at studying, but... Miki Sayaka suddenly realized something was wrong. Kyosuke, if you're going to participate in the competition, what about the exam? Kamiju Kyusuke immediately showed a smug expression. There's nothing I can do about that. Goodness, Kyosuke, you were actually planning that. Sayaka was very envious. No, she hated such behavior. Ho, Sayaka guessed it. Madoka Kaname, Kyosuke actually admitted it directly? Shizuki Hitomi, as expected of Kyosuke, so straightforward. Homura Akemi, this kind of Kyosuke isn't bad either. Homura Akemi. This is clearly laziness, isn't it? As expected, love is blind. No, she didn't admit that she and Kamiju Kyusuke were lovers. TCH, it's all Sayaka's fault. By the way, Homura, do you have time now? Can you come out with me for a bit? Kamiju Kyusuke called out to Homura Akemi. Homura Akemi pointed to herself. Me? Kamiju Kyusuke nodded. Anyway, I'm counting on you. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. You saw chapter 45, right? Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Sayaka wanted to chase after them but was stopped by Shizuki Hitomi. Hitomi, what are you doing? Sayaka frowned. Kyosuke suddenly called the transfer student out alone, and she was very anxious right now. Hitomi, we are cooperating, right? Miki Sayaka secretly messaged Shizuki Hitomi, hoping she would understand her meaning. Shizuki Hitomi. Sayaka, how dare you say that? When I was rejected just now, you were probably the happiest, weren't you? However, she wasn't such a petty person, so stopping the other party really wasn't because of that, she was sure. She knew that Kamiju Kyusuke and Akemi Homura were both night walkers protecting the city, so there might be something he needed to tell her. Although she was also quite bothered, it wouldn't be good to let Sayaka run over and cause trouble at this moment. In that case, I can only... Miki Sayaka said, about to break free from the gentle restraint of the young lady, Shizuki Hitomi. However, 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. Sayaka still hadn't broken free. Mickey Sayaka. Is Hitomi really that strong? Oars. Sayaka pretended to cough to ease the awkwardness. Since the hard approach wasn't working, she'd try the soft one. Doesn't Hitomi want to know what Kayasuke and the transfer student are talking about? Ah no. Madoka Kaname tugged on Sayaka's clothes. Sayaka, eavesdropping is bad behavior, and Kayasuke-kun won't like it. You don't want Kayasuke to dislike you, do you? Mickey Sayaka. Madoka, you. In the end, Sayaka could only raise both hands and surrender. All right, I won't go, okay? Hitomi and Madoka, you two aren't intentionally ganging up on me, are you? It had to be said that Sayaka's intuition was unusually sharp, because Madoka Kaname also thought that Kamiju Kyusuke was looking for Homura regarding magical girl matters, which was why she deliberately cooperated with Hitomi. Sayaka, I can return the question you asked me earlier. We are inseparable partners after all. Shizuki Hitomi calmly diffused the question. Right. The two instantly returned to harmonious mode, leaving Madoka Kaname stunned. Well, Hitomi and Sayaka. Anyway, I'll go out and wait for you two first. Madoka Kaname felt it was best not to get involved at this moment. After Madoka also left, Sayaka sighed at Shizuki Hitomi. All right, Hitomi, it's just the two of us now. So, what exactly do you want to tell me? Shizuki Hitomi blinked. Oh? Sayaka actually knew I had something to tell you? Sayaka. All right, let's get to the point. Shizuki Hitomi retracted her smiling expression and resumed her young lady's dignified demeanor. Sayaka, actually, I can still get 2 tickets for the competition here. Do you want to go with me? But tickets should have sold out long ago. Sayaka glanced at Shizuki Hitomi. How could she forget that the other party was a young lady? Is this the legendary money power? Upon hearing this, Sayaka was immediately tempted, but remembering her plan, she had to steel herself and refuse. Hitomi, are you planning to take several days off to watch the competition and thus avoid exams? How could teacher Satome possibly approve of that? Shizuki Hitomi, that seems right. Sayaka, you're surprisingly reasonable for once. Sayaka nodded, that's right, except reality, Hitomi. I can't go, and you're not allowed to sneak off either. Shizuki Hitomi was still a little uneasy, but Sayaka, aren't you afraid that Kayasuke might bring back another one this time? Huh? Sayaka was amused by her words. Hitomi, what are you talking about? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What could happen to Kayasuke in just a few days out? For her to keep everyone else in school only to make a wedding dress for someone else, there's no such coincidence. Shizuki Hitomi. She was originally only worried that Kayasuke might be too outstanding and attract some contestant, but now after Sayaka's analysis. Why did she feel it was even more likely? I hope so. Hey, Hitomi, don't you trust my words? It's precisely because it came from your mouth, Sayaka, that she feels uneasy. How could that be? I trust Sayaka the most. It seems that today's good bestie duo is still unbreakable. On the other side, Akemi Homura, after following Kamiju Kyusuke out, also looked at him with a nervous expression. What should I do? What should I do? What does Kayasuke want to do, calling me out alone like this? See, could it be? Akemi Homura covered her face, blushing crimson. Should she accept, or accept? Homura. Just then, Kamiju Kyusuke turned his head, and Akemi Homura immediately stood at attention, forcing herself to calm down. Is Tamura here? I need to talk to her. If Kayasuke likes it, it's not on. Akemi Homura suddenly realized something was wrong halfway through her sentence. Tatamura-chan? That's right. Kamiju Kyusuke tilted his head in confusion. Is there a problem? Akemi Homura. Some time later, Kamiju Kyusuke and Homura Akemi finished their discussion. Actually, he was going out for a few days and asked Hamura Akemi to look after Madoka and Mommy Tomo. Hamura Akemi, of course, would not refuse. Moreover, Mommy Tomo had already come to terms with things and would no longer subconsciously guide Madoka to become a magical girl. As long as she paid attention to Kyubi, Hamura Akemi felt there shouldn't be any major problems. Tamura-chan. After Kamiju Kyusuk left, Akemi Hamura, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. Hamura Akemi, what? When did you and Kayasuk become so close? Hamura Akemi was about to tell her not to overthink, but then she remembered how the other party had ignored her while talking to Kamiju Kyusuk earlier. For some reason, the words on the tip of her tongue suddenly changed. Who knows? Akemi Hamura. A day passed in a flash, and time came to the second day in Kazumino City. All right, you've been busy for so long, Uncle Sue, you should go rest. You just got out of the hospital and are still trying to be strong, insisting on coming with me. Kamiju Kyusuk smiled at Butler, who had been bustling about for a long time, telling him to go rest. All right, then I'll go back to rest. If anything happens, Kayasuk, give me a call. Butler didn't decline, he was indeed a bit tired. After saying goodbye to Kamiju Kyusuk, he returned to his room. Sigh, it's still so early. Since I'm in Kazumino for a rare visit, why not go out for a stroll? He raised his hand and checked the time. Kamiju Kyusuk decided to go out for a walk. Maybe he could even encounter Kazumino's specialty, delinquent girls, or something? After a small joke to himself, Kamiju Kyusuk went downstairs and left the hotel. I didn't expect there to be an arcade near the hotel. What kind of business genius is this? Kamiju Kyusuk, who had only walked a few steps, couldn't help but complain. Recalling the days when he and Jiro used to have so much fun at the arcade, he felt a momentary sense of melancholy. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already in front of the arcade entrance. It was a pity that his good friend, who used to have fun with him, was no longer by his side. It seems our match can't be decided, Jiro. Kamiju Kyusuk let out a long breath. Forget it, since I'm here, I'll go in and look around. Bang! A faded sound caught Kamiju Kyusuk's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound. Bastard! You, spit it out! A red-haired girl, dressed in a light green casual top and blue jeans, was venting her anger at a vending machine. Without even looking, Kamiju Kyusuk knew this was another poor victim. Bang! Finally, under the red-haired girl's righteous beating, the vending machine could no longer withstand the damage it was taking at its age, and after spitting out a pile of snacks, it died on the spot. Humph, good thing you're smart enough to give me a bit extra. It was rare that she paid once today, and it swallowed her coin. The red-haired girl, who had just bent down, paused for a moment, then continued to stand up as if nothing had happened. Kamiju Kyusuk's gaze moved away from her. Although he quite admired her recent behavior, it was clear that the game was still more important. Yo! However, the red-haired girl suddenly turned around and greeted him, then showed her delicate canine teeth and smiled at Kamiju Kyusuk. You saw it, didn't you? Sakura Kyoko. JPG. Magical Girl Form. Chapter 46 Sakura Kyoko, has Asami not kicked the bucket yet? You saw it, didn't you? The red-haired girl smiled, asking with such certainty. No. The white-haired young man gave an unhesitatingly affirmative reply. I wasn't asking you. Crunching on her chocolate bar, Sakura Kyoko came before Kamiju Kyusuk. But it doesn't matter whether you saw it or not. You don't remember what just happened and just want to leave, right? A red light flashed in the girl's eyes and then vanished. Sakura Kyoko no longer paid attention to Kamiju Kyusuk beside her, and with her snacks, prepared to leave. He had already been affected by magic. He would forget about this incident on his own soon enough. HM? Kamiju Kyusuk raised an eyebrow. What nonsensical things was this red-haired delinquent girl saying? But he should have bluffed his way through just now, right? Shrugging, Kyusuk turned and continued walking towards the arcade. In any case, having witnessed Kazumino's specialty, this trip was not in vain. Huh? Sakura Kyoko's small hand, bringing snacks to her mouth, froze. What was wrong with this guy? Shouldn't he be leaving? Hey. Sakura Kyoko stopped Kyusuk again. Something wrong? Kyusuk was speechless. Did this delinquent girl think he had a good temper? It was already good enough that he hadn't told her to shut up. You still remember, don't you? Huh? After all that, it was still this question? Kyusuk, no. Sakura Kyoko narrowed her eyes. Then why are you still here? What was the connection between the two? Standing in front of an arcade, of course, means him going in to play games. After Kyusuk finished speaking, he decided not to bother with this guy anymore and simply walked around her into the arcade. Who knew the red-haired girl, holding her snacks and eating, followed him into the arcade. Kyusuk glanced at the girl, who was casually lounging but whose eyes never left him. It wasn't him being conceited, he had initially thought she was just passing by the arcade. But wherever he went, she followed. It certainly didn't look like she was here to play games. Hey, you're pretty good at games. Just then, the girl beside him finally spoke. I say, why are you always following me? Kyusuk didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the problem. Sakura Kyoko swallowed the food in her mouth. Why? Because you successfully piqued my interest, of course. Saying this, the red-haired girl reached out to him. Want some? Thank you. Kyusuk didn't decline, taking the snack bag and pouring it into his mouth, not even worried she might have tampered with it. Watching Kyusuk instantly devour a bag of snacks, Sakura Kyoko blinked in slight surprise. You play it pretty cool. I thought you wouldn't take it. He didn't care about the girl's teasing. Yaur, don't let my appearance fool you. If there's a bargain, I'll take it. Pfft. Sakura Kyoko was suddenly amused by his thick-skinned words. Hey, what's up with you? You're more to my liking than I thought. Sakura Kyoko threw him another bag of snacks, so fast it was hard to see. How about we get acquainted? My name is Sakura Kyoko, and you? Kyusuk. Kyusuk raised his hand and caught it mid-air, replying. Kyusuk? Jojo? Strange name. Sakura Kyoko said, further closing the distance. So, Jojo, didn't Kyubi tell you this is my territory? This newcomer, Miss Magical Girl who likes strange self-introductions. So that's it. You really are a magical girl, aren't you? You used magic on me outside earlier, right? Kyusuk understood why she had been bothering him earlier. It seemed she had mistaken him for a magical girl. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he did look a bit neutral, but at first glance, people would still immediately think he was a boy. Sakura Kyoko must have mistaken him for a magical girl because she had cast some magic on him earlier, but for some reason, he hadn't fallen for it. That's why she had prejudged him as a strange girl. And, Sakura Kyoko's name, could she be the friend senior mommy mentioned? Hey, rookie, what's with that attitude? That's not how you should talk to a senior, is it? With her strength, those weaker magical girls wouldn't dare provoke her, and Sakura Kyoko was very clear about which powerful magical girls were around Kazumino. So, she naturally assumed Kyusuk was a new magical girl who had just contracted with Kyubi not long ago. But seeing as you're somewhat to my liking, I don't mind personally teaching you what the rules of a magical girl are. Hey, no matter what, intimidating a junior isn't something a senior should do, is it? Super annoying. Are you, a junior, telling me how to do my job? Sakura Kyoko's lips curled up slightly. This isn't the place to talk. How about we go outside and settle this? Kyusuk. This was definitely an invitation to a fight, wasn't it? He wasn't a magical girl, so why should he learn her so-called magical girl rules? Senior Mommy had never mentioned such a thing. Perhaps she just wanted to find someone to fight. Shaking his head, Kamaji decided to use his connections to end this unnecessary battle. Sakura Kyoko, right? Actually, I'm Senior Mama's friend, and I'm not. Enough. Who knew that upon hearing Mommy Tomo's name, Sakura Kyoko's smile instantly vanished. I see, so you're that Mama's friend? No wonder you don't understand rules. Sakura Kyoko suddenly started smiling again. So why did you come to Kazumino? As far as I know, that naive mommy wouldn't kick someone out, would she? Or rather, she should be eager to have someone to share with. Sakura Kyoko said, then suddenly realized something and looked at Kamaji, feigning amusement. Ah, I know. That mommy, she didn't kick the bucket, did she? Mommy was always tirelessly fighting familiars for her so-called justice, often getting no thanks for it. It wouldn't surprise her at all if Mommy died someday due to a mistake caused by insufficient magic. Perhaps this new magical girl came to her because she lost Mommy Tomo's protection and couldn't hunt witches herself, and then remembered her past relationship with Mommy. The other person's expression certainly showed they knew about her relationship with Mommy, but probably not much, otherwise a magical girl who came from that person wouldn't come looking for her, would they? Kicked the bucket? Kamaji didn't react for a moment. What else could he say? Just a single six, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. Although I don't know where you learned that phrase, Senior Mommy is doing better than ever. We often receive her care. For example, she always wanted to invite them to her house for tea parties and pastry-making competitions. Madoka had even gained several pounds from all the care. Is that so? TSK. Sakura Kyoko tilted her head back. Is that Mommy still so fond of being a justice warrior? Whether it was Kamaji imagination or not, after hearing that sentence, Sakura Kyoko seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 47 Apricots Sold Under Force. What's wrong, are you worried about Mommy-senpai? Kamaji looked at the Tsundere red-haired girl with a hint of amusement. If you're worried, why don't you come back with me to visit Mommy-senpai? She mentioned you two haven't seen each other in a long time, right? Since he encountered her, Kamaji didn't mind going a little out of his way to reunite these two long-separated friends. Of course, it wasn't to distract Mommy Tomo. Huh? What are you talking about? I'd be happy if that mommy croaked. Sakura Kyoko immediately retorted. She occupies such a prime location and environment but doesn't manage it well. Instead, she chases after familiars that yield no returns, wasting future prey. It's already good that I haven't gone to steal her territory. Ah, right. So, are you coming or not? We haven't even started the education that Senior promised earlier. Are you trying to change the subject? Sakura Kyoko clearly dodged the question. You're really persistent. Do you really want to show off your so-called senior's prestige that much? Kamaji sighed. Are you the only magical girl in this city? Sakura Kyoko. Of course, she wasn't the only one. On the contrary, the chaotic city of Kazumino actually had more magical girls. However, she didn't have any close relationships with them. Of course, that was also her own fault. Not to mention before, even in the past few days, magical girls had approached her to team up, but she had rejected all of them. Ever since that incident, Sakura Kyoko had parted ways with Mommy Tomo, grown accustomed to being alone, and had no intention of finding companions. And there was an even more important point. Why should she share all the witch's eggs she had worked so hard to collect? However, despite being a lone wolf, her strength was still very formidable. Moreover, the magical girls of Kazumino were not truly united. While some of them disliked Kyoko, none dared to provoke her. If I were the only one, that would be great. Are you changing the subject again? So, are you coming or not? Sakura Kyoko provoked him. Hey, you're not scared, are you, newbie? Newbie? Oh, right, you distracted me, and I forgot. Kamiju Kyusuk patted his head. I'm actually not a magical girl. As he spoke, he pointed to himself. And I should still look like a boy, right? There's no way I could be a magical girl. Sakura Kyoko was amused by him again. Even if you're scared, you should at least come up with a better excuse. Can you really say something like you're a boy? How could a normal person ignore magic and keep up with her speed? She wasn't an idiot. Kamiju Kyusuk raised an eyebrow. He could joke about himself, but being questioned by someone else was a different matter. If you don't believe me, come over there with me, and I'll prove it to you. As he spoke, he pointed to the restroom not far away. Are you serious? Sakura Kyoko couldn't help but take a step back. Could it be that you're really a boy? I told you, I am. He knew Kyoko wouldn't actually go with him to prove anything. He was just saying that to prove he wasn't lying. So you're really not a magical girl then? Sakura Kyoko clicked her tongue and turned away, seemingly having lost interest in Kamiju Kyusuk. What's going on? Mommy talks so righteously, but has she become so lonely that she's desperately looking for ordinary people as companions? I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Kamiju Kyusuk frowned and took a step forward. A friend is a friend. Why does it have to be related to magical girls? Can't you make friends with non-magical girls after becoming one? Sakura Kyoko gritted her teeth, still not turning around. What do you, someone who isn't even a magical girl, understand? From the moment she became a magical girl, no, from the moment she made her wish, she had already. The red-haired girl suddenly fell silent. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something more, but her words ultimately turned into a threat. Let's stop here today. I'm not like that, Mommy. If you want to keep following me and meddling, I don't mind beating you up. Sakura Kyoko said, then left the arcade with her large pile of snacks. Kamiju Kyusuk. It seems like you provoked me first, didn't you? He just wanted to play a game. I've won so many rounds, but why don't I feel happy at all? Kamiju Kyusuk sat in front of the arcade machine and sighed. Is it really because I'm alone? If only there was someone to play games with him freely. In his previous life, he had Jello. In this life, he had many good friends, but Sayaka and the others didn't seem very interested in arcade games, so Kamiju Kyusuk had never asked. Never mind, I'll buy some dinner and go back. I'll get some for Uncle Sue too. Kamiju Kyusuk got up and walked out of the arcade, starting to wander around. It must be said that there was a reason why Kazumino was not as developed as Midokihara. He searched for a long time in the vicinity but couldn't even find a decent restaurant. There were arcade after arcade, and other places were either snack shops or convenience stores. He didn't mind eating those, but Uncle Sue, at his age, probably wouldn't like them much. He, ha 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 ha. A strange sound suddenly rang in his ears, and Kamiju Kyusuk's steps involuntarily paused. No way. Watching the surrounding environment constantly change, transforming entirely into an abstract painting style within a few seconds, Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Does he have some kind of constitution that attracts witches? How can he just walk around and encounter witches? Isn't this more useful than those magical girls' useless soul gem radars? Just as Kamiju Kyusuk was complaining inwardly, the witch in the barrier also revealed her figure. It had the same abstract painting style as the witches he had encountered before, but this one seemed a bit more irritable. After appearing, she charged at Kamiju Kyusuk without a word. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. As the distance grew closer, Kamiju Kyusuk clenched his fists. And just as the witch reached Kamiju Kyusuk, a loud bang suddenly erupted. Boom! The witch was instantly smashed into the ground, and the barrier collapsed with it. Clearly, this witch was defeated by the opponent with just one move. Kamaji looked up, and standing there was a giant spear. And the person on it he had also seen, it was Sakura Kyoko. The girl showed her delicate fangs, her face full of displeasure. I said, why didn't you move when you saw the witch charging? Were you so scared you couldn't even run away? If I hadn't happened to run into you, you'd be dead by now, you know. Kamaji. I'll believe you when pigs fly. You weren't following me all along, were you? In fact, he hadn't guessed wrong. Sakura Kyoko thought about it and still didn't quite believe what Kamaji said. So after he came out, she continued to follow him from a distance for a while. She didn't expect him to be so lucky as to directly run into a witch. It wasn't until the witch was about to charge at Kamaji that he still showed no magical fluctuations. Only then did Sakura Kyoko truly confirm that he was just an ordinary person, so she quickly intervened and saved him. However, what Sakura Kyoko didn't know was that even if she hadn't come, the witch that entered Kamaji range would probably have been beaten to death already. Kamaji didn't really care, the result was pretty much the same anyway. However, this Kyoko is indeed a tsundere, isn't she? Why are all the people around him so awkward? Humph, scared silly? Jumping down and swinging her spear to put it behind her back, Sakura Kyoko feigned a sigh. Kamaji nodded. A little, thank you. Looks pretty good. Sakura Kyoko returned to her previous form. How unlucky, not a single witch's egg dropped. Was it a familiar that just became a witch? No wonder it was so weak. The girl said, then looked at Kamaji again. I didn't expect you to actually be an ordinary person. How boring. She waved her hand dismissively and left without waiting for Kamaji to reply. So long. Don't get close to me again, or I'll beat you up. Kamaji. If he remembered correctly, wasn't it she who told him not to follow her earlier? Yet she was following him. I say, why are you back again? Sure enough, before Kamaji could finish his complaint, she came back again. Kamaji didn't know what to say. To his surprise, Sakura Kyoko looked at him with a smile. Hey, I saved your life, didn't I? The girl's sudden enthusiasm gave him an ominous feeling. Sure enough, the next second she revealed her cute fangs and extended her hand to Kamaji. So give me money. It was practically forced buying and selling. Sakura Kyoko. JPG. Chapter 48 Magical Girls. Kamaji still ended up giving Sakura Kyoko a sum of money, a so-called protection fee. He felt like he had been tricked by her. But then he remembered that in her eyes, he was just an ordinary person, so paying money to save his life seemed like a good deal, right? Of course not, he wasn't an ordinary person. And Sakura Kyoko actually said that all her money had been eaten up, so she had nothing to eat. Don't think I didn't see you only put enough money for one snack into the vending machine. She ate 2 bowls of noodles but only paid for one, and then she somehow conjured up a huge pile of snacks, yet she still dared to say she was losing money? However, from Sakura Kyoko's perspective, it was a different situation, because she truly wasn't lying. That money for one snack was indeed all she had, she used to get things for free. Sakura Kyoko curled the corner of her mouth. Well then, how about this? Seeing as you're pretty good at games, how about I take you to see what real skill looks like tomorrow? Perhaps feeling guilty about taking so much money for nothing, Sakura Kyoko agreed to recommend some interesting games to him tomorrow and take him on a tour of Kazumino. Of course, Kamaji would cover the expenses. So, you're actually trying to trick me out of more money, aren't you? Didn't you say you didn't want me to follow you? Sakura Kyoko ignored his complaints. I say, Kyosuke, you're not a stingy man, are you? Kamaji gave her a strange look. Are we that familiar? What kind of talk is that? Haven't you already accepted the snacks? We're friends now, right? Sakura Kyoko blinked. So, it's perfectly normal for me to patrol my territory with a friend, and for you to treat your friend to a meal, isn't it? Kamiju Kyusuk. Alright, putting aside why eating your snacks makes me yours, and without answering why you changed your mind about not letting me get close, everything you said makes a lot of sense. Forget it, as long as you're happy. After all, she was Mommy Senpai's old friend, so Kamiju Kyusuk's tolerance was quite high. But I still have to participate in a competition for the next 2 days. How about after it ends in the afternoon? Kamiju Kyusuk nodded. I came to Kazumino originally to participate in a violin competition. Oh, you're quite capable, a literary youth? Sakura Kyoko patted him on the shoulder. Do you need me to cheer you on? Kamiju Kyusuk smiled confidently. A small competition, why would I need that? Then I'll just wait for the good news? Don't come crying with your nose running when the time comes. Leaving that remark, Sakura Kyoko departed. Crying with my nose running? Impossible, not even Sayaka's special dishes could achieve that, right? In fact, it was just as Kamiju Kyusuk had said, the other contestants were no match for him. He entered tomorrow's finals with an absolute advantage. With the Requiem skill buff, he was invincible. Unless he forfeited, he was already the presumptive champion. In front of the arcade. Since they hadn't agreed on a specific location, Kamiju Kyusuk came back to the place where he and Kyoko first met, and the red-haired girl was also waiting there, as if by unspoken agreement. From your expression, it seems things went quite smoothly? I was just a tiny bit stronger than them. Kamiju Kyusuk gestured with his finger. Sakura Kyoko smiled. In that case, follow me. I've been craving those things for a long time, and today I'm going to eat my fill. So you're not even bothering to hide it anymore? The red-haired girl waved her small hand. Follow me. It's follow me. Shut up. That was so much fun, Kyusuk. We definitely have to come out and play together again next time. Sakura Kyoko patted her stomach, truly wondering why her belly didn't seem to swell despite eating so much. His wallet, however, visibly shrank, and she didn't hold back at all. Phew. Seeing her happy, Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but smile. Indeed, happiness is contagious. Given that Kyoko also let him have a blast, he wouldn't dwell on it. Of course, he was talking about games, don't get the wrong idea. Besides, when he was with Jiro, he had never played so freely. After dinner, the two walked down the street, occasionally teasing each other. Anyone who didn't know them might have thought they were a young couple. Feeling the gazes of the people around them, Sakura Kyoko suddenly spoke. Hey, Kyusuk, what's your relationship with Mommy? Kamiju Kyusuk didn't expect Mommy Senpai to be brought up so suddenly. Perhaps this was her original intention? In the end, she was still concerned about Mommy Senpai, afraid that he might have deceived Mommy. He hadn't expected Kyoko to have a mother-hen attribute. Have your and Mommy Senpai's attributes been reversed? If you're so concerned about Mommy Senpai, why don't you go back to Maidokihara and see her? Mommy Senpai is, of course, my senior, but I think friend might be more appropriate. In fact, besides me, she's made quite a few friends. To reassure Kyoko, Kamiju Kyusuk briefly explained how they met. Is that so? It doesn't seem like you're lying. Mommy is quite capable, isn't she? Remembering Mommy Tomo's flustered expression when she asked to be her teammate, Sakura Kyoko smiled with relief. I say, Mommy, she hasn't already been conquered by you, has she? However, her next sentence suddenly left Kamiju Kyusuk bewildered again. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Did I hit the nail on the head? Sakura Kyoko said with a teasing smile, her hands behind her head. She understood Mommy Tomo quite well. If what Kamiju Kyusuk said was true, Mommy would have been overjoyed and lost her bearings after hearing all that, wouldn't she? However, Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head without even thinking. Impossible. Mommy Senpai is so excellent, would she fall for someone as frail as me? You. Sakura Kyoko looked at him and suddenly fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I get it, I get it. You're such a difficult person. Anyone who falls for you must be really unlucky, right? Kamiju Kyusuke's face was covered in black lines. Hey, that's very rude of you. I know my current body isn't attractive. If I think about my past, never mind. A hero doesn't boast about past glories. Kamiju Kyusuke had tried exercising after being discharged from the hospital, but the effects were clearly not significant. His strength was indeed growing, but his body still looked frail, which had troubled him for a long time. However, Kamiju Kyusuke firmly believed it was due to a lack of time, so he still hadn't given up. If he remained like this, probably no girl would ever like him, right? I say, Sakura, you've laughed enough, haven't you? I can be quite scary when I get angry. Haha, I'm so sorry. Sakura Kyoko wiped away her tears. She wasn't scared, though. To be honest, Kamiju Kyusuke gave her the impression of having a very good temper. He didn't even get angry when she tricked him. She really couldn't imagine what he would be like when he got angry. Kamiju Kyusuke rubbed his forehead. Forget it, I've had enough walking around today. Let's. Huff huff Senior Kyoko. Just as Kamiju Kyusuke was about to speak and leave, a cute-looking girl suddenly ran over, panting. Huh? It's you again? Seeing the newcomer, Sakura Kyoko's expression immediately soured. Hey, I told you I didn't want to team up with you, didn't I? Mayuzuki Eri. Chapter 49 The Unexpected Battle. Is Senior looking for a new companion? Mayuzuki Eri looked at Kamiju Kyusuke beside her. So, why can't Senior Sakura accept me? Don't worry, I don't eat much. And I can clean, warm the bed, be obedient, and... Kamiju Kyusuke was stunned. He looked at Sakura Kyoko and then at the cute girl, Mayuzuki Eri. Are girls into mutual affection these days? Stop, stop, stop. Sakura Kyoko knew Kamiju Kyusuke had misunderstood them. Although she was usually easygoing, she still had her own principles, okay? What if this reached mommy? She would lose face. What are you babbling about all by yourself? TSK. Sakura Kyoko said to the girl with an annoyed expression, then she turned back to Kamiju Kyusuke. Anyway, this is a work matter, so don't overthink it. A work matter? Kamiju Kyusuke's mind raced as he subtly observed the cute girl. So, she's also a magical girl? Your coworker? Sakura Kyoko flatly refused. This girl not only wants to work with me, but she probably also wants to borrow money from me. How ridiculous. It's good enough that I can support myself, okay? She probably had her eye on her witch's egg and wanted to freeload. Who in Kazumino didn't know she was a hard worker? She, Kyoko, was stingy. Senior Kyoko, I don't want to borrow money from you. I just want to work with you in the future. The girl named Mayuzuki Eri also realized at this moment that Kamiju Kyusuke was not a magical girl, so she began to cooperate with the other party. As for why Kyoko said that, it was actually just because she didn't want Kamiju Kyusuke, an ordinary person, to get involved in the conflicts between the magical girls. You should know that the relationships between magical girls were not always good. Sakura Kyoko rubbed her forehead. It seemed she would have to put in some effort today. Hey, let's stop here for today. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Before leaving, Sakura Kyoko didn't forget to turn back and give Kamiju Kyusuke a threatening smile. I know you won't blab in front of her, right? Kamiju Kyusuke. Oh dear, what was I supposed to do here just now? Touching his head, Kamiju Kyusuke seemed to have suddenly blacked out, then he muttered to himself and left. Sakura Kyoko blinked. She hadn't used magic just now. This guy was quite good at adding drama to himself. After thinking, she looked at the nervous girl in front of her. Yo, Mayuzuki Eri, right? Hi, yes. Mayuzuki Eri nodded hurriedly. Did Senior Kyoko use magic on him just now? The girl's face showed admiration as she held her hands. She can control someone directly from a distance. How amazing. Tisk, that's none of your business. Sakura Kyoko shook her off, then clasped her hands behind her head and smiled. How about we go somewhere else to talk? No, no problem. Mayuzuki Eri nodded happily. I know a place nearby where there are very few people. What do you think, Senior Kyoko? Heh, whatever you want. Anyway, we need to resolve this quickly. I still want to go back to sleep. Kyoko Sr., what are you saying? Unexpectedly, the girl who heard this suddenly became flustered. Hugh quickly resolve, what does that mean? However, Sakura Kyoko ignored her this time, simply unwrapped a lollipop, put it in her mouth, and motioned for her to lead the way. Mayuzuki Eri was rebuffed and could only lead the way in silence, not daring to speak again. They walked in silence and finally reached their destination. Sakura Kyoko could clearly feel Mayuzuki Eri's mood suddenly relax. Sure enough. Ha ha ha, Senior Kyoko, what flavor is your candy? It looks delicious. The girl named Mayuzuki Eri started making small talk, while her eyes constantly darted around. I won't give it to you guys. Mayuzuki Eri's eyes suddenly widened, and her footsteps quietly retreated. What is Senior Kyoko saying? I won't snatch your candy. I said, I won't give it to you guys. Sakura Kyoko grinned. Neither the candy nor the witch's egg. Boom. The next moment after Sakura Kyoko finished speaking, a violent explosion sounded in front of her, but where was her figure at the previous location? You dare to ambush people with such a petty trick? Sakura Kyoko had completed her transformation at some point and was now carrying her spear, looking at the front with a playful expression. Senior Kyoko, I. Mayuzuki Eri was so scared that she directly sat on the ground, frantically waving her hands. I say, your companion is so scared, aren't you going to come out yet? However, Sakura Kyoko ignored her, instead looking past Mayuzuki Eri to the spot behind her. TSK. A click of the tongue sounded from the darkness, and then a girl holding a spear and dressed in all black appeared before the two. Sakura Kyoko suddenly realized, so it's you. What's your name? Something accented. It's Tatsutani Kana. The black-clad girl, Tatsutani Kana, was clearly short-tempered. I don't care if you're ass-scented or milk-scented. Anyway, you're behind this, right? You've got some nerve. Sakura Kyoko didn't care what she was called, and raised her spear, pointing it at her. The black-clad girl frowned. How did you find me? Who do you think her acting skills could fool? Sakura Kyoko disdainfully pointed at Mayuzuki Eri on the ground. Humph. The black-clad girl glared at her teammate resentfully. Useless, can't even handle such a small matter? Faced with her scolding, Mayuzuki Eri just lowered her head and said nothing. Although the black-clad girl was somewhat afraid of Kyoko, she still bravely took a step forward at this moment. Humph, so what if you guessed? Do you think you can beat me? Who knew? Sakura Kyoko just chuckled lightly and appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. So fast. The black-clad girl exclaimed, quickly raising her arms to block, but the immense force still sent her flying. Humph, trying to escape? Sakura Kyoko closed in, and immediately engaged in battle with the black-clad girl. She was clearly no match for Kyoko and was quickly at a disadvantage, being suppressed. Seeing that she was about to collapse, the girl hurriedly called out to her teammate. Useless, hurry up and act. Yes. Sakura Kyoko was startled. When she looked at the ground again, Mayuzuki Eri was nowhere to be seen. She had actually completed her transformation during the chaos. My body, oh no. When exactly? Was it her magic? Kyoko found that her body suddenly stiffened, out of her control. This sudden change could be fatal in battle. Sure enough, the next moment, the black-clad girl also activated her magic. In an instant, countless vines spread and wrapped from the ground, binding her in the blink of an eye. This is. Kyoko struggled with all her might, but the vines tightened more and more, and in a blink of an eye, she was bundled up like a zongzi. Only then did the black-clad girl truly breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, you didn't really think I was afraid of you, did you, Sakura Kyoko? Chapter 50. The corpse is speaking. Hey, you don't actually think I'm scared of you, do you? Sakura Kyoko. Sakura Kyoko's desperate struggles were futile. Give up. The more you struggle, the tighter my vines will bind you. If you're honest, it might feel better. At this moment, Tatsutani Kana was like a victor inspecting her defeated opponent, looking down from above at the bound Sakura Kyoko. The magic she wished for allowed plants to grow rapidly and possess certain magical properties. However, because it was accelerated growth and not creation from nothing, its limitations were still quite significant. Moreover, her magic was even more difficult to use in a witch barrier because there were no plants in a witch barrier at all. Unless she brought them in herself. But growing seeds from scratch consumed far more magical power than accelerated growth. After a battle, even if a witch dropped a witch's egg, her harvest would be greatly reduced. That's why she later chose weapons like guns to increase her combat power. Due to her lack of success against witches, she later shifted her target to magical girls, where her magic could be more effectively utilized. If their intelligence gathering was correct, Sakura Kyoko's magic seemed to be a barrier. She was quite annoyed with those who wished for powerful magic. In short, it was all Kyubi's fault, that bastard. She just wanted her flowers to grow faster back then. Mayuzuki Eri ran behind Tatsutani Kana and cautiously asked, Kana, shouldn't we hurry and make her hand over the witch's egg? However, hearing this useless person come to urge her only made Tatsutani Kana angrier. Useless. I knew your terrible acting wouldn't fool her. If I hadn't been prepared, you would have almost caused us to fail, you know? Mayuzuki Eri lowered her head, not daring to speak. Seeing that this tool was still somewhat sensible, Tatsutani Kana pouted. Her only advantage was probably her obedience, right? She chose to take her in as a subordinate precisely because she valued this point. Tatsutani Kana looked at Sakura Kyoko. All right, Sakura Kyoko, how about we talk now? Hand over your treasures and I can let you go, okay? Where did you put the witch's egg? Sakura Kyoko clearly didn't want to say anything more to her. Since you're not cooperating. Tatsutani Kana suddenly noticed something unusual and quickly pulled out her gun, pointing it at the bushes. Who's there? Come out. Don't shoot. A figure in the bushes slowly emerged, giving a military salute from some country. Sakura Kyoko's eyes widened when she heard this familiar voice. I say, how did you follow me here? Kyoko. Kamiju Kyusuk timely showed a worried expression. Maybe my head was dizzy for some reason earlier, and I took your bag back with me. I'm just here to return it to you. What's going on with you two? Is she trying to steal something from you? I'm warning you, if you don't stop, I'm calling the police. Sakura Kyoko. Could it be that this guy followed her because he was worried? There's a limit to being a know-it-all. He couldn't possibly think that the other party would be as considerate of him, a normal person, as mommy, right? Are you an idiot? Get out of here. Shut up. Tatsutani Kana saw these two talking back and forth and couldn't help but yell loudly. And you, stand there and don't come closer, or I won't mind shooting her. Kamiju Kyusuk frowned inwardly. This distance. So scary. It seemed the boy was frightened, as if he had never been pointed at with a gun before. I say, Kyoko, if she wants it, just give her that thing, whatever it is. She has a gun. Sakura Kyoko gritted her teeth upon hearing this. If it were really just one, that would be fine. These two, their target must be her entire fortune. They had planned it out long ago. First, they sent Mayuzuki Eri, a weak magical girl, to feign weakness, and then, when she let her guard down, they would seize the opportunity to restrain her. Unfortunately, although she saw through their intentions, she still fell into their trap. She didn't expect that Mayuzuki Eri's magic had already been activated without her noticing. Ending up like this was indeed due to her carelessness, and she couldn't blame anyone. But to hand over the witch's eggs she had painstakingly saved, she was still unwilling. However, if she didn't give them, that idiot would also be dragged into it, right? Huh? What's with that expression? Tatsutani Kana's expression immediately turned sour again. Sakura Kyoko gritted her teeth. I'll bring. Wait, you wouldn't happen to want this, would you? Kamiju Kyusuk said, quickly pulling out a black, pointed, spherical object from his badge. It was a witch's egg. Tatsutani Kana gestured for Mayuzuki Eri to pick it up for her. A witch's egg? How do you have something like this? Looking at the object before her, Tatsutani Kana's guard rose again. What witch's egg? Kamiju Kyusuk blinked his eyes in confusion, indicating he didn't know. I'm not sure. Since Kyoko didn't take her bag, I brought it over for her. I said this should be enough, right? Only this thing inside looks valuable. Eri? Tatsutani Kana spoke, seeking verification from Mayuzuki Eri behind her. Yes. Mayuzuki Eri quickly responded. When I met Senior Kyoko earlier, she was indeed with this gentleman. Mayuzuki Eri briefly explained what happened. A boy? Tatsutani Kana relaxed her guard, then gave Kamiju Kyusuk a malicious smile. Hey, you just said only this thing was valuable, but you didn't say how many, did you? Exclamation point. How could that be? There really isn't anything else inside. Although he tried to appear relaxed, his subconsciously clenched hands couldn't lie. Tatsutani Kana had seen through everything. If she wasn't mistaken, this was all of Sakura Kyoko's witch's eggs, wasn't it? The girl's lips couldn't help but curl up. Throw your bag over too. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the gun and waved it at him and Kyoko. What, you don't understand? Kamiju Kyusuk raised his backpack and threw it forward. Seeing this, Tatsutani Kana again had Mayuzuki Eri go and pick it up for her. Huh? Kana, why? Mayuzuki Eri still didn't seem to understand what was going on. Useless is useless. Tatsutani Kana briefly explained. In short, you just need to know that this is full of witches' eggs. So that's how it is. Mayuzuki Eri smiled, lowering her head. So, why aren't you getting it for me? Tatsutani Kana's eyes widened as she looked at the arm passing through her body. Cough ah. Blood couldn't help but flow from her mouth. She turned to look at the timid girl, her eyes filled with disbelief. You. He, ha 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 ha, splendid. Mayuzuki Eri's face was twisted and deranged, no longer showing any of her previous cuteness. Hey Kana-chan, how about you try begging me? That's right, that's the expression, more. You useless, how dare you? However, Tatsutani Kana, unexpectedly, did not beg for mercy but instead cursed her again. You. Mayuzuki Eri grabbed the soul gem on Tatsutani Kana's chest, pulled out her hand, then kicked her to the ground and repeatedly kicked her body. Disobedient children need to be purified. The girl sighed. It's just a pity that I don't have time to play with Kana-chan today, so I'll give you a quick end. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? As the girl slightly tightened her grip on Tatsutani Kana's soul gem, her face gradually twisted in pain. Haha, Kana-chan's expression, so cute. Mayuzuki Eri's face grew redder and redder, while Kirigaya Kana became more and more in pain. Thump. Finally, with a crisp crack, the soul gem in Mayuzuki Eri's hand was crushed, and the body named Tatsutani Kana fell limply into a pool of blood. Phew, thank you, Kana-chan. Mayuzuki Eri licked her tongue. Oh, right, I also have to thank QB, that guy. Although I really dislike it, I still have to thank it for this. To satisfy her twisted psychology, she had specifically asked QB how to make a magical girl feel pain. That guy, without hesitation, told her about the function of the soul gem. From then on, she knew the fact that the soul gem was the magical girl herself. Kamiju Kyusuk frowned. Even he, who thought his mental fortitude was strong, was momentarily stunned. Oh my, I've really witnessed quite a scene. After a long time, Kamiju Kyusuk finally calmed down. But the calmer his expression, the more it revealed his true feelings at that moment. Hey, I say, wasn't she your friend? Mayuzuki Eri was amused by his words. Huh? What are you, an insect, talking about? Disobedient people, of course, need to be taught a lesson. But I really liked her final expression, so calling her a friend isn't impossible. As for you. The girl's disdain was unconcealed. Just an insect, not even enough to make me want to play with you. The girl named Mayuzuki Eri was unknown in the past, but her wish was to toy with others, so the ability she obtained was domination. As a result, after making her wish, QB told her that her potential was limited. Although she could dominate others, it required a certain amount of contact with the other party, and the domination was only a temporary physical one. How could the girl be content with this? Because it simply couldn't satisfy her desires. However, the girl once confronted QB, but QB's explanation was, controlling a body to make it stop is also toying with it, isn't it? So they had indeed fulfilled her wish. Mayuzuki Eri immediately cut down QB on the spot, but killing it obviously couldn't change reality. The key was that this ability consumed a lot of magical power and was very difficult to use in actual combat, because she herself was one of those magical girls with very weak hard power. She couldn't even touch a witch. Her twisted wish was not granted, and she was even tricked by others, so Mayuzuki Eri had to find other ways to satisfy herself. Disguise, deception, torment. All the magical girls she teamed up with died without exception. She picked up the witch's egg that had fallen to the ground, then walked towards the backpack. I see, because she was disobedient? Kamiju Kyusuk suddenly laughed, laughing like a child. Ha 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 ha, well done, you guy. You, what are you muttering to yourself over there? Mayuzuki Eri clicked her tongue. Annoying, super annoying, you bastard. The girl roared, her face twisted. Beg me on your knees like a student who's a minute late to an exam, you bastard. However, Kamiju Kyusuk just gave her a calm look. The corpse is talking. That witch's egg had already been touched by Killer Queen. Killer Queen. First bomb. Chapter 51. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, all my deeds are righteous. The corpse is speaking. What? Mayuzuki Eri raised an eyebrow. What are you saying about the insects? This grief seed has already been touched by Killer Queen. Kamiju Kyusuk instantly summoned Killer Queen. Killer Queen. First bomb. This is. Feeling the abnormality from the witch's egg in her hand, Mayuzuki Eri quickly tried to throw it away. But it was too late. Click. As Killer Queen's finger pressed down, the first bomb was instantly detonated. The explosion of the bomb immediately engulfed Mayuzuki Eri. Ack! A cry of pain rang out, and Mayuzuki Eri lay on the ground, her fate unknown. Sakura Kyoko. With Tatsutani Kana's death and Mayuzuki Eri's severe injury, their control over Sakura Kyoko was naturally lifted. At the same time, she immediately rushed to Kamiju Kyusuk's side. Hey, Jojo, you. Kamiju Kyusuk knew she had questions, but he still held up a hand to stop her. We'll talk about my abilities later. Sakura Kyoko looked at the squirming Mayuzuki Eri, then at Kamiju Kyusuk, who was frowning beside her. Did he hold back? In the end, she silently stood to the side. Perhaps subconsciously, she also wanted to see how Kamiju Kyusuk would choose. No, impossible, how could this be? Mayuzuki Eri was covered in blood. She trembled, trying to stand up, but fell back to the ground before taking a single step. However, even with such severe injuries to her body, the girl seemed oblivious. She muttered to herself, crawling towards her backpack not far away. As long as I can reach there, as long as I can reach there. As long as she could get that bag of witches' eggs, not only could her injuries heal, but with enough magic power, she could definitely turn the tide. By then she would make these two bastards. She looked up at the two people who had brought her to this state, especially that damned white-haired bastard. Why aren't they coming to stop me? Although a sense of unease lingered in her heart, the girl, already in a desperate situation, couldn't think about it anymore. Ha ha ha. She succeeded. She had seized fate. Victory had ultimately chosen her. Why, isn't it there? However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her. Mayuzuki Eri incredulously let go of her backpack, because inside, besides a few thick, brand-new test papers and exercise books, there was nothing else. There were no so-called witches' eggs. Impossible, impossible. Why isn't it there? Yaur, that's enough. Kamiju Kyusuk walked in front of her. Why would you think that I, an ordinary person, would have so many witches' eggs? Mayuzuki Eri. Do you even hear what you're saying? An ordinary person? And where did that witch's egg you threw earlier come from? Kamiju Kyusuk naturally wouldn't explain it to her. He used to have 2 witches' eggs. Since he felt it was useless to have too many, he gave one to Tamura for emergencies, and the other he kept on him as a collection. The one he threw out earlier was the grief seed dropped by the witch of the box. Mayuzuki Eri, right? Kamiju Kyusuk held up 2 fingers to her. You originally had 2 chances to survive at my hands, but you chose the third. Truth be told, Kamiju Kyusuk, who considered himself an ordinary person, had never harbored much malice towards anyone, even combining his 2 lives up to now. He had never thought of killing anyone. Whether it was the time with Senior Mommy or the time with Tamura, all he wanted was to incapacitate them. Even when he just bombed Mayuzuki Eri, he subconsciously held back his strength, which is why he didn't directly kill her. Regarding Mayuzuki Eri and Tatsutani Kana, even though Kamiju Kyusuk had suspicions, his initial thought was only that they had carried out this plan against Kyoko out of desperation. Senior Mommy once said that witches' eggs are essential for a magical girl. If there isn't one to help purify a soul gem, bad things will happen. If they were truly desperate magical girls, Kamiju wouldn't mind helping them. So, when he first appeared, he unhesitatingly threw out one. This was Mayuzuki Eri and Tatsutani Kana's first chance. One witch's egg can purify multiple times, and it would be enough to help them through the difficulty and find the next witch. If they had chosen to leave then, Kamiju Kyusuk wouldn't have cared at all. But their goal was clearly more than that. Listening to their conversation, it was clear that Sakura Kyoko had many witches' eggs, and they were clearly planning to steal Kyoko's assets. So, Kamiju Kyusuk later threw out the backpack. If they had chosen to pick up the backpack and leave at that point, Kamiju Kyusuk would have immediately gone up and given them a severe beating, and he wouldn't even have left them the witch's egg he gave them earlier. However, it would have only been a severe beating. However, Mayuzuki Eri presented him with a third choice. Looking at the girl's gradually distorted face, Kamiju Kyusuk stomped on the backpack in front of her. Even now, this girl showed no sign of remorse. She was a born bad seed, a born devil. So, if she's not human, does it matter? You bastard. Mayuzuki Eri angrily squeezed her injured arm and cursed, unwilling to give up. Sure enough, this guy's gaze made her very uncomfortable. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, all I do is justice. As if making a vow to himself, Kamiju Kyusuk's eyes were fixed on Mayuzuki Eri, not letting go. At this moment, he seemed to have unlocked some kind of restraint, and his aura was incredibly terrifying. You bastard, don't get so cocky. Mayuzuki Eri couldn't believe it. She, who toyed with others using fear, actually felt afraid at this moment. What a joke. Haha, how about this move? Suddenly tearing off her left arm and flinging it forward, blood splattered freely, instantly obscuring Kamiju Kyusuke's eyes. Having succeeded with one strike, Mayuzuki Eri suddenly lunged, raising her right hand to grab Kamiju Kyusuke. She would soon touch him, and then she could control him with magic. I got you. Die, you bastard. Star Platinum, the world. Time stopped. Feeling Kamiju Kyusuke's expression, which was close to her face, showing no fluctuation, because from beginning to end, the other party could not have touched him, Aura. Star Platinum punched forward, and Mayuzuki Eri's remaining arm also twisted and broke. 1 second has passed. But, I will not lay a hand on you for the next 4 seconds. He wanted her to personally feel that so-called pain the moment time flowed again. Time resumes. At this moment, Mayuzuki Eri could no longer help but cry out. This was not physical pain, but a tremor from her soul. To crush you, I don't even need a second. As Kamiju Kyusuke pointed at her, Star Platinum's countless fist shadows arrived as expected. Aura 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 aura. Mayuzuki Eri, no, impossible, I. Boom. With Star Platinum's enraged punch, Mayuzuki Eri never got up again. Mayuzuki Eri, confirmed dead. Kamiju Kyusuke. Although the enemy was eliminated, he wasn't particularly happy. Silently chanting the name of a certain white creature, Kamiju Kyusuke clenched his fists. Jojo. Sakura Kyoko, for once, wasn't eating, but even she couldn't eat at this scene. So this is what Jojo looks like when he's angry? She hadn't actually intended to ask where his abilities came from earlier. Instead, using power for others. You were so hesitant before, and now you are. Sakura Kyoko fell into memories that she had sealed away. So, is it really worth it? Chapter 52 Unlucky Apricot. Jojo, are you free now? Kamiju Kyusuke finished dealing with the scene, and Sakura Kyoko, abandoning her usual casual demeanor, approached him. Jojo? He had heard her call him that since yesterday but thought it was his imagination. It had been so long since anyone called him that, it felt a little nostalgic. Is there a problem? Kamiju Kyusuke, Jojo, it feels quite fitting. Sakura Kyoko thought he might not like it. Well, if you don't like it, then never mind. It's not that I don't like it, it's just. Kamiju Kyusuke smiled and shook his head. Never mind, I actually think it's pretty good. You're the first person in this world to call me that, so please keep it up. Sakura Kyoko was slightly puzzled by his reaction. Was he happy that she called him that? However, she hadn't stopped him just for a name. Jojo, do you regret it? Regret? Kamiju Kyusuke was a bit bewildered by her sudden, out-of-the-blue question. He thought she was going to ask him why he had strange abilities. Sakura Kyoko nodded. Yes, regret killing them. Kamiju Kyusuke looked into her eyes and answered without hesitation. Sakura Kyoko. Liar, he clearly showed that expression earlier. If it's convenient, would you mind accompanying me somewhere? Of course. The girl seemed to have something on her mind, and Kamiju Kyusuke didn't mind accompanying her to clear her head. Where is this? Soon, the two arrived in front of a dilapidated building. Sakura Kyoko kicked open the old door. This used to be my father's church. It was also her former home. Home? Kamiju Kyusuke looked around. If it was a home, why had it become such a ruin? Want some? Sakura Kyoko didn't reply but took an apple from her pocket and tossed it to him. She had picked it up on her way back. It's not often I come home, and there's nothing to offer you, so just make do. Kamiju Kyusuke took the apple and shrugged. Don't worry, I never waste food. Sakura Kyoko gave a mischievous smile. I didn't pay for it. Kamiju Kyusuk froze for a moment, then casually put the apple in his mouth as if nothing had happened. What? I didn't hear anything, but the apple is quite delicious. Where did you buy it? I'll go check it out tomorrow too. Heh, you rascal. Sakura Kyoko's lips curved slightly. He didn't seem to mind? After telling Kamiju Kyusuk the location, she continued walking further inside. My father used to be the priest here. He was an overly honest and overly kind person. He was someone who would cry every morning while reading the newspaper and genuinely feel troubled by it. Sakura Kyoko told him about her past as she walked. Kamiju Kyusuk listened intently without interrupting. From Sakura Kyoko's words, he learned why the church had become what it was now. And the reason the girl became a magical girl. Kyoko's father used to be a local priest, but he was dismissed for preaching new doctrines. Later, Kyoko, not wanting her father to be sad, wished upon Kyubi, I want everyone to listen carefully to my father's words. After that, Sakura Kyoko also lived a happy life for a while. Because of magic, her father's followers grew, and his doctrines spread. Kyoko, meanwhile, secretly eliminated witches. Father and daughter thus saved the world from both the light and the dark. And during that time, she met Mommy Senpai. She thought their happiness would last forever, but everything changed when a witch appeared in her father's church. Kyoko, still lacking experience at the time, forgot to undo her transformation after defeating the witch and was coincidentally seen by her father. When her father questioned her, the naive Kyoko truthfully told him about the contract. However, her father, learning that the increase in followers was not due to faith but due to magic, angrily denounced Kyoko as a witch who misled people, and forced Kyoko's mother and younger sister, Sakura Momoko, to commit suicide with him. Kyoko, with all due respect, your father wasn't honest and kind, he was pedantic and foolish. However, after listening, Kamiju Kyusuk not only didn't comfort her but spoke ill of her father. He knew that Kyoko telling him all this wasn't for his comfort at all. You don't comfort me, fine, but you even badmouth my father. No matter what, you shouldn't say it directly to my face, right? Sakura Kyoko wasn't angry or sad about it, instead, she retorted to Kamiju Kyusuk. I'm sorry, but I won't take back what I said. Kamiju Kyusuk strongly disagreed with Kyoko's father's actions. He could cry for people far away whom he couldn't change, so why couldn't he try a little harder for the important people right in front of him? Kamiju Kyusuk and Kyoko's father could be said to be completely opposite types of people. He clearly knew that people suffered every moment in the world, but he wouldn't feel sorrow for those distant people or things. Call him selfish, call him short-sighted, but he only cared about the people who were worth caring about. Sigh. Sakura Kyoko sighed. Never mind. Perhaps, deep down, she also held some resentment towards her own father. Sakura Kyoko continued to tell Kamiju Kyusuk. My wish destroyed my family. Just because I made a wish without considering others, everyone ended up unhappy. So, from then on, I swore to myself that I would only use magic for myself, and never again for others. Because using magic for others would cause them misfortune, it was better to only use magic for herself. The misfortune she created, she would bear alone. This power, I will use it all for myself. Having said this, Sakura Kyoko turned around and looked deeply at Kamiju Kyusuk. I can tell that you, being from a normal world, actually don't want to get involved in these troubles, do you? You were very hesitant during the fight with them earlier. At that time, if you wanted to, you could have left without a sound, couldn't you? That way, you wouldn't have to be troubled by it, right? So that's it, Kamiju Kyusuk understood why the girl told him all this. Did Kyoko think that by saving her, I went against my own heart? She's worried about me. Sakura Kyoko frowned. Is it really worth doing something so distasteful for someone you've only known for 2 days? It's not worth it. Kamiju Kyusuk's blunt answer left Sakura Kyoko unsure how to react. Although there was a tiny bit of sadness, it was good that he understood. Is that so? It's good that you can listen. But, Kyoko is different. Kamiju Kyusuk suddenly changed the subject. Whether we've only known each other for 2 days or not, I only know that we are friends, aren't we? If so, why isn't it worth it? For the people he cared about, even he himself was worth it. You. The red-haired girl didn't expect him to suddenly say something like that. He said it so matter-of-factly, as if it was only natural. Are you an idiot? The girl's face flushed with anger as she roared at him. So, everything she just said was for nothing, was it? I'm telling you, miracles aren't free. Even if you don't regret using your power for others today, one day you will radiate an equal amount of despair for wishing for hope. Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head. Hope and miracles both exist. Sakura Kyoko's eyes widened. Who told you that? Are you Chunibyu? I did. Actually, he learned it from some anime he watched with Sayaka, but that wasn't important. Hope, miracles, they both exist. If miracles don't exist, then just create them. You. Sakura Kyoko was left speechless by his flawless, confident remarks. Kyoko, I can tell you're denying your past self, right? Sakura Kyoko didn't speak but turned her head to the side. She was indeed denying her past self. The most direct manifestation was that she had never again used the abilities she had gained from her past wish. In my opinion, using magic isn't about who you use it for, but about the person who uses the magic. You've seen it, haven't you? Those magical girls who use magic for themselves not only bring misfortune upon themselves but also upon others. In my opinion, such people are the true witches. He had heard from Mommy Senpai that the relationships between magical girls weren't actually very good. But he really hadn't expected it to be so. And the relationship between soul gems and magical girls was also so bizarre. In short, after this incident, he understood Tamura's intentions even more clearly in not letting Madoka become a magical girl. At the same time, he became even more wary of Kyubi. That guy was getting more and more unsettling. I'll ask Tamura when I get back, she must know something. But for now, he still needed to correct this awkward girl. Kyoko, I told you, I don't approve of your father. Yes, you said he was pedantic and foolish. Sakura Kyoko took a big bite of her apple. Really, this guy actually made a girl repeat such words. But there's another thing I disapprove of even more. What is it? Kamiju Kyusuk looked at her seriously. You, who wished for your family, are no witch. I'm not a witch. Sakura Kyoko looked at Kamiju Kyusuk with hope. Seeing the girl like this, Kamiju Kyusuk was certain. Sure enough, Kyoko is still living in the shadow her father left behind, isn't she? She was clearly a gentle person, clearly so caring towards others, yet she gradually disguised herself in this manner. Kamiju Kyusuk took the opportunity to invite her again. Let's leave together, Kyoko. Let's go back to Midokihara together. No, that's impossible. As a magical girl, there are no other companions left. Although Sakura Kyoko still refused, Kamiju Kyusuk could already see her wavering. Impossible? Why? Not only is Mommy Senpai there, but Kyoko might also make other friends. No one says magical girls can only be friends with magical girls, right? Kamiju Kyusuk continued to persuade her. Kyoko, I don't know if you've heard this saying. If you cry because you missed the sun, then you will also miss the stars. Sakura Kyoko was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed in exasperation. Hey, never mind your friend theory and this strange saying. Mommy surely didn't tell you, did she? She and I already broke up. Instead of refuting me, you're worried about your relationship with Mommy Senpai? Kamiju Kyusuk chuckled inwardly, knowing Kyoko was just being stubborn, but he still took her words at face value. Broke up? The red-haired girl found the choice of words a bit strange, but still nodded affirmatively. That's right, we broke up. Mommy and I have already gone our separate ways. Simple, then just make up again. Kamaji nodded. I can tell, Kyoko, you still care a lot about Mommy-senpai, don't you? The red-haired girl pouted. TCH, don't talk like you understand me so well. No refusal, so Kyoko means yes? Sakura Kyoko. Since that's the case, let's set off tomorrow afternoon. How about we meet in front of the hotel where I'm staying? Kamaji had already made the arrangements in the blink of an eye. Seeing him finish talking and about to leave, Sakura Kyoko grabbed his clothes. Hey, you're talking so easily there, all by yourself. Tell me, I have no money and no place to go in Maidokihara. Are you going to support me? He did seem to have overlooked that. He couldn't possibly let Kyoko keep doing 0 yen shopping, could he? However, Kamaji thought about it. It wasn't impossible for him to support her. He didn't believe one Kyoko could eat him into poverty, could she? Yes, I'll support you. You. Sakura Kyoko's eyes widened. Do you know what you're saying? I do. Kyoko, you don't have to worry. My house is actually quite big, and I can afford to support one more Kyoko. Plus, she could play games with him. Wonderful. Kamaji idea was very simple. First, trick Kyoko into coming back. Then, when she met Mommy-senpai, those two who were saying one thing but meaning another would naturally reconcile, and Kyoko would surely move out. So, even if he supported Kyoko, it would only be for a short period of time. Between her old friend and mentor, Mommy, and him, a guy she had only known for a few days, Kyoko would surely choose the former, wouldn't she? I think Mommy-senpai would also be very happy to see you, wouldn't she? Sakura Kyoko suddenly laughed, looking at Kamaji-kuso's expression. That's right, she almost forgot that this guy was also stubbornly awkward to death. Oops, she was actually a little looking forward to Mommy's surprised expression when she saw him. Yes, she'll be so happy to see Jojo bring me back that she won't be able to close her mouth, won't she? Sakura Kyoko's lips unconsciously curved upwards. She seemed to have become a jinx herself. P.S. For Sakura Kyoko, it's really necessary to address her inner conflict. Kyoko is actually a very gentle and considerate person, contrary to her outward appearance. Especially for friends, she not only longs for them but is even willing to sacrifice her life. This girl is never the egoist she claims to be. The Kazumino arc is not only about Kyoko's development but also about Kamaji-kuso's own mental transformation. It reveals the dark truth hidden beneath the deceptively peaceful life, paving the way for Kamaji-kuso to break free from his Kira-style mindset under the guidance of fate. Trials will not disappear by avoiding them. If Kamaji-kuso wants to protect the people he cares about, then Kyubi and the fate of magical girls are unavoidable obstacles. Chapter 53 Sayaka, the enemy is too cunning to defend against. The next day, Butler packed his luggage and went to wait for Kamaji-kuso in front of the hotel. After today's final match, the other party said he wanted to go out and buy some things and asked him to wait outside for him. He also asked him to help entertain anyone who came looking for him. I didn't even know young Master Kuso had friends in Kazumino. Could it be that he met some street hooligans while out for a walk these past 2 days and was fooled by them? Just as Butler was secretly raising his guard, a voice rang out beside him. Yo, you're the butler that Jojo mentioned, right? Kamaji-kuso had greeted her yesterday and told her that he had a butler uncle traveling with him, which was why Sakura Kyoko recognized him. But why isn't that guy here? Seriously, he said such nice things yesterday, but today he's late. He's not still asleep, is he? I am. Butler nodded. Although he didn't know why the girl called Kuso Jojo, this girl knew his name, so she must be acquainted with Kuso. Could it be that you're the friend young Master Kuso mentioned? Oh, if he hasn't made plans with anyone else, then it's probably me. Sakura Kyoko walked up to Butler with her hands in her pockets, a lollipop in her mouth. Quick question, where's Jojo? Is he still asleep? What's going on? Is this girl one of the legendary delinquent girls of Kazumino? TCH. Sakura Kyoko gritted her teeth. Is this old man hard of hearing because of his age? Forget it, she'll go in and find him herself. Wait, what are you doing? Butler quickly blocked the red-haired girl, afraid she would cause trouble if she went inside. Sakura Kyoko smiled at Butler. I'm going in to provide a wake-up service for your dear young master. Aren't you touched? Butler. What service? What exactly is her relationship with young Master Kyusuke? Uncle Sue, Kyoko, what are you two doing? Just as Butler was stunned, Kamiju Kyusuke finally returned from the other side, carrying several bags. Nothing much. I just saw you weren't back yet, so I chatted with the uncle for a while. Sakura Kyoko shrugged and retreated to Kamiju Kyusuke's side. Kyusuke, what's all this? Butler took the packages from Kamiju Kyusuke, asking casually. This is Sakura Kyoko, a friend of mine from Kazumino. She plans to stay at our house for a few days recently. Kamiju Kyusuke gave a brief introduction of Sakura Kyoko. Hey, Jojo, you said it wrong, didn't you? It's not plans to stay at your house for a few days. Who was it yesterday who said he would support me? The red-haired girl grabbed Kamiju Kyusuke's clothes and pulled him closer. I'm going to hold you to that for life, don't even think about backing out. Butler. What happened? Butler looked excitedly at Kamiju Kyusuke, hoping his young master would give a negative answer. However, the young man was destined to disappoint him. Seriously, I wouldn't go back on my word. But by then, if you want to leave, there'll be no way. Support for life? Could it be? Butler was at a loss for words, lost in his own reverie. I say, Kyoko, don't you have any luggage? Just bringing yourself? Kamiju Kyusuke couldn't help but complain, looking at her empty hands. So, it all falls on him, huh? Huh? What luggage should I bring? Sakura Kyoko blinked. The key is, she doesn't have anything to bring. When in doubt, just use magic, right? She did bring her witch's egg. Looking at the red-haired girl, who didn't seem to find anything amiss, Kamiju Kyusuke lightly rubbed his forehead. All right, he knew it. Thankfully, he had just replenished some daily necessities for Kyoko. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a hurry to go back after today's competition and didn't have time to buy her a change of clothes, and also didn't know her size, he would have definitely bought all the clothes for her future child. He'd take her shopping when they got back to Maidokihara. Since he had promised her, Kamiju Kyusuke wasn't stingy with money. Sigh, is this what it feels like to raise a daughter? Hiss, what are you doing? Suddenly kicked by Sakura Kyoko, Kamiju Kyusuke's eyes were resentful. I just feel like you're thinking some bad things. Sakura Kyoko looked at him exasperatedly. By the way, why did you come back from that direction? Oh, nothing, just went to buy some things. Kamiju Kyusuke shook the bag of apples in his hand. Yesterday, I saw Kyoko really liked the fruit from this shop, so I went to patronize it. Sakura Kyoko's face flushed, and she turned her head away. TCH, you didn't pay either, did you? You seemed very interested yesterday. How could that be? I paid properly. Kamiju Kyusuke claimed he was wronged. Not only did he pay, but he also apologized on behalf of a certain someone. Kyoko, don't do $0 shopping anymore. Thinking he was disgusted, Sakura Kyoko showed her little fangs to express her dissatisfaction. Nonsense. Are you worried the shop owner will be completely stolen by me? Don't worry, I know my limits. Kamiju Kyusuke sighed. What I mean is, Kyoko, you don't need to do $0 shopping anymore, do you? Idiot, are you an idiot? Realizing his meaning, Sakura Kyoko immediately gave him 2 punches, but her flushed expression looked more like pouting. Pfft. Kamaju Kyusuk almost suffered internal injuries from her punches. Fortunately, his body wasn't as fragile as it appeared on the surface. Kyoko, if you beat me to death, no one will support you anymore. Urusai. Watching the flirting couple, Butler, who had intended to tip off Sayaka, also dropped his phone helplessly. It's over, Sayaka, everything is over. Sayaka, it's not that I'm sorry, Uncle Sue, it's just that the enemy is too hard to guard against. The main thing was that Sayaka didn't know what she was doing and wasn't answering his calls. Butler could only wish her to be more open-minded when the time came. Uncle Sue, why are you spacing out? Get in the car. Kamaju Kyusuk waved his hand in front of Butler, seeing him in a daze. Butler nodded weakly, went to the driver's seat, and started the car. Kyusuk, about bringing this, Miss Kyoko back, do your father and mother know? On the way, Butler couldn't help but talk to Kamaju Kyusuk. Yes, I've already told Dad, and he's agreed. It's just that Mom's call didn't go through, so I haven't notified her. But Dad should have told her already, right? What Kamaju Kyusuk didn't say was that although his father had agreed, he always looked worried, his hesitant expression as if he feared he might suddenly not see him one day. Is that so? That's good. Since Mr. Kamaju agreed, there's nothing else to do. Here, Jojo, this is for you. Kyoko, beside him, poked Kamaju Kyusuk and threw him an apple. Kamaju Kyusuk caught it. I say, I bought this, didn't I? Sakura Kyoko smiled proudly. Please, this has been processed by me. Processed means wiping it with your clothes? It's magic. Hi, it's magic. Looking at the harmonious pair in the rearview mirror, Butler couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Forget it, he'd just drive his car. Why should he meddle in children's romance? Kamaju Kyusuk looked at the laughing Kyoko and couldn't help but feel happy. He could feel it. The current Kyoko truly was no longer bound by the past. If only this kind of life could continue forever. Kamaju Kyusuk couldn't help but sigh. Unbeknownst to him, a plan revolving around him was currently unfolding in Madoka. Chapter 54 Translation, What is a surprise? At this moment in Madoka, a plan was unfolding around Kamaju Kyusuk. So, how does it look here? Sayaka held up a string of balloons, gesturing their position on the wall. A little further down, yes, right there. Perfect. Mrs. Kamiho clapped her hands in delight. Heave-ho. Miki Sayaka jumped down from the stool. Even with her good stamina, she was still a girl, and after all that work, she was a bit tired. Thank you so much, little Sayaka, for today. You've been so busy preparing a welcome for Kyusuk, and now the decorations are finally done. Go rest a bit, I'll take care of the rest. We must give Kyusuk a surprise when he comes back. Mrs. Kamiho took Sayaka's hand and gently pushed her onto the sofa. Do you really not need my help with dinner? I've actually been practicing cooking with my mom lately. Sayaka still wanted to get up, but Mrs. Kamiho shook her head. All right, Sayaka, you're tired, just rest. But Miki Sayaka hesitated, she still wanted to show off her skills for Kyusuk. Heh. Mrs. Kamiho covered her mouth and chuckled softly, winking at Sayaka mischievously. There'll be plenty of opportunities later, won't there? Kyusuk will rely on Sayaka's care for a long time to come. Sayaka's face suddenly turned bright red. Auntie, what are you talking about? Kyusuk should be the one taking care of me. No, I mean, Kyusuk and I aren't, we're not that kind of relationship yet. Clearly, Miki Sayaka was already rambling incoherently. Oh, my Miki-chan really raised a cute daughter, didn't she? I wish my Kyusuk was this cute. Honestly, he was so obedient when he was little, why won't he wear those pretty dresses anymore when he grew up? Mrs. Kamiho covered her mouth and chuckled softly, unable to help but fall into her memories. Dress? Miki Sayaka's eyes widened. Had she heard something incredible? Oh. Little Sayaka, are you interested? Kyusuk was very cute when he was little. Would you like to see the photos Auntie has treasured? Mrs. Kamiho revealed a triumphant smile and continued to tempt her. See, can I? It was a lie if Sayaka said she wasn't interested. When Kyusuk was little, he always seemed mature and steady in front of her, and because he performed on stage from a young age, wearing suits was a common occurrence. But Kyusuk in a dress. Pfft. She couldn't imagine it at all. What would it look like? Come on, just consider it a rest. Under Mrs. Kamiho's warm invitation, Miki Sayaka still couldn't resist the temptation in her heart. I'll just take a look, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? In the bedroom, Mrs. Kamiho was holding a stack of her cherished photo albums, showing them to Sayaka. Haha, this one is when Kyusuk was 4. Doesn't he look like a cute little princess? And this one is when Kyusuk was 8. Doesn't he look like a valiant girl knight? And this one. This is when Kyusuk was 10. It's my favorite one. Especially that look in his eyes, kawaii. Looking at Kyusuk's ruined expression in the photos, Sayaka even felt sorry for him. The protagonist, devoid of the will to live. JPG. Alas, it's a pity that after that, Kyusuk never let me dress him up. Oh, I mean, he never let me help him get dressed again. Mrs. Kamiho covered her face in sadness. Especially after Kyusuk was discharged from the hospital, he kept shouting about muscles every day. I'm really afraid that one day he won't even look like this anymore. Miki Sayaka. Kyusuk is quite impressive in various ways. Darn it. Lady Sayaka is actually feeling inferior in terms of feminine charm. That's right. Little Sayaka, would you like to try? Mrs. Kamiho's eyes lit up, and she immediately started rummaging through the wardrobe. Although these were originally prepared for Kyusuk, he absolutely refused to wear them, so these clothes have actually never been worn. I have a feeling you'll look beautiful in them, little Sayaka. Miki Sayaka looked at the clothes in her hand. The girl's face instantly turned red. This is too. This is too extravagant, isn't it? No wonder Kyusuk absolutely refused to wear it, even she, as a girl, felt embarrassed. This must be a Disney runaway princess. Still no. Mrs. Kamiho at this moment looked like a lecherous old man. Heh, little Sayaka, since you've entered Auntie's room, you can't refuse. Miki Sayaka. In the end, she still couldn't escape Mrs. Kamiho's clutches. Sure enough, my taste is good. The dress suits Sayaka so well, it's like. Mrs. Kamiho stroked her chin, circling Sayaka again and again, then a sudden thought struck her. Ah, that's right, it's like the daughter of the sea. Yes, a beautiful mermaid princess. Oh, really? Sayaka didn't expect Mrs. Kamiho to praise her so highly. At this moment, she couldn't help but smooth the hem of the skirt in front of the mirror. Humph. The blue-haired girl smiled slightly. It seems I'm not bad myself? How is it? Auntie didn't lie to you, did she? Mrs. Kamiho chuckled. To be honest, Sayaka, I've always wanted a daughter. You can come to me any time if you want to try on clothes in the future. Sayaka immediately calmed down from her previous excitement. Auntie Kamiho, you actually want a clothes rack, don't you? Heh, when Kyusuk comes back and sees you, little Sayaka, he'll be greatly surprised. I wonder if that boy will regret losing the chance to wear it. Mrs. Kamiho clenched her fists tightly. All right, since you've put on the dress, don't take it off. It's quite troublesome anyway. Sayaka, just rest well, I'll take care of dinner. Oh, okay. Miki Sayaka looked at the dress, and thinking about how she could surprise Kyusuk later, she agreed. Phew. Mrs. Kamiho breathed a sigh of relief. She finally managed to trick little Sayaka. If she had really inherited Miki-chan's excellent cooking skills, then they wouldn't have dinner tonight. After Mrs. Kamiho left, Sayaka found herself with nothing to do. Oh, it's Uncle Sue. When did he arrive? Was it because she and Auntie Kamiho were busy earlier that she didn't see him? Kyusuk and the others must be coming back soon, right? After thinking for a moment, Sayaka became excited again. What expression should she use when she saw Kyusuk? No, she should probably congratulate him on his victory first, right? Finally, as Sayaka was lost in her thoughts, time passed minute by minute, and she rehearsed dozens of scenarios for what to do when Kyusuk returned. Everything was ready. This time, no one could stop Lady Sayaka. Ding dong. Oh. Is that Kyusuk? Miki Sayaka pricked up her ears. Had Kyusuk returned? Unable to contain her excitement, the blue-haired girl quickly opened her room door and went into the living room. Little Sayaka, could you help me open the door? Auntie is busy right now. From the kitchen, Mrs. Kamiho's apologetic voice came out. However, whether she was truly busy or doing it on purpose was unknown. No problem, leave it to me. Miki Sayaka was naturally happy to. She was eager to personally open the door for Kyusuk. Huh, no one here? Is Mom not home? Sayaka came to the door. This voice was indeed Kyusuk's. Her lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Miki Sayaka placed her hand on the doorknob, ready to open the door. However, at that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came. Jojo, you didn't leave without your keys, did you? Honestly, let go and let me do it. No need, I remember I brought them. Just let me look. Miki Sayaka paused her action of opening the door. Was it her imagination? Why was there another voice she hadn't heard before? Bang. Honestly, Jojo, you're too slow. It's open. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the two people at the door were both stunned. X2. In the end, Sakura Kyoko was the first to react. She looked at the shocked blue-haired girl inside the door, then at Kamiju Kyusuk beside her, and suddenly a slight smile played on her lips. Sakura Kyoko grabbed Kamiju Kyusuk's arm, then bared her small fangs, smiling as she greeted the blue-haired girl. Yo, how are you? Miki Sayaka. Not good at all. You, who are you? Chapter 55 Fig Tower, Part 1. Huh? Sayaka? What are you doing here? Kamiju Kyusuk's question broke the strange atmosphere between the two. Oh. I just happened to be visiting Auntie, hahaha. Miki Sayaka's face stiffened when asked, and she immediately began to frown. She had originally planned a surprise for Kyusuk, but ended up being surprised herself. Sayaka, your dress. Kamiju Kyusuk finally noticed Miki Sayaka's incredibly elaborate outfit. Didn't his mom buy this for him to wear? And she even called it a discharge gift. What kind of discharge gift is this? Thank you, Sayaka. You are my Superman. As long as Sayaka wears it, he definitely won't be in danger. Miki Sayaka's face flushed, and she touched her head, pretending not to care. So, Kyusuk, what do you think? Mrs. Kamiho picked it out. I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Kamiju Kyusuk immediately nodded without hesitation. Very beautiful, it suits Sayaka perfectly. He said, raising his other free arm and giving a big thumbs up. By the way, so I can see Sayaka wearing this dress again in the future, how about I tell Mom to give it to you? Are really? Wouldn't that be too much? No, if you accept it, not only will Mom be happy, but I'll be very happy too. This way, future troubles will be eliminated. Nice. Ahem, if Kyusuk likes it, then Sayaka-sama will reluctantly accept it. Miki Sayaka put her hands on her hips and then looked triumphantly at Kyoko. Why are you still hugging him? It's pretty good indeed. Seemingly noticing her gaze, Sakura Kyoko pulled her attention back from her wandering thoughts and seriously assessed her. It suits you quite well. The blue-haired girl was praised twice and her nose almost went to the sky. Don't think that just 2 compliments will do. Isn't it a bit late to try and bribe Sayaka-sama now? This guy is an idiot. Having given such a judgment to the blue-haired girl in front of her, Sakura Kyoko smirked cunningly and then shook someone's arm while hugging it. Jojo, buy me 2 outfits tomorrow too. I don't need anything so flashy, just pick what you like. Kamiju Kyusuk blinked. Okay, actually, I was already planning to. Kyoko, you have too few clothes. Even if they could be maintained by magic, it still felt strange to always wear the same outfit. Kyoko is a girl after all, so seeing Sayaka like this, she must have been envious, right? Without doubting her, Kamiju Kyusuk agreed immediately. Sakura Kyoko smiled contentedly and raised an eyebrow at Sayaka. Now it was her turn to be proud. Miki Sayaka stood frozen on the spot. What? Listening to their conversation, the blue-haired girl momentarily thought she was hallucinating. What's going on? Why did that guy say it so matter-of-factly, and why did Kyusuk agree so smoothly? This is too strange. Miki's eyes suddenly sharpened. Shouldn't Kyusuk first introduce this delinquent girl? The blue-haired girl asked, arms crossed, addressing the red-haired girl word by word. And she's not modest at all, let go of his hand. However, Sakura Kyoko was not at all intimidated by Sayaka's bluster. Instead, she unhurriedly unwrapped a lollipop. Want some? No. Sayaka directly turned her head to look at Kamiju Kyusuk. All right, Sayaka, Kyoko isn't a delinquent. She's my friend from Kazumino. Kamiju Kyusuk pulled away Sakura Kyoko's arms that were hugging him. He had thought this guy would be nervous coming to his house, but she was suddenly hugging him so tightly. It turns out she gets along pretty well with Sayaka, doesn't she? There's no sign of nervousness at all. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside and discuss it. Her arm was pulled away, and Sakura Kyoko froze for a moment. It seemed she had gotten a bit too carried away and messed things up. Never mind, no matter what, she had to maintain the posture of a victor. Shrugging, Sakura Kyoko put the candy in her mouth and followed Kamiju Kyusuk into the house. Incidentally, as she passed Sayaka, she gave her a meaningful smile. Miki Sayaka. Damn it. What are you so proud of? Sigh. Butler, who had witnessed the entire process, sighed. Uncle Sue. Butler shook his head and patted Sayaka's shoulder. You two have a good reunion. I'm going to see Mr. Butler. And, good luck, Sayaka. Giving Sayaka an encouraging look, Butler left amidst her puzzled expression. In the living room, Mrs. Kamiho stared at the red-haired girl with curiosity, so much so that even Kyoko instinctively sat up straight under her intense gaze. Auntie, hello. Hee, hello. Mrs. Kamiho smiled kindly at her, then turned to look at Kamiju Kyusuk. Kyusuk, Mom didn't even know you had friends in Kazumino. Hurry up and introduce her to me and little Sayaka. This is Sakura Kyoko, my friend from Kazumino. Her family recently had some changes, so she'll be staying here for a while. Kamiju Kyusuk nodded and introduced the red-haired girl, but he didn't tell his family that he and Kyoko had just met. Otherwise, what if they thought Kyoko was a swindler? This is my mom, she's a very kind person. Kyoko, you don't have to be so reserved. Hello, little Kyoko. Mrs. Kamiho waved and greeted Kyoko, but before she could say anything to her, Kamiju Kyusuk spoke again. However, Mom sometimes does strange things, Kyoko. Don't be surprised, just ignore her, or you can find me. Mrs. Kamiho puffed out her cheeks and immediately became displeased. Hee, has Kyusuk's rebellious phase gotten worse? Is it because he saw little Sayaka dressed so beautifully and got envious? Do you want Mom to help you? Kamiju Kyusuk quickly averted his gaze, not daring to make a sound. He wouldn't dare to call his mom old hag and tell her to shut up like some 17-year-old high school student. Seeing that she had dealt with her son, Mrs. Kamiho continued to talk to Kyoko, but for some reason, her smile made Sakura Kyoko shiver all over. Little Kyoko, don't listen to Kayasuke. Auntie isn't that scary. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Yes. The red-haired girl quickly responded. It seemed Mrs. Kamiho's explanation was useless. Ahem. Kamiju Kyusuke interrupted the two. If he let his mom continue to fool around, Sayaka wouldn't even get a chance to appear. This is Miki Sayaka, my. Ah, Jojo, don't say anything yet, let me guess. Sakura Kyoko closed her eyes, pretending to think. Just as Sayaka was getting impatient, she finally spoke. I know. Could this be little sister-chan? Miki Sayaka slammed the table and stood up. What little sister-chan? It's childhood friend, childhood friend. Kayasuke and I have known each other long, long ago. You didn't even know where you were back then. She thought for so long and that's all she came up with? She and Kayasuke don't even have the same last name right now. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Sakura Kyoko suddenly understood, I see, so it's childhood friend Mississippi. Sayaka felt utterly speechless. Childhood friend miss, don't be angry. How about I treat you to an apple? Sakura Kyoko said, pulling an apple from somewhere. Eat what? Eat, 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 all you know is eat. How can you not go 3 sentences without talking about food? Miki Sayaka slapped her hand away. Sorry, I don't like eating unclean things. Seeing the apple fall to the ground, Sakura Kyoko frowned tightly, but remembering that Kamiju Kyusuke was still nearby, she didn't flare up and silently picked up the apple. TCH, childhood friend Miss doesn't like apples? What a shame, Jojo bought this especially for me. Sakura Kyoko said, wiping it on her clothes and putting it in her mouth. And even if you don't eat it, you shouldn't waste food. Miki Sayaka, _. You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? It must be intentional. First buying clothes, then buying apples, why don't you just say you want Kayasuke to support you from now on? Mrs. Kamiho felt like something was off. Could this child Kyoko? Mrs. Kamiho blinked and secretly cast a questioning look at her son. Kamiju Kyusuke! Why is mom looking at me? She's not going to use some award as an excuse to make me try on clothes again, is she? Just as the mother and son tried and failed to communicate through their eyes, a sentence from Sayaka caught both their attention simultaneously. What's the use of just knowing how to eat? You probably can't cook, can you? Sayaka-sama is an excellent cook. Kayasuke and Mrs. Kamiho, you two wait here. Kamiju Kyusuke and Mrs. Kamiho! Sakura Kyoko? Does this blue-haired idiot unexpectedly have cooking talent? Jojo and the other person seemed quite excited. However, Kamiju Kyusuke was just having an allergic reaction, falling into that unpleasant memory. Gulp. Kamiju Kyusuke swallowed hard. Just as he was wondering how to endure this difficult trial, Mrs. Kamiho stood up. Wait. She quickly stopped Sayaka, who was about to show off her skills, then slyly put her arm around her and walked her aside. Sayaka, you can't leave, you have to stay here and keep Kayasuke company. Seeing that Sayaka still hadn't quite understood what she meant, Mrs. Kamiho had to be more direct. Little Sayaka, you and Kayasuke's friend are about the same age. And it's her first time at our house. If you leave, she and Kayasuke might feel a bit reserved. After all, Kayasuke isn't very good at talking. If the two of them are together, what if he neglects her? Mrs. Kamiho slapped her head. This time, she deliberately emphasized her words. Surely little Sayaka would understand now. She used to think this child was adorably naive, but now it seemed she was simply too naive. Clearly, even Miki Sayaka, no matter how slow, understood such a direct hint. The two of them together? That's right, if she left, Wouldn't she just be creating an opportunity for that delinquent girl to be alone with Kayasuk? No. She had to stay here and watch. All right then. I'll just have to show you and Mrs. Kamiho my skills another time. No, not another time. Just show Kayasuk in the future, but please not me. Your mother, Miki, ruined me back then. All right, hurry back and keep them company. Auntie is going to be busy now. I'll make you a big cake later. Mrs. Kamiho, who had escaped a disaster, sighed and turned to embrace the kitchen. Sayaka? When the girl returned, Kamiju Kyusuk cast a nervous gaze at her. Oh, sorry, Kayasuk. Mrs. Kamiho went to make a cake. I'm not very comfortable dressed like this, so I came back. Miki Sayaka was still not very good at lying. Her appearance didn't look like what she said at all. Sorry, Mom, I shouldn't have said that about you. You're the real dark horse. Kamiju Kyusuk knew his mom must have said something to Sayaka to stop her. But how would she know that Sayaka's cooking was so, special? However, ever since Sayaka returned, the previously lively atmosphere had uncharacteristically become quiet. What did Kayasuk mean earlier by staying for a while? Finally, Sayaka couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Of course, I'm going to live here. Jojo said he'd support me from now on. It wasn't Kamiju Kyusuk who answered her, but Sakura Kyoko. She took out another Pocky stick, put it in her mouth, and stated this. Sayaka laughed, holding her stomach. Haha, I say, you delinquent girl, haven't you had too much candy? Support you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hey, Kayasuk, say something. Kayasuk. Kamiju Kyusuk. Kamiju Kyusuk's sudden silence made Sayaka panic. It can't be true, can it? Actually, Kamiju Kyusuk beside her hadn't heard Sayaka's question at all, because he was currently surprised by the voice in his head. Kayasuk, that's great, you're finally back. Kyubi. It's me. Why are you everywhere? I haven't even gone to find you yet, and this guy actually came running to me on his own. The voice in his head was undoubtedly the creature that called itself Kyubi. Kayasuk, there's no time to explain. Mommy and Madoka are in danger right now, you must go find them quickly. This voice is. Sakura Kyoko next to him also seemed to hear Kyubi's voice, but Sayaka didn't show any abnormality, so it seemed Kyubi hadn't communicated with her. Is that Kyoko? I didn't expect you to come to Midokihara too. Since that's the case, you and Kayasuk hurry out. I'm right outside. Mommy needs you too now. Huh? Mommy? Sakura Kyoko instinctively bit off a piece of her chocolate stick, but still symbolically said stubbornly. I don't care how that guy is doing. I'd rather she just kicked the bucket. Sakura Kyoko looked at Kamiju Kyusuk. Jojo, are you worried about Mommy? I can go with you to check. Kamiju Kyusuk frowned. He didn't know how to handle it for a moment. After the trip to Kazumino, he felt even more that Kyubi was up to no good, but he didn't dare to gamble on the truth of what the other party said. What if Mommy Senpai and Madoka? Hurry, Kayasuk, Kyoko. Damn it. Kamiju Kyusuk slammed the table and stood up, startling Sayaka. Let's go, Kyoko. Sakura Kyoko had long been eager to move, and seeing him stand up, she followed closely behind. Miki Sayaka. The two left, giving no one a chance to react. What happened? Mrs. Kamiho, hearing the sound, quickly came out of the kitchen. Oh, where are Kayasuk and little Kyoko? However, there was no sign of the two in the living room, leaving only Sayaka standing there in a daze. Chapter 56 Fig Tower Part 2. Slightly dark, please watch with caution. Not long ago, at Mommy Tomo's house. Madoka Kaname reached out and took the snack Mommy Tomo offered her. Thank you, Mommy Senpai. You're welcome, Madoka. I'm glad you like them. After much effort, Mommy prepared to make black tea. Actually, Mommy-senpai, you don't have to prepare so many snacks every time. Madoka Kaname hesitated for a moment, then finally, with some trepidation, offered her suggestion. It's all right, Madoka, don't worry about it being a bother. Mommy Tomo winked at the pink-haired girl. As a magical girl, I won't be tired out by something like this. But what Madoka Kaname didn't say was, if she kept eating, she would truly go from Madoka to round. She had gained several pounds recently. Although when she complained to Kayasuke, he said it was still cute, if she really became round, she herself couldn't accept it. Do magical girls not gain weight? Mommy-senpai eats them every day and doesn't seem to change. Could it be that it all goes to strange places? Madoka Kaname's face flushed slightly as she secretly glanced at Mommy-senpai's chest. Momine, is this also part of your plan? If only she had that kind of skill. Mommy Tomo didn't notice Madoka's gaze. Instead, she took a sip of black tea and leisurely sighed to her. I wonder when Kayasuke will be back. But judging by your and Hamura's praise, I suppose winning this competition will be quite easy, right? Don't worry, Mommy-senpai, Kayasuke is very talented in this area. Madoka Kaname didn't really understand music, but she had heard Kamiju Kyusuke play before, and it was simply beautiful. Besides, Sayaka and Hitomi seemed to know a lot about it, and they both loved it. Oh, and recently, Hamura joined them. Is that so? Then when he returns to school, we must celebrate properly. Mommy Tomo smiled and nodded. But Madoka, you're not bad either. From what you and Hamura said, you're very confident about your exam results this time. Your recent efforts haven't been in vain. When the results come out, Kayasuke will surely be surprised, right? No, not really. The pink-haired girl, whose little secret had been revealed, awkwardly rubbed her head. Although I tried very hard, I also know my own level. I probably can't make him greatly surprised. But even so, the girl had her confident moments. However, this time I'm confident it'll definitely pass. She didn't know if Kayasuke would be surprised, but Sayaka would definitely be very surprised, right? Recalling the blue-haired girl's dejected face after the exam, Madoka Kaname couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. She remembered the agreement between teacher Satomu and Sayaka. She estimated that Sayaka would be unable to escape her predicament this time. It's not good to stand still. I wonder when Sayaka will realize this more clearly. Madoka, Mommy. Just as Madoka Kaname and Mommy Tomo were chatting idly, a voice suddenly came from the side, filled with urgency. Kyubi? Mommy Tomo looked at Kyubi, who seemed to be running in great haste, with a puzzled expression. What happened? You look very flustered. Before she finished speaking, she frowned, because there were only a few situations that could make Kyubi look like this. Could it be that another witch has appeared? Exactly. Kyubi gave an affirmative answer. A witch is about to hatch. Mommy, quickly come with me. All right, then without further ado, Kyubi, lead the way. Mommy Tomo immediately stood up upon hearing this. Wait, Mamine. Madoka Kaname, who was beside her, stopped Mommy Tomo. Shouldn't we notify Hamura? The two of you together would have a better chance, right? Mommy Tomo blinked and let out a wry laugh. Madoka is right, I'll call her now. However, the phone rang once, but no one answered. Mamine, what's wrong? In response to Madoka Kaname's question, Mommy Tomo could only shake her head. Hamura's phone isn't answering. Mommy-senpai, can't you use magic? Madoka Kaname recalled the magic she had used to communicate with her earlier. No, that magic can't be used if the distance is too far. Unfortunately, Mommy Tomo's words disappointed her. Is that so? Looking at the crestfallen Madoka Kaname, Mommy Tomo could only give a helpless smile. Madoka, magic isn't omnipotent, you know. Kyubi jumped out again at this moment. As for Akemi Hamura, a witch appeared in another location and she happened to run into it, so she should still be fighting the witch right now. Is that so? Momitomo nodded, indicating understanding. I see, so that's why Kyubi came to find me? In that case, it makes sense that Akemi-san's phone isn't answering. There's no choice. It's actually fine for me to go alone. Having gone on missions with everyone for so long, she almost forgot that she used to fight alone. But with Hamura and Kayasuke absent, Madoka Kaname felt a persistent unease for some reason. Perhaps she should go and see. Madoka Kaname made up her mind and no longer hesitated. Mommy-senpai. Although I won't be of much use, please let me accompany you. But, Madoka. Momitomo was a bit uneasy. If it were her old self, she might have joyfully agreed. But now, Momitomo had friends, and in her opinion, whether Madoka Kaname became a magical girl or not was no longer important. So, Momitomo, no longer fixated on that, actually didn't want to bring Madoka Kaname along when eliminating witches. Because Madoka was, after all, an ordinary person. What if they encountered danger with her there? It was fine when the three of them brought Madoka on missions before, usually, one would stay behind to look after her. Even if Hamura was sometimes elusive and absent, Kayasuke would always be with them. But now that she was alone, she really wasn't at ease. It's okay, Momine. I'll stay in a place where I won't bother you. Just take me to where I can go. However, the pink-haired girl was unusually persistent this time. So, Momine, can you take me with you? This. Don't worry, Mommy. Kyubi spoke again, this witch hasn't finished hatching yet. You just need to eliminate her before she fully hatches into a witch. There will be no difficulty at all. Kyubi's words eased Momitomo's worries slightly. It's a witch that hasn't hatched yet? Exactly. Alright then, once I confirm it hasn't hatched, I'll just handle it a bit and hand it over to you, Kyubi. Momitomo let out a breath and gave Madoka Kaname a helpless smile. Since that's the case, then Madoka, you can come along. Okay. Is this the place? Momitomo looked around her surroundings, taking out her soul gem. But why isn't the soul gem reacting? Madoka Kaname, who was beside her, also looked at Kyubi with some doubt. Kyubi. Is it possible you made a mistake? No, the witch that's about to hatch isn't up ahead. Kyubi shook its head. I've never lied to you, Mommy. Follow me, whoosh. Momitomo and Madoka Kaname exchanged glances, could only shake their heads, and continued to follow. However, even after Kyubi stopped, there was no trace of a witch whatsoever. Instead, there was a cute little girl, who for some reason was alone in this place. Kyubi, playing tricks on girls will make them dislike you. Momitomo sighed, rubbing her forehead. But why is there a little girl here? Could there really be a witch, and she was lured here? Kyubi didn't answer her question. Instead, it began an introduction. Her name is Nagisa Momo. She's a girl who recently became a magical girl. A magical girl? Momitomo was stunned. She hadn't expected her casual question to receive such an unexpected answer. I see, was she also attracted by the witch? However, Kyubi shook its head again. You guessed wrong, Mommy. Guessed wrong? Because she is the magical girl who is about to become a witch. Momitomo blinked blankly. How was it that she understood every word in Kyubi's sentence, but when they were put together, she didn't understand? What are you talking about, Kyubi? This isn't the time for jokes. Just as Momitomo was about to continue lecturing Kyubi, the girl beside them seemed to emit intermittent sounds. There are so many snacks here. Snacks? Momitomo frowned. This child, what in the world? I've already eaten until I can't eat anymore. But it's still not enough to understand Mama's feelings. There must be delicious cheese. Where is the cheese? Cheese. The girl seemed oblivious to their presence, continuously muttering to herself. What exactly is going on at this point? Mommy Tomo finally noticed the anomaly. She quickly questioned Kyubi, who was nearby. Didn't I tell you from the beginning, Mommy? Kyubi blinked. Watch closely. This is the process of a witch being born. What? Mommy Tomo couldn't believe it, instinctively wanting to ask Kyubi something else, but at that moment, the girl turned her head. I'm hungry. Where's the cheese? Chapter 57. Thank you, Mommy. What? Mommy Tomo looked at Kyubi in disbelief. Mommy, what's with that expression? I clearly told you beforehand that a witch was about to hatch. What are you talking about? It's completely different, magical girls and witches. Mommy Tomo anxiously questioned Kyubi. Hey, Kyubi, you're lying, aren't you? This is clearly just a cute girl. Mommy, you're mistaken again. From the moment she became a magical girl, she actually couldn't be called a human anymore. Kyubi's tone was unchanged, as if stating a trivial matter. In this country, it seems growing females are called girls, right? Then, you who will eventually become witches, should be called magical girls. Witch. Mommy Tomo spoke woodenly. I'm a witch. I don't think this is the time to be dwelling on that, is it? Mommy, are you unable to act against her? Kyubi wagged its tail cutely. I don't understand what you're worried about. Mommy, haven't you killed many witches before? It's the same now as it was then, isn't it? It's just changed its appearance. Kill witches? If what Kyubi said was true, then all the witches she had killed before must have been magical girls. No, actually, there's still a difference, isn't there? Now, it should be even simpler. After all, the witch hasn't hatched yet. As long as Mommy, you quickly take the opportunity. Enough, Kyubi. Madoka Kaname grabbed Kyubi's tail and threw it far away. Mamine, wake up. Look, that child is clearly a cute girl. The pink-haired girl desperately shook Mommy Tomo's shoulders while pointing at the girl not far away, hoping to bring her back to her senses. Kyubi, having been thrown, got up without anger. Madoka, why are you angry? What I said is the truth, isn't it? Madoka Kaname remained silent, just walking up to Kyubi again and grabbing its tail. Seeing that it was about to be thrown out again, Kyubi spoke faintly. I advise Madoka not to throw me out. The witch is about to hatch. What if there's danger then? Cheese, why be afraid of Nagisa? Why did you leave me? Why? Hearing the anomaly nearby, Madoka Kaname stiffly turned her head. At this moment, the girl was exuding a terrifying aura, and her momentum was still continuously rising. Until the moment it reached its peak, she finally transformed into the embodiment of despair. Thump! An unknown shattering sound rang out, accompanied by the barrier that Madoka Kaname was all too familiar with, and the witch! Mamine. This is no time to be dazed, we must leave here first. Madoka Kaname's eyes widened. Mamine, run! The witch had already been born, but Mommy Tomo still had no intention of acting. She seemed oblivious to the familiars and the witch drawing closer to her. Mommy seems to be scared stiff. Kyubi, held in her hand, was not annoyed but instead worried about Madoka Kaname. Madoka, this isn't the time to be dwelling on these things. Hurry and make a wish to me, otherwise you and Mommy will both be in danger, quickly. Madoka Kaname hung her head and murmured to herself. Kyosuke, where are you? Why did it turn out like this? Kyubi. Thump. This feeling, what's going on? Hamura Akemi, far on the other side of the city, suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She had a bad premonition, as if she had overlooked something. Tamura, is something wrong? The Akemi Hamura within her was puzzled. Hasn't the witch already been eliminated? Could there be a helper? No, it's nothing. Hamura Akemi shook her head and instinctively pulled out her phone to check the time, but the notification on it made her heart race again. Mommy Tomo's call and the message about going to hunt a witch. Tamura, are you worried about Madoka and Mommy Senpai? She naturally noticed when the other party was checking messages, but she wasn't as nervous as Hamura Akemi. Don't worry, Tamura. Mommy Senpai is so powerful, no witch should be a match for her, right? Not a match for her? Hamura Akemi had a flash of insight. She finally knew where she had overlooked something. Could it be that witch? But the timing doesn't match. No, why was she still hung up on the timing? This reincarnation was clearly different from before. Hamura Akemi not only didn't answer but instead took off running, which completely bewildered the Akemi Hamura within her. Tamura, where are you going? The dessert witch, Charlotte. Hamura Akemi opened her lips, answering irrelevantly. Absolutely must make it. Kyosuke, with your 5-second ability, what choice will you make? Kyubi spoke faintly, looking at the two who were simultaneously in despair. Mommy, thank you for helping me with this. Really? I'm troubled you. This way, Kyosuke, you've made a misstep. Chapter 58 Rhinoceros Beetle, Part 2. It's not here. Did I overthink it? Hamura Akemi arrived at the hospital but didn't find the so-called witch barrier. No, if the time can be different, then the location can naturally also be different. Hamura Akemi realized she had overlooked a problem. A witch's egg can hatch a witch, but witches' eggs are usually handled by Kyubi after they become corrupted. This means Kyubi can completely control where a witch is born. As for why previous Hamura Akemi didn't do this. No. Perhaps, the previous Kyubi did do this, but she naturally assumed that witches were always born or appeared in that specific place. Hamura Akemi was like a gamer who had played countless times. She was so familiar with this game that she knew exactly when and where every monster would appear. But reality wasn't a game. She clearly underestimated Kyubi's initiative. Checkmate. Hamura Akemi clenched her fist unwillingly. She couldn't blame anyone else, it was all due to her lack of experience. Now that she thought about it, Kyubi must have deliberately planned this while Kamiju Kyusuke was away. The witch she encountered must also have been its doing. Mommy Tomo might already be in danger, and Madoka, who was with her, would either wish to become a magical girl or be killed by the witch together. It was already too late. If it were before, she could have learned from her mistakes and tried again, but now she no longer had her time reversal magic. Tamura-chan, Tamura-chan. Feeling the continuous changes in the aura of her other self, the Hamura Akemi within also grew worried. Although she didn't know what had suddenly happened to her, she had a feeling that something bad would happen if Tamura continued to overthink things. Quick, she had to say something quickly. Unable to forget the promise they had made to each other. The phone suddenly rang, and Hamura Akemi's eyes lit up. Tatamura, you have a call. Hamura Akemi subconsciously answered the phone. Hello. Phew, Hamura and Tamura, it's good that you're all right. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to sigh in relief. Kamiju Kyusuke. That tone, is this Tamura now? Hamura Akemi's eyes temporarily regained some clarity. Wasn't he in Kazumino? Did he come back? Anyway, come to Mommy Senpai's house. Everyone's there. There are some things I want to ask you in person. Everyone, is there? Hamura Akemi caught the key point. Perhaps there was still a chance. I say, Kyubi, what exactly is going on with Mommy? Sakura Kyoko couldn't help but ask as she followed behind Kyubi. Although she often joked about Mommy dying, when something serious actually happened, she was more anxious than anyone. Mommy was a very powerful magical girl. Could it be that her previous jinx had actually come true? Because witches have been appearing quite frequently in Midokihara recently, and with Kyosuke not being present at such a critical time, Mommy and the others seem to be short-handed. Kyubi replied. Akemi Hamura couldn't leave because she encountered a witch, and at the critical moment, Kayasuke, you weren't there. Mommy could only take Madoka with her to subjugate the witch. There was just an accident. In short, Mommy and Madoka might be in mortal danger now. Kayasuke, Kyoko, hurry and follow me. If he didn't still need it to lead the way, Kyusuke really wanted to punch it. This guy, it sounded so anxious, but its steps were so steady and didn't speed up, clearly not matching what it was saying. And its words, which seemed to be comforting him, always subtly led him towards self-doubt. Even Kyusuke felt he truly deserved to die. Which barrier? Is Mommy inside here? Finally, led by Kyubi, the two arrived in front of the witch barrier. Kyoko didn't hesitate, opened the door of the witch barrier, and rushed in first. Mommy. Mommy-senpai. Madoka. From a distance, the two finally saw the two fighting the witch. No, to be precise, it was the pink-haired girl fighting the witch. At this moment, Mommy Tomo, for some unknown reason, although she had completed her transformation, she was standing foolishly in place without any fighting spirit. If the pink-haired girl from a distance hadn't pulled her longbow to support her every time the witch tried to attack her, she would have long been dismembered. However, before the two could breathe a sigh of relief and catch up, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Mommy Tomo, for some unknown reason, suddenly summoned a spear and aimed it at her own head, and the pink-haired girl also drew too much aggro due to her lack of experience. That terrifying witch had already opened its bloody maw at her. Come on, Kayasuke, quickly use your ability, otherwise it will be too late. Kyubi's anxious voice rang in his mind, but then it suddenly thought of something. Oh, right, Kayasuke's ability only lasts for 5 seconds, it seems a bit difficult to save both of them. How could you? Kyusuke subconsciously widened his eyes. How could this guy know? He had only used his ability 3 times in total. The first time, Kyubi wasn't inside the witch barrier, and the Kyubi from the second time was already dead. Could it deduce that his time stop was 5 seconds just from that one time he chased Tamura? Kyusuke had already observed the positions of the two. In 5 seconds, he could only reach one person and save her. Even if he stopped time again, with his current stand, he certainly couldn't save the other person. Kyubi blinked. Kayasuke's aptitude has grown stronger. It's definitely not a problem for you, so make a wish to me, otherwise they will both be in danger. However, at this moment, Kyusuke was surprisingly calm. Actually, this is your true goal, isn't it? This Kyubi, it deliberately timed bringing him here. And Kyubi's target was never Madoka and Mommy. If it was for the two of them, it could have completely kept it a secret from him and not informed him, waiting until everything was a foregone conclusion. But what it truly wanted to do was clearly more than that. It wanted to force him into a desperate situation and make him make a wish to it at such a moment. All of this was calculated by it. Since that was the case, he would just refuse to let it have its way. He would absolutely not make the so-called wish to Kyubi. Kyubi, underscore? How is this not quite what they expected? Although it didn't understand why the other party didn't make a wish to it immediately, Kyubi at this moment didn't think the other party had any other way, so it directly admitted it. Kayasuke is not wrong to say that. According to their calculations, due to the information gap, Kyusuke did not know that the ultimate fate of those who wished to become magical girls would be to turn into witches. So, at the moment Madoka Kaname and Mommy Tomo fell into danger, with Kyusuke's personality, he would certainly not let them get hurt in front of him. In a situation where he was powerless, wishing to it to save the two was undoubtedly the best choice. As long as Kyusuke made a wish, then they would win. Because at the moment he made the wish to save Mommy Tomo and Madoka Kaname, it was destined that he would betray his own wish. The people he saved with all his might would turn into witches, facing an even crueler, different ending, and even his own ultimate fate would be the same. The boy named Kamiju Kyusuk, who wanted to protect his important people, would undoubtedly fall into despair at this moment, wouldn't he? But with your 5-second ability, what choice will you make? You've made the wrong move, Kyusuk. Is that so? However, things seemed to once again go beyond its calculations. Mommy-senpai. After a brief thought, Kamiju Kyusuk shouted Mommy Tomo's name, and then he pushed off the ground, already charging towards Madoka Kaname. Star Platinum, the world. Time, stop. You miscalculated one thing, QB. He quickly arrived in front of Madoka Kaname, pulled the girl away, and at the same time, punched the witch's huge head. That is, miracles truly exist. After resolving Madoka Kaname's crisis, Kamiju Kyusuk's steps didn't stop, and he ran towards Mommy Tomo again. But, at this moment, time had already begun to flow. You're the one who made the wrong move, QB. Kyusuk. It turned out that at this moment, Mommy Tomo, hearing someone call her name, was slightly startled. When she saw who it was, her hand movements seemed to pause for an instant. And this was exactly the time Kamiju Kyusuk needed. The world. Because, at this moment, Mommy Tomo was already within his range. Since he couldn't walk over, he would find another way. Act 3. At this moment, the golden spin's nail bullets had already shot out. Tooth. JPG. Chapter 59. Let me open your eyes. Location, Mommy Tomo's house. Kamiju Kyusuk and the others temporarily stayed at Mommy Tomo's house, after placing the unconscious Mommy Tomo on the sofa, to prevent her from harming herself again once she woke up. By the way, after rescuing Mommy Tomo and Madoka, the snack witch, which Kyoko and Kamiju Kyusuk had a mixed doubles match against, had undoubtedly turned into a grief seed. Madoka Kaname looked at Kamiju Kyusuk with some concern. Kyusuk, Mommy-senpai. Don't worry, Mommy-senpai is fine. I just knocked her out, and shall wake up in a little while. Kamiju Kyusuk shook his head helplessly at the pink-haired girl. Mommy-senpai will be temporarily entrusted to Madoka and Kyoko. If she wakes up, please don't let her do anything reckless. Okay, no problem. I'll take care of Mommy-senpai. Madoka Kaname readily agreed. Speaking of which, Kamiju Kyusuk and Kyoko had already heard from Madoka Kaname that magical girls turn into witches. However, what surprised him was that the pink-haired girl didn't seem to be worried about it at all. Kamiju Kyusuk found this quite strange. You see, for those with poor psychological resilience, like Mommy-senpai, she even attempted suicide directly. Even Kyoko, who has very strong psychological resilience, fell into depression. She's still gloomy now, and she's already stabbed several Kyubis to death, to the point where Kyubi doesn't even bother to collect the bodies anymore. Is she trying not to make me feel guilty? Kamiju Kyusuk quickly shook his head. Now was not the time to think about such things. He needed to go notify Hamura, or rather, Tamura. There were some things he had to ask her clearly. He always felt that Tamura should know something. Kamiju Kyusuk dialed Akemi Hamura's number. The phone rang for a long time before the other side picked up. Hello. Phew, Hamura and Tamura, it's good that you're all right. Because she had also gone to fight witches before, although he knew Hamura's magic made him relatively confident in her safety, Kamiju Kyusuk's heart only settled down the moment he heard the girl's voice. Kamiju Kyusuk. This tone, is it Tamura now? The other party didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Anyway, can you come to Mommy-senpai's house? Everyone is here, and there are some things I want to ask you face to face. Kamiju Kyusuk felt that some things were better said in person. Everyone is here? Yes, Tamura. Beep beep beep, did she hang up? It seems Tamura is still as decisive as ever. Hamura Akemi was very quick, arriving at Mommy Tomo's house shortly after. The moment Kamiju Kyusuk opened the door, she rushed directly into the house and began to look around. She was not surprised by Kamiju Kyusuk, because he was the one who informed her, so she had nothing to worry about. After Mommy Tomo, Hamura Akemi breathed a sigh of relief, then her gaze swept over a certain red-haired girl, showing a hint of surprise, and only after seeing the pink-haired girl unharmed did she completely relax. Hamura and Tamura, that's great, you're both okay too. Madoka Kaname also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the black-haired girl was fine. However, perhaps due to her emotional fluctuations, which in turn affected her soul gem, Hamura Akemi, who had been focused on her, immediately sensed something was wrong. Madoka, could it be that you also? Struggling to keep her voice from trembling, Hamura Akemi asked the question she least wanted to ask. Yes, I'm a magical girl now too. How could this be? Madoka became a magical girl. Madoka became a magical girl. This was undoubtedly the worst news possible for Hamura Akemi. Not only was her promise once again broken, but Kyubi had clearly succeeded again. If Madoka, with her potential, were to also become a witch, the consequences would obviously be unimaginable, and she no longer had a chance to do it again. Tamura, you don't need to show such an expression. I know the consequences of making a wish, but I won't regret the wish I made. The pink-haired girl saw her worry and smiled as she comforted Hamura Akemi. However, the next second she became embarrassed again. Although I'm just a beginner and not very strong, I can't even deal with a single witch by myself and have to rely on Kyosuke to come help, haha. Can't deal with a witch? Hamura Akemi always felt that something was off. But, Madoka shouldn't be like this. A normal witch couldn't possibly be her opponent. After Tamura said that, Kamiju Kyusuke also noticed something was wrong. During one of his gatherings with Mommy Senpai and Madoka, Kyubi had told them. His potential was the strongest it had ever seen, and after him, it was Madoka. The girl named Madoka Kaname also possessed unprecedentedly strong potential. Kyubi had said that Madoka was the type who, without even trying, could instantly become a top-tier magical girl just by becoming one. However, from reality, how to put it, her combat power at that time was simply too ordinary, not at all like a top-tier magical girl. If he hadn't rushed over, Madoka might have already been eaten. Could it be that Kyubi was spouting nonsense again? Kyubi, are you there? Come out, I have a question for you. As soon as Kamiju Kyusuke finished speaking, a Kyubi jumped out from who knows where. This guy was truly persistent. Kyosuke, do you have something you want to ask? You should all be clear already. Don't ask so many questions, you just need to answer now. Kamiju Kyusuke had no good expression, as it was already good enough that he wasn't blowing it up. I ask you, didn't you say that Madoka's potential is also very strong? And that she would become very powerful after becoming a magical girl, so why is she like this? Kyubi looked at him with his unfriendly gaze, then at the very curious Madoka Kaname, and then blinked. We're not very sure, perhaps it's related to the wish she made? Actually, it doesn't matter to us. You. Die, what use are you? Seeing that it couldn't explain itself for a long time, a certain red-haired girl directly shot a hole through it with her spear. She was in a bad mood right now, and it still dared to show its face? Kyubi_6, didn't you guys call me out? Hamura Akemi's eyes widened slightly. Does this mean that Madoka won't become that terrifying witch? However, the next moment she became dejected again, because becoming what kind of witch didn't seem to make much difference. So this guy really still looking at the Kyubi on the ground with an unfriendly gaze, the black-haired girl also pulled out her pistol. Bang bang bang. Although the other party's eye was already quite large, Hamura Akemi didn't mind helping it open its eyes even more. Ugh. Perhaps because they were making a bit too much noise, the unconscious Mommy Tomo finally woke up at this moment. Chapter 60. I'm never alone. This is. Mommy Tomo slowly opened her eyes. Mommy, you've finally woken up? How are you feeling? Seeing Mommy Tomo finally awake, Sakura Kyoko quickly stepped forward to check on her. Kyoko? Mommy Tomo thought she was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could Kyoko, who was far away in Kazumino, appear before her? Could it be that Kyoko also died? That's right, I didn't become a witch, I just died. Sakura Kyoko's words of concern were abruptly held back. Damn yellow-haired drill girl, can you even talk? I wouldn't die even if you kicked the bucket. Give me back my worries. Ah, right, you've already kicked the bucket, but I haven't. I just came over to take over Midokihara's territory from you. Sakura Kyoko, biting on a chocolate bar, suddenly smiled. Come on, mommy, tell me now everything of mine will be entrusted to the great Kyoko. However, the red-haired girl's words were cut short by a slap from Kamiju Kyusuk. Hey, Kyoko, this isn't the time to make fun of mommy-senpai, is it? Hiss ouch, Jojo, why did you hit me? Seriously, she was so close to succeeding, okay? If mommy had just agreed, she would have had leverage later. If you don't give me fried chicken tonight, I'm not done with you. Kamiju Kyusuk quietly watched her performance. He didn't even use much force, alright? If she wanted chicken tonight, she should just say so. He wasn't going to refuse. Forget it, he figured Kyoko was feeling vexed and, after hearing Mommy Senpai's words, was deliberately teasing her. Kayasuk, why are you here too? Mommy Tomo looked at Kamiju Kyusuk, who was playfully bickering with Sakura Kyoko, and regained a sliver of rationality. Kamiju Kyusuk nodded, seeing her state, afraid that Kyoko would lead the conversation astray again. Mommy Senpai, don't listen to Kyoko. Not just you, but everyone is actually doing well. Is that so? However, after hearing his words, Mommy Tomo's mood did not improve, instead, she covered her face in pain. But if soul gems give birth to witches, then isn't death the only option? Since that's the case. As Mommy Tomo spoke, she actually completed her transformation directly. The black-haired girl, who had been watching Mommy Tomo since she woke up, instinctively picked up her pistol and aimed it at her. Hamura Akemi had no intention of taking her life, so she only aimed at her arm to incapacitate her. She had expected Mommy Tomo to shoot her own allies again, just like Hamura had done before. However, this time, she conjured a bandage gun out of thin air and pointed it at herself. She wanted to commit suicide directly, Aura. Star Platinum roared out, clearly someone was faster than her. Mommy Tomo was instantly controlled and unable to move. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at the girl on the verge of collapse with a gloomy face. Mommy Senpai, what are you doing? Doing what? Mommy Tomo looked at him in confusion. Kayasuk, I am a witch. If a magical girl becomes a witch, doesn't that mean she will bring misfortune to others in the future? She herself became one because of a witch. To become the thing I hate most, I absolutely refuse. Slap. A sudden slap landed on her face. No one reacted in time to understand what had happened. Idiot. The red-haired girl glared furiously at Mommy Tomo. I finally decided to come back, damn it. What are you doing, acting on your own? Don't you think your decision is a bit too selfish? Sakura Kyoko grabbed Mommy Tomo by the collar. I'm telling you, Mommy, your life was saved by me and Kayasuk. If you want to die, you need our permission, understand? Kyoko. Kamiju Kyusuk saw Mommy Tomo's expression waver and continued to press his advantage. Mommy Senpai, have you ever considered that sometimes your life isn't just your own? If you act like this, what about the people who care about you? Kayasuk. Mommy Tomo's gaze focused. In truth, how could she not know what they were saying? But it was precisely because she cared so much that she couldn't bear it. If she had finally gained recognition from others, but then became a witch, he surely wouldn't say those things to her anymore, would he? I'm sorry, I, who am so selfish, kept shouting about justice. Perhaps Kyoko, you are right after all. Mommy Tomo's face was filled with pain. That's right, she was always a selfish person. From the moment she became a magical girl, she wasn't worthy of justice, let alone friends. I should have told you. I should have died years ago. At that time, I could have saved my mom and dad, but I selfishly made a wish for myself to live. Mommy Tomo laughed self-deprecatingly. Haha, isn't it ridiculous? Because of my selfish request, we went out to eat, and because of my selfish wish, my mom and dad lost their lives. If they were still here, they would probably be sad to have such a selfish daughter, wouldn't they? Perhaps I, like this, should have died long ago. Kamiju Kyusuk fell silent. He had originally thought Mommy Senpai was just a fragile girl, but now it seemed she was bound by her past. However, he might be able to. He glanced at his system panel. Kamiju Kyusuk already had an idea. Perhaps he could take a gamble? Mommy Senpai, have you ever considered that you were never alone? Your parents never blamed you, you know? Mommy Tomo lowered her eyebrows. Kyusuk, there's no need to say more. I know it all, Kamiju Kyusuk interrupted her self-deprecating words. I'm not comforting you, Mommy Senpai. I'm just stating facts. Even if you want to deny your original wish, could you please come with me to see two people before you say anything else? See two people? Mommy Tomo blinked. She didn't understand what the other person suddenly wanted to do. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. If you still insist on your previous thoughts then. Kamiju Kyusuk glanced behind her, then nodded and smiled slightly. Then I will no longer stop you. Mommy Tomo was silent for a moment, but finally agreed. All right. Kamiju Kyusuk then led Mommy Tomo into the bedroom. Sakura Kyoko stared intently at their retreating figures. She felt like something was off. Weren't they going to see someone? Why go into the bedroom? On the other side, Mommy Tomo was also very confused. Kyusuk, who exactly are you taking me to see? This is my bedroom. Uncle, Auntie, I've brought Mommy Senpai. I'm sure you have a lot to say to her, don't you? Who was Kyusuk talking to? Mommy. X2. Just as Mommy Tomo was puzzled, two long-lost voices from her memory, voices she thought she would never hear again, echoed in her ears. Mommy Tomo suddenly turned her head, only to see that the source of the voices was two floating humanoid clouds, and they were undoubtedly her. Dad, Mom. Is it really you? Mommy Tomo looked at the two with some disbelief. She wanted to reach out and touch them, but she was afraid her hand would break this illusion, causing her mom and dad to leave her again. Yes, Mommy. The two figures exchanged glances and then gave her an affirmative answer. Mom and Dad have always been here, always by Mommy's side. It wasn't until they reached out and stroked her cheek that Mommy Tomo finally couldn't hold back anymore. Dad, Mom. I really wanted to see you again. Kamiju Kyusuk smiled with relief, watching the three reunite. Sure enough, those parents who loved their daughter had always been by her side. Thanks to the special ability that awakened with his stand. Araki Happy Clouds. The ability allows souls who are still reluctant to leave the human world and have not gone to heaven to briefly appear in the form of clouds. Thanks to it, Mommy Senpai was able to reunite with her family in another way, wasn't she? Thank you, Kyusuk-kun X2. Facing the grateful gaze of the couple, Kamiju Kyusuk just shook his head silently and then turned and walked out of the room. Now, it was time to leave them alone. Chapter 61 The Way of Teresa. Kamiju Kyusuk walked out of Mommy Tomo's bedroom, and he undoubtedly received death glares from the other girls. Kamiju Kyusuk raised an eyebrow. No, why are you all looking at me like that? Madoka Kanami's face flushed as she turned her head away, and even Hamura Akemi awkwardly averted her gaze. I say, Kyusuk, aren't you a bit too fast? Sakura Kyoko muttered, feigning calmness. This isn't how it looked when I saw it. Kamiju Kyusuk. He felt like the situation wasn't quite right, shouldn't he explain? But he really didn't know what to say. Forget it, he should discuss the magical girl situation with Tamura. Kamiju Kyusuk finished his thought and went to Homura Akemi. Tamura, you actually knew all along that magical girls would turn into witches, didn't you? Seeing the black-haired girl's previous behavior, Kamiju Kyusuk was already 100% sure in his heart. Magical girls turn into witches? Homura Akemi. It seems there's still someone in the dark, so what were you doing just now? Yes, I knew from the beginning. It was precisely because she was afraid of extreme situations like Mommy Tomo's earlier that she hadn't dared to speak. Of course, without seeing it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't believe it, right? She just didn't know what Kamiju Kyusuk had done with Mommy Tomo in the bedroom. Judging by his confident look, it seemed like he had already handled it. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Although Mommy Tomo didn't cause a major disaster because of Kamiju Kyusuk, Homura Akemi still instinctively took the blame upon herself. In her opinion, she was the looping individual who knew everything, and she had a very strong subjective initiative, so the current consequences were all her fault. What does it have to do with Tamura? You don't need to take everything upon yourself, it's all Kyubi's fault. Kamiju Kyusuk quickly interrupted her spellcasting. He was here to find a solution, not to assign blame, and Tamura was not wrong at all, the fault lay entirely with Kyubi. Tamura, did you find a solution on your end? However, to his question, Homura Akemi could only lower her head dejectedly. Sorry. If there was a method, she wouldn't have kept looping. She knew she was stupid, otherwise she wouldn't have gone through so many loops and still had no clue how to solve it. Or rather, she wasn't even confident about the approaching Walpurgisnacht yet. Homura Akemi glanced at them, wanting to speak but hesitating. Now that everyone knew the truth, should she tell them about Walpurgisnacht? Because originally, her plan was to confront Walpurgisnacht alone, using the collected heavy weaponry to launch an ultra-firepower strike against it. But even if she could defeat Walpurgisnacht now, there probably wouldn't be much joy, would there? Even if there was a chance to resolve Walpurgisnacht, it would only be a superficial good ending. As magical girls, they would ultimately not escape their tragic fate. Tamura probably still has something to say, right? Her expression naturally didn't escape Kamiju Kyusuk's eyes. If there's something difficult, feel free to say it. It's always better for everyone to think of a solution together than for one person to struggle alone. Tamura. Madoka Kaname also cast a worried gaze. And me. I'll also share your worries. Hey, you don't look like such a wishy-washy person, so how about you just say it? For JoJo's sake, I don't mind helping you out, but you have to treat me to a big meal afterward, got it? Everyone. Homura Akemi fell silent. Had she worried too much? When did she become like a certain idiot? She wasn't the only one who became a magical girl, so why hadn't she noticed such a simple fact? There had to be a limit to her stubbornness. If she couldn't even get past Walpurgisnacht, then everything else would be meaningless, wouldn't it? Kamiju Kyusuk chuckled. Tamura, you look good when you smile. Don't act like an ant going through a midlife crisis, okay? You should learn more from Homura. Midlife ant? Homura Akemi didn't know what to say for a moment. Although she had indeed looped many times, an ant. She shook her head. Homura Akemi decided to first explain the matter of Walpurgisnacht to them. On the 30th of this month, Midokihara will welcome the legendary Walpurgisnacht. Walpurgisnacht? Sakura Kyoko frowned after hearing her description. Does that thing really exist? Kamiju Kyusuk looked at Sakura Kyoko with a puzzled expression upon hearing this. Does Kyoko know something? Yeah, I've heard some things. The red-haired girl nodded. Rumor has it that Walpurgisnacht is a super dreadnought class large witch, and wherever it goes, it will undoubtedly cause immense destruction. Although she said that, the red-haired girl didn't seem too worried. That thing is indeed difficult to deal with alone, but with so many of us, it shouldn't be much of a problem, right? However, Homura Akemi shook her head. Not just a problem, it's a very big problem. She had tried uniting with other magical girls before, but the battles always ended in failure. Just to mention, in previous battles, Senior Mommy won first place for Lightspeed Demise, and Kyoko won second place, which is why she hadn't wanted others to risk themselves earlier. Moreover, Madoka, for some reason, didn't possess that kind of immense power. Her magic instead gave her the same feeling as when she first met her. TCH, Sakura Kyoko could tell that this strange black-haired girl wasn't lying. If you ask me, we should just kill all these cubies. If it weren't for it, there wouldn't be so many problems. Clearly, Sakura Kyoko was still annoyed by Kyubi's actions. The idea she proposed wasn't that easy to achieve, she was probably just venting. No, it's not over yet. I have a way. Hamura Akemi didn't expect Kamiju Kyusuk, who had been silent for a while, to suddenly speak. That's right. He had a shortcut he could take, he still had his ultimate trump card. The Eye of Heaven system. After 3 stand and ability awakenings, Kamiju Kyusuk felt that he had already touched upon the method of awakening abilities. With this, whether it was Walpurgisnacht as Tamura described it, or the fate of magical girls, there might still be a chance for all of it. Although he would fall into danger because of this, he would never regret it at this moment. Because the current Kamiju Kyusuk already possessed the courage and determination to abandon everything. Whether it's Walpurgisnacht or the fate of magical girls, I will break it all. Chapter 62. The laws of victory are already decided, must read at the end. Kamiju Kyusuk, do you have a plan? Hamura Akemi was stunned, then couldn't help but get excited. As expected of JoJo, he can easily do things others can't. Sakura Kyoko's lips curled up as she ran to Kamiju Kyusuk and put her arm around his shoulder. Hey, JoJo, can you tell us a little bit about your plan? A plan? Sorry, Kamiju Kyusuk had no plan at all. Or rather, his plan was to use the system's abilities to take a shortcut. It is known that his first stand awakening occurred when he was exposed to an oil tanker truck and faced the threat of explosion at any time. Killer Queen awakened when he was extremely scared and nervous. His second stand awakening was due to Akemi Hamura's life being threatened by a witch, and Star Platinum awakened due to his intense anger and his desire for the speed and strength to save her. As for the third time, it was the stand Tusk Act 3, which possessed the ability to transfer, awakened when he couldn't save both Madoka Kaname due to limited range. Based on these 3 situations, he roughly understood the limitations and conditions for his stand awakening. He couldn't just awaken a stand whenever he wanted, nor could he awaken just any stand. First, he had to have a strong desire, and then the system would awaken the stand he expected in his heart to achieve his goal. However, all 3 stands he awakened belonged to protagonists or bosses from different generations, which made him wonder if this was the scope of stands he could awaken. After all, in those 3 situations, other stands could have also helped him solve the problem, but he specifically didn't awaken any other stands. But even if he used this as a basis for calculation, the stands of past protagonists and bosses were completely sufficient for him to achieve his goal. Secondly, the stands he awakened could grow by fulfilling certain conditions himself. After experimentation, his Star Platinum grew through training its power and speed, although the quantitative change did not lead to a qualitative change, and its time stop did not increase. After all, even a tough guy like Jotaro Kujo, with his incredible growth potential, only reached 5 seconds, and Kamiju Kyusuk hadn't had Star Platinum for very long. Another point was that stands whose principles he didn't understand could not evolve or be acquired by himself. For example, he didn't understand the golden spin at all. His stand Tusk was directly granted by the system and could be used without him needing to master the principle of the spin. But because of this, he couldn't evolve it into Tusk Act 4, unless he himself comprehended the golden spin or activated it directly through the system. However, Kamiju Kyusuk had never considered using Tusk Act 4 to overcome this difficulty. Perhaps there were many stands that could defeat Walpurgisnacht, but Kamiju Kyusuk's goal had always been only one. That was made in heaven. Because only by acquiring this stand could he truly have a chance to rewrite the tragic fate of the magical girls. Even if other stands could defeat Walpurgisnacht, they couldn't rewrite fate. So Kamajukusuk's plan was to take a shortcut to face Walpurgisnacht with a strong desire to awaken Maid in Heaven, thereby gaining the opportunity to awaken Maid in Heaven and exploit a system bug. You'll know when the time comes. After finishing his thoughts, Kamajukusuk decided to be a riddle teller. After all, he couldn't very well say that he was preparing to actively put himself in danger just to stimulate his own ability awakening, could he? Saying it out loud would only cause them unnecessary worry, and it wouldn't be too late to tell them after he succeeded. Upon hearing this, Hamura Akemi's excited heart instantly cooled. She was right. Something she had failed to achieve through countless loops wouldn't be so easy to accomplish. Hamura Akemi felt that her plan to collect weapons should not stop. Even if she believed in Kamajukusuk's success 100%, she didn't mind adding another 1% of confidence. TSK, stingy. If you don't want to say, then don't say. I just hope you're not overestimating yourself. Sakura Kyoko glanced at him and then stopped talking, instead rummaging through Mommy Tomo's refrigerator. Ah, let me see what Mommy has hidden to eat. Madoka Kaname, however, neither showed surprise nor expressed anything upon hearing that Kamajukusuk had a solution. She didn't say a word from beginning to end, just smiled as she looked at him. Here, Kamajukusuk breathed a sigh of relief when they stopped asking questions. But then he remembered something. Since Tamura came from the future and hadn't found a way to solve the tragedy of the magical girls. Did this mean that his future self had failed? An alarm bell rang in his heart, and Kamajukusuk quickly looked at Hamura Akemi. Tamura, I remember you said you were from the future, right? Hamura Akemi was slightly startled, not knowing what he was going to ask. Under her puzzled gaze, Kamajukusuk spoke. Tamura, did my future self succeed? Hamura Akemi was speechless for a moment. Not only did your other selves not succeed, but you also contributed to holding things back. However, Hamura Akemi also knew that this timeline was clearly different from the others, so she was obviously going to disappoint Kamajukusuk. Because the future she had experienced was not the future of Kamajukusuk's world, and she didn't know if his so-called plan had succeeded. Actually, I'm not simply from the future. This period of time now. Hamura Akemi lowered her head, feeling a bit powerless. Actually, I don't remember how many times I've experienced it. This time is different from every previous time. The previous you didn't have this special ability, so I don't know what this future will be like. After Hamura Akemi's explanation, Kamajukusuk roughly understood what she meant. He hadn't expected Tamura to not be a simple reborn person, but a loop participant who had experienced countless loops. It seemed that in all those previous loops Tamura experienced, he hadn't awakened his past life memories and the system. And this Walpurgisnacht seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, otherwise Tamura wouldn't have gone through so many loops and still been unable to deal with it. Speaking of Tamura, Kamajukusuk looked at this lonely girl. No wonder she and Hamura were so different. Watching important people die again and again, it was a miracle she hadn't gone mad. Tamura. Kamajukusuk placed his hand on her shoulder, which undoubtedly drew an angry glare from the girl. But Kamajukusuk didn't back down this time, he just stared directly into the girl's purplish-red pupils. I will definitely end this loop. I promise, Tamura. He didn't know what to say to comfort her, all he could do was give her a promise. Hamura Akemi's eyes widened slightly. You. Kamajukusuk smiled at her and then let go of her hand. So, by then, Tamura, don't give us the cold shoulder anymore. You look so beautiful when you smile, but you always have a long face. Don't really turn into an old lady. Hamura Akemi turned her face away, idiot. Give her back her recent emotional moment. However, although she cursed him as an idiot, her upturned lips proved that she was in a good mood at the moment. I understand. In the end, Homura Akemi still responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Anyway, she had agreed, and whether he heard it or not was not her concern. I heard you, Tamura. Then we've agreed. Madoka, Kyoko, and Homura all heard it. If you give us the cold shoulder again, I'll have Sayaka treat you to a meal. I understand. Homura Akemi shouted, her face red with self-abandonment. This guy, why can he always say things that make her blush without batting an eye? Last time on the rooftop, and this time again. Tisk. Homura Akemi clicked her tongue and quickly shook her head. Agreed is agreed, but wasn't this punishment a bit too harsh? She remembered that last time after the other person ate, they were carried out by her other self. But if you can't do it, don't think it's over. Finally, she gave Kamiju Kyusuk a deep look, and after leaving a remark that might or might not have been a threat, Homura Akemi went offline. Akemi. Homura blinked. Tamura-chan might be shy. She wasn't shy at all. Kamiju Kyusuk smiled at her, then got up and went to Mommy Senpai's bedroom door. Because Mommy Tomo's parents were just ordinary people, their soul strength was not very strong, and Kamiju Kyusuk's ability couldn't make them manifest for very long. So he could only come over and be the bad guy who urged the family to reunite. Knock, knock, knock. Mommy Senpai. Kamiju Kyusuk gently knocked a few times on the door. Kamiju Kyusuk was a bit stunned seeing Mommy Tomo suddenly open the door. He had originally thought she was reuniting with her family and wouldn't notice the time, but he hadn't even urged her yet, and she was already out. However, looking at her expression, although her eyes were red, her expression was clearly relaxed, and there was no self-loathing in her eyes. It seems Mommy Senpai has truly emerged from the shadows of her past. Kamiju Kyusuk hadn't even reacted before Mommy Senpai hugged him directly. Thank you, Kayasa-kun. Mommy Tomo whispered in his ear, she was truly grateful to her junior, Kamiju Kyusuk. If not for him, she probably would never have known about her father and mother's companionship all these years, and she would probably live forever in self-reproach, right? No, don't mention it. Kamiju Kyusuk's hands behind her had nowhere to rest. At times like this, he didn't know if he should also hug her to comfort her. Fortunately, Mommy Tomo didn't make it difficult for him, letting go after expressing her thanks. Haha. The couple couldn't help but laugh at this. It seems Kayasa-kun and Mommy have a very good relationship. Kamiju Kyusuk scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at the clouds, which had visibly thinned considerably. I'm sorry, Uncle and Auntie, my abilities are limited, so I can't let you reunite with Mommy Senpai for a longer time. The couple just shook their heads at this. Kamiju Kyusuk, there's no need to apologize, we should be thanking you. Thank you for letting us see Mommy again. X2. Kamiju Kyusuk glanced at Mommy Senpai. Although they said that, when it really came to the time of parting, it was still a bit sad, wasn't it? Alright, you two, don't look like that. Life and death are unavoidable, we actually have no regrets. Because we know Mommy has grown up, and we can leave with peace of mind. Compared to the two of them, Mommy Tomo's parents, these two deceased people, were more open-minded. The current Mommy already has someone she can entrust herself to, doesn't she? Dad, Mom. Being suddenly told this by her father and mother in front of Kayasa-kun, Mommy Tomo was clearly a bit embarrassed. However, the couple seemed not to notice their daughter's predicament and looked at Kamiju Kyusuk again. Kayasa-kun, I'm entrusting this girl, Mommy, to you from now on, alright? Actually, Mommy Senpai is very mature and independent, I often receive her care. Being praised so suddenly, Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but blush. However, I will also work hard. Kyo, Kayasa-kun. Mommy Tomo's face was truly red this time. Her father and mother dared to say it, and Kayasuk really dared to acknowledge it. However, looking at his expression, the care he was thinking of was probably not quite the same as what she was thinking. Thank you, Kayasa-kun. It seemed that because the obsession in their hearts had been released, they, who no longer had any attachments to the world, gradually began to dissipate. Finally, we wish you happiness. Finally, after smiling and saying their last blessing, the souls of the couple completely dissipated and went to heaven. Goodbye, Dad, Mom. Mommy Tomo held the last wisp of cloud to her chest. She would definitely not let down her parents' blessings. She would live well and live happily. Let's go, Mommy-ne, everyone is worried about you. Kamiju Kyusuk smiled, and the latter also wiped her eyes and responded seriously. Kayasuk, let's go out. However, as soon as the two turned around, they encountered the red-haired girl with a constipated expression. Hey, hey, hey. I say, Jojo, Mommy. What are you two doing sneaking around? Sakura Kyoko quickly inserted herself between the two and grabbed Kamiju Kyusuk's hand. Since you, Mommy, are fine, then it's time for us to go. Saying that, the red-haired girl glared at Kamiju Kyusuk. Jojo, don't forget what you said, I want to eat chicken when we get home tonight, got it? Ah, I know, would I trick you? Kamiju Kyusuk sighed helplessly. He had originally wanted to subtly sound out Kyoko to see if she had any desire to stay over at Mommy Senpai's house. But given the situation, he couldn't ask, and Mommy Senpai was also very tired today, so he'd better save it for another day. Sorry, Mommy Senpai, I should have let you all have a good get-together, but you're very tired today, so let's reschedule. That's more like it. Sakura Kyoko snorted softly and pulled Kamiju Kyusuk's hand. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry, I'm hungry. Otherwise, what if Mommy reacted if they walked too slowly? In front of Mommy Tomo's house. Then goodbye, Mommy Senpai. Kamiju Kyusuk and the others waved goodbye to her. The yellow-haired girl smiled and waved until they had walked far away, and she finally realized something was a little off. Wait, didn't Kyoko just say something like we're going home? Gently biting her finger, Mommy Tomo muttered to herself. No way. On the other side. After walking Madoka to her door, as the girl was about to enter the house, Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but call out to her. Having gone through so many things today, and even learned the truth about magical girls. Even Kyoko and the other magical girls who had experienced a lot couldn't help but feel anxious, yet this new magical girl, Madoka Kaname, was so calm. Worried that the girl was just burying her anxiety, Kamiju Kyusuk decided to ask her privately. Madoka, don't you have anything you want to ask? However, the pink-haired girl, upon hearing this, still smiled and shook her head at him. No. Kamiju Kyusuk wondered, Madoka, aren't you afraid at all? You must have heard everything Tamura said, right? If you say afraid, there is still some. Madoka Kaname tilted her head in confusion. But didn't Kayasuk say he would definitely help the magical girls break this tragedy, didn't he? Madoka, do you trust me that much? Kamiju Kyusuk couldn't help but widen his eyes. He hadn't expected this girl to trust him so much. Perhaps, actually, this is also a kind of self-confidence on my part. The pink-haired girl smiled and turned around. Because she believed that her wish would definitely come true. The plot can finally be partially summarized and explained here. First, regarding Kyubi's schemes and how they gradually propelled the protagonist to ascend to heaven. 1. To make Kamiju Kyusuk make a wish, Kyubi deliberately placed a grief seed on the road, thereby putting him in mortal danger to seize the opportunity for him to make a wish. However, Kamiju Kyusuk's car accident not only didn't make him wish to become a magical girl but instead caused him to gain memories of his past life and awaken a system, and the gears of fate began to turn. 2. Kyubi deliberately placed a witch to tempt Homura Akemi and hid the witch barrier to force Kamiju Kyusuk to make a wish. However, Kamiju Kyusuk awakened Star Platinum, the world at a critical moment. Because Star Platinum, the world is a mirror stand, it fulfilled one of the necessary conditions stand the world. 3. Kyubi originally intended to scheme against Mommy Tomo and others, forcing Kamiju Kyusuk to make a wish out of necessity. However, after Kamiju Kyusuk learned the ultimate fate of magical girls, he not only didn't make a wish but even grew once again. For the sake of his important people to escape all this misfortune, he now possessed the courage and resolve to abandon everything he had. Achieved the second necessary condition, the courage and resolve to abandon everything. 4. Kyubi thought that Kamiju Kyusuk's friends were his weakness, so it continuously promoted his encounters with magical girls to find an opportunity to make him wish. However, as its plan progressed step by step, the bonds between the boys and girls would undoubtedly grow deeper. This not only deepened Kamiju Kyusuk's determination to resolve the tragedy, but when the moment of true heart-to-heart connection arrived, they would undoubtedly become trustworthy friends to each other. Achieved the third necessary condition, trustworthy friends. Kyubi thought that through their series of conspiracies, they could make Kamiju Kyusuk wish in despair, helping them achieve their goals, unaware that their every action was propelling Kamiju Kyusuk to ascend to heaven. Second, Kamiju Kyusuk, who has already received the blessing of fate. When a certain pink-haired girl made her wish and transferred her karma and destiny to Kamiju Kyusuk, his and her destinies also changed. The boy named Kamiju Kyusuk will replace the girl named Madoka Kaname. He will undoubtedly become the savior of magical girls. At this moment, Kamiju Kyusuk has already received the blessing of fate, and the law of victory is already destined. Chapter 63 The Lucky Apricot. I'm home. Kamiju Kyusuk returned home with Sakura Kyoko. Previously, their sudden departure must have worried Sayaka and the others, but he had already thought of an excuse for it. A senior student they knew, who lived alone, had suddenly fainted outside, so they rushed to take care of her and only returned after she had recovered. The more Kamiju Kyusuk thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Perfect. Kayasuk. Sayaka rushed over as soon as she heard them open the door. After pushing Sakura Kyoko aside, she began to scrutinize him carefully. Thankfully, he was fine, no missing arms or legs. Sayaka was really worried that this delinquent girl had tricked Kayasuk into becoming her henchman. Although it sounded a bit unpleasant, with Kayasuk's small arms and legs, she felt she could pin him to the ground and rub him. Thankfully, he was fine. I say, childhood friend miss, why are you still at our house? Sakura Kyoko, who had been tossed aside, also reacted. It's dark, shouldn't you go home for dinner? Miki Sayaka snorted coldly. What do you know, delinquent girl? Today was originally a celebration dinner that Mrs. Kamiho and I specially prepared for Kayasuk. It's someone else who came over to mooch off us. Heh, then do you know who was the first to congratulate Jojo after the competition? Sakura Kyoko smiled disdainfully at Sayaka. That person wasn't you, oh. Childhood friend miss. Kamiju Kyusuk. Although, the first one to congratulate him was Uncle Sue. You. But Miki Sayaka didn't know any of this. Suppressed by Sakura Kyoko's assertiveness, the blue-haired girl subconsciously took a step back. Her combat power was only 6,000, while the opponent's was at least over 10,000. How terrifying. No, if she retreated now, wouldn't that mean she admitted defeat? You're only strong with your words. When Kayasuk and I met, someone didn't even know where she was. At this, Sayaka suddenly crossed her arms and regained her confidence. Kayasuk in the kindergarten performance, Kayasuk on Children's Day in elementary school, Kayasuk in the youth competition, Kayasuk in a suit, I've even seen Kayasuk in a skirt. Kamiju Kyusuk looked at Sayaka in shock. How did Sayaka know he had worn a skirt? Wait, was seeing him wear a skirt something to brag about? Pfft. Sakura Kyoko on the other side tried to hold back her laughter. What was this blue-haired idiot doing? She thought it was a big boss, but she didn't expect this. If that's the case, she couldn't be blamed. Huh? Jojo in a skirt? Sakura Kyoko grabbed Kamiju Kyusuk and then spoke with a hint of playfulness. I didn't expect you to have such a fetish. But you certainly have the capital for it. It must be hard for childhood friend Miss to be with a boy prettier than herself every day. Do you need me to comfort you? Huh, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not as pretty as Kayasuke? Sayaka immediately flared up, completely oblivious to Kamajukyusuke, who was already wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Sayaka! Kayasuke, I didn't mean that. I wasn't saying you're ugly, oh. The blue-haired girl had a flash of inspiration. I was complimenting you on being pretty, that's right, Kayasuke in a skirt looks great too. Kamajukyusuke. It's over, his lifelong reputation was about to be ruined. Sayaka, I beg you, please stop talking. Kamajukyusuke grew increasingly gloomy, but Sakura Kyoko was enjoying the show. At this moment, Sayaka awkwardly rubbed her head. Anyway, I like Kayasuke no matter what. Sakura Kyoko! No, why did you suddenly change the subject? The red-haired girl quickly looked at Kamajukyusuke beside her. Sure enough, this guy was even more shocked than she was. Kamajukyusuke stared at the blue-haired girl and muttered, Sayaka, you. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Sakura Kyoko quickly stepped forward and tried to lighten the mood. To be fair, Jojo, you do have a bit of a versatile look. It feels like you can't go wrong with any outfit. Maybe childhood friend Miss meant that too? Is that so? Kamajukyusuke frowned. MHM. Sakura Kyoko nodded repeatedly, even secretly winking at Miki Sayaka. You agree, right, childhood friend Miss? Sayaka didn't react at first, until Sakura Kyoko secretly gestured to her with a nod towards Kamajukyusuke. Only then did she start nodding vigorously. Ah, yes. Kayasuke's silence just now must mean she said something wrong again. She didn't expect this red-haired delinquent to be quite nice, actually taking the initiative to help her out. But don't think she'd go easy on her. See, even childhood friend Miss says so. Let's eat quickly, I'm starving. Don't forget what you promised me. Facing the assertive Kyoko, Kamajukyusuke could only shrug and follow her. This undoubtedly made the red-haired girl breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost messed up again. To let that guy say such incredible things, a miscalculation. The three sat down in the room, and only then did Kamajukyusuke remember there was someone else. Oh right, Sayaka, where's my mom? Sayaka thought for a moment, oh, Mrs. Kamiho? She just went to answer the phone. Little Kyoko. As the three were talking about her, Mrs. Kamiho rushed out of the bedroom with red eyes. The moment she saw the red-haired girl, she immediately rushed over and hugged her. Sakura Kyoko was caught off guard and completely confused about what was happening. Mrs. Kamiho suddenly hugged Kyoko because she had just heard about her from her husband. When she learned that this girl, toyed with by fate, was going to live in their home, she agreed wholeheartedly. No, what do you mean their home? She now declared this was Kyoko's home too. From now on, Kyoko was her daughter. Can you let go of me now? Sakura Kyoko said, casting a pleading look at Kamajukyusuke. Kamajukyusuke rubbed his forehead. Mom, it's so late, shouldn't we have dinner? We can't let your and Sayaka's efforts go to waste, right? Ah, I almost forgot. Mrs. Kamiho hurriedly rushed into the kitchen again. 3. There was a reason why Mom and Mrs. Miki became good friends. At the dinner table, seeing that no one asked him why he went out, and adhering to the principle that he had finally thought of an excuse and would feel uncomfortable if he didn't say it, Kamajukyusuke took the initiative to explain. Mom, earlier I. However, Mrs. Kamiho simply nodded calmly after listening, indicating that she knew. So cold. This wasn't like her. Could there be a big move coming? Today is fine, after all, she's Kyoko's friend. But Kayasuke, you can't take Kyoko out late at night without a word in the future, and you certainly can't lead her astray, understand? Kamajukyusuke picked his ears. Mom, are you mistaken? What do you mean he led Kyoko astray? Don't you know what this person is like when she beats up vending machines? Oh, she really doesn't know. Then never mind. Mrs. Kamiho, on her side, didn't know about her son's complaining. She was busy piling food onto Kyoko's plate. Come, little Kyoko, try this. Oh right, and this. Oh, thank you. The red-haired girl looked at the overflowing plate of food in front of her, feeling for the first time that she didn't know where to start. No need to thank me. From now on, Kyoko, just treat this place as your own home. Don't be shy, oh. Huh? Sayaka, beside them, couldn't help but exclaim. What's going on? Who's trying to harm me today? Oh right, and little Sayaka, here's your favorite fried egg. Could it be that Sayaka was feeling jealous? Mrs. Kamiho quickly picked up 2 fried eggs and placed them in Sayaka's bowl. She had to pay close attention. Sayaka needed to get along well with her future sister-in-law. Dinner passed in this way, with everyone having different feelings. After dinner, Kamiju Kyusuke also got up, preparing to walk Sayaka home. Sakura Kyoko saw this and was also about to follow, but before she had taken 2 steps, Mrs. Kamiho grabbed her hand with a smile. Let Kayasuke walk Sayaka home. Little Kyoko, you've had a tiring day, so you should rest well at home. Huh? Sakura Kyoko looked at Sayaka and Kamiju Kyusuke by the door. Actually, I'm not tired yet. Oh my, if you still have energy, then why don't you come to Auntie's room to see some nice things? You've come, and Auntie hasn't prepared a gift for you yet. Her explanation was reasonable, and Sakura Kyoko couldn't find any reason to refute it. Kamiju Kyusuke rubbed his forehead. The dagger was revealed at the end of the scroll, wasn't it? He knew it. Kyoko. The red-haired girl was puzzled. What's wrong, Jojo? Could it be that he was jealous of her? If he wanted her to follow, he should just say so. However, Kamiju Kyusuke only gave her a meaningful expression. Anyway, good luck. Sakura Kyoko, ? Chapter 64 The first gathering of the group. Kamiju Kyusuke yawned listlessly. Kayasuke, did you not sleep well last night? Were you thinking about magical girls? His voice undoubtedly caught the attention of the black-haired girl in front of him. I certainly didn't sleep well, but it has nothing to do with magical girls. However, it actually had a little something to do with it. After helping Kyoko clean up her room last night, he was originally going to go back to his room to sleep. But a certain magical girl and his mother were outside, supposedly having a heart-to-heart, but actually persecuting him, making him unable to sleep for most of the night. Though compared to him, Kyoko was probably even more miserable. Looking at it now, how far-sighted he was to bring Kyoko home in the first place. Didn't it successfully divert someone's attention? Oh no, he was starting to not want Kyoko to go to Mommy Senpai's house. Should she just stay at his house instead? Is that so? Then, Kayasuke, would you like to have lunch on the rooftop together? Akemi Hamura took the opportunity to state her purpose. On the rooftop today? I have no problem with that. Kamiju Kyusuke nodded and was about to get up when another voice came from beside him. I seem to have heard Kayasuke and Akemi-san are going to the rooftop for lunch. I wonder if I can join you. Shizuki Hitomi smiled and shook the exquisite lunchbox in her hand. Kayasuke, I didn't get a chance to congratulate you yesterday when you won the championship. Let's celebrate today. This is something I specially prepared today. I was busy all morning, Kayasuke, you must try it properly. Me too. Sayaka quickly pulled Madoka and rushed over. Hitomi, how could you forget about Madoka and me? I also made omelets and brought them. To this, Shizuki Hitomi only gave her a smile in return. She hadn't settled the score with her for sneaking off yesterday. She wouldn't let her open champagne for Kayasuke, but she secretly celebrated with Kayasuke herself. All morning today, her ears were practically calloused from hearing Kayasuke sent me home last night. Sayaka, you're good at betraying teammates without contributing yourself. Madoka, beside them, smiled without comment. Actually, Kayasuke had sent her home first yesterday. But, well, it was better if she didn't say anything. Sure, I have no problem. Let's all go together, it's more fun with more people. Since Hitomi said she wanted to celebrate with him, Kyusuke naturally wouldn't refuse. However, he needed to figure out what to do about Sayaka's omelets. Akemi Hamura pouted. She wanted to have a meal with just Kayasuke. Why were there suddenly so many people? Actually, it's fine, isn't it? You five used to eat together often, didn't you? And no one else is coming. Oh, Kayasuke. A cheerful voice rang out. Everyone looked over to see a red-haired girl smiling at the classroom door. Akemi Hamura. How could this happen? Tamura-chan, maybe you shouldn't talk. Hamura Akemi. I say, why are you at school, you delinquent? Miki Sayaka's expression immediately changed when she saw the red-haired girl. She hadn't forgotten what happened yesterday. And she somehow managed to actually move into Kayasuke's house, which was so enviable, so hateful. Huh? Of course, it's because it's time for lunch. Sakura Kyoko said matter-of-factly, seemingly not understanding Sayaka's words. Jojo promised to support me, you know. I came specifically to have a meal with him. That sounds reasonable. Not at all. I remember you're not a student at our school, are you? Sayaka found the blind spot. You delinquent, you didn't sneak in, did you? That's too reckless. If the teachers find out, we won't plead for you. Sakura Kyoko waved her hand indifferently. That's none of childhood friend Mrs. business. I have my ways. Miki Sayaka, hey, I have a name, remember it. Miki Sayaka. The red-haired girl sighed, I say, childhood friend miss, before asking others to remember your name, you should at least remember theirs, right? My name is Sakura Kyoko, not Hey. Sakura Kyoko. Is that good enough? Of course, childhood friend Mississippi. You haven't changed at all, have you? She felt like she was being played by this red-haired girl. Sakura Kyoko chuckled at this. Miki Sayaka, you can be your childhood friend Mississippi. Sakura Kyoko doesn't want to be a little sister. Yesterday, Kayasuke's mother actually wanted her to call her mom too. That shocked her for a while, but it turned out she wanted her to be a little sister? Come on, she wanted to acknowledge a mother, but not to be a daughter. This mother was not that mother. She wanted to become Kamiju Kyoko, yes, but not this kind of Kamiju Kyoko. And last night, they said they wanted to give her a welcome gift and such, but she was forced to try on clothes for what felt like ages. Today, besides wanting to eat with Kamiju Kyusuke, another reason was that she simply couldn't handle Aunt Kamiju's enthusiasm. Is this your friend, Sayaka? I don't think I've ever seen her before. Sayaka, aren't you going to introduce her to me first? Shizuki Hitomi, beside them, smiled at Sakura Kyoko. My name is Shizuki Hitomi, and I'm Kayasuke-kun's classmate whom he's known for 2 years. Kyoko shrugged as well, I'm only here because Jojo is here. You can just call me Sakura Kyoko. Seriously, she even specifically mentioned how long they've known each other. Is she some kind of elementary school student? Does she look like someone who cares about seniority? Oh, by the way, just to mention it. Currently, Jojo and I, that is, Kayasuke, were living together. Shizuki Hitomi. Ha ha ha, Sakura-san, you're so funny. You shouldn't make jokes like that. Exactly. Miki Sayaka also nodded in agreement. You, don't take things out of context. Don't think I don't know you're just staying at Kayasuke's house. Shizuki Hitomi. That's not much different from living together. Kamiju Kyusuke held his forehead. I say, who still remembers that we were going to eat on the rooftop? Madoka Kaname, who had been observing Kamaju, saw his distressed expression and raised her hand with a smile. Aren't we supposed to celebrate Kyosuke? If we drag this on, we might not have enough time. Madoka is right. Kamaju Kyusuke couldn't help but give the pink-haired girl a thumbs up and smiled at her approvingly. As expected of Madoka. Since the guest of honor for the celebration had spoken, the others stopped talking. However, just as the group was about to head to the rooftop for lunch, they encountered an acquaintance halfway. Mommy Tomo looked surprised. Oh, Kyosuke, are you all planning to eat on the rooftop too? Huh? Mommy-senpai, are you too? Kamaju Kyusuke didn't expect to run into Mommy-senpai halfway. Before, even though they knew each other, they rarely interacted at school, they usually only gathered after school. Why did Mommy-senpai suddenly come over to talk to them this time? Mommy Tomo smiled elegantly. Yes, I wonder if I can join you? Shizuki Hitomi blinked. She seemed to have heard that sentence somewhere before. It seemed, she had said it herself earlier? Whether or not her surprised gaze also attracted Mommy Tomo, the two actually met each other's eyes in that instant. Oh, it's a similar type of opponent, X2.